So when Jiyu changed synced his goons on him, he was running for his life like crazy. And while he was busy hauling ass, he bumped right into Choo Choo. Thinking she was in cahoots with that Jiyu change the sly golden cicada, he straight up attacked her. Everyone saw it happen. No cap. Meanwhile, back inside, Yan Hongyi was dragging that ultimate con artist out by the scruff of his neck. Then, without a word, they went at it. A full-on 500-round slugfest. Just as the battle was really heating up, Ji Yu Cheng shouted that Lao Shi and Tao Yao were coming, which distracted Yan Hongyi. In that split second, Liang Zhu totally bailed. Poof, gone. Leaving Yan Hongyi absolutely fuming. Ji Yu Cheng then came running outside and blamed everything on Jin Chanzi, claiming it was all a plot to make someone else take the heat from Yan Hongyi's rage. Classic Ji Yu Cheng. Just then, this unbelievably gorgeous woman in red robes appeared, her black hair flowing wildly, barefoot, and her skin whiter than snow, stepping out from inside with a chilling aura. Ice cold, her eyes like daggers. She gave a wicked smile and said, "Shifu, you can't escape me." Suddenly, a group of monks appeared, led by Jin Chanzi's Shishu, who began to chant, "Amitabha, female benefactor, you are consumed with lust. This humble monk cannot let you leave. You should return." Tian Hongyi glanced at that group of people, her eyes still filled with a cold, murderous intent, and she casually said, "Return, return my ass." As soon as she finished speaking, the monks shouted loudly, "Activate the Vajra demon subduing formation." And a massive Buddha appeared, striking directly towards the Hongyi demoness with both hands. But Hongyi demoness was still emotionless, cold, and without any fluctuations. She simply raised her hand and gently drew a line of red light across the sky, like crimson starlight sprinkling down. The old monk was struck and spat out blood. Looks like this demoness is a little too heavy-duty for him. With just one blow, the Buddha's form was pierced through, and the monks protecting the formation were instantly blasted into smoke and dust. Immediately after, streams of demonic energy transformed into dark arms, clinging directly to the edges of the Xuan Kong temple. Yan Hongyi gave a sinister smile and said, "Come down here." Then, from beneath the burial demon abyss, a supermassive lotus flower formed, engulfing the Xuan Kong temple. Yan Hongyi floated within it, her eyes full of cold, murderous intent, her mouth still twisting into a wicked grin. Boom, boom, boom! A huge explosion erupted from within the giant lotus flower, and the Xuan Kong temple was instantly shattered into pieces. The nearby cultivators were terrified, exclaiming, "Who the hell released this demoness? What a beast! How can we stop her? We can't stop anything with what we have. Didn't you see that quasi-emperor of the Buddhist sect already fell?" Elsewhere, 2 disciples were reporting the events at the burial demon abyss, and 2 elders exclaimed in shock, "What? So Jin Chanzi destroyed the seal? This is a huge problem. Many great powers from the upper realm have come to the 8 desolate 10 regions for conquest. HMPH. Let's see how the Buddha Mountain explains this." Scene changed to Buddha Mountain. The monks there were discussing in a panic. It's said that senior brother Jin Chanzi fled back to Buddha Mountain in the night, and that the great demon in the burial demon abyss has emerged. Xuan Kong Temple has been destroyed. Shishubai Mei has died in battle. And now it is rumored that our Buddha Mountain released the great demon. In the distance, the figures of the young Jiang Chen and Grandmaster Perdue loomed. Scene change inside the Buddha Mountain city. The Buddha Master sat in the center of the main hall and said, "Jin Chan, are you saying that this matter was arranged by Ji Yu Change himself?" Jin Chanzi replied, "Yes, Shifu, this disciple would never lie. Someone like Ji Yu Change is definitely not an upright person." The people there began to talk amongst themselves. Does Ji Yu Change dare to deceive our Buddha Mountain like this? This guy relies on the Ji Yu family to stir up trouble. This matter cannot be ignored, the Buddha Master said. Everything in the world has its karmic causes. Every drink and every bite has its consequences. Ji Yu Change's actions will naturally have his own tribulations and retribution. You don't need to worry about it. The urgent matter now is that our Buddha Mountain must have an explanation to the outside world. Scene changed to the Cheng Sheng Ji Yu family. Ji Yu Cheng said in surprise, "Oh, she can track some of my aura." "What about Buddha Mountain?" "What has Buddha Mountain reacted to?" Adane replied. "Buddha Mountain says it will send many high monks to suppress the demoness." The male lead pondered. With Yan Hongyi's strength, unless the old ancestors of our Ji Yu family take action to suppress her, it will be difficult for anyone to stop her. But the many orthodoxies and forces in the upper realm that are determined to exterminate the demonic path are enough to make her struggle for a while. I must also seize the time to improve myself. At least to maintain my undefeated status. Let me think. Who should I harvest first? Scene changed to the Tang family. Voices can be heard. Heavenly Maiden Yin Mei. This is all the property that our Tang family manages in the Myriad Dao Business Alliance, and now we offer it all to the 9-tailed Celestial Fox clan. Yin Mei said, Oh, I clearly heard that some branches of the Tang family are very dissatisfied with the change of power and don't want our clan to take over the property. If that's the case, what will happen if the young master punishes you? The Tang family head hurriedly said. Heavenly Maiden Yin Mei, please calm your anger. Those are all collateral branches, a bunch of idiots with no vision. This old man will quickly recover the properties from their hands, and then offer them all up. We must not anger the young master.
Tang Wan pondered. Yin Mei's plot to annex the Tang family's property turns out to be Ji Yu Change's idea. Qin Wuya, standing next to her, transmitted his voice. Miss Wangger, rest assured. I have secretly contacted many branches, making this annexation of the Tang family difficult. If necessary, I will make this nine-tailed fox disappear from the world. Scene change. A moment later, only to see Tang Wan holding hands leading Qin Wuya. While walking, she said, Mr. Qin, please follow me. Seeing that the situation had changed and she was taking the initiative to hold his hand, Qin Wuya's face turned red, and his heart was overjoyed. When they arrived at a secluded place, Tang Wan spoke. Mr. Qin, the matter we discussed in the hall before, you must not do it. Over time, thanks to you being by my side, you have helped Tang Wan and the Tang family too much. Let the Tang family control the fate of the Tang family.
Please leave. Leave the Tang family as far as possible. Qin Wuya was shocked when he heard those words. He didn't understand what was happening.
Then he stepped forward and said, Miss Tang Wan, no matter who the Tang family belongs to, this Qin will definitely protect Miss Tang Wan.
Tang Wan pondered. You don't know that the young master behind Yin Mei is Ji Yu Chengje, and you don't know that you are already under his control. Qin Wuya, no, Si Wuya.
She recalled her previous conversation with Yin Mei. She exclaimed in horror. The master asked me to monitor Qin Wuya, to serve him, Yin Mei replied.
Hey, his real name is Si Wuya. He is Yuan's previous Dao companion.
Scene change. The next day, at the Tang family, Ji Yu Change rode a dragon and flew over like a toad. The Tang family members knelt down and respectfully shouted, Welcome, young Master Change. Yin Mei, with a happy face, hurriedly ran over and said, Master Change, why did you come so quickly?
After speaking, she jumped into the male lead's arms as naturally as a fly. Ji Yu Change also buried his face in her chest, touched her butt, and said with a smile, I'm here to solve the mess for you.
The Tang people were scared when they heard that, whispering,
Trouble. Isn't he talking about us? The Tang family head whispered, Shut up. Then he spoke. It's such a small matter that we have to trouble young Master Change to come in person. The Tang family is really ashamed. It's all those people who have never seen the outside world causing trouble. Please let this old man meet them one by one to persuade them. I believe they will soon. Ji Yu Change said coldly and cruelly. Persuade? Persuade my ass. Kill them all. I don't need people who don't listen. Then the male lead brushed past and continued. Tang Wan, come in here. Tang Wan replied in fear, Yes. Immediately afterwards, Tang Wan entered the private room with the male lead. Ji Yu Change spoke. Don't you have anything to say to me? Tang Wan said in fear, Master. I have not violated your wishes. I have also been monitoring Qin Wuya's actions during this time and have never revealed anything about you. Ji Yu Change glanced at her, then asked, Then what are you afraid of? Then the male lead waved his hand and took out a small porcelain bottle and said, Give this to Qin Wuya to drink, Tang Wan asked confusedly. This is, the male lead replied. That is burial immortal water. Tang Wan exclaimed in horror. What? How could it be? Ji Yu Change stepped forward and grabbed her hand, then smiled strangely and said, Hold on tight, this thing is very precious. It is a punishment for your sympathy. After success I will spare you, spare the Tang family. If not. Hearing those words, Tang Wan was extremely frightened and her eyes widened. She didn't know what to do. As soon as she left, Yin Mei appeared and said, If the master wants to kill Qin Wuya, why bother so much? Ji Yu Cheng put his arm around Yin Mei's shoulder, then smiled slyly and said, They are Dao companions from a previous life. Don't you want to know if Tang Wan will kill him? Then the young man thought, Whether you take action or not, from the moment I arrived at the Tang family, Qin Wuya is already a dead man. Unexpectedly, Yin Mei kissed Ji Yu Change on the lips, and then she said, Master, long time no see, Ji Yu Lin thought confusedly. Do foxes have this habit too? But after thinking about it, they will probably have a great battle of 500 rounds on the bed. Ha ha. Having left the burial demon abyss, the moment she got out, she immediately slaughtered everyone from the profound sky temple and utterly destroyed the place in the blink of an eye. Buddha Mountain also received news about Jin Chunzi, even claiming that Ji Yu Change was a treacherous scoundrel, and the plan to release the demoness was all his doing. Ji Yu Change straight up bailed back to the Changsheng Ji Yu family, and then started keeping an ear to the ground, casually reaping those sons of destiny and chosen ones. This time it's Qin Wuya, and he's hiding out at the Tang family. Knowing about Tang Wan's recent actions, our boy gives her a bottle of immortal dissolving water. telling her to slip it to Qin Wuya right now. Then, after days apart, Yin Mei suddenly plants one on Ji Yu Cheng, shocking the dude so much he practically crows like a rooster. Scene change. It's late evening now, the moon shining down on everything. Inside the courtyard hall, Tang Wan stands silently gazing at the moonlight. A table laden with delicious food, and a bottle of hawthorn berry liquor. She's lost in thought. Looking all emo, I warned you, but you wouldn't leave. The Tang family raised me, I have no choice. Suddenly, Qin Wuya strolls in. Miss Wan Ter, I heard you were looking for me, Tang Wan replies. Qin enshrinement, please have a seat. You've been working so hard for the Tang family lately, I didn't know how to thank you, so I prepared a little feast. Qin Wuya, hearing this, beams like a loon and asks, Did you make this yourself? Tang Wan says, my cooking skills aren't great. I hope you won't mind. Qin Wuya quickly says, No way, Miss Wanker, you're joking. But inwardly, he's grinning like an idiot, thinking, how could I possibly complain? This is food cooked by the person I love. I've been waiting for this moment forever. Tang Wan smiles sweetly while pouring the liquor. Oh right, I didn't see Qin enshrinement around today. What were you busy with? Qin Wuya laughs. I have good news to report to you. Today I contacted a friend of mine, asking him to kidnap Yin Mei and force her to reveal how to control the Tang family. Tang Wan asks, all flustered, kidnap Yin Mei? But she's thinking. Looks like he hasn't heard that Ji Yu Cheng came to the Tang family today. Qin Wuya continues. I know what you're worried about, Miss Wanter. Rest assured. I've arranged everything perfectly. Absolutely no one will notice anything amiss. Tang Wan replies, I, of course, trust Qin enshrinement. Hurry and taste it, the food's getting cold. Qin Wuya grins, picks up his chopsticks, and says, All right, then I won't stand on ceremony. Immediately, he points his chopsticks toward the fried tilapia on the table. But suddenly he stops, then speaks up. Miss Wanner, why aren't you eating? Tang Wan smiles brightly and replies, I already tasted it when I was cooking. I just need to watch you eat. Qin Wuya, hearing this, drops his guard completely. He laughs joyfully, thinking, maybe I was just being paranoid. He starts shoveling food into his mouth, gobbling it down while saying, In that case, tonight I'll definitely finish all this food and wine. Yes, that's the only way to live up to Miss Wanner's good intentions. After demolishing the food, Qin Wuya picks up his wine cup and downs it in one gulp. Suddenly, Tang Wan's expression turns cold. It's your own fault for not leaving, don't blame me. Qin Wuya, hearing those words, asks confused, What? But right after, the poison in the wine kicks in. His whole body becomes stiff and painful. And then Qin Wuya directly vomits a fountain of blood all over the table. Qin Wuya struggles to his feet and asks, What's in this? Tang Wan doesn't hide it. Immortal dissolving water. Qin Wuya is shocked and asks, Why? Did someone force you? Tang Wan sighs, I'm sorry, I had no choice. Qin Wuya wipes the blood from his mouth, then says bitterly, I don't blame you, just tell me who's threatening you. Is it Yin Mei? Tang Wan says, Qin Wuya, actually I've known for a long time why you're by my side. But this life and the last are not the same person. I am not your wife. Qin Wuya laughs miserably. I never expected you to have known all along, and even less that you would clearly know but still want to harm me like this. So from the very beginning I was being plotted against, framed, and you've been watching my every move the whole time. And tonight is the ending that's been arranged for me, right? After saying those words, Qin Wuya was about to cry. A young man lamenting his fate. Is it wrong to love you? Tang Wan turned away and said, Who told you to offend someone you shouldn't? Qin Wuya asked. Someone I shouldn't offend, you mean? But the young man angrily glared back and roared, Is it Ji Yu Cheng? Looming in the distance, the figure of that damn eel lord approached, grinning wickedly. Heh, you're pretty smart, but that won't change your ending. With that, the male lead waved his hand, and a swirling vortex of demonic energy appeared in his palm, his eyes like a lion stalking its prey. Immediately afterward, a barrier was created, isolating the inside from the outside. Boom, boom, boom! A loud explosion rang out, and a huge cloud of dust appeared. Qin Wuya was blasted back hundreds of meters by the male lead's palm strike, and quickly pulled out his Dharma artifact. It was a banner. Ji Yu Cheng instantly appeared in front of him and said, Oh, that banner. It must be something from the 9 heavens, right? Otherwise, with your quasi-supreme realm cultivation, after being hit by the burial immortal water, how could you withstand a casual blow from me? If I'm not mistaken, you've been relying on it to survive in the 9 heavens for so many years, haven't you? Qin Wuya's face was filled with fear. He frantically said, You, how did you become so strong? The last time we fought, you were just, and what's that aura on you? You, who exactly are you? Ji Yu Cheng said loudly. A worm sunk in water, why so much useless chatter? With that, the young man waved his hand again, and a ghost-faced Dharma body was released, baring its sharp teeth as it charged forward.
Qin Wuya waved the banner in his hand, and strange, squiggly writing appeared on it.
Immediately afterward, a burst of power was released from within, directly shattering Ji Liang's Dharma body. The male lead chuckled thoughtfully. This thing is particularly effective against demonic energy, huh? Maybe it'll be particularly effective against Chen Hongyi.
Qin Wuya angrily roared.
Ji Change, I knew it. You're the heir to demonic arts. You want to kill me? Not so easy. Once I escape from here, I'll expose you. Ji Change waved his hand upwards and smiled eerily. Escape from here? I just didn't want to make too much noise, otherwise killing you would only take one move. Besides, you've already drunk burial immortal water, Qin Wuya. You're at your wit's end. With that, the male lead pulled out his VIP bro weapon, the 9-yang heavenly saber.
Qin Wuya looked up, his face filled with fear. That's Emperor Qi. One hit and he won't be able to withstand it. Suddenly, Qin Wuya knelt on the ground and said, Ji Changs, you can kill me, you can have my treasures, but afterward, I hope you'll release. Ji Chang stepped forward and grabbed his head. He said, You're smart, you even know what I want, but you're not smart. Doing so many stupid things, thinking others will be touched. Xiancher is the same, Tangwan is the same, it's all just touching yourself.
Qin Wuya sadly said, Yang Junior sister, Wanjer, I couldn't protect anyone.
In the end, I was still an incompetent senior martial brother. Just then, Ji Change delivered the finishing blow, instantly turning him to ashes. Suddenly, the system gave a notification.
Ding! System notification. The returning from Nine Heavens senior martial brother Qin Wuya has been eliminated. Congratulations, you have received a reward box. Over here, Tangwan was still quietly sitting there, gazing at the moonlight. The moon high above was round, and her butt cheeks below were also round and firm. He. Her eyes were filled with melancholy,
thinking, only when you die will the Tang family be safe. Scene change. The next morning, Ji Change spoke. This is the purple gold token of the Myriad Dao Business Alliance. As long as there is a branch of the alliance, you can use this token to mobilize spies, Bai Liangair said in surprise. The Myriad Dao Business Alliance? I didn't expect even such a large force to be yours, Yin Mei said. Master's abilities are not limited to just that. Immediately afterward, Ji Il took out a book and handed it to her. Bai Liangair asked, What's this again? Ji Il replied. When selecting personnel to train as assassins, pass this cultivation method to them, it can quickly increase their combat power. Bai Liangair asked, Is it a way to quickly control them? Ji Il continued. If you don't know what to say, just say less. This vial of pills is for you, Bai Liangair asked again. Oh, are these pills to control me? Yin Mei couldn't help but laugh at the comedic duo after listening. The male lead said, This is the barrier-breaking pill. I see you've been stuck at the quasi-supreme realm for a long time. If you don't need it, then forget it. Hearing that it was something good, Bai Liangair immediately snatched it and said, Why wouldn't I take something for free, but don't even think about making me loyal to you with just one pill? Ji Change smiled and said, If you're working for me, then just being a quasi-supreme isn't enough, Bai Liangair thought to herself. Just a quasi-supreme, huh? Yin Mei cried in her heart. Woo, my master hasn't even reached the saint realm yet. After receiving the goods, Bai Lian turned around to leave. Then, this quasi-supreme will take her leave first. As she left, Ji Chang asked, Any news from Hong Yi? Ying Mei replied, Yes, master. The Hong Yi demoness is heading towards you, eliminating countless large and small forces along the way, and her speed is increasing. The male lead's expression darkened and he said, Yeah, her speed is faster. Perhaps she's become more aware. No longer as confused as before, and her strength is gradually recovering. Yin Mei continued. Currently, many large forces in the upper realm are also summoning their great powers back, preparing to organize a great demon extermination assembly. According to information received, many hidden great powers will also take action this time. Its scale only second to the conquest of the 8 desolate 10 domains. Ji Change asked in bewilderment. A great demon extermination assembly. Ji Change invited Qin Wuya over for a drinky poo. Because they were supposedly hubby and wifey in a past life, Qin Wuya was super stoked. He didn't suspect a thing, and started chugging down the booze and grub. But bam! He got hit with some serious poison. That's when Ji Change made his grand entrance and went for the kill. Because he was poisoned, and seeing that Ji Change was way too OP, Qin Wuya just took the L and begged for Tangwan's life. Meanwhile, Ji Liang and Yin Mei are busy plotting and scheming about the Righteous Path's demon-slaying mission. Scene change. We got the red-robed demonic woman going on a killing spree. Some old dude is getting choked out but still manages to wheeze. Demoness, the righteous forces will totally not let you get away with this, but before he can even finish his sentence, snap.
Red robes choked him to death. The crowd's freaking out, yelling, The city lord is dead. He was a freaking peak quasi-emperor. Run for your lives. But Hong Chan-yi just gives this creepy, alluring smile. She sets her sights on the rest of the poor suckers. And then bam, bam, bam. Blasts of power go flying at the crowd. They're all scattering like cockroaches, shouting, "Spatial escape!" But, immediately, someone drops like a fly. One shot straight through the chest. The others ain't faring much better. Can't even block. Even the dude who warped into another dimension gets dragged out and then gets beaten down to a pulp. In like a hot minute, the whole place is covered in blood. Bodies everywhere, you can't even count them. Cut to Buddha Mountain. People are gossiping. The Tianan City Lord is dead too. This demoness is mowing down our righteous heroes left and right. With power like that, even if we team up, we might not win. Yeah, and we can't just pull some big shots from the 8 Desolations and 10 Domains. Suddenly, a Buddhist monk pipes up. Everyone, calm down. This demoness is tough, but we've got a trick or two up our sleeves for this demon-slaying mission. Someone's all like, "Hey, Buddha Mountain, you guys are on the hook for this, you know?" The winged dude next to him says, "Buddha Mountain is the leader of the righteous path. What are you worried about?" The Buddhist monk chuckles. Rest assured, Buddha Mountain has brought out a special treasure for this very occasion, and then he pulls out this glowing green thingy. The crowd goes wild. The one-horned array formation diagram. This thing has supreme power. If we can trap that demoness with it, we're golden. Buddha Mountain lives up to the hype. And besides, even if this demon doesn't show up now, she'll show up in half a year. Can't blame Buddha Mountain. The Buddhist monk smiles. For this operation to siege and kill Hong Yi, please, everyone, give your best. An old geezer cackles. If things go well, maybe we can snag a piece of Hong Yi's flesh. I heard she's from a forbidden era. Another shady dude beside him snickers. Sealed for countless eras. Even if she was OP back then, she's probably lost it all now. If we can figure out the mysteries of her dago, that'd be a huge win for us. Maybe we can even see the path to immortality. The Buddhist monk interrupts. Amitabha. That's noble. Hong Yi has done so much evil, we must eliminate her to appease the world's anger. I'll take charge here. After the demoness is dead, everyone who contributed can share her flesh. Suddenly, there are familiar footsteps overhead. Ji-Yu Change has arrived. He chimes in. Oh, how could Ji-Yu not be part of something this good? Everyone's shocked. It's young master Ji-Yu Change. Change, what's he doing here? Didn't he get hurt in the burial demon abyss? The Buddhist monk's looking worried. That little rascal is here too. Ji-Yu Change lands gracefully and says, as the inheritor of Renzu, human ancestor, Ji-Yu heard that all the great sects are gathering here to slay demons, and of course I want to do my part. I was unable to stop the Buddha Mountain inheritor from freeing the demoness in the burial demon abyss, and I am filled with shame. The bald monk beside him whispers. Jin Chan, Golden Cicada, said that Ji-Yu Chang caused the demon's release, and it seems that he wants to use this opportunity to enhance the reputation of the Hall of Human Ancestors by blaming it on Buddha Mountain. The Buddhist monk replies. His backing is too complex, and even the Buddha said that he has his own karma, and it is not yet time to expose him. But aloud he says, young Master Change is mistaken. The inheritor originally intended to retrieve our Buddha Mountain's treasure, not to release the demoness. There must be some misunderstanding. Ji-Yu Change states firmly, I'm not interested in what Jin Chan Buddha-san intended, I just want to know if he will face the punishment he deserves. The Buddhist monk replies, there is no need for young master to worry about that. The winged dude beside him chuckles and says, young Master Change is exaggerating a bit. How could the Buddha, son of Buddha Mountain, deliberately release the demoness? There must be a misunderstanding. You're still young. You see things too one-sidedly. You don't understand Fo Shan's suffering. Ji-Yu Liang asked. Who are you? The guy replied. Heh. This old man is one of the old ancestors of the golden-winged Great Ping race, Jin Yuntian Nan. Zhang asked. So senior, please explain Fo Shan's suffering. I'm all ears. Lit. Washing my ears to listen. The old dude was speechless for a sec. Then he said, well, about that, Ji-Yu Liang cut him off. Looks like this senior's just messing around. How truly deserving of death. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji-Yu Change waved his hand and delivered a palm strike, slamming that old ancestor straight into the wall. So freaking unreal. Seeing that, everyone was buzzing. Jin Yuntian is at the peak of the supreme realm. Yet he was suppressed so easily. An elder spoke up. Young Master Change, please calm down. We have a big enemy in front of us. It's better if we don't fight amongst ourselves. The male lead chimed in. How could this Ji-Yu not know what the old fogey said? It's just that Fo Shan has released a great demon before, and now they want to team up to exorcise it. I really don't know what tricks they are hiding. A Buddhist monk said, young Master Change doesn't need to smear us like that. Everyone isn't stupid. They can see the sincerity of our Fo Shan. Ji-Yu Change said indifferently, what sincerity could they have? Unless Buddha himself shows up. The elder turned to say, hoping the two high monks can show young master change the formation mark. The two Buddhist monks glanced at each other, but the young guy transmitted his voice. Let him see it. Shut his mouth up. One of the Buddhist monks took out a magic treasure and said, this is the formation inscription that has a close relationship between Yijiao and the burial demon Abyss, which may play an important role in the plan to suppress the red-clothed demoness.
The self-clarity of Qingjia Temple. This time our Fu Shan will prove our innocence through demon exorcism, Ji Yu Chang said with a pensive face.
The Yijiao formation, huh? If you can successfully cast such a heaven-reaching formation, lure that female devil into the formation, she'd have a hard time escaping even with wings. In that case, let Ji Yu and Fo Shan jointly guard the formation eyes. Everyone was shocked to hear that and said, young master change, this is the most dangerous formation eye. That's right, with your status you really don't need to do this, the male lead interrupted. I don't trust Fo Shan. I have to keep an eye on them, the Buddhist monk sighed and said. Since young master change has already said so, then we will do the right thing and will not be afraid of standing, and of course we have no objection. Ji Yu Change chuckled inwardly, thinking, that's my disciple. It's not up to you guys to kill her if you want to, but, he shouted, then everyone, this is the place the demon head must pass through, let's start deploying the formation. Immediately afterwards, everyone dispersed, then dived into the space, waiting to ambush the shark inside. The two smiley faces were falsely saying to each other, this old man is eager to eat her flesh and drink her blood. This old man's great limit is coming. I hope her flesh and blood can help me break through to the quasi-emperor realm. Immediately afterwards, a red aura appeared in the distant sky, that is, the red-clothed demoness. She was walking slowly here, and as she walked, she said, Shifu, you're here. Why don't you come out to meet me, disciple? The two confused guys said to each other, why don't you come out to meet her? Who is she talking to? Inside the formation eyes, the Buddhist monk shouted, she's in! Open the great formation, everyone! Move! Ji Yu Change looked indifferently in the direction of the outside. Outside, a large number of heroes rushed out of the space and surrounded the red-clothed demoness. One shouted, not good, she's looking for the formation eyes. Kill her quickly. Immediately afterwards, countless chains were seen wrapped around the red-clothed, and one of them turned into a Dharma body and rushed down to crush her. But the red-clothed only waved her hand gently and broke the chains that bound her feet. Immediately afterwards, she unleashed a super powerful palm strike that shattered the Dharma body. Then she roared angrily, come out and meet me! Sitting inside the formation eyes, Ji Yu Change was also confused and screamed. The young man secretly smiled and thought, not good, this second disciple of mine now Shifu is a little busy. After thinking about it, the young man transmitted a wisp of demonic energy into the formation. Wandering around, she went on a killing spree, leaving a bloody mess everywhere she went. Meanwhile, the righteous sects were gathering at Buddha Mountain to discuss how to eliminate the scarlet-clad devil woman, Yanji. Buddha Mountain was pulling out all the stops, even busting out the one-horn array formation. This is getting big. Ji Yu Change, always sniffing around for trouble, immediately started slithering his way over. Our boy Yi Chen kept blaming everything on Buddha Mountain, but when he heard they were using the one-horn array formation to suppress Yanji, he immediately begged to help power the formation. Then, everyone set off to surround and capture the scarlet-clad devil woman, but something felt off. She was way too strong at this point. Ji Yu Change was sitting in the array, but he still didn't forget to sneak some demonic energy into it. Then a bunch of righteous young prodigies jumped out from inside the space, yelling, stop her! She's trying to break the formation. No sooner had they spoken than they'd gone to see their ancestors. Yanji angrily shouted, you were clearly right there! Inside the formation, Ji Yu Change feigned panic and said, Master, she's about to break the formation? The Buddhist master also panicked and said, increase the power to the formation, enhance the formation's effectiveness, prepare a one-hit kill. Immediately after that, a dragon-headed chain shot out from inside the formation. It quickly rushed towards Yanji. She was seriously hot, even before things got hectic. In an instant, those chains grabbed her hands and feet, and Yanji was tied up and couldn't move. The righteous sects cheered. Now, everyone, unleash your strongest attacks, exterminate the demons, and eliminate the demonic path. Then, the Thunder Palace guy started shooting lightning. The old lady summoned her Dharma body, and the old man transformed into a buff, six-packed hunk. Everyone immediately unleashed their strongest attacks, focusing everything on Yanji. She just calmly looked back at the chains binding her hands. But those killing moves were already right in front of her eyes. And then boom, 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 a earth-shattering explosion was heard, shaking the entire area with terrifying power. The young, righteous cultivators in the distance watched and sighed. This level of battle, no wonder they don't let the younger generation watch. Even a little bit of the impact could kill you instantly. I wonder how the old ancestors are doing. After 7749 killing moves hit her, Yanji just had torn clothes and some scorch marks. Everyone was shocked and exclaimed, what? She's still not dead after all that? It's okay. The devil woman doesn't seem to be able to escape the control of the one-horn array formation. Keep attacking. Sooner or later we'll eliminate her. Yanji seemed to be heavily injured, her eyes weakly muttering, Shifu. Inside, Ji Change looked a little worried and thought, she's really bound, so my stupid disciple really isn't fully healed yet. Looks like I need to be by her side. The winged guy wearily thought, why do I feel like I'm getting more and more tired? Suddenly, Ye Chen panicked and said, what's going on? The array is frantically sucking my spiritual energy. Master, what's happening? The winged guy yelled. As expected, the young Buddhist master said, it's just to hold the devil woman back. I didn't expect this formation to consume so much, the Buddhist master shouted. Try to hold on. If we can't hold on, I'm afraid everything will be ruined. Ji Change widened his mouth and shouted, don't worry. Today, even if I, Ji Change, am drained dry here, I will persevere to the end. The Buddhist master heard this and thought something was off, thinking, no wonder Ji Change has risen so quickly in the younger generation. His mouth is full of lies and his acting is superb. But be smart when you need to be, and never be confused when you need to act. Outside, everyone was still frantically yelling, hurry! Organize a joint attack. Don't give her a chance to breathe. But whoa. Suddenly, the chain binding Yanji's hand snapped. Seeing this, she smirked at the crowd. Immediately after that, all the chains were released. Everyone exclaimed in shock. What's this? How did she get out? But as soon as they finished speaking, many rays of blood qi shot out, scattering the righteous cultivators in every direction. Immediately after that, the scarlet-clad devil woman stepped on the gas and chased after someone, and the 4 chains followed her. The elders shrieked in terror. Run! Wait for the formation to hold her, then attack again. But no sooner had she spoken than Yanji, her face full of murderous intent, appeared before her eyes. And then, smack, right through the elder. She didn't even have time to utter a sound, and then the rest followed suit. 1 slap, 1 kill. Bye-bye. Yanji, the devil woman, was like a mad dog at this point, slaughtering everything in sight. Inside, Ji Change started his little act again. See crap, he said, his voice strained and helpless. Damn it, I tried my best, but I couldn't hold her back. The young monk transmitted his voice. Ji Change's spiritual power is really almost depleted, the old Buddha replied. Then we have nothing to worry about. This time, he'll step on us to make a name for himself in Buddha Mountain again. Outside, Yanji had wiped out the small fry of the righteous path. She's flaunting her juicy behind. But don't you dare touch the screen, fellas. The devil woman spoke. Come out here. Immediately, 4 people shot out from within, the winged guy excitedly said. Her aura is greatly weakened. If we work together, we can definitely suppress her, the old Buddha said. Young Master Change, Ancestor Yun Tian, you two are in charge of assisting us in sealing the demon. As soon as the incantation ended, a massive formation was unleashed from within, with 2 giant hands striking towards Yanji. She swung her hands to block, but seemed a little weak. Looking back that way, Yanji saw a familiar figure and face. She said in confusion, why are you working with them against me? Why? Immediately, boom, 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 the giant Buddha Mountain arms slammed down, smashing Yanji straight into the ground. After a while, the formation dissipated. Looking down below, all they saw was a battered Yanji, lying there weakly, unmoving. The old Buddha spoke. Since she was unsealed, she hasn't stopped killing. After that battle, she's run out of steam. The others clamored. No wonder. Looks like we've successfully vanquished the demon. Haha, that's right. There aren't many of us left anyway, so everyone can get a piece of her flesh. I volunteer for the butt and the bazongas below, Yanji whispered. Why treat me like this? The winged guy laughed. Haha, even a peerless great demon spouts nonsense before death. How interesting. The old Buddha put his palms together. Amitabha, this poor monk will immediately liberate you, Ji Change coldly said. How utterly foolish. If you want to seek revenge on me, you should have prepared more thoroughly. You charged all the way here, just to court your own destruction. As soon as he spoke, the others were scared shitless, quickly glancing behind them, but the winged guy had already been stabbed in the chest by the Xuanyang heavenly saber, before he can even say a word. The 2 Buddha monks shrieked in horror. Ji Change, what are you doing, you? Namanjang stared wide-eyed. Ada, kill them. As soon as he spoke, Ada swooped down from nowhere, impaling the young monk. The old Buddha thought in horror. This is the quasi-emperor realm assistant that Buddha-san mentioned. Ji Change, how could he? He hid for so long, just waiting for us to exhaust ourselves. Before making his move, Ji Change had malicious intentions from the start. Then he spoke up. HMPH, just a first-level quasi-emperor, not enough to kill this poor monk. Ji Change started pulling out the big guns and said, oh, what if there were 2 of them? Don't you think Jiu Lu is cool? It's like I was born to be a killer. Vietnam champion. Tai is very age-limit. Alright, so Yanji and Ji Yu Change immediately set off for the 8 Desolations and 10 Domains.
He was being lazy about going when suddenly a super monstrous three-headed beast popped up out of nowhere, looking all fierce and stuff.
Turns out, Ji Yu the eel punched it silly without missing a beat, and now it's his ride, haha. The 8 Desolations and 10 Domains crowd of prodigies already showed up and straight up shit their pants when they saw the main character. Inside, Chu Hao was all giddy, trying to snatch the Supreme Chart's secret technique. Just when he thought he had it, a dang showed up. Whack, he's a goner. Then the three-headed beast dogpiled him. No surprise. Ji Yu the eel already sniffed out the good stuff and showed up.
Seeing Ji Yu Chang, the dude who offed his big bro Qing Yang, Yu Lin was grinding his teeth, full of hate.
Luluo stepped up and was like, Lin Yun, chill, we're no match for him. Lin Yu was all confused, thinking, dude, I wasn't planning on rushing in there anyway. Look at how powerful he is. Am I rushing to die? Then he calmly said, right. We really shouldn't be causing a conflict with him right now. Let's go, and be careful not to let him discover us. On the other side of the war zone, the three-headed beast was going at it with Chu Hao, exchanging 500 moves. It was still arrogant, hollering, stop struggling, kids, see? We're both in the Supreme Realm, but I'm way stronger than you.
Chu Hao was just as feisty, yelling back, you're just a dumb animal, daring to be so loud and cocky. Today I'll show you that realm doesn't decide the winner. Supreme First Intent, suppress.
Right after that, a blinding flash of light exploded from Chu Hao's side, and bam! The three-headed beast got smacked silly, teeth and spit flying everywhere. It moaned, damn it, are all these upper realm youngsters so OP?
Chu Hao wasn't stopping, charging in, swinging his fist, screaming, Supreme Fist Intent, kill! Seriously. The beast became the very definition of a disaster. It wailed in terror. Master, save me.
Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed. You can't even kill him. What use are you to me? Chu Hao's eyes widened in fear, thinking, that voice, the beast was still clinging to hope, saying, Master, I can be your ride. I can swim really fast.
Chu Hao turned around, saying, Ji Yu Change, you're not dead. You actually escaped the red-clad devil woman.
The main character smirked casually. Looks like that's a bit disappointing for you, huh?
Chu Hao's face fell, saying sadly, you destroyed my ancient kingdom and took away my loved ones.
Day and night, I dream of drinking your blood and eating your flesh. Ji Yu Change, I've waited so long for this day. Today, everything will be settled. The main character chuckled. Oh, how coincidental. I've also waited for this day for quite a while, you plastic frog, Chu Hao roared.
Supreme First Intent, ignite. Immediately a supersized fist from the Dharma body blasted straight at the main character.
But Ji Yu Chang just flicked his finger, and a surge of energy blew away Chu Hao's attack.
Chu Hao was shocked, thinking, what? That's the Emperor artifact that showed up during the fight with the Grand Elder of the Zifu.
Ji Yu, the eel, grinned. Your growth is a little disappointing.
Chu Hao was absolutely furious, yelling, you just rely on the Emperor artifact to bully people. What other skills do you have? He then pulled out the Supreme Furnace Dharma Idol too.
From inside the Dharma Idol furnace, a ridiculously huge Dharma body appeared. The Lin clan crowd was watching from afar, gossiping like crazy. Look, that green-haired dude can summon a freaking law body like that. Is this the standard for top-tier geniuses from the upper realm? Even Lin Yu can barely pull that off. Lin Yu, witnessing the scene, was also utterly baffled, thinking, if every genius from the upper realm is this strong, then what about our 8 desolations and 10 domains? After a while, Chu Hao's law body finally materialized completely, looking all sorts of badass, but Ji Yu Change's face remained as calm as ever, and he said, you ask me what I'm capable of, Chu Hao? Have the people around you hyped you up as a genius so much that you can't see the world clearly anymore?
As soon as he finished speaking, a cyan sword shot out and pierced right through Chu Hao's law body's hand. Meanwhile, the profound Yang heaven-piercing blade did the same thing. Chu Hao exclaimed in shock, what? 2 Emperor weapons?
Immediately after, Chu Hao's law body was slammed straight into the ground. The three-headed ferocious beast chimed in excitedly. Despair, kid! With your strength you're nowhere near a match for my master. That's right, why do you think we acknowledged him as our master? On the other side, the spear of sure hit was zooming in. Chu Hao yelled in terror, Ji Yu Chang, I'm not satisfied, I refuse to accept this. But as soon as he shut his trap, bam! The spear pierced right through Chu Hao's law body, directly obliterating everything around it. Right after that, a giant pillar of fire came crashing down from the sky. It was a terrifying sight.
The Lin clan group exclaimed in horror, he's dead! A supreme being treated like a chicken. I know that guy wasn't just any ordinary supreme, but still. Lin Yu's face darkened to the color of burnt toast, and he said,
let's go. We shouldn't stay here long. Finding the supreme treasure of the spiritual lake venerable is what's most important. He then thought, only with that treasure will I have the power to stand against him. System announcement.
Successfully killed Son of Destiny. Chu Hao, congratulations host. for obtaining the all-seeing mirror. The system displayed information from ancient times under all-seeing mystery. This is a mysterious treasure that can reflect the legendary netherworld underworld. It could also be the nine heavens immortal realm, or even traces in the river of time. Gu Change was puzzled. All-seeing mirror. Why is everything related to time? Does this thing have anything to do with space-time? Then, the main character noticed the furnace lying on the ground. When it comes to good stuff, how could our boy let it pass? He kept it and said, "The supreme furnace, I'll give this to Ling Qiuhan, I bet she'll be thrilled." Suddenly, from the pile of rubble, a disheveled elder struggled to his feet and exclaimed in fear, "Lord Gu Change has killed the Fu." But before he could finish, his head was separated from his body. Ada appeared like a ghost, slashing past. Immediately after, swish, 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 Ada swept through and killed all the remaining goons. Then he spoke. "Master, they have all been eliminated." The main character replied, "Good. Their flesh and blood are yours as a reward." The three-headed ferocious beast, Lin Lai, stepped forward and said, "Hey bro, from today on, you're the big brother, I'm the second brother. Please guide me." Then he smiled sheepishly. What an opportunistic beast. Gu Change grinned and said, "Once I finish refining the supreme item, I should officially step into the quasi-emperor realm." Meanwhile, a group of people was approaching, chatting as they walked. According to information from Miss Luluo, they entered this void space when the supreme treasure of the spiritual lake Venerable fell here. It's a pity we didn't know anything all these years. Compared to other worlds, what we lack isn't geniuses or vitality, but powerhouses standing at the peak. Having one more supreme treasure will increase our chances of victory. I hope Lin Yu and the others are doing well. According to the news from Miss, cultivators from other worlds are secretly infiltrating here as well. The red-crested guy spoke up. "What's there to be afraid of? However many come, I'll exterminate them." The wrinkled old man was worried and said, "Someone's here," the red-crested guy yelled. "Who's hiding and dodging? Don't you dare show your face." Taishang Cave Heaven Song Yunfei appeared. He smiled and said, "Good senses. You actually noticed our presence. Heh, a bunch of hicks. You wanna die, haha. Did we hit a sore spot? Bunch of frogs in a well from these 8 desolations and 10 domains?" The 8 desolations and 10 domains group retorted angrily, "What did you say?" Granny Lukui, "Let us attack and eliminate them." Granny Lukui stopped them and said, "Don't get agitated, we haven't found Luluo yet. They must not cause any more trouble." Immediately after, she started forming hand seals. The red-crested guy said bitterly, "HMPH, consider them lucky." Immediately after, Granny Lukui used a formation to teleport the whole group away. Song Yunfei said, "Huh, they ran away. I have a feeling these guys have other intentions. They must be busy looking for something, so they're deliberately avoiding us. Should we follow them and see what they're looking for? What do you think?" From within the space, a beautiful woman with a tall and fiery figure stepped out and said, "Then let's do as Brother Song says. Introducing, she is Chengsheng Jiyu Clan's Jiyu Ying Shuang." Announcement. This week there will only be one episode into the formation that the righteous sex had prepared beforehand, resulting in her being bound. Then, a series of the most powerful techniques from the righteous experts were unleashed towards Chan Hongyi, but even that was only enough to seriously injure her. Gu Change then started fiddling with the eel eggs array, LOL, channeling demonic Q into the formation, causing those maintaining the array to be drained of their power. Thanks to that, the Chan Yi devil woman managed to break free, and she immediately rushed off to kill all the small fries who dared to attack her earlier. But those maintaining the array directly rushed out, joining forces to beat Chan Hongyi to a pulp. However, at the crucial moment, Ji Yulun switched sides, slaughtering all the righteous folks. Right at this moment, the weak great master spoke up. "Zhu Xianwen, you're the one playing tricks. How could you collude with the Hongyi devil woman to kill us?" Ji Yu Cheng glared back and replied, "She's not someone you guys can touch." Right after, the protagonist sent the monk back to dust. After finishing everything off, Gi Yulun quietly approached his female disciple, who was lying there coughing up blood. The protagonist asked, "Anything you want to say?" Tian Hongyi slowly opened her eyes and said, "Ah, I want to kill you." Then, she stood up, her eyes full of murderous intent, and rushed towards Ji Yulun. A lotus flower shape materialized, enveloping the two of them inside. A moment later, a dazzling light erupted from within. What the heck? A Dharma artifact. Ji Yulun wasn't lacking in those, and he easily shattered the lotus flower. Tian Hongyi, exhausted, collapsed. The protagonist said, "After killing so many people, your murderous aura is almost gone, so I should be able to suppress it for a while, right?" Chan Hongyi weakly said, "Shifu, it hurts." Ji Yulun's face showed a hint of sadness upon witnessing the scene. Then he said, "Be good, it won't hurt for long." Chan Hongyi asked, "Why did you leave Hongyi in that place for so long? You didn't even come to visit me. I I missed you so much, Hongyi is very obedient, don't leave me alone. After saying that, she hugged the protagonist tightly. Ji Yu Lun mused to himself. Aren't I supposed to be raising a yandere? On the other side, a group of heavenly geniuses flew over, saying, the demonic Kui is so strong, what's going on, have you found anything? The Buddhist mountain's quasi-emperor realm high monk is dead, his soul scattered. This is a fragment of my clan's ancestor's dharma artifact. My ancestor is also dead. Scene change. The next day, on the road in the city, the people gossip, have you heard the news? The demon extermination assembly is over. Has that demon Abyss's devil head been dealt with? Unclear. The cultivators who participated this time had a 9 deaths 1 life situation. Except for those who gave up the fight early, no one survived. It said that the rules of heaven and earth were shattered there, so the great Dago couldn't replay the true process of the battle. Many people went missing in this battle. It said that even young Master Chenge was among them, and he might also be in trouble. After all, it said that the Buddhist mountain experts who went to suppress the demon were not found, but their soul lamps were all extinguished. What? That's young Master Chenge. If he really died, that would be a huge loss for the upper realm. Sitting nearby, Su Chingay was very flustered, thinking, what happened to the young master? Suddenly, the merged soul with her spoke up. Don't worry. That guy is insidious and cunning. Anyone could die, but not him. With his monstrous rate of advancement, he's probably already at the supreme realm, right? Su Chingay said, I just suddenly felt that this matter was a bit strange, but now things have become like this. Are we still going to look for the Hongyi devil woman? The merged soul replied. Her whereabouts are currently unknown. If so, then let's leave it for now. When I fell into the burial demon abyss, I received her kindness and obtained the forbidden demonic art. I owe her a debt of gratitude. Like if she's ever in trouble, we should try to help her out, you know? Besides, I always felt like the forbidden demonic art was missing something. Gotta ask her about it. Su Chingay's thinking. Alright, so I'll go find my sister first, switch our identities, and then deal with the G family stuff. Scene changed to somewhere else. There's this massive warship heading straight for the 8 desolations and 10 domains. Chu Hao's standing on it, grinning like a maniac, and says, Ji Yu Cheng, didn't think you'd end up like this, but if you die at Hong Yi's hands, I'll kind of feel bad though. Suddenly, an elder steps up and says, Lord Master, we've heard that the demonic head from the Zheng demon abyss has gained consciousness, so a lot of people are guessing Ji Yu Cheng's still alive, just captured by that demonic head. Chu Hao looks confused and says, captured? Use him to threaten those immortal old monsters of the Jiu family? That's possible. The elder laughs and says, of course, this is just speculation. If Ji Yu Cheng is dead, then no one in the upper realm can steal your fame anymore. Chu Hao looks pissed and says, HMPH. You relied on the Ji Yu family, hoarding resources to advance so quickly, so what, can you be as fast as me? Scene change to our main guy, Ji Yu Lun. Holding Chan Hongyi in his arms, she speaks up, Shifu, where are we going? The main guy replies, this is a soul-nurturing place I prepared for you, to help you recover your consciousness. Tian Hongyi is surprised and says, consciousness, can you eat it? Ji Yu Cheng laughs and says, sure, it's crunchy. Right after, Chan Hongyi is placed down by the lake. She said, Master, don't leave me. The main character replied indifferently, okay, I'll wait outside the hall. Suddenly Chan Hongyi stood up and called out, Shifu, Master, you want to abandon De again? Please don't go. Suddenly, Adam popped out of nowhere and said, Lord, according to your instructions, your subordinate has collected all the recent life essences. Ji Yu Cheng suddenly remembered that Chan Hongyi was naked. So the young man unhesitatingly covered Ada's head with the bell. But the main character said it wasn't enough. Next, you go to the battlefields of the 10 domains and 8 desolations, where many cultivators die. And there must be more abundant life essences, Adam asked. What about the fighting cultivators? Ji Yu Cheng glared. All forces unrelated to me and the Ji Yu family can be killed. Chan Hongyi called out. Master! The main character asked back. What else? Chan Hongyi smiled innocently and said, do you want to be like before? Again, cook me. If I'm not cooked, then I can be eaten. Ji Yu Cheng said boringly. You're only at the foundation establishment stage when cooked, right? If they heard what you said, they'd think I was some kind of pervert before. Scene change to the 8 desolations and 10 domains. A group of prodigies is standing around, chillin'. A girl in green named Xing Yang says, Big bro, he didn't give in until the very end. He died heroically. A true dragon blood war god of our clan. Our condolences to you, Lin Yu replies. I know, Luluo. You don't need to worry. Luluo continues. You killed Lin Wu's brother. And I heard the other guy has an unparalleled status, a leading figure over there. They say no one in the upper realm is worthy of standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Lin Yu says, I know that person is very strong. But in this world, there is no genius that Lin Yu cannot catch up with. Scene change to a few days later, Ji Yu Cheng is thinking,
Hong Yi's injuries are temporarily stabilized now. Now that the upper realm lacks immortal materials, I'm afraid it will be difficult to truly restore her injuries.
Her current state is easier to deal with when she is confused. Once she goes on a killing spree, it will definitely be more difficult to suppress her than before. Now it seems that only stabilizing her spirit first will allow me to think about other things.
According to the information Ada sent, the group from the Supreme Cave Heaven is looking for something. If I am not mistaken, it must be that kid, Chu Hao. What he is looking for must also be the opportunity belonging to this son of luck, right? Want it. Although my spatial talent can avoid the suppression of the sea boundary monument, at this rate it will be over when I go there, if I have a mount in the sea.
As soon as he finished speaking, something rose from the sea behind him. Turns out it's a three-headed ferocious beast. And it laughs gleefully. Ha ha, you little human brat. Meeting yours truly is your bad luck. Ha ha, I love seeing you squirm in fear.
But this ferocious beast is kinda derpy. Gu Change's eyes are clearly saying, jackpot. Scene change. A moment later, the ferocious beast is seen flying like the wind over the sea. Turns out Gu Change punched it so hard it didn't miss a beat. The wounded ferocious beast whimpers, Master! Do you think I swim fast, Master? Keep going forward.
They say that the battlefield where Venerable Ling Hu fought a big shot named Tai Shang from the upper realm is up ahead.
Gu Change smirks. That Nisu Hao, it's about time you croaked.
Scene change to the 8 Desolations and 10 Domains. Lin Yu, leading the pack, says, the rules here are getting more and more unstable. Ahead is probably the void space. Now that the upper realm is invading again, after we get Venerable's inheritance,
we must drive them out of the 10 Domains and 8 Desolations. Hold up. There are people ahead. They quickly duck behind a large rock to observe, Lin Yu says. They went in. Are they looking for the inheritance? Probably people from Taisheng Cave Heaven, another one asks. What if they snatch it before us, Lin Yu says. Don't sweat it. There are some Supreme Realm guys there to scout the way for us, Luluo chimes in. Lin Yu is right, we should be careful.
Suddenly, Lin Yu's face turns horrified.
Wait, someone else is coming. That's a sea beast from the Supreme Realm of the Boundary Sea. There's someone on top. Everyone starts buzzing. That kind of evil beast, how docile. That person's figure looks familiar. Over on Gu Change's side, the three-headed ferocious beast speaks up.
Master, it seems like there are some ants around that don't know what's good for them, Gu Change replies.
You said they're ants, why bother? The three-headed beast says. Master is so insightful, but Gu Change gives them a casual glance. Even a quick glance is enough to shower them with heavenly good fortune. The crowd of prodigies gossips. They went in too. That person's existence is terrifying. Just looking at him from this far away is enough to crush me. Is that some old monster from the upper realm? Lin Yu exclaims.
Luluo, stay calm.
Quickly contact the elders nearby for backup. But he thinks to himself, that guy seems to have a huge karmic connection with me. I have a bad feeling about this, he says. Let's go, we're going in too.
Inside, Chu Hao is leading his people deeper in. An elder exclaims, Cave Master, that's Chu Hao.
He smirks, looking up and saying, the legendary Tai Shang diagram, a treasure surpassing even an emperor artifact. It's real. He guns it forward, thinking, even though I used a secret technique to awaken the Tai Shang diagram, this treasure has been ownerless for many years. It won't be easy to subdue. But today, as long as I have it, I won't have to look up to anyone anymore.
So what if I came from a small place?
So what if I have no background? Nothing can stop me from reaching the peak. The group of prodigies chases after them. Luluo blurts out, quick, someone's taking the treasure. That's the supreme treasure of that powerful guy from back then, from his battle with Venerable Ling Hu. In front of this world-devouring power, I'm afraid even an emperor artifact pales in comparison.
Lin Yu comments, Luluo, how good of a chance do we have to snatch it?
Luluo replies, unless we can find Venerable Ling Hu's mysterious gourd first. Otherwise, we don't even have a 10% chance of success.
Lin Yu grits his teeth. To watch this treasure fall into the hands of our enemy, I can't accept it. Let's go take a look. Act when the opportunity arises. Find a chance to steal it.
Over there, Chu Hao is speeding towards the treasure. He smirks to himself. Almost there. Almost got it. But suddenly, a spear comes flying out of nowhere, slamming straight into that furnace. Immediately after, it smashes right into Chu Hao, making him scream in pain. Below, the elders are talking. Cave Master, you. Who is that? How did they sneak past us?
Chu Hao's eyes suddenly widened in horror, and he blurted out, no, kill him for me.
As soon as he finished speaking, the group of elders floored the gas pedal and zoomed forward. Suddenly, from behind, a three-headed ferocious beast rushed towards Chu Hao and roared loudly. Your Grandpa 4 is gonna eat ya! Chu Hao went ballistic. Is everyone trying to get in my way? Go to hell, you mutt! Immediately afterward, a fierce battle erupted between the two sides.
The geniuses from the 8 Desolations and 10 Domains stood afar, observing and discussing. People from the upper realm, they're fighting amongst themselves. Isn't that tall guy the one who was on the ferocious beast before? Lin Yu said. No, although that guy's dangerous too, the feeling's different. Suddenly, Luluo exclaimed in shock, he's there.
Everyone immediately turned their gaze towards that direction, only to see Ji Yu Liang floating there. The young man mused. I didn't expect it to be such a treasure. I knew it. How could relying solely on a son of destiny like Chu Hao be enough? Then the young man glanced towards the group below, including Yu.
The girl in the pink dress exclaimed in horror.
He's the one whose avatar descended and killed Big Brother Lin Xingyang. That's right, it's him, and it's his true body that's here. Should we run?
Lin Yu said bitterly.
He's the one who killed him. Then the young man thought, damn it, can we even win against this? Ji Yu Change's pet gave it a beating, but because he was the child of destiny, he easily defeated the three-headed demonic beast.
But beating a snake is nothing to Ji Yu Change. Our boy gave Chu Hao the 3 basic paths to the ground,
and snuffed him out in an instant.
Then there's the meeting between Luluo's crew and the folks from the Supreme Celestial Grotto.
As soon as they met, they started trash-talking each other like crazy, but Luluo's crew had stuff to do, so they bounced first. Finally, the beauty Ji Yu Ying Shuang makes her grand entrance.
Scene change. Somewhere else, Tang Wan suddenly clutches her chest in pain. She cries out, "What's happening? My heart hurts so much. Is it Chu Hao?" Turns out, she's standing in front of the grave of her husband from a past life, Qin Wu Ya. And her husband in this life, Chu Hao, just got wiped out by Ji Yu Chang'aj. Ouch. Scene change. To a remote mountain range, a pillar of dazzling light shoots straight into the sky. Immediately afterward, countless wisps of aura are released, like a god descending.
System notification. Congrats, you've broken through to Quasi-Emperor Realm. Ji Yu Change, sensing something tasty, his eyes light up, says, oh, more old rats have wandered in? Well, I'll play with you all.
Scene change to the 8 desolations and 10 domains. Lin Yu and his crew are heading towards a huge pit. In the middle is a bottomless abyss, with a lot of blue blood-like stuff spreading around. Lin Yu speaks up. According to the clues, this is where the treasure of Venerable Ling Hu is located. Luluo steps forward. Lin Yu, you go into the valley yourself to get the treasure. We'll wait for you here, another girl adds. Lin Yu, be careful. You're our hope, Lin Yu, looking confident, replies. Yeah, don't worry, I won't let you down.
Immediately, Lin Yu hits the gas and zooms into the deep pit. Up above, his buddies are chatting. The mysterious treasure of Venerable Ling Hu. We absolutely have to get it. In this war, our side clearly has fewer treasures than the other side. If this thing falls into their hands, our situation will be even worse. I've already informed Uncle Lin and Granny Lukui they'll be here soon. With more people, we'll be safe and won't have to worry about that bastard Ji Yu Change. But surprise, Ji Yu Change shows up out of nowhere, saying, oh really, I'm so scared. What's the deal with this mysterious treasure, guys?
Luluo, clueless about the danger, smirks and says,
I heard it's a supreme treasure forged over many years by a peerless expert, called the One/Immortal Gourd. Ji Yu Change is lurking right behind them, asking, oh, what does this One/Immortal Gourd do? Luluo casually replies, of course, the gourd contains invincible sword energy. Even legendary immortals have to avoid it.
After a moment, realizing something's off, Luluo glances back and sees Ji Yu Change's ugly mug. She's totally horrified. Oh, Ji Yu Change, how?
The protagonist MC glances at her and says, you know my name.
Luluo's 2 buddies immediately back away, freaking out.
HM, how is he here? We clearly didn't leave any traces.
Luluo, on the other hand, is frozen in place, afraid to move, saying, you're the top of the younger generation in the upper realm, who wouldn't know you? But Ji Yu Change steps forward, grabs her by the neck, and asks, you're pretty calm. What's your name?
Luluo tremblingly replies, I'm
Luluo. But before she can finish, Ji Yu Change, showing no mercy, chokes her out.
Immediately after, the protagonist picks her up like a puppy and says with a creepy smile,
oh, Luluo, nice to meet you, but goodbye, Luluo.
The girl in pink cries out in horror,
let her go. But as soon as she speaks, bam, 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 one head of the serpent beast snaps down. When it lifts up, the girl is lying still in the demonic beast's mouth. One girl is gone, and the other 2 heads of the demonic beast keep saying, give me a piece, give me a piece. Meanwhile, the remaining guy is getting his face punched in by Da. After a while he stops breathing. Suddenly, from afar, Granny Lukui screams, you there! Release our clan's goddess!
Right then and there, that old hag flung a bunch of green vines at our boy, the hero.
The dude yelled out,
ah die. No sooner said than done. A massive sword aura blasted out, straight up chopping all those green vines to bits. The Lukui Granny's side was freaking out, yelling, oh crap, Lukui Granny, their auras are probably stronger than the Supreme Realm. Lukui Granny herself got the jitters, blurting out, what the hell, who are you people?
Luluo weakly piped up,
Lukui Granny, don't worry about me, just RUN, Ji Yu Change glanced over, then asked, "Are they your peeps?"
The hairy-chinned dude next to them, looking like he'd seen a ghost, pointed a shaky finger at our hero and stammered, "He's the one who personally offed Qingyang at the border sea." Luch Granny shrieked, "What, him? What's he doing here?" Ji Yu Change gave a creepy smirk and drawled, "So, Miss Luluo is a goddess, huh? Killing her would be a waste. I've changed my mind."
Then, Ji Yu Change unleashed his aura, pinning her in place. The hero kept on going. "You guys think Lin Yu would trade that treasure he got in there for your lives?" Luluo screeched. You were after the one/immortal gourd all along?" The peanut gallery on her side got their panties in a twist, yelling, "Dream on! The one/immortal gourd is our 10 domains 8 desolations treasure. We'd rather dive and let outsiders get their hands on it. Yeah, we'd die before we yield." "You want the one/immortal gourd? You'll have to step over our dead bodies." But as soon as she finished grandstanding, WHM, a long spear came out of nowhere and straight for her chest. Her eyes went wide as saucers, and she blurted out, "Holy SHT, I was just saying that." Then, swing a few times, and Adai chopped up all the trash-talking mooks in the back. The cool kid, our hero, says, "Anyone else willing to die rather than yield? Step right up." Luch Granny and her crew glanced back in terror, then shouted, "Holy crap, he is a quasi-emperor." The haughty girl snickered, "Ha, the one/immortal gourd is gonna be mine one way or another. What's this die before you yield crap? You guys don't even have the right to say that." Suddenly, from afar, Ji Yu Yingshuang showed up and shouted, "Change, what are you doing here?" Luch Granny muttered. "It's someone from the first group. Crap, they seem to know each other." Over yonder, Ji Yu Change was spacing out, deep in thought. The hero dug through his brain's memories, racking his brain for who the chick was. Then Ji Yu Liang's face lit up, and he exclaimed, "Oh, Yingshuang is a family member, right?" Ji Yu Yingshuang flew over in a fluster and said, "Change, I heard you went missing after the demon subjugation assembly. I thought that you had been killed by the red-clothed demoness. It's great that you are safe, but why are you here?" The hero nonchalantly replied, "Oh, it's a long story. I came here to find someone." Song Yunfei grinned slyly, thinking, "Young Master Ji Yu family? Ji Yu Change? Huh. I originally planned to get close to Ji Yu Yingshuang to find an opportunity to rely on the Ji Yu family, but now it seems there's an even better opportunity. If I make good use of him, my status in the Supreme Cave Heaven will be, haha." Then he clasped his hands respectfully and spoke up. "I've long heard of young Master Change's reputation. Meeting you today is truly an honor. This humble one is Song Yunfei of the Supreme Cave Heaven, and I've long wanted to get acquainted with young Master Change." Ji Yu Change asked, "You're a disciple of the Supreme Cave Heaven?" Song Yunfei replied, "That's right. Does young Master Change know about our Dao lineage? I heard that our palace lord and others are also in this space. I must go find their whereabouts." Ji Yu Liang indifferently said, "No need to search. They've already been killed by me." Song Yunfei was so terrified that he almost pissed his pants, stammering, "Huh, you must be joking, right?" Ji Yu Change responded, "Chu Hao led the Supreme Cave Heaven disciples to collude with the 10 domains 8 desolations, plotting evil deeds, and was dealt with on the spot. As for you, the Ji Yu family's woman is not for you to touch. As a young man you must walk the right path, don't follow heretical ways, and look for shortcuts." Luch Granny's group was confused and whispering among themselves, "Chu Hao? Who's that? I don't know. Is the Supreme Cave Heaven our ally?" Luluko pondered. Framing someone so skillfully, is he really the top of the younger generation in the upper realm? Surely he is not the greatest threat to a realm. Ji Yu Yingshuang spoke up, "Brother Song, if you've heard my younger brother's words, then retreat." But suddenly, a blinding pillar of light shot out from inside the deep pit, accompanied by non-stop laughter. Everyone there witnessed this scene and was utterly confused, saying, Who is that? What is that thing? Is it Lin Yu?" He appeared above. Lin Yu stood there imposingly, like a god, clearly holding a treasure in his hand. Lin Yu laughed confidently and said, "Heaven rewards those who strive. I've succeeded." Then he looked down below, surveyed the scene, and thought, Luch Granny, family uncle, something's not quite right. Luluo, why is she tied up like that? And then his eyes met the smiling face of our boy Ji Yu Cheng, smiling kindly and waving to Lin Yu. Ji Yu Yingshuang asked, "The person that Cheng was looking for is him." Hearing that, Lin Yu's heroic demeanor vanished instantly. He quickly hid the one/immortal gourd. This guy right now must be about to have a heart attack. He's paled worse than a ghost. The gang arrived at the place where Venerable Ling Hu hid his treasures, and right after that he straight up flew inside. As soon as he entered, Ji Yu Change appeared outside. The young man snuck up on Luluo and wiped out the 2 small fries guarding her. When Granny Lukui and her gang came to the rescue, Ade blocked their path, slaughtering all the small fries at the back. But unexpectedly, Ji Yu Yingshuan also arrived at this place.
Song Fei-yun followed him,
Even planning to cozy up to him, and then take advantage of the male lead. Now that's what I call a player. Then Lin Yu shot up from the deep pit. The young man had obtained the immortal slaying gourd. But when he looked down, he saw everyone surrounded. Along with that massive eel lord, Lin Yu was shocked and asked, "Oh, Ji-Yu Change, why are you here?" The male lead shouted. "I'm here waiting for you. Give me the immortal slaying gourd in your hand," Lin Yu angrily roared. "What are you playing at, Ji-Yu Change?" Then pointed his hand towards Luluo, who was tied up, and said with a smile, "So, trading the lives of all of them for the gourd, don't you think it's worth it?" The people behind were shocked and exclaimed, "What? Granny Lu Kui, Elder Lin?" Lulan shouted, "Lin Yu, don't worry about us. The immortal slaying gourd must not fall into their hands." But before she could finish, Ji-Yu Change reached out and grabbed her chin. The young man glared and fearfully said,
"Shut your mouth. Next time, it won't just be your chin that's taken away." Witnessing that scene,
Lin Yu became even more furious and shouted, "Luluo, Ji-Yu Change, don't touch her." On the other side, Granny Lu Kui and her group said, "Lin Yu, don't act rashly. We're ready to sacrifice ourselves." Ji-Yu Change glanced behind and said,
"Shut up! If you say another word, all of you will die." As soon as he finished speaking, Ai Dan was like a ferocious beast, his eyes full of killing intent, standing behind everyone, holding his hot stuff at the ready. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and thought, "Damn it, this treasure I finally managed to get, I'm so unwilling. But Luluo." Then he said, "Ji-Yu Change,
how can you guarantee that after getting the immortal slaying gourd, you won't go back on your word?" The male lead replied. "Rest assured, I, Ji-Yu, swear on my Tao heart, after obtaining the immortal slaying gourd, I will let them go." What a joke! A young man with a Tao heart. Keep dreaming, haha, Luluo thought in fear.
Look, this so-called leader figure of the upper realm is actually a hypocrite. Lin Yu absolutely can't trust him.
Damn it, he's done something. I can't even transmit my voice.
Lin Yu transmitted his voice. "Luluo, rest assured, I can't possibly abandon you. If I lose you, no matter how strong I become, or how many treasures I have, what's the point?" Ji-Yu Change pondered.
HMPH. Is it because of her? HMPH, another guy whose actions are influenced by a woman. These sons of fortune are really useless, always chasing after girls. Immediately after, Lin Yu sighed helplessly. And then he slowly handed the immortal slaying gourd towards the male lead. But unexpectedly, in the sky above, a mysterious Bagua circle appeared, constantly emitting a powerful aura. Everyone below exclaimed in panic, "That's the Qiankun mirror of our realm?" It must be that the experts in Tianlu City in our realm have detected the danger here and remotely activated the Qiankun mirror to help. Such mighty power. Is it trying to destroy this entire space? Is it trying to perish together with us?
Suddenly, Lin Yu grabbed the immortal slaying gourd again, and then he retreated backward,
laughing loudly and saying, "Haha, now we have the same card. You can't have the immortal slaying gourd anymore. At most we'll just die together." Ji-Yu Chang calmly smiled and said, "The Qiankun mirror of the 8 desolate and 10 domains indeed has supreme power. But at this distance, wanting to kill me, a quasi-emperor, do you think it's possible?" Lin Yu roared. "Even if it can't kill you, what about those people from the upper realm behind you? Aren't they your followers?" Ji-Yu Change replied, "My girl, I can definitely protect. As for everyone else, not my problem. You guys want to die together? Go ahead. Us folks from the upper realm are all about the big picture. We don't mind going down with you if we have to. Your time is running out. You know, the upper realm people were thinking, with Ji-Yu bro here, what are we afraid of?" But Elder Lin was internally screaming, "Damn it! At this rate, even if we all die, we won't kill Ji-Yu Change. He'll just bounce back later and snatch the treasures." So Lin Yu just had to say, "Defeated. Fine, I'll hand it over." Then the dude straight up gave the immortal slaying gourd to Ji-Yu Change, and with that, his precious chosen one aura plummeted like crazy. The MC was thinking, sometimes owning a treasure you can't protect ain't all that great.
Right after, Lin Yu zoomed over to his girl, all worried, and said, "Luluo, let's get out of here."
But then, Luluo's eyes went wide with horror. Looking to the side,
turns out Ji-Yu Change just straight up kicked Lin Yu in the gut. The guy was too busy worrying about his girlfriend, so he didn't see it coming at all. Lin Yu went flying like a ragdoll, spitting up blood like a broken fountain. Everyone was freaking out. "Lin Yu, Ji-Yu Change, you swore on your Dao heart. How dare you break your promise?" Lin Yu was losing it, screaming, "You're so cheap, give Luluo back. Aren't you afraid of heavenly backlash?" Ji-Yu Change was like, "I only said I'd let them go, not that I'd let her go. Not breaking any promises here." On the other side, Granny Lu Kui started forming hand seals, shouting, "You shameless brat, get the young miss back here, stat." But someone's stepping in. Who is 8 Day? To let those chickens speak up, 8 Day straight up charged in and shattered Granny Lu Kui's formation with one kick. 8 Day yelled, "You old frogs, if you try anything funny, I'm chopping off your hands." Meanwhile, Ji-Yu Change ripped open a space portal and said real quick, "What are you all standing around for? Get going." The upper realm folks scrambled through, saying,
Thanks, young Master Change. Lin Yu was beyond pissed, screaming, Ji Yu Change, you killed my brother. You kidnapped Lu Luo. I'll hunt you to the ends of the earth. Ji Yu Change was confused. Huh, I killed your brother. Lin Yu yelled in rage. Lin Qingyang was my brother. The MC was even more confused. Wait, who's Lin Qingyang again? Whatever, small fry, doesn't matter. If you want to save her, come find me at the Boundary Sea in half a month. Miss the deadline, and I'm not waiting.
You can pick up her corpse then, hee, Ji Yu Change said, dragging Lu Luo and disappearing into the portal.
Elder Lin patted Lin Yu's shoulder and sighed. Well, this trip was a total bust. Let's head back to Tianluo City and figure things out.
Lin Yu gritted his teeth. Lu Luo, even if it costs me my life, I'll save you. Scene change. The upper realm folks were chattering. Who knew this treasure hunt would make the 8 desolations and 10 domains so desperate they activated the mirror of Qiangkun? Yeah, if it weren't for young Master Change, we'd be goners, Ji Yu Change said. All humble. It was nothing, no need to be so polite.
Another guy chimed in. Wait, young Master Change, why were you personally on the front lines? We heard. Quote. The MC replied, that demon subjugation assembly was a real pain. While I was running away, I got hurt by the crimson-dressed devil woman and passed out. When I woke up, I drifted to the Boundary Sea. Everyone gasped. That crimson-dressed devil woman, is that scary? What are you planning to do next, young Master Change?
Ji Yu Yingsu spoke up. Once the Boundary Sea dries up, the 8 desolations and 10 domains will definitely retreat to Tianluo City. We can probably hold out for a while with the barrier. Change will return to the Ji Yu family stronghold with me. You should all reunite with your families. The final showdown for the 8 desolations and 10 domains hasn't arrived yet. Song Yunfei was thinking, Ji Yu Change killed my palace lord. What should I do? Should I send a message back right away? Scene change.
8 desolations and 10 domains. Tianluo City. Inside the city lord's mansion. Elder Lin roared. Nonsense. That guy is so powerful and cunning. You're going to his turf to save someone. How many more people are you willing to sacrifice to fall into his trap? Lin Yu was still confident. If we gather the strongest powerhouses of the 8 desolations and 10 domains and work together, I don't believe we can't save Lu Luo. Elder Lin replied. We are facing a war. Where are we going to find the extra strength to save a woman? Lin Yung. You are the future of the Lin family. Don't act impulsively. The overall situation is what matters. Lin Yu was stunned. Lu Luo, she is my girl. From the time we were young, we were childhood sweethearts. How is that possible? Another Lin family elder spoke. And you? Do you know that because you handed over the immortal slaying gourd, the future of the 8 desolations and 10 domains will be in chaos? Lin Yu said. Feeling wronged, uncle. You mean I was wrong to save someone? Elder Lin sighed. Yeah. The goddess Lu Luo has fallen into his hands. There is no chance of survival anymore. No need to mention it again. Granny Lukui knows in her heart what is more important. The Lin family can't help with this. Lin Yu thought. It's all my fault. I'm too weak. But even if I'm alone, even if I'm torn to pieces, I will save her. Scene change to Ji Yu Change. They're sitting and thinking, is it that only half a month has passed? And the evil aura of Chen Hongyi cannot be suppressed? Her recovery rate is far beyond my expectations. Let me go and see. Holy crap, Ji Yu Change actually showed up here. And get this. The dude's using Lu Luo's life, and everyone else's, as leverage, to get him to hand over the 1/immortal gourd pronto. Just as Lin Yu was about to give it up, BM, the 8 desolate 10 domains godly cosmos mirror of some top expert, appeared in the sky. Lin Yu was like, nah, I take it back, and refused to hand it over anymore. But with the main character breathing down his neck, he still had to obediently give it up. Just like that, the Son of Destiny's fortune points got slashed, no mercy. But get this. Ji Yu Change still grabbed Lu Luo and dragged her away, making Lin Yu so salty he could cry a river. Lin Yu went back to whine to the elders of his family, but they just chewed him out for being a simp. Meanwhile, Ji Yu Change noticed that the recovery rate of Chen Hongyi was a bit too fast, forcing the main character to go there and take a look. Right after that, the main character flew over to where Hongyi the devil was, but the kid thought, doesn't look like she's surrounded by murderous aura or anything. Down below, Chen Hongyi was sitting there munching on chicken, grinning like a kid who just got a lollipop. As soon as she saw Ji Yu Change arrive, Chen Hongyi happily said, Shifu, you've come. The main character flew down and said, Did you arrange all this? Chen Hongyi replied, Aye. It reminds me of when I was alive with Shifu before. It was just like this. And Shifu wants to scold me again. Ji Yu Change smiled faintly and said, How could I? If you like it, then it's good. Oh, what are you doing? Tian Hongyi grinned and picked up a freshly butchered chicken, saying, Shifu, please sit down first. Hongyi will make roast chicken for you. Ji Yu Change smiled and said, You're so kind. A moment later, the two were sitting by the fire roasting chicken. The main character spoke up. When did you learn these things? Chen Hongyi replied. I learned it from the old hunter before. Shifu didn't know. The main character asked in confusion, Oh, so he also taught you how to use devil fire to roast chicken, Tian Hongyi replied. No, this is something I came up with herself. It has a unique flavor. Alright Shifu, have a taste, Guca asked. Does Hongyi have anything to say to Shifu? Chan Hongyi still smiled brightly and replied. No, I don't, Shifu asked. What's wrong? The main character picked up the roast chicken and took a big bite, then said, Oh, it's nothing. Tian Hongyi sat beside him, giggling and asking, How is it? Is it delicious? The main character replied, Yeah, it's very delicious. As long as you make it, it's all delicious to me. But suddenly, the light in Chan Hongyi's eyes disappeared and were replaced with an intense, murderous aura. On the other side, Ji Change was bleeding from his nose and mouth. Chan Hongyi stood up, pointed her round ass at the audience and said, You knew all along, didn't you? The main character wiped the blood from his mouth and said, I was just surprised. With your current strength, you still have to use poison to kill me. Chan Hongyi asked. Knowing there's poison, you still ate it? Ji Change replied. If you want me to eat it, I will eat it. I can't waste your kindness. Tian Hongyi revealed a terrifying face and asked, Does it hurt? This is demonic transformation water that has been accumulated for countless eons under the bottom of the burial demon abyss. Even if you have divine skills, as long as you are hit by it, it won't be easy. The main character stood up calmly and said, Sure enough, the effect is not bad. It's been a long time since I've been in such pain, Tian Hongyi said. So you also know pain. Then she pulled out a sword and said, But this pain is not even 1/10,000th of what I have endured all these years. Ji Change stood there, spreading his hands and said with a smile, Then kill me, I'm poisoned now, right in front of you. Moreover, you can rest assured, I have no backup plans at all. Right in the style of Don't challenge a rich man to drink miso soup, Tian Hongyi rushed forward and pierced Ji Change. Without any hesitation, she said angrily, HMPH, clearly there is only darkness ahead. So why do you keep giving me hope? Only to crush it over and over again. I want to kill you again and again. I want you to taste the despair that I've suffered time and time again. Oh my god, Yan Ji just lifted her plump thighs, looking absolutely flawless. Excuse me, while I lick my screen, brothers. Then she kicked Ji Change's face, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. Yan Ji unleashed her killing intent, saying, In the years to come, I will be your darkness. Wait until our next encounter, and you will be in even more pain. Ji Change still smiled faintly and said, HMPH, you talk a big game, but in the end, you still can't bring yourself to kill me, huh? Scene changes to the male lead's room. As soon as he saw his master return, Ada frantically ran out and exclaimed, My lord, you're badly injured. The male lead replied, It's alright, I just need to rest for a while. Holy crap, you're also injured pretty badly, Adav said. Just now, Yanji suddenly appeared from space. I was going to stop her, but she slapped me without missing a beat. Ji Change said, Alright, in the next few days, help me find some supreme origins. But he thought, You should replenish yourself a bit too. With her current state of mind, she should know her situation very well, just don't make too much noise. Scene changes to the 8 desolate 10 regions, where battles are still raging on, a subordinate reported. The northern desolate 10 regions have retreated to Tianluo City. Young Master Change, our upper realm has a great advantage now should we pursue. Ji Yingchang said. Hearing that young Master Change has arrived has boosted our morale. We should seize this opportunity and wipe them all out in one fell swoop. The male lead said. In battles between armies, we can't be impatient. Tianluo City is connected to the 9 Abyss Mountains and is protected by a grand formation. Rushing in now will only increase casualties needlessly. The guard asked in confusion. Then according to young master, what should we do? The male lead replied, No rush. If it's difficult to break through from the outside, then let's think of a way to start from the inside. Scene changes. Inside a dark prison, Luluo was injured. She murmured, Ji Change, just kill me. The male lead approached and said, That kid named Lin Yu is the person in your heart, right? He seems to have fallen for you too. Do you think he'll come to save you? Luluo said. He will definitely come, but I don't want him to come. If it weren't for you sealing my cultivation, I would have ended my life here, Ji Change said indifferently. I heard that Tianluo City, in the 8 desolate 10 regions, has the sealed core formation of the city lords of each generation, which is the biggest shield of the Tianluo City barrier. As long as he's willing to open the core formation for me, I can spare your life and save his, Luluo angrily shouted. You want me to betray the 8 desolate 10 regions? Impossible. You should give up on that wishful thinking. Ji Change smiled and replied, I'm giving you a chance. I advise you to think carefully. You don't want the person in your heart to die in vain, do you? If he's willing to put his life on the line for you, how can you bear to abandon his life for the sake of the so-called illusory grand righteousness? Suddenly, a dad appeared and said,
My lord, the supreme origins have been collected. Ji Yu Change smiled and said, very good. Immediately afterward, many origins were released from inside the bottle.
Those supreme origins were quickly absorbed into Ji Yu Change's body.
Luo said in extreme fear.
You, what exactly are you? Black energy soared from Ji Yu Change's entire body. He stood there enjoying it, and said with a smug grin, this method is still faster for recovery.
Given the anomaly, Ji Yu Change immediately went to visit Chan Hongyi. Here, she showed off her cooking skills, grilling chicken for the male lead to eat.
Ji Yu Change ate with relish, but his nose and mouth were bleeding all over the place. Turns out, our boy got poisoned. Then, Chan Hongyi lunged forward and pierced Ji Yu Change through, but she didn't kill him, she's gonna torture him slowly.
Outside, everyone's besieging and attacking the 8 desolate 10 regions,
while at this very moment, Ji Yu Change is in the dungeon, trying to get Luo to betray her family.
Scene change. On the streets of Tianluo City, people are gossiping. Hey, isn't that Lin Yu? Heard it was him who gave up our realm's treasure, the immortal slaying gourd, for the woman he loves. Right? So selfish? More people might sacrifice for him later. Really lacks the big picture, huh? Those two, Ji Yu Change, an unparalleled figure in the world, a prodigy of our realm, can't be compared. Lin Yu heard those words and was incredibly bitter, thinking, damn it. But suddenly,
he stopped in his tracks.
The young man looked around, his face filled with panic, as if space itself had frozen, with no one moving. Suddenly, a woman stepped forward and spoke.
Lin Yu! Lin Yu exclaimed in horror. You! Who are you? How do you know my name? The woman replied calmly. I am the celestial deer mystic maiden. Lin Yu was even more surprised, saying, the celestial deer mystic maiden, you're the legendary goddess protecting Tianluo City. The celestial deer mystic maiden said, I can help you save the woman you love. Lin Yu's jaw dropped, thinking, rumor has it the celestial deer goddess has already attained enlightenment, if she helps. But he said, are you willing to help me save Luo? The celestial deer goddess replied, is there any doubt? It's always been my responsibility to protect the living beings of the 8 desolate 10 regions, but you must promise not to reveal my whereabouts.
Lin Yu said,
that's no problem. What do you need me to do? The celestial deer goddess replied. 3 days from now, gather enough helpers and set out. I will secretly follow behind.
Lin Yu grinned.
That's great. Luo has a chance to be saved. Then he thought, with the celestial deer mystic maiden's help, who knows? This trip might even eliminate Ji Yu Change and remove future troubles.
Immediately afterward, space returned to normal. Passers-by saw Lin Yu grinning like that and sighed, saying, did he lose his mind? Sigh, just another pitiful guy.
The celestial deer mystic maiden transformed onto a nearby building, where a woman in purple spoke up. Shifu, do you really want to help him go to the Bihai Sea to save that girl? The celestial deer mystic maiden replied, this is my fate. You don't need to be too sad. The woman looked confused, saying, disciple doesn't understand. You've divined about Ji Yu Change 10 times, and been struck by backlash 9 times. The one time the hexagram showed anything, it was endless darkness.
Knowing it's impossible, you still want to personally step into danger, the celestial deer mystic maiden replied.
Now that the 2 realms are warring like this, I have no choice but to go. Even if I don't go, he'll arrive sooner or later. You should also mature and take on greater responsibilities. If I don't return this time, I'll entrust the safety of Tianluo City to you.
The woman in purple looked very sad after hearing that.
The celestial deer mystic maiden turned back and smiled kindly, saying, don't be so pessimistic. Ji Yu Change is just a young man after all. What if your Shifu can safely return?
Scene change.
Back with Ji Yu Change, the young man spoke. Have you thought about it? Luo replied. No matter what you say, no matter what monster you are, don't expect me to betray the 8 desolate 10 regions.
The male lead said,
I've wasted so much saliva. Then, from behind the male lead, a white-haired, curvy woman suddenly appeared and asked, has Bai Lianhair told you? Shen Chun replied, yes, my lord. The pavilion master has instructed me on everything, the male lead said. Then make your move.
Shen Chun smiled pervertedly, staring at Luo.
Luo weakly looked up, and then Shen Chun stepped forward and,
holy crap, Shen Chun plants one on Luo? How scandalous.
After a while, Shen Chun finally pulled back, and those dark auras were also withdrawn. After being forcibly kissed, Luo was completely stunned, her eyes like those of a soulless person.
Scene change. Arriving at the Boundary Sea, the 3 of them, including Lin Yu, were speeding towards it.
He spoke. Granny Lu Kui, where's the location that Ji Yu Change gave? Granny Lu Kui replied. It's not far ahead. He chose the edge of the battlefield, probably afraid you wouldn't dare to come, Lin Yu responded. He underestimates me too much. My heart is like stone, unwavering.
Tianlu Xuan Nu transmitted her voice. After you rescue the person you love, immediately take them away, Lin Yu asked. Tianlu Xuan Nu. What about you? Tianlu Xuannu replied. I will cover your rear and conveniently eliminate this hidden threat to the 8 desolate 10 domains.
Up ahead, Ji Change was already waiting. The young man spoke up, oh, right on time, just as expected of a devoted lover. Lin Yu landed below, then shouted, Ji Change, I've come as you requested. What do you want to do to return Luluo to me?
Luluo cried. Lin Yun, why are you so stupid?
Lin Yu asked in a fluster. Luluo, are you alright? Luluo replied. I'm fine. Leave quickly. Don't worry about me anymore.
Seeing that scene, Ji Change's eyes sparkled.
He said emotionally, you guys are really deeply in love. I'm a little touched.
Lin Yu said bitterly.
Ji Change, what else do you want? The male lead responded. Help me with something, Lin Yu said. Do you think I can still trust you? You're a despicable person? A promise breaker, Ji Change raised his hand and then said, do you have the right to choose? I wonder if we threw her into the Boundary Sea, would we even find the body? Immediately afterwards, Ada grabbed Luluo and lifted her up. Lin Yu said in fear, Stop it, put her down. We can discuss anything. Luluo screamed, Lin Yun, you can't agree to him. He wants you to be an inside man, plotting to open the great array of Tianlu City.
Seeing you come to save me is enough.
I have no regrets, even if I die. Lin Yu looked melancholic, only able to watch and do nothing, the male lead said. Correct, she's right. What about my conditions? If you can't do it, well then pray you can meet her again in the next life.
Lin Yu said, betray the northern desolate 10 domains. The elder beside him shouted, Lin Yu, you can't. Lin Yu continued,
I can't betray, but I can't just watch Luluo die either. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 powerful auras shot straight towards Ji Change and Ada.
The 2 quickly retreated to avoid them, but that wisp of aura stopped when it reached Luluo.
Ada said in confusion. It disappeared. A faint attack.
Lin Yu shouted.
Save her, Granny Lukui said. Although I don't know which powerhouse it is, they've helped us. Immediately afterwards, she extended her tentacles to grab Luluo. Adan said bitterly. You want to run? Lin Yu below held the beauty intimately and said, Don't be afraid, I'm here. Ji Change. If we meet again, I won't flee in such a mess again. Having said that, he opened the formation and carried his lover away. It was too late when Ada rushed over. Ji Cheng spoke up. Ade, you chase after them. Although I predicted that he had support, I didn't expect it to be someone like you. Suppressing heaven art, you are Tianlu Xuannu, the one who has killed so many enlightened beings from the upper realm. Tianlu Xuannu said, So what if you know? Today, I will kill you here. Wandering on the road, he bumped into Tianlu Xuannu and she claimed she would help him eliminate Ji Change. Though deep down, Tianlu Xuannu knew she didn't stand a chance.
This time, Ji Change had already used some tricks to turn Luluo into his subordinate. Right after that, Lin Yu arrived at the meeting point to meet Ji Change. Thanks to the help of Tianlu Xuannu,
Lin Yun easily rescued Luluo from Ada's clutches, and then he and his gang vanished into thin air, leaving behind the battle between Ji Change and Tianlu Xuannu. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted everywhere, and fireballs blazed all over the place. Ji Change, using the flying immortal sword technique, soared up and said, If Tianlu Xuannu only has this much up her sleeve, I'm afraid she can't kill Ji Yu. Tianlu Xuannu replied, You truly are the strongest prodigy I've ever met. Describing you as peerless under heaven and unmatched throughout the ages isn't an exaggeration. Even many Tao-achieving Emperor Realm experts of long ago are no match for you. The male lead chuckled. Since Tianlu Xuannu thinks so highly of Ji Yu, why not come under my command? After I conquer the 8 desolations and 10 domains, I'll make you a domain lord, ruling over endless territory. Isn't that 1,000,000 times more freedom than cooping yourself up in Tianlu City?
If you don't want that, Ji Yu is still missing a handmaiden. If Tianlu Xuannu follows me and storms Tianlu City, there will definitely be a spot for you by my side later, Tianlu Xuannu retorted fiercely. Those with different paths cannot make plans together.
But right then, a blinding light burst forth, and Ji Change's eyes showed utter surprise as he exclaimed, A clone. So, Tianlu Xuannu dissolved herself into streams of golden aura spreading all around. On the other side, a space barrier opened, and Ada, heavily injured, flew out from within. Ji Cheng spoke. Tianlu Xuannu, why go to such lengths? Are you sacrificing yourself to buy them time? Just to send away a few small rats? Is it worth it?
Tianlu Xuannu replied.
This is my mission. Besides, only after sending them away can I wholeheartedly deal with you. Ji Change activated his demonic mode, the youth said with a sinister smile. Wholeheartedly deal with me, good. Since entering the quasi-emperor realm I haven't really made a move. However, the youth shouted. Ada, fall back, Tianlu Xuannu roared. You won't escape. But suddenly, A giant sword stabbed straight into the chi book above. Shocking, Tianlu Xuan knew. At this point, Ji Yu Change stopped hiding. The youth unleashed his demonic power and said, "Then let's see if I can devour you." Tianlu Xuan Nu, witnessing this scene, exclaimed in terror. This ominous aura, could it be the myriad transformations demonic domain? Immediately after, countless bizarre, ferocious beasts, all top-tier demonic beings, appeared behind Ji Yu Change. Tianlu Xuan Nu said in fear. Legend says that the myriad transformations demonic domain is one of the 9 unexplainable mysteries of heaven and earth. Any living being that falls into the demonic domain will be lost forever. I always thought the myriad transformations demonic domain was just a mysterious space in legends, but it's actually a real technique. So this is the hidden karma I couldn't deduce. In the end, I still slipped up. Immediately afterward, the surrounding space transformed into a massive demonic vortex, and the living beings within were reduced to dried husks. Demonic arms constantly reaching toward Tianlu Xuan Nu, the male lead said. "Not bad eyes. Now that you've realized it, obediently give up resisting?" Tianlu Xuan Nu replied. "Even if I can't kill you, as long as I hold firm to my Dao heart, this technique of yours will also consume a lot, right? I don't believe you can maintain the myriad transformations demonic domain forever." With that, she formed a seal, creating a protective space, a shield that kept the demonic creatures at bay. Ji Yu Change stuck his unlikable face out and said, "In my eyes, your persistence is completely meaningless. Don't tell me you actually thought those people you saved were really the ones you wanted to save. She's a spirit Yao, can mimic the aura of anyone. Couldn't fool the Qiankun Divine Mirror, but no surprise you guys didn't catch on." Right then, Ji Yu Change flashed a scene of Luluo straight up stabbing Lin Yu. Tianlu Divine Maiden was like, "No freaking way, this is a demonic realm illusion." Ji Yu Change smirks, "I know. Every Tianlu mysterious maiden's good at deductions, illusion, or future. You know, deep down. Your resistance is pointless now. When I march into the city, these scenes will play out again in your future. You sure you still want to fight me?" And just like that, creepy demonic energy started seeping into the Tianlu Divine Maiden's barrier. Her body started sprouting demonic faces. Ugh, so gross. Then, the Tianlu Mysterious Maiden's eyes went all pink and demonic. She whispered, "Maybe Yuan's right. To prevent all this, maybe the only way is for Tianlu City to surrender, minimize casualties." Ji Yu Change ponders, "Is this Dagao heart turning demonic? Even influenced by demonic energy, she's still not under my control. Those who've reached enlightenment are tough nuts to crack." Tianlu Mysterious Maiden said, "Let's go, I'll open Tianlu City's barrier for you." Ji Yu Change is like, "Whoa, easy there, sudden change of heart, huh? Hard to trust you." Tianlu Mysterious Maiden asks, "Then what do you want to believe me?" Ji Yu Change grins, "That's what you'll have to show me, wink wink." Scene shift to Team Lin Yu. He's been freaking skewered by Lu Luo. Granny Lu Kui freaks, "Miss, what are you doing?" Lin Yu gasps, "Why, you're not Lu Luo, you're a spirit Yao." Then she reverts to her original form, cackling like a maniac. Planned to sneak into Tianlu City and wait for an opportunity, but ended up hooking such a big fish. Then, she books it out pair to their FAST, but that Lin family elder leaps up, yelling, "Dare mock us repeatedly. You want a DI?" And then, boom boom boom, a pillar of crimson energy blasts down from above. Turns out it's a Dai, the cool dude. He's got a hot chick in his arms. And stomping on the Lin elder, saying, "You guys ain't going anywhere." Granny Lu Kui screeches, "Damn it, where's our miss?" Lin Yu yells, "I underestimated Ji Yu Change's shamelessness. But if the Tianlu Mysterious Maidens made a move, you better prepare to collect your master's corpse." Granny Lu Kui is shocked. "What? The one helping us earlier was the Tianlu Mysterious Maiden?" Lin Yu confirms, "Yup. Kept it secret to avoid alarming anyone. But they don't even notice. A spatial crack opens behind them." Granny Lu Kui grins, "Great. If the Tianlu Mysterious Maidens stepped in, there's hope to eliminate Ji Yu Change for sure." Lin Yu asks, "Granny has so much faith in the Mysterious Maiden Senior." Granny Lu Kui replies, "She's our Tianlu City's guardian deity, might even be able to capture Ji Yu Change alive." But no sooner are those words out of her mouth when, bam, Ji Yu Change strolls out, with the Tianlu Mysterious Maiden right behind him. Our main guy chimes in, "So, they're your tokens of surrender." Tianlu Mysterious Maiden answers, "For the 8 desolations and 10 domains. For Tianlu City, they're nothing." Lin Yu cries out in fear. Mysterious Maiden Senior, "You." Ji Yu Change teases, "As the Tianlu Mysterious Maiden, you don't care about their lives." Tianlu Mysterious Maiden coldly replies, "Unimportant. If they can contribute to the 8 desolations and 10 domains, their lives shouldn't matter." Granny Lu Kui whimpers, "This chilling aura, something's not right." And Lin Yu's beyond pissed. He clenches his fists, saying,
Why did it turn out like this? Gu change, I have no way out anymore, I'm going to fight you to the death. But, cage time, Lin Yu charges and gets a beatdown, then gets tossed into prison. Lu Luo looks confused. Lin Yu, are you okay? Lin Yu cries. Lu Luo, is that really you? Did he give you a hard time? Thank goodness I finally see you again. Gu change is too despicable. Using a fake you to deceive me, but it's okay now. I believe that as long as we're together, everything. Lu Luo looks sad and says, what he said has already happened, we can't win, Lin Yu, or we surrender. Lin Yu is confused. Lu Luo, what are you saying? Lu Luo replies. We can't beat him, Tianlu City will be breached by him sooner or later. Knowing when to quit is the mark of a great man. The bickering between the Tianlu goddess and Gu change has officially started, but she already used her clone to rescue those Lin Yu guys and beat a die to a pulp, but facing absolute power. Even the Tianlu goddesses gotta tremble a little. The male lead drops the trump card. The myriad transformation demonic domain. The Tianlu goddess tried her best to resist but didn't last long. After that, she came under Gu change's control. On the other side, that fake demon pretending to be Lu Luo straight up skewered Lin Yu, and seeing that the Tianlu goddess had surrendered to the male lead, Lin Yu tried to act tough, but got his ass handed to him without missing a beat, and got locked up in the slammer. In there, he reunited with his lover. But Lu Luo also advised him to surrender. Lin Yu roared, Lu Luo, this is betrayal of the 8 desolate 10 domains, you know that? Or did that bastard threaten you? Lu Luo replied. I've just seen reality clearly. We're simply no match for him. I fear the 8 desolate 10 domains are not either. Do you think Tianlu City still has someone who can come and save you and me? The 8 desolate 10 domains will definitely be submerged by the Upper Realms army, but as long as we submit to Gu change, follow his arrangements, then we and our families will be protected by the Change family for eternal life. We have no other choice. Lin Yu gritted his teeth, thinking of the words he had heard on the road. It is said that he gave up our realm's supreme treasure, the immortal slaying gourd, for the woman in his heart, isn't it? How selfish, maybe many more people will sacrifice for him in the future. The opponent has a peerless character like Gu change. Our realm's prodigies are really not worth mentioning. It's not worth it for a woman, Lu Luo continued. Think about it, he's only your age now, but he has already stepped past that realm, and you are still just a Zihi Sheng realm. We're fighting him is like throwing an egg at a stone, Lin Yu said helplessly. Lu Luo, don't say it anymore, I know. Scene change. A moment later, Dai led Lin Yu to meet the male lead. Gu Cheng spoke. I heard you have something you want to say to me, Lin Yu said. I want to talk to you in private. The male lead waved his hand, signaling Dai to disappear in a flash. Okay, just spill it out, Lin Yu asked. What exactly did you do to Lu Luo? How did you scare her so much? Gu Change replied. Sometimes I really admire guys like you, favored sons of destiny. Have you forgotten your current situation? Who gave you the courage to talk to me like that? Immediately after that, a huge source of power directly pressed Lin Yu down, forcing him to kneel on the floor with both legs. Lin Yu's face was paler than sliced mutton, thinking bitterly, damn it, he dares. Then Gu Change continued. Is that all you wanted to say? Lin Yu asked. What has to be done for you to let us go? The male lead replied. As long as you listen to me, help me break the core formation of Tianlu City. Then you can surrender to our race and enjoy immortal glory. Lin Yu said. The core formation, that's the foundation of Tianlu City's existence. How can we approach it with our status? Gu Change said with a smile. That's your problem, but I believe in you. You should also believe in yourself. Lin Yu stuttered in fear. I know. But betraying the 8 desolate 10 domains, just let me do it alone. You must ensure Lu Luo's safety. The male lead said. If that's the case, I'll give you half a year. If you don't complete the task by then, this restriction will take your life. After speaking, the young man tapped his finger on Lin Yu's forehead, setting a time bomb. Then Gu Change continued. As for the woman you love, of course she can't escape the involvement. I think on the road to the Yellow Springs you don't want to see her suffer the scene of jade bones as pillows, and 1,000 men tasting her vermilion lips. Well, Lin Yu heard the threats and gritted his teeth in anger, tears welling up, but he couldn't do anything. That's what's frustrating. Scene changes to a strange place, where the Tianlu goddess is being tied up. Gu Change flew over and asked, Tianlu goddess, how are you feeling now? Holy moly, she's really stacked and full. Looking at the Tianlu goddess, he was so horny he couldn't stand it. She just smiled lightly, then raised her hand. The male lead was slightly surprised and said, You've become a demon. Immediately after that, the Tianlu goddess clenched her fingers together, and a radiant aura was released. And then boom boom boom, a terrible explosion broke out at the male lead's place. But out of nowhere, the main dude suddenly swoops in and grabs Tianlu Mystic Maiden's hand. He's all like, with a twisted personality like yours, there's no way to communicate?
Let me help you suppress that demonic energy first. Then, bam! He presses his hand against her chest and starts pumping demonic power into her. In a flash, the dark, ominous demonic energy fades from Tianlu Mystic Maiden's eyes, and they return to normal. She clutches her head and says, "Thank you." The main dude steps back and says, "No biggie, besides, I got an eyeful, so GU ain't complaining." Tianlu Mystic Maiden chuckles. Young Master GU is so composed, unperturbed, like an ancient, immovable rock. I admire you. GU change ponders. Being careful means lasting longer. Seriously, if I mess up and fall for her tricks, I'm the one who loses big time. Then he says, "Sunin, the cultivator armies from our realm will be assembled, but to attack Tianlu City, we still have to cross the abyss of realm, where things are unpredictable. I need Tianlu Mystic Maiden to guide the way." Tianlu Mystic Maiden slowly stands up and says, "Even if I tell you the route across the abyss of realm, it's useless. Outsiders will be rejected and get lost in there. Only I can personally lead the way." GU Change sinks into thought for a long while without saying anything. Seeing this, Tianlu Mystic Maiden continues, "You don't believe me." The main dude replies, "So if I want to cross the abyss of realm, I still have to rely on you." Tianlu Mystic Maiden giggles. "Young Master GU, why are you so wary of me? You've already imprisoned me to this extent, yet you're still being so cautious. How can I prove I'm trustworthy?" GU Change falls into deep thought again, mulling it over. After some hesitation, GU Change decides to release her bonds, but then he grins and says, "Looks like I really do need you to lead the way, but not right now. If Tianlu Mystic Maiden wants to show your sincerity, there are other ways." Tianlu Mystic Maiden puts on her Bambi eyes look and asks, "Other ways?" GU Change says, "Help me kill someone, or serve me. Pick one." Tianlu Mystic Maiden contemplates for a moment, then sighs, "I thought young Master Gu's heart was like an unmoving rock, untouched by external influences, and his Dabo heart was clear and profound. Turns out, he's just a mortal after all." GU Change smirks to himself. Yep, I guessed right. With the pride of a powerhouse like Tianlu Mystic Maiden, she can only choose to kill someone. But then, Tianlu Mystic Maiden rushes over and hugs GU Change. This unexpected move catches him completely off guard. Dude's mind is blown, but his little buddy is rising. Haha, Tianlu Mystic Maiden says, "I choose to serve you." Immediately after, she presses her juicy melons against the main dude. Oh my god, the author drew them so smooth and glossy, damn. Then she giggles and continues, "Young Master GU is young, talented, and unmatched in this world. I wouldn't be at a disadvantage at all. It's like having free meat delivered right to my mouth." GU Change is totally shocked. The main dude then immediately steps back and says, "Your constitution really does have problems? I almost fell for your trap." Tianlu Mystic Maiden giggles. "I thought young Master GU was bolder than anyone else, unparalleled in courage. I didn't expect you to be so timid. I've already taken the initiative, yet you're still hesitating. You really disappoint me." The main dude chuckles in response. "To get close to me, Tianlu Mystic Maiden, you're really putting in the effort." The 9 profound yearning physique borrows from the imagery of the yearning red phoenix, the symbol of steadfast loyalty. "Once I touch you, we'll truly be bound to live or die together," Tianlu Mystic Maiden says nonchalantly. "If young Master GU can guarantee to spare Tianlu City and give the 8 desolations and 10 domains a chance at survival, I wouldn't need to do this." The main dude says, "If that's the case, you can only help me kill someone." Tianlu Mystic Maiden smirks. "HMPH, you were just so clear about letting me choose, but now you're saying there's only one path left. Young Master GU is truly a reliable leader of the upper realm." GU Chang says, "I wonder if Tianlu Mystic Maiden can introduce GU to some of her old acquaintances." Tianlu Mystic Maiden says, bewildered, "Old acquaintances?" Then she thinks, he wants to use the myriad transformations demonic domain to devour the origins of those who have attained Davio. GU Change's current cultivation level must be related to his hidden identity. If this is exposed, I'm afraid the entire upper realm won't be able to tolerate him. Looking at how laid back he is, then she said, "Although I've lived a bit longer, I really don't have that many old friends. Many have passed away, and many have gone missing. Finding someone to satisfy young Master GU won't be easy." The main dude steps forward and asks, "Is there really no one to be found? If not, with your status, summon the strongest powerhouses of Tianlu City. I think they'll do." Tianlu Mystic Maiden giggles. But on second thought, if I search carefully, I might be able to find a few." Met Luluo in prison again. She advised him to surrender, and Lin Yu listened. Dude, seriously. GU Change's demand was simple. Lin Yu had to surrender and betray the 8 desolate 10 domains. Lin Yu agreed and got some kind of seal imprinted on his head. Ouch. Then, the main character went to see the heavenly dear Mystic Maiden, planning to force her to kill people for him. The nerve. But she chose to repay him with her body, and that body, holy moly, it's hot. It's seductive. But the heavenly dear mystic maiden has the 9 profound mutual longing physique. Whoever bangs her is stuck together for life. Talk about commitment. Cut to the next day. The two are cruising on a boat, enjoying the scenery. And the heavenly dear mystic maiden says,
I wonder if Gu Gongzi has ever heard of the 9 great mountains.
Gu Change says in confusion, the 9 great mountains? Rumor has it they are 9 immortal mountains, close to the 8 desolate 10 domains. Legend says this place has traces of immortals. Whenever the upper realm and the 8 desolate 10 domains fought, they would send people with immortal decrees to stop the war. Heavenly dear mystic maiden said, that's right, it's them. The main character asked, does the heavenly dear mystic maiden know anything else about the 9 great mountains?
She replies, the 9 great mountains have a total of 9 mountain lords, all of whom have the cultivation of accomplished individuals. Among them, the first mountain lord is the strongest,
but he has been in seclusion for countless years and has never appeared. Currently, the 9 great mountains are actually temporarily managed by the second mountain lord. Gu Chang smirked and asked, what's up? Do you have a grudge against them? The heavenly dear mystic maiden smiled calmly and replied, yes. Is Gu Gongzi willing to help me take revenge? The main character asked. Help you take revenge? The opponents are all accomplished individuals. Do you want me to risk my life with them? Heavenly dear mystic maiden said. Then let's turn back. Gu Change looked around, then said, is the waterfall in front the entrance to the 9 great mountains? The heavenly dear mystic maiden replied. Gongzi guessed correctly, but if we go straight in, we will get lost in layers of mist, the main character asked. The heavenly dear mystic maiden must have a way in, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the heavenly dear mystic maiden began to raise her hand and chant. She continued, this is the azure cloud flying boat, which I accidentally obtained years ago. Outsiders who want to pass through the layers of space and mist to reach the deepest part of the 9 great mountains can only rely on it. Except for the most mysterious first mountain, the remaining 8 mountains are all here. Then, the two sat on the same boat and flew straight in, signaling a bloody massacre about to take place. Ominous. Cut to inside the 9 great mountains, where the scenery is beautiful. Truly an immortal paradise. In a forest, 2 disciples were talking to each other. I don't know what the second mountain lord is thinking. Wanting to seal the mountain and no longer participate in external affairs. That's right, now that the upper realm is invading, it is the time for us to appear and gather faith.
Suddenly, a woman in green stepped forward from afar and said, every decision of Shifu has profound meaning. You dare to discuss Shifu behind his back. Aren't you afraid of being punished? The 2 guys quickly clasped their hands and said, Senior Marshal Sister Su Yun, please forgive us. We know we were wrong and dare not do it again. Introducing this stone-cold hottie, Su Yun, she said with a conceited expression, there won't be a next time.
The 2 ran away in a panic, saying as they ran, we understand. Thank you, Senior Marshal Sister. Su Yun stood there and sighed, then said, indeed, the upper realm is invading the 8 desolate 10 domains. It is indeed a suitable time for the disciples of the 9 great mountains to emerge and conquer faith. Yet Shifu decided to seal the mountain. It is truly incomprehensible.
Suddenly, 3 other people appeared from behind. A blonde guy in the middle said, Senior Marshal Sister Su Yun is right. The second mountain lord's actions at this time are really hard to understand. Su Yun glanced back, then said, Dao Zizi. Introducing this blonde dude, Gu Wudai. He smiled strangely and said, where's junior brother? I remember you 2 were inseparable. Su Yun replied, Xiao Yang has been called away by Shifu, probably to be instructed on something. Gu Wudi said, oh, I also want to discuss something with junior brother, what a pity. Su Yun asked, Daozi wants to ask Xiao Yang about the 9 mountain immortal seal, right? It's useless to ask him about this. You have to ask Shifu. Junior brother has only been in the 9 great mountains for more than 20 years. How would he know about this? Gu Wudi said, Senior Sister Su Yun's words are not necessarily correct. The 9 mountain immortal seal is the treasure of the 9 great mountains, containing the faith, fortune, and destiny accumulated over countless years. Every disciple of the 9 great mountains knows about it. It's understandable that junior brother wants it. But the 9 mountain immortal seal has always been passed down to those with worthy strength. Now they are not allowing disciples to compete for it, but directly giving it to someone else. I am not convinced by this approach. Su Yun said with slight surprise, You have now reached the supreme realm. How can junior brother be your opponent? If you want to compete for the immortal seal, just go directly to Shifu. Why make things difficult for junior brother? Gu Wudi said, I can suppress my cultivation to be equal to Xiao Yang's to fight a fair fight. Su Yun said, Your understanding of divine abilities and the rules of the Tao has reached perfection. Any competition is unfair to junior brother. If you want to receive the immortal seal, you can directly go to Shifu and talk to him. Don't do these petty tricks. Gu Wudi, face full of fury, spat out, You guys are really something. If you're going to be this biased, don't blame me for what happens next.
With that, he floored it and sped off.
Su Yun exclaimed in a panic.
What are you planning to do?
The two goons accompanying Ji-Yu Woody started gossiping. Is Daisy heading to the second mountain? Don't ask. The Daisy's in a terrible mood right now. Anyone who pisses him off will die. Scene change to a poetic boat.
Ji-Yu Change asked, Is this the Yun Shen Buyugi Chu? Looks like the 9 Great Mountains are pretty confident. Not even a gatekeeper disciple, or a mountain protecting grand formation. Tianlu Xuan Nu said. Ji-Yu Change chuckled.
They probably think no one in the world can find this place. Tell me about your grudge with the 9 Great Mountains. I'm suddenly intrigued. Tianlu Xuan Nu flirted. Is Jiyu Gongzi planning to help me get revenge? How can I ever repay you? A damsel in distress can only offer herself, but it's a pity you are too afraid, Ji Yucheng said.
Ridiculous, me, afraid, Tianlu Xuan Nu teased. Then why are you standing so far away, Ji Yucheng nonchalantly responded. Repaying with your body doesn't necessarily mean warming the bed, serving tea, or being a slave. Doing chores is also pretty good, you know. Tianlu Xuan Nu began her story. Actually, the feud stems from a former senior martial sister who betrayed Tianlu City, betrayed me and our Shifu, and ended up at the 9 Great Mountains, MC asked confused. And then, she became one of the mountain lords of the 9 Great Mountains, Tianlu Xuan Nu scoffed. Her aptitude is nowhere near mine. At best, she'd reached the quasi-emperor realm. But the mountain lords of the 9 Great Mountains must at least be Saint Realm experts.
Suddenly, from afar, Ji-Yu Woody stood tall and shouted, HMPH, who dares to trespass on the 9 Great Mountains?
The two goons echoed. Looks like outsiders. They've got some guts. Meeting our Daisy, they're gonna be super unlucky today. Ji-Yu Woody, with a gleam in his eyes, declared. Then let them be my punching bags first. Die. As soon as the words left his mouth, he unleashed his power and charged down, a massive beast figure appearing behind him. Looked pretty strong, actually, but looking down, there were only 2 people there. Ji Yucheng looked at him with a bored expression, thinking, Ugh, is this stray dog crazy or something? As he got closer, Ji-Yu Woody noticed the 2 Emperor Realm halos behind Ji Yucheng and Tianlu Xuan Nu, and his eyes widened in shock. His battle aura instantly vanished. Right after, he directly kneels and falls straight down. Scene changed to the second mountain. Inside the Great Hall, a voice boomed. Second Mountain Lord, I must object to your decision. The 8 desolations and 10 domains are in great peril, with the upper realm armies pressing down. This is the perfect opportunity for the disciples of the 9 Great Mountains to descend and roam the world, gathering faith. How can we close the mountain at a time like this? Missing this heaven-sent opportunity would be a lifelong regret.
Introducing Second Mountain Lord. He spoke up. Recently I used the 9 Mountain Immortal Seal for divination and glimpsed the River of Time. The results show that the 9 Great Mountains are about to face a great calamity, and it's coming soon. The only way to avoid it is to close the mountain. I'm doing this for everyone's sake. This time, it's not just a calamity for the 8 desolations and 10 domains, but also a calamity for the 9 Great Mountains. A silver-haired guy angrily roared. Every time the upper realm invades, you claim there's a great calamity, but it's always much ado about nothing. Have the disciples of the 9 Great Mountains ever faced any danger when they descend? Do you know that if we close the mountain this time, the reputation and faith that the 9 Great Mountains have accumulated over the years will vanish completely? Furthermore, I cannot agree with your insistence on giving the 9 Mountain Immortal Seal to Zhao Yang. Ji-Yu Woody far surpasses Zhao Yang in both cultivation and ability. If the 9 Mountain Immortal Seal was a fair competition, I wouldn't say anything, but you're being so biased that I must fight for Ji-Yu Woody. Introducing Protagonist Material, Xiao Yang. He bowed respectfully and said, Shifu, 3rd Mountain Lord's words are reasonable. Ji-Yu Woody Senior Brother far surpasses me in both cultivation and ability. This 9 Mountain Immortal Seal should be taken by Ji-Yu Woody Senior Brother. Furthermore, Ji-Yu Woody Senior Brother is already a powerhouse in the Supreme Realm. How could I possibly be his match? Therefore, I implore Shifu to withdraw the order and give the 9 Mountain Immortal Seal to someone more deserving. Second Mountain Lord said. Zhao Yang. You, 3rd Mountain Lord interrupted, HMPH. You've got quite the schemes. Clearly you're trying to say this isn't fair, that Woody is bullying you. If you want fairness, then isn't it simple? I don't want to take advantage of you. 3 days from now, you and Ji-Yu Woody will fight. He'll suppress his cultivation to match yours. If you can withstand 3 moves from him, then the 9 Mountain Immortal Seal will belong to you. Xiao Yang smiled respectfully and said, Xiao Yang humbly obeys 3rd Mountain Lord's arrangement. Tianlu Xuankov has entered the 9 Great Mountains. Inside there's this dude, Ji-Yu Woody, all salty because his junior brother, Xiao Yang, gets all the preferential treatment. Just as he's about to go settle the score, he stumbles upon our main guy, and a beauty enjoying the scenery. Of course he starts mouthing off, then charges straight in, ready to devour them whole.
But as he gets closer, he sees their Emperor Realm aura shining bright. Ji Wudi switches on survival mode and throws himself down on his knees and slides right in front of him. Turns out, Ji Wudi's junior brother, Zhao Yang, was about to be handed the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal, but the third Mountain Lord put a stop to it. He declares that in 3 days, Zhao Yang has to spar with Ji Wudi, and if he can last 3 moves, then he gets the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal. Scene change. A moment later, the third Mountain Lord huffs off in a rage. The second Mountain Lord speaks up. Actually, you didn't need to say anything just now. As long as Shifu always suppressed him, the third Mountain Lord couldn't do anything. Xiao Yang clasps his hands and replies,
Disciple didn't want to put Shifu at a difficult position. Besides, I'm confident in lasting 3 moves.
The second Mountain Lord ponders for a moment, then strokes his beard, saying, Do you know why this master wants to pass the seal to you and not Ji Wudi? Zhao Yang says, Please enlighten me, Shifu. The second Mountain Lord continues, Ji Wudi, while talented, is arrogant, stubborn, conceited, and unlikely to achieve great things. You, on the other hand, are humble, with unlimited potential. That's the first reason. The second reason is your background, Xiao Yang says, bewildered. My background? The second Mountain Lord pulls out a piece of jade pendant and says, This master has never told you about your origins. You only know that you were abandoned outside the 9 Great Mountains as a baby. But this jade pendant was in your swaddling clothes back then. It's the origin of your name, and also proof of the lineage of guardians of the Northern Wasteland 10 domains. Then he throws it towards Zhao Yang, who catches it, looking incredibly surprised, and says, Guardian bloodline, does Shifu mean? The second Mountain Lord replies, That's right. This is the secret of your identity. Legend has it that whenever the Northern Wasteland 10 domains face a great disaster, the Guardians will appear to stop the war. This master doesn't know what happened to your family, but it can't be denied that your bloodline contains unparalleled power. Xiao Yang holds the jade pendant in his hand, lost in thought. No wonder I've been hearing a faint call from ancient souls in my head lately, so it's the indelible inheritance in my bloodline. The second Mountain Lord continues. Once you take over the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal, this master will seal the mountain and send you out into the world. I believe that in the future, you will definitely make the glory of the Guardians shine throughout the 8 desolations and 10 domains. Cut to Ji Change's side. Ji Wudi is tied up now, but he's still screaming, Say kid, who the hell are you? Why did you barge into my 9 Great Mountains? HMPH, this is the territory of the 9 Great Mountains. Once the Mountain Lords realize our aura has disappeared, they'll quickly come looking for us. Our main guy says, I think you should obediently answer my questions first. What's your position in the 9 Great Mountains? Ji Wudi shouts, HMPH, what if I don't answer? But as soon as he finishes speaking, Ji Change slaps him across the face, distorting it. Ji Wudi is furious, saying, How dare you humiliate me? Do you know that in the 9 Great Mountains? Before he can finish, Ji Wudi gets slapped again by our main guy, further distorting his face, and then a barrage of punches begins, with resounding thwack echoing throughout the mountains and forests. After a while, Ji Wudi's face is all swollen. He mumbles, dejected, Tao child of the 9 Great Mountains, Ji Wudi. Tianlu Xuan Yuve says, bewildered, Tao child. So you're the successor of the 9 Great Mountains. Do you know Chen Su-yun? Ji Changj looks up and asks, Chen Su-yun, is that the name of your senior martial sister? Ji Wudi says in surprise. You know our senior martial sister, Tianlu Xuan Yuve says with an angry expression. Senior martial sister? Looks like she's been living well all these years.
Well, this junior sister is relieved, Ji Wudi stammers. Saintess, you're Tianlu Xuanyu.
Then he turns to the main guy, thinking, so this person, he's a prodigy of the 8 desolations and 10 domains. The 8 desolations and 10 domains already have such terrifying young talents. Perhaps the second Mountain Lord's decision to seal the mountain is not wrong, at least before I enter the quasi-emperor realm.
Suddenly, Ji Change flashes a kind smile, then reaches out to Ji Wudi's forehead. He cries out in horror, You, what are you going to do? Immediately, a scream rings out, followed by a burst of dark aura. After a while, Ji Wudi's face is blank, and he says eerily, You dare to place a slave seal on me. You, how could you? Ji Change says, if you don't want to die, then don't try to resist my words. I think you're a smart guy.
Alright, now lead us to your sect. Okay, scene change to the 3 Great Mountains. Ji Wudi has led Ji Change and the Tianlu Mystic Maiden back to the sect. As soon as they arrive, all the junior brothers rush out to greet him. Daozi, where have you been? The third Mountain Lord is looking for you. Ji Wudi replies, I know. Let me take these honored guests to see Shifu. Then everyone around starts whispering. Hey, the 2 people with Daozi really look like a celestial couple, don't they? Must be some important guests, huh?
Weird. Isn't Daozi in a good mood today?
Yeah, lately he's been pissed off about the Nine Mountains Immortal Seal thing. Meanwhile, on the side, the Tianlu Mystic Maiden transmits her voice. As long as he doesn't screw things up, you still want that Emperor Realm origin source? Or what? Ji Change replies, I can just snatch it myself. Scene cuts to inside the main hall. The third mountain lord speaks up. Wudi, what took you so long to return? Who are these two? Ji Wudi bows and says, reporting to Shifu, these are two honored guests this disciple met outside the mountain gate. This one is the Tianlu Mystic Maiden from the northern wasteland 10 regions. The third mountain lord exclaims in surprise, what? The Tianlu Mystic Maiden? Ji Wudi continues. And this one is mainly someone who is following the Tianlu Mystic Maiden. The Tianlu Mystic Maiden immediately steps forward, links arms with the male lead, and says with a cheerful grin, his name is Change, and he's my husband. As soon as she says that, all three of them, Ji Change is stunned. His mind practically explodes. The third mountain lord gapes. Hugh, husband. How is that possible? Can the Tianlu Mystic Maiden even get married? The Tianlu Mystic Maiden says, this isn't something to joke about. Besides, I'm just an unloved concubine by my husband's side. Right, husband. Ji Change is sweating bullets, totally freaked out, and says, stop messing around. We're in front of the third mountain lord. The third mountain lord steps forward, clasps his hands, and says, this old man doesn't mind. May I ask what this young master's name is? The Tianlu Mystic Maiden says, third mountain lord, just call my husband young master. As for his identity, you don't need to ask too much. The third mountain lord gives a forced smile, thinking, to make the Tianlu Mystic Maiden value him so highly, he must be from some ancient reclusive family within the 8 desolate 10 regions. He asks, may I ask what brings you two to the 9 great mountains? The Tianlu Mystic Maiden says, this time, my main purpose is to visit my rebellious senior martial sister. The third mountain lord says, Chen Su Yun. The Tianlu Mystic Maiden replies, that's right. The third mountain lord ponders, I heard the relationship between Chen Su Yun and the Tianlu Mystic Maiden isn't good. She wants to find the second mountain lord, but it isn't just to cause trouble. But if she comes all the way to our door just for revenge, it would really make the 9 great mountains lose face. He says with a smile, Chen Su Yun is a disciple of the second mountain lord. If the Tianlu Mystic Maiden wishes to see her, you will have to visit the second mountain. But since you two have traveled far, why not rest here today? I'll have Wudi report your arrival, Ji Cheng says. Then we'll be troubling the third mountain lord. Scene change to late at night. In a bedroom within the 3 great mountains, Ji Change is using the Hongmeng purple gaze to examine some memories. Damn, if the Tianlu Mystic Maiden keeps staring like that, I'm gonna have a hard time, she says in surprise. What kind of secret treasure is that? Can it even deduce the future? Immediately afterward, a scene appears, showing a day filled with thunder and lightning. 2 Emperor Realm experts are heading towards a place where a city has been burned to the ground. Ji Change notices someone, and he thinks, is that the guy our Ji family arranged in the 8 desolate 10 regions? That's Cyan bloodline, the descendants of the Golden Berserker war clan. Truly the child of destiny of the Protector clan. As expected, a place like the 9 great mountains must have a child of destiny. But although Ji Wudi has high cultivation, his fortune is ordinary, and he was almost devoured. Clearly the true child of destiny is someone else. It's just that I didn't expect it to be the child from the Protector clan who escaped all those years ago. Fate is truly mysterious. 20 years ago our Ji family exterminated your clan, and 20 years later you meet me. Thinking of this, Ji Change reveals a sinister smile, his eyes filled with murderous intent. This guy must have been a serial killer before he transmigrated. There's no way he lived an honest life. The Tianlu Mystic Maiden says, bewildered eye, is this what you look like when you're scheming against people, young master? The male lead leans over to the side and replies, this old man is just thinking about when to make a move. The Tianlu Mystic Maiden says, 3 days later, the second mountain lord's junior disciple, Xiao Yang, will duel Ji Wudi to compete for control of the 9 mountains immortal seal. Perhaps that will be the best opportunity to act, Ji Cheng says. Xiao Yang, 9 mountains immortal seal. Do you know its background? The Tianlu Mystic Maiden replies, I've only heard that the 9 mountains immortal seal is the foundation upon which the 9 great mountains were established. Unfathomable and mysterious. A treasure of this level is no longer at the Emperor artifact level. The fact that the 9 great mountains can always remain hidden is greatly related to it. In other words, if you consider the 9 great mountains to be an independent world, the 9 mountains immortal seal is the object that suppresses fortune. Finishing, she stretches and yawns. That aircraft looks pretty cool. Ji Change laughs and says, indeed a good item. The Tianlu Mystic Maiden lies down and says, I can take off my clothes, but you're a real, elegant man, hubby. Ji Change replies coldly, dream on. If Jiyu Change doesn't smash that, he is really a DT Yang.
After the fight with the third Mountain Lord, the second Mountain Lord revealed a bit about Xiaoyang's background. Turns out, he's a descendant of the guardian of the 8 desolations and 10 domains.
On Jiyu Change's side, Jiyu Wudi was still cursing like a madman, but ended up getting slapped by the protagonist with perfect precision. And to top it off, he got stuck with a slave seal, so now he's got a new little bro. Jiyu Wudi then led Jiyu Change and the other guy back to meet the third Mountain Lord.
After realizing the person in front of him was the Tianlu Mystic Maiden and her hubby, the third Mountain Lord arranged accommodations for them.
Jiyu Cheng used the Hongmeng purple gaze to look back at the past, and it turns out that the Jiyu family massacred Xiaoyang's entire family, and the male lead is determined to inherit the family's evil traditions. Just then, the Tianlu Mystic Maiden was lying there all seductive, inviting Jiyu Change over, but being the smart villain he is, Jiyu Change said, "Nah, I'm good."
Cut to outside the main hall where everyone's gossiping. Just now, the 3 Mountain Lords sent a message that the Tianlu Mystic Maiden from the 8 desolations and 10 domains has arrived at the 9 Great Mountains.
She's staying at the 3rd mountain right now, huh? What's such a big shot doing at our 9 Great Mountains? Seems like she came because of Senior Apprentice Sister, and I heard she's not here for a friendly visit. Rumor has it the Tianlu Mystic Maiden has already achieved Dao for a long time, yeah. Hopefully Senior Apprentice Sister doesn't clash with her. The Mountain Lords definitely won't just sit back and watch.
Su Yun's expression turned serious when she heard the gossip, thinking, "So many years have passed, and you've finally come, junior sister."
Immediately after, she recalled the happy memories of the past, the days when the 2 sisters were still close, when Su Yun was still rocking the off-shoulder look, truly worthy of being called a beauty who drives one wild.
Suddenly, a hand gently touched Su Yun's shoulder,
and it was none other than Xiaoyang. The young man grinned and said,
"What's senior sister spacing out about?
Is it because the Tianlu Mystic Maiden is here?" Su Yun chuckled, then sighed. "Sing, even you know about it," Xiaoyang said with a serious expression. "Although I don't know what happened between you two, the Tianlu Mystic Maiden is someone who has achieved Dao. Senior Apprentice Sister absolutely cannot act rashly."
Su Yun said indifferently. "Xiaoyang, junior brother, do you think senior sister is a good person?" Xiaoyang said without hesitation. "Of course," Su Yun continued.
"What if I told you that I once did something very bad? Back then, after Master chose her as the next generation Tianlu Mystic Maiden, I was unwilling, so I used a secret technique to steal it. In the end, Master came to stop me. And to save junior sister who was dying, Master didn't hesitate to deplete her life force."
Xiaoyang exclaimed.
"No one's a saint. Everyone makes mistakes. Back then, Senior Apprentice Sister was still too young. It's unavoidable to do something wrong. After all, you two have been sisters for so many years. I think as long as you sincerely apologize."
"If I were the Tianlu Mystic Maiden, I would forgive you."
What in this world is impossible to overcome? If the Tianlu Mystic Maiden is truly magnanimous, then she shouldn't dwell on the past.
Su Yun's eyes curved into a smile and said,
"Time flies so fast. 20 years ago, when I picked you up at the sect gate, you were just a newborn baby. And in the blink of an eye, you've grown so big, Xiaoyang. Thank you, junior brother, thank you. But you don't need to worry about my affairs anymore. You should still focus on the battle with Jiyu Wudi for the inheritance token."
"Nah,"
Xiaoyang smiled confidently. "Senior sister, rest assured, I will definitely win."
He clenched his fist and thought, "I also won't allow anyone to hurt you."
Cut to the Imperial Garden. Jiyu Change spoke up. "So this is the feud between you and your Senior Apprentice Sister?" Tianlu Mystic Maiden said, "You're so heartless. Is it not worth you sympathizing with me a little bit?" The male lead smiled indifferently, said, "This is nothing. When I was young, I almost had my bones dug out and died. If you need sympathy, you should sympathize with me." Tianlu Mystic Maiden was surprised and said, "I didn't expect you to have such an experience. Is this the reason why you entered the demon path?" Jiyu Change turned his face away and sighed. "Hi, no one was born a bad person. It's just out of helplessness. Looking at you like this, you must have wanted to find her for revenge a long time ago. Are you going to kill her this time?"
Tianlu Mystic Maiden said, "Why? Does young Master Jiyu want to persuade me to let go of my hatred?" The male lead smiled and replied, "Don't advise people to be generous if they haven't experienced the suffering of others." But the youth thought, "Of course I have to kill her. If there is revenge, you have to take revenge. Whether you take revenge or not has nothing to do with me. I just want to watch a good show."
Tianlu Mystic Maiden said with a smile, "Although you are a big devil, but I think you are quite interesting." Jiyu Change grinned. "It takes one to know one. A proud goddess like you is no longer in that state." Then Tianlu Mystic Maiden twisted her body and said invitingly, "Or, you can just follow me." Jiyu Change smiled and replied, "Dream on, honey. I'm handsome but not stupid.
Cut to an open area, and suddenly a huge arena starts rising from the ground. Everyone's freaking out and gossiping. What's going on? Are the Mountain Lords gonna duke it out? Heard that Tianlu Xuannu is settling her beef with senior sister Chen Suyun here in a bit. They even activated the Emperor Realm's battle stage. Did Second Mountain Lord really agree to let Tianlu Xuannu and senior sister Chen Suyun settle things with a fight? Tianlu Xuannu is already a saint. Senior sister, maybe the grudge between senior sister and Tianlu City is something we can't interfere with, so Second Mountain Lord reluctantly agreed to this fight. Let's go, hurry and watch the battle, but look at senior sister.
Senior sister is still super calm, looks like she must have a plan.
Xiao Yang in the back is looking worried, thinking, even though I got a secret treasure from Shifu, Tianlu Xuannu is a longtime saint. If she goes all out, one move might be enough to kill senior sister. Damn it, if anything happens to senior sister, even if you're Tianlu Xuannu, I won't let you off the hook. Suddenly, a space crack opens up above, and who appears but that hot double combo that Hong dared to covet. The people of the 9 Great Mountains are totally shocked, blurting out, they're here.
Who's that next to Tianlu Xuannu?
Su Yun down on the arena is looking super tense, but she's always looking sharp and like ready to go.
Tianlu Xuannu slowly walks down and says, senior sister, why the sigh?
Could it be that life these past years has been too comfortable, so you don't want me to bother you? Su Yun says. You've changed. Tianlu Xuannu laughs.
Oh, how was I in senior sister's eyes before?
Su Yun replies. Before, you wouldn't beg others for revenge, let alone a man. Where's your pride and confidence? How are you any different from the women you used to look down on? Tianlu Xuannu says.
Looks like senior sister still doesn't understand me deeply enough. He's not just anyone, he's my husband.
The one who's wholeheartedly devoted to me.
After saying that, she turns around and waves, smiling sweetly at the male lead above. Gu Change's face is also super excited. The young man smiles gleefully, thinking, purple really doesn't disappoint me.
Holy crap. Turns out Gu Lizard is eyeing the leaks. Zhao Yang below, with his purple aura of the Child of Destiny, speaks up. Shifu, what are senior sister's chances of winning? Second Mountain Lord sighs and replies, no chance of winning, but at least she can save her life, Zhao Yang says in shock. Even Shifu isn't optimistic about senior sister. Second Mountain Lord thinks, just what is the background of that mysterious young man? He gives me an extremely dangerous feeling. No wonder even Third Mountain Lord, as experienced as he is being careful and not daring to underestimate him.
Below the arena, Su Yun starts forming hand seals, pulling out the big guns. Su Yun goes all in right off the bat, summoning a giant seal to smash straight down at Tianlu Xuannu. Tianlu Xuannu just stands there calmly, saying, senior sister is making her move. A pseudo-emperor realm 6th heaven, huh? Is that all you've got?
After saying that, Tianlu Xuannu pulls out her own big guns to fight back. Boom, boom, boom.
The giant seal smashes down from above, making the arena shake violently. But right after, streaks of green energy burst out from inside the giant seal. And then it gets chopped to pieces. Su Yun thinks in shock. As expected, I can't contain her. Right after that, Tianlu Xuannu's eyes are full of killing intent as she floors it, zooming towards her senior sister.
Su Yun sees that and is super scared. She quickly forms defensive hand seals, but it's no use. Tianlu Xuannu is as fast as lightning, zipping around, and every time she comes close, she just chops, without saying much. Then she unleashes a barrage of chops. Su Yun can only stand there and take it, thinking, the difference is too great, I'm completely no match for her. Has she already been overwhelmed in the blink of an eye? Tianlu Xuannu speaks up. Is this your limit, senior sister? Still as weak as before, it's so annoying, Su Yun thinks to herself. She's not attacking my vitals. Does she want to slowly torture me to death? On the side, the audience is freaking out, saying, this is bad, senior sister can't hold on at all. Xiao Yang shouts frantically. Stop, Tianlu Xuannu. You're the city guardian of Tianlu City, yet you're acting so cruelly, completely disregarding the friendship of fellow disciples from the past. Even if senior sister wronged you back then, so many years have passed, why hold on to the hatred for so long? Is there anything in this world that can't be let go? You're Tianlu Xuannu, and you used to be her junior sister. Can't you be a little more forgiving? I announce that senior sister has lost. Stop. Tianlu Xuannu pauses for a second, and then says, you're advising me to be generous. Su Yun weakly speaks up. Junior brother, you don't need to worry about me. This is a grudge between her and me. If she doesn't want to forgive me, I accept it, Tianlu Xuannu says with a cold face. Looks like you know what she did to me back then, huh? Xiao Yang shouts angrily. So what if I know? You're still living well now. Let go of the hatred. Do you really want to kill a senior sister who once belonged to the same sect as you? If you do you still deserve the title of Tianlu Xuannu? Bros, predict how many chapters before Gu Lizard kicks this little brat's ass. His nagging is pissing me off. The heavenly fate maiden came to 9 great mountains, and she even told Zhao Yang about the past grudges between them. But since Su Yun had been kind to him since he was little, Xiaoyang still sided with, and what had to come eventually did. The battle to resolve the grudge between Su Yun and the Heavenly Fate Maiden finally took place. The second Mountain Lord and a ton of disciples from 9 great mountains came to watch the drama, while Jiyu Change was only focused on the purple aura ED Child of Destiny, Zhao Yang, down below. As soon as the match started, Su Yun went all in with her Dharma artifact. But the Heavenly Fate Maiden was no pushover. She shattered the artifact and lunged at Su Yun, slashing at her like crazy. Seeing that, Xiaoyang knew the Heavenly Fate Maiden wanted to torture Su Yun. He started barking a bit too much, and everyone around started gossiping. This is truly outrageous bullying, relying on her powerful cultivation to humiliate our senior apprentice sister like that. That's right. Even if you're the Heavenly Fate Maiden, you can't kill our 9 great mountains senior apprentice sister. Isn't this just disregarding our 9 great mountains? Is she not afraid of the Mountain Lord of 9 great mountains taking action? Heavenly Fate Maiden, stop. Heavenly Fate Maiden, stop. Ji-Yu Wudi pondered. Oh, what a touching display of unity, how foolish. You'd be better off praying you all get out of this alive. Maybe it wouldn't have been so bad if I'd met him sooner. On the other side, Jiyu Change smirked and thought, this Xiao Yang is really good at stirring things up. I wonder if he can forgive me for wiping out his entire family. Down below, the Heavenly Fate Maiden still arrogantly said, the 9 great mountains people really know how to protect their own, not distinguishing right from wrong. It's quite unsightly. But the more you're like this, the more I want to kill her right in front of all of you. Su Yun spoke up. Junior sister, I didn't want to put Shifu in that situation back then. I deeply regret it. The Heavenly Fate Maiden angrily retorted. You didn't want to? You regret it? But I haven't seen you kneel before Shifu's grave, or offer a single incense stick in all these years. How laughable. Su Yun looked sorrowful, and said, Shifu told me to let go of the hatred towards you before she died. Shifu, you had such last words. I'm the one who failed Shifu, and failed. Suddenly, the Heavenly Fate Maiden erupted with power, her eyes blazing with killing intent as she yelled, Don't pretend, I'll drag you down there to apologize myself. Xiao Yang panicked and shouted, I told you to stop. Boom, boom, boom. A powerful shockwave erupted, with blinding sword energy shooting out in all directions. The spectators exclaimed in shock. Such powerful sword energy. Even after being weakened by the arena's formation, it's still this powerful. Down below, the Heavenly Fate Maiden aimed straight for Su Yun's chest and stabbed forward relentlessly. Suddenly, the Heavenly Fate Maiden's expression changed to one of utter surprise as she exclaimed, Emperor Qi protection. It turned out that a jade pendant appeared between Su Yun's 2 plump peaches, completely blocking the Heavenly Fate Maiden's killing blow. It then released a burst of power, pushing the Heavenly Fate Maiden back. Xiao Yang cheered. That's great! This is the protective secret treasure that Shifu gave her, the Heavenly Fate Maiden said. Senior apprentice sister really has a lot of tricks to protect herself. I thought you weren't afraid of death, Su Yun said. It seems you really want to kill me. The Heavenly Fate Maiden laughed. Are you scared now? Well, that's right, otherwise you wouldn't have hidden in this 9 great mountains for so many years. Up above, that dumbass Xiao Yang opened his mouth and roared again. Heavenly Fate Maiden, stop here. Your Shifu, even in death, wouldn't want to see her disciples slaughtering each other. Heavenly Fate Maiden, why can't you understand your Shifu's good intentions? Hearing such nonsense, the Heavenly Fate Maiden went completely ballistic. She bent over, launched a palm strike in his direction, and yelled, Who the hell do you think you are, lecturing me and telling me what to do? Xiao Yang looked terrified, but he had the second Mountain Lord backing him up. The second Mountain Lord raised his hand and formed a seal, and a protective barrier appeared, completely blocking the Heavenly Fate Maiden's strike. The audience gasped again. It's the second Mountain Lord. The second Mountain Lord has finally made a move. The Heavenly Fate Maiden shouted. Second Mountain Lord, are you planning to interfere in this? The second Mountain Lord spoke up. Heavenly Fate Maiden, you misunderstand. This old man just doesn't want my disciple to bother you. Jiyu Chang couldn't resist and chimed in. You didn't stop this guy from butting in 3 or 4 times already, but now you're making a move. Such a temperament, truly a legacy. Xiao Yang glared angrily. Who the hell are you anyway? What does this have to do with you? The second Mountain Lord sensed the male lead's danger and hastily said, Xiao Yang, step back. Jiyu Chang chuckled and said, What's it to me? Didn't you hear her call me husband? Jiyu Wudi thought smugly in the back. Haha, Xiao Yang is done for. The second Mountain Lord said, Esteemed friend, please quell your anger. It is this old one's lack of discipline that has led to my disciple's impudence. I hope you won't blame him. But he only had good intentions, wanting to persuade the heavenly dear mystic woman to let go of her hatred. The male lead said nonchalantly, Is that so? Actually, I'm quite the simpleton myself. Xiao Yang continued to glare at Jiyu Change, with hateful eyes full of resentment. The male lead continued, Well, if they all say so, then you should let go of your hatred. The audience buzzed again. This young master isn't bad at all. Yeah, he seems to be a reasonable person.
Below the arena, the heavenly dear mystic woman shouted, "This humble servant will obey my husband in everything." After speaking, she revealed a bizarre smile, then glanced at Su Yun with a truly murderous look. Immediately after, she slipped into the spatial rift and left. Su Yun sighed in relief. "Thank you, junior sister, for forgiving me," she thought. "Was that look pity?"
The heavenly dear mystic woman quickly regrouped with Ji Yu Change. The second mountain lord clasped his hands and said, "Ha ha, esteemed friend, your generosity truly makes this old one admire you. 9 great mountains will definitely treat you with utmost hospitality." Zhao Yang happily flew down and said, "Senior sister, that's great." "You're all right," Su Yun replied. "TCH, what could possibly happen to me?" But as Zhao Yang flew down, there was also a golden object flying down with him, which was none other than Ji Yu Change's profound Yang heavenly blade. The blade that slays corrupt emperors above and flattering officials below had entered the fray, and then, thwack! In one fell swoop, the profound Yang heavenly blade pierced through Su Yun's chest. Another hot babe officially bit the dust. Zhao Yang, witnessing his senior sister being killed right before his eyes, was utterly shocked. With bloodshot veins coiling around his eyes, Su Yun was also completely floored, thinking she had survived, only to be told, "See you in the next life." Zhao Yang was in immense pain. Roaring, senior sister, Su Yun, glanced at her beloved junior brother one last time, a faint smile on her lips as tears streamed down. Then, her body began to crack apart. Boom chew, Su Yun's body exploded, unleashing powerful shockwaves all around. The second mountain lord, witnessing this scene, was utterly shocked, and the audience was speechless. "You said forgive, but you really meant forgive with a sword through the chest." Zhao Yang, upon flying down, was left with nothing but scraps. His nits, lol. He really was just left with scraps. He cried and wailed, "Senior sister, senior sister, senior sister. Why did this happen?" Suddenly, many spatial rifts appeared around, and a powerful voice boomed out. "He dares to kill a disciple of my 9 great mountains," the audience exclaimed. "It's the mountain lords." A purple-clad woman stepped forward and said, "If you don't give us an explanation today, don't even think about leaving the 9 great mountains." The burly man beside her transmitted his voice, "Don't get agitated." The second mountain lord seemed very wary of him. Ji Yu Change was just like, "I don't give a SHT." The young man grinned and said, "Explanation. Shouldn't you mountain lords be advising your disciple to let go of his hatred right now? Although I killed his senior martial sister, is there anything in this world that can't be overcome or resolved? I wonder if he can be generous once and not give me a chance to turn over a new leaf. Damn, this is what happens when you provoke a madman." Ji Yu Change repeated Zhao Yang's nonsense word for word. "It's like, you get what you give, feels good, man, haha." Zhao Yang, hearing those mocking words from below, was extremely bitter. He gnashed his teeth and roared, "Motherfucker, I'll kill you." Ji Yu Change, opened his big mouth and said, Hey, look at that, he's not very generous, is he? And he was just advising my wife to let go of her hatred earlier." The heavenly dear mystic woman smiled sweetly and said, "Oh husband, why do you say such things? After all, I might be petty, but I'm also adorable, aren't I?" Suddenly, the second mountain lord rushed down and stood in front of Zhao Yang. He said, "Step back. Today's matter is a feud between the senior martial sister and the heavenly dear mystic woman. We are outsiders and have no right to interfere," Zhao Yang bitterly said. "But he has." The second mountain lord transmitted his voice, "Don't get agitated. Don't throw your life away." Then he clasped his hands and said, "I hope you'll forgive us, esteemed friend. My disciple was somewhat rash. I hope you won't take his words to heart. Today, the feud between the heavenly dear mystic woman and Chen Su Yun has ended. From now on, the disciples of 9 great mountains will not interfere further." Ji Yu Change smiled smugly and said, "Since the second mountain lord has said so, I naturally won't bother with a junior. Let's end this matter here." But the young man thought, "But the main show has only just begun." Zhao Yang hated with bloodshot eyes, thinking, "You dog of a man and woman, I swear, from today onwards, besides the blood feud that must be avenged, I will definitely kill these 2. Yeah, you got this, bro. Avenge my hatred, and kill that Jiu eel for me. He's getting way too cocky." Shan seemed pretty salty that Tianlu Xuannu went all out on Su Yun, and with Xiao Yang's added hype, the crowd turned to defend her. But Tianlu Xuannu didn't give a damn. She straight up charged to stab with her sword, but the second mountain lord's protective Dharma artifact blocked her. At this point, the second mountain lord stepped up, begging for Xiao Yang and Su Yun's lives. Ji Yu Change, being the kind soul he is, would have agreed in a heartbeat, and told Tianlu Xuannu to chill. But that only happens in dreams. Ji Yu casually skewers Su Yun to death, right in front of Xiao Yang, and then has the audacity to say, Zhao Yang told everyone to let go of hatred, so they should let this go too. Xiao Yang was pissed off.
But what could he do?
Cut to a scene later, the third Mountain Lord throws a welcoming feast. He happily raises his glass, saying, "Congrats Dado friend Xuan Nu on avenging your great grudge. This old man toasts to both of you." Tianlu Xuan Nu replies, "This time, it's all thanks to third Mountain Lord providing such convenient conditions." The third Mountain Lord replies, "You're too kind, you're too kind. If I ever get the chance to leave the 9 great mountains, I hope you two will look after me." He secretly thought, this kid's got some serious connections. Who knows, he might be useful later. Ji Change just casually replies, "Simple, simple."
But in his head he's thinking, like you'll ever get the chance to leave the 9 great mountains? The third Mountain Lord continued with a huge grin, "Young Maester and Xuan Nu, you two are unmatched in elegance, truly a match made in heaven." Tianlu Xuan Nu replies, "Ah, third Mountain Lord is absolutely right, I think so too, right husband." Ji Change half-heartedly replies, Yeah, that's right." Tianlu Xuan Nu transmits her voice, "Hey, it's not time to reveal our true intentions yet. Can you put a little more heart into your acting?" The male lead chuckled quietly. "I'm scared of acting. If I act too much and make it real, you might just slit my throat." Tianlu Xuan Nu continues, "Young Master Change has already helped me avenge my grudge. How could I repay kindness with enmity? You still don't trust me even now. It's truly heartbreaking." Ji Change winces, saying, "Your personality is all over the place. You're practically screaming, 'I want to die together with you.'
You're really risking it all for the 8 desolations and 10 domains, but I advise you to stop having such crooked thoughts." The third Mountain Lord, seeing the scene, is confused. He thought, "Oh damn, are they arguing?" And down below the table, Tianlu Xuan Nu is busy caressing Ji Change's butt. But our male lead ain't no pushover, he rejected her instantly. Cut to the scene at Chen Suyuan's grave. Xiao Yang is kneeling there in deep sorrow, his lucky points steadily decreasing. He recalls the beautiful memories of the past and says, "From childhood to adulthood, only you and Shifu have cared about me the most. Now she's fallen to the point where her soul has scattered. If I, Xiao Yang, don't avenge this, I swear I won't be human." Suddenly, the second Mountain Lord appears, saying, "That young man's strength is so great that even I sense a trace of danger." Now that the great Mountain Lord is away, the 9 great mountains don't dare to act rashly. Before you become an accomplished cultivator, you absolutely must not go for revenge. Your bloodline is powerful. If you can find your former clan members, with their help you might have a chance at revenge.
Xiao Yang asks, "Guardian bloodline?" Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock, and he exclaims, "This is?" The second Mountain Lord explains, "The Silver Moon battle armor was made from a Silver Moon divine wolf at the level of accomplished cultivator I killed years ago, and turned into this armor. Just now I also divined a hexagram, and in the competition with Jiyu Wudi the day after tomorrow, there will be a sudden anomaly. The heavenly secrets are chaotic. I'm a little worried. If you have another protective treasure, it will increase your chances of winning." Xiao Yang says with sorrow, "Thank you, Shifu. But rest assured, Shifu, I won't lose to Jiyu Wudi. If I suppress my cultivation to the same level as him, I am completely confident in suppressing him. Why should I be afraid of his 3-legged cat skills?" Cut to the male lead's side. Jiyu Wudi clasps his hands and says cheerfully, "Master, rest assured, Xiao Yang is just a Saint Realm cultivator. Even if I suppress my cultivation to the same level as him, he's no match for me." Ji Change says, "You will lose." Jiyu Wudi says, "I am a Supreme Realm cultivator. Even if I suppress my cultivation in the Saint Realm, my insights into divine powers and rules are not something Xiao Yang can compare with. How could it be possible to lose?" Ji Change says coldly, "Are you questioning my judgment? You can try it the day after tomorrow. If you don't get the 9 Spring Immortal Seal, then you don't need to live anymore." Jiyu Wudi was so scared that he quickly kneeled down and said, "Wudi, dare not. I will definitely risk my life for the young master. I must get the 9 Spring Immortal Seal." Ji Change turns his weird gaze towards him, finishing with, "Now be quiet and relax." Switch scene. Early the next morning, the people of the 9 Great Mountains were excited to watch the contest. People gossiped, "Senior sister, who do you think will win this Immortal Seal contest?" The woman replies, "Logically speaking, the Daco child's cultivation is higher. But when the great senior sister was here, she often taught the little junior brother privately, so at the same level, it may still be a bit unpredictable. I'm really curious about who the Immortal Seal will eventually be passed on to. They're all too young. In name it's passing on the seal, but I feel that there's a high possibility that the Mountain Lord will temporarily manage it." They didn't notice that right behind them, a space portal was opened, and the person walking out was Aid Day. He flashed a sinister smile. Cut to the arena, where Second Mountain Lord bellows, "Today, 9 Mountains officially confirms the ownership of the Immortal Seal. The victor between Dao Child Jiyu Wudi and disciple Xiao Yang will henceforth manage the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal." He then waves his hand, and a gigantic, colossal seal slowly descends from the sky. Everyone there is absolutely floored, saying, "Look, what's falling is the Nine Mountains immortal seal. No wonder it's the Nine Mountains' ultimate treasure. Its power is off the charts." Oh boy, Third Mountain Lord is secretly grinning, thinking, as long as Woody wins today, this treasure will be mine to control. GU Change telepathically transmits, "This thing is the Nine Mountains immortal seal? It might be even better than the immortal slaying gourd and the supreme chart." Huh? Tianlu Xuan Nu replies, "I heard this thing is related to the evolution of the Nine Mountains, and is the foundation for their existence. Whoever controls it, controls the Nine Mountains." GU Change smirks, thinking, as long as it falls into my hands, conquering the Nine Mountains will be a piece of cake. I want it. Second Mountain Lord announces, as agreed, this old man will suppress GU Woody's cultivation to the same level as Zhao Yang. With that, he waves his hand, and a blinding golden light strikes GU Woody. Third Mountain Lord, looking displeased, mutters, "That old geezer, he's suppressing his cultivation, but also secretly probing to see if Woody has any hidden tricks up his sleeve." Beside her, a female Mountain Lord says, "We can't interfere in the feud between Tianlu Xuan Nu and Su Yun. If that brat dares to make a move during this disciple battle, we'll join forces to suppress and kill him." The South Mountain Lord next to her nods. Agreed. A woman in an orange dress thinks, confused. Old Nine and Chen Su Yun are pretty close. Is this an excuse to avenge her? Down below in the arena, GU Woody confidently grins, saying, "Zhao Yang, junior brother, I didn't expect our little contest today to attract so many fellow disciples. Just give up now. I'm afraid I might accidentally kill you." Zhao Yang is furious, his eyes burning with hatred. "You dare collude with the one who killed Senior Marshal's sister. You deserve to die." As soon as he finishes speaking, Xiao Yang vanishes into thin air. Everyone is stunned, saying, "Xiao Yang actually made the first move. Wasn't he just supposed to withstand 3 attacks? Does he really want to fight Dao Child GU Woody to the finish?" Xiao Yang, quick as the wind, instantly teleports behind GU Woody. GU Woody senses the danger behind him. He glances back, then raises his hands to block the attack. But Zhao Yang teleports somewhere else entirely. He raises his fist, roaring, "What are you looking at, you mutt, GU Woody?" This punch is for Senior Marshal's sister. A massive fist slams straight into GU Woody's face, the force so strong it distorts his features. GU Woody thinks in panic, "Crap, that was fast." Suddenly, mystical blue aura rings appear on Zhao Yang's arm. These rings seem to be boosting Zhao Yang's power, sending GU Woody flying back hundreds of meters with one punch. Only when his body slams into the protective barrier does GU Woody barely manage to stop, blood spewing from his mouth. Everyone cries out in shock. What, senior brother GU Woody was defeated in one blow? Junior brother's strength can't be underestimated. At the same cultivation level, we definitely don't have his power. Second Mountain Lord, witnessing this scene, is quite pleased. He's secretly certain the immortal seal is going to Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang steps forward and says, "Normally I see you as my senior brother, so I don't bother arguing with you. Do you really think you are an unmatched genius? Today I'll shatter your Dragon Fist Dao physique and let you know what true genius looks like." With that, Zhao Yang pours all his power into his fist and charges forward, but, surprise, surprise, that mutt GU Woody suddenly raises his hand and blocks the powerful punch. Zhao Yang is shocked that his full-force strike was stopped so easily. Immediately, a change takes place in GU Woody's eyes. He twists Zhao Yang's wrist to the side, and the young man chuckles, saying, "You were talking about what is a true genius, huh? You mangy dog." As soon as he finishes speaking, GU Woody kicks out. A gigantic illusionary dragon appears. He kicks Zhao Yang straight in the face. After that world-shattering kick, Zhao Yang flies hundreds of meters, blood gushing like rain as he flies. Second Mountain Lord thinks, alarmed, "This is not good." Everyone is buzzing with discussion again. Looks like senior brother Woody is still a bit stronger. That's right, even with his cultivation suppressed, he's still someone who once stepped into the supreme realm. GU Woody puts his hands behind his back, acting exactly like some shameless guy, and says, "This is what you call a genius? Can't even block the first move? How are you supposed to block my second?" Zhao Yang painfully gets up and says, "No, this is impossible. How can this be the strength of the Saint Realm?" GU Woody cuts him off, yelling, "Are you stupid from being hit?" Zhao Yang, his face covered in blood, thinks, "If it wasn't for the Silver Moon battle armor, I would already be dead or crippled," the young man says. "There is no way you are GU Woody." GU Woody stands tall and says, "If I'm not GU Woody, then who am I?" Zhao Yang sees the familiar demeanor, then glances up and says, It's you, GU Change." In GU Woody's body, GU Change laughs gleefully, saying, What nonsense are you talking about?
Seeing that Ji Yu Chang had some serious backing, they cozied up, wanting to be his pal. Meanwhile, on Zhao Yang's side of the field, he was totally gutted about Chen Su-yun kicking the bucket. Right after that, Two Mountains Lord, worried sick about his precious disciple, swooped in and gifted Zhao Yang the Silver Moon war armor for protection. Talk about a sugar daddy. Bright and early the next day, the showdown between Ji Yu Wudi and Xiao Yang went down.
As soon as the match started, Zhao Yang went straight for the jugular, serving Ji Yu Wudi a mouthful of dirt. But just when everyone thought Xiao Yang had it in the bag, Ji Yu Wudi casually put his hands behind his back, just like someone we know. Cough, Ji Yu change cough. And then, bam! He turned into a slippery eel, landing punches on Xiao Yang like there was no tomorrow. Xiao Yang, freaking out, yelled, "The dude in front of me ain't Ji Yu Wudi." The crowd went wild, buzzing like a beehive. What's Xiao Yang implying? Clearly, that's the Dao child. Figured he couldn't win, so he's trying to save face. Didn't think he'd be such a sore loser. Hearing that, Xiao Yang was grinding his teeth, spitting fire. "You guys..." Two Mountains Lord was still glued to Ji Yu Chang. Sizing him up, he thought, "I just gave him the once-over, unless his strength is way higher than mine, but that's not likely. Even if he's a powerhouse, he's still just a quasi-emperor." Three Mountains Lord, barely containing his pride, chuckled. "Never thought my disciple Wudi was secretly grinding this hard. His strength blew my expectations out of the water," Heavenly Dear Mystic Maid thought. "Those powerhouses raised in isolated paradises are just too naive." Down below, Ji Yu Wudi raised his hand like, "How boring, I thought you were a big shot, talking all that trash.
You should just lie down and play dead." Then he summoned 8 massive fireballs, with the faint silhouette of a crazy huge dragon lurking inside. Xiao Yang, witnessing that spectacle, nearly peed his pants, thinking, "How can Ji Yu Wudi be this strong? Was that dude scared before? My vengeance ain't even been served yet. How can I feel this way?" Then, his whole body surged with power and he roared, "What makes you think I'm definitely gonna lose?"
As soon as he finished, boom, K.A. boom, the sky exploded with a chain of deafening blasts. Those fireballs detonated, shaking the whole damn place. A hot minute later, when the smoke cleared, Zhao Yang was lying there, knocked the hell out, totally wrecked, and unable to fight back. The crowd erupted. No surprise there. The Dao child still way stronger, Ji Yu Wudi, all smug, said, "Junior brother, looks like I don't even need a third move." As soon as he said that, the dark pink glint in his eyes faded, turning him back into the innocent, clueless Ji Yu Wudi. Getting his body back, Ji Yu Wudi was super confused, looking around like, where am I? Who am I? What the heck did I just do? The crowd went wild again. Of course you've heard the name of the Dao child. Then everyone started chanting his name like crazy. "Wudi, Wudi, Wudi, Wudi." Ji Yu Chang chimed in. "Today's fight was a real eye-opener. The disciples of 9 mountains are no joke. Even I'm not sure I could measure up." Three Mountains Lord cackled. "Now that the match is decided, Two Mountains Lord announced the results already." Two Mountains Lord, looking salty as hell, said, "Since Xiao Yang lost, I'll keep my promise. From now on, the 9 Xuan Immortal Seal belongs to..." But suddenly, Xiao Yang shouted, "Hold up! That fight doesn't count. He cheated. Someone interfered. The one fighting me wasn't Ji Yu Wudi." The crowd went wild again. Not again. What the heck is Xiao Yang doing? With all the Mountains Lords here, would they miss any cheating? Beside him, the Mountain Lords were exchanging suspicious telepathic messages. Anyone else feel something's off? Yep, me too. Down below, Ji Yu Wudi threw his head back and screamed, "Zhao Yang, you lost! I thought you were a stand-up guy, but you're just spreading lies to frame me. All these years I've been working my butt off, while you and Chen Su-yun were all lovey-dovey. Do you even know how much sweat I've poured?" Xiao Yang yelled back, "You're talking crap!" Three Mountains Lord, looking pissed, said, "Two Mountains Lord, are you just gonna let Zhao Yang keep causing trouble?" Ji Yu Chang shook his head and sighed. "Didn't think Two Mountains Lord's disciple would be so narrow-minded. If he can't change, it'll be hard to get him to submit later," Heavenly Dear Mystic Maid echoed. "Narrow-minded, huh? Hard to get him to submit, huh?" Two Mountains Lord turned and said, "Zhao Yang, step down. From today on, Three Mountains Lord will hold the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal." Ji Yu Wudi happily grabbed the Immortal Seal and said, "This is the treasure of 9 mountains." In the distance, Three Mountains Lord spoke up, "Good boy, bring the Immortal Seal to your master." Down below, Zhao Yang was still trying to explain. "Master, Two Mountains Lord cut him off. It's come to this, let's go." And Ji Yu Wudi, looking like a loyal puppy, hugged the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal and flew towards Three Mountains Lord. The latter was grinning from ear to ear. "That's my good disciple, no need to rush." But suddenly, Ji Yu Wudi knelt down, offering the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal to the male lead. Everyone around was stunned. Look, is the Dao child sucking up to the male lead since he didn't give the Immortal Seal to Three Mountains Lords first? That's not right. The Mountain Lords were also baffled, telepathically chatting. "What's that kid Wudi doing? daring to give the Nine Mountains Immortal Seal to an outsider. Is he screwing around? Ji Yu Changsh picked up the Immortal Seal, examined it for a while, and said, "This is the Nine Mountains Immortal Seal. Indeed, a unique stone condensed from innate Davo patterns." The third Mountain Lord laughed and said, "Ha ha! Young Maester is indeed knowledgeable. I'm afraid you have no shortage of such treasures, right?" The protagonist nodded and said, "Yeah, there are quite a few in my family, but I prefer taking them from others." As soon as he finished speaking, the Nine Mountains Immortal Seal emitted an incredibly terrifying power. The third Mountain Lord said in confusion, "Young Master, why are you dissolving the great formation of the Nine Great Mountains?" As soon as he finished speaking, a pillar of light and power shot up into the sky from the Nine Mountains Immortal Seal. Everyone there was utterly confused, saying, "What is he planning to do?" The third Mountain Lord angrily said, "Wudai, change, young master. What exactly do you mean?" The protagonist glanced aside and said, "Go down and do your job, Ji Yu." Wudai obediently replied like a dog, "Yes, master." Ji Yu Change smiled sinisterly and said, "Even at this point, the third Mountain Lord still doesn't know what I'm here for. The Nine Great Mountains have been living too comfortably for too long." Up above, the purple-robed female Mountain Lord angrily roared, "Bastard! You dare to snatch our Nine Mountains Immortal Seal? Do you think you can survive leaving this place?" The male Mountain Lord beside her chimed in, "Kid, no matter who you are, immediately leave the Immortal Seal and get out of the Nine Great Mountains." Suddenly, a busty female figure came running from somewhere, panicking and shouting, "Enemy attack! There's an enemy attack!" The several Mountain Lords exclaimed in alarm, "What? That's—" But suddenly, that female figure was struck by a burst of power from behind. Boom! She was instantly obliterated. From the distance, a fleet of countless warships was slowly advancing. Everyone exclaimed in horror, "It's the army of the Upper Realm! Attack! What? How did people from the Upper Realm find this place? It's the mysterious young master beside the heavenly dear mysterious maiden." At this point, the third Mountain Lord finally realized the danger. He angrily said, You're a person from the Upper Realm." Ji Yu Change shouted loudly, "Give you a chance. Those who surrender live. Those who resist die." Suddenly, several other Mountain Lords appeared beside them and said, "Little brat, so what if you have a large army? Our Nine Great Mountains have 8 Emperor Realm experts." The heavenly dear mysterious maiden spoke up. "Let me go and hold back 3 of them," Ji Yu Chang said. "Go." Immediately afterward, the heavenly dear mysterious maiden appeared in front of those old fogies and said, What did you guys just say? Say it again." The several Mountain Lords exclaimed in horror, "Heavenly dear mysterious maiden, you want to help people from the Upper Realm? You are the divine guardian of Heavenly Dear City. Do you know what you're doing?" Suddenly, the heavenly dear mysterious maiden's eyes became different. She swung her sword and said, "For Heavenly Dear City, I don't mind doing anything." Scene changed to Zhao Yang, who was still trying to explain, saying, "Shifu, that guy is from the Upper Realm. The 9 Great Mountains are in danger. Where do you want me to go?" The second Mountain Lord said, "Stop causing trouble. The divination of disaster has come true one by one. It turns out, that guy is the tribulation of our 9 Great Mountains. The urgent matter is to get you out of the 9 Great Mountains, not to stay here and die in vain." Xiao Yang roared, "Even if he has an army, with so many Mountain Lords, can't they defeat him?" The second Mountain Lord sighed and said, "HMPH, if the Immortal Seal hadn't been snatched away by him, I would still have some confidence. Moreover, do you think he would dare to recklessly attack if he wasn't certain of victory?" Xiao Yang said bitterly, "Damn it. If I had awakened my guardian ability now, it would be great." Suddenly, Ji Yu Wudi flew over and said, "Second Mountain Lord, little martial brother, hurry. Our Shifu is about to be unable to hold on anymore. Please, help us." Xiao Yang angrily said, "Ji Yu Wudi, you still have the face to come here after all this." Ji Yu Wudi immediately knelt down, tearfully saying, "I was wrong, but we were also deceived by that guy. Second Mountain Lord, please help. Our Shifu, they're about to be unable to hold on anymore. You can punish me however you want later. I just want to redeem myself." The second Mountain Lord replied, "I know. The fact that the Immortal Seal was snatched can't be entirely blamed on you. But I have more important things to do right now. You step back first." Zhao Yang said, "Shifu, Ji Yu Wudi dared to deceive us. Aren't you going to punish him?" The second Mountain Lord said, "That's not important now. I'll take you away first." Ji Yu Wudi kowtowed and said, "Second Mountain Lord, if you want to take Xiao Yang martial brother away, why not take me along too? Even if I stay in the 9 Great Mountains, with my strength, I won't be of much help. Me and Xiao Yang martial brother, the 2 of us can ensure that the legacy of the 9 Mountains will be continued." Xiao Yang angrily roared, "HMPH, worthless thing, you're such a coward," Ji Yu Wudi continued. "Moreover, with my supreme strength I can also be a bodyguard for martial brother." Xiao Yang angrily cursed, Who needs your protection? The second Mountain Lord said. Alright, he still cares about his master and isn't a bad person. Moreover, having one more person means one more hope.
However, he didn't know that Jiyu Wudi's eyes had changed. The demonic art's color was showing. Al-Ade led the army to attack. With overwhelming strength, Jiyu Change's army beat the people of the Nine Great Mountains like dogs. Boom, boom, boom. A loud explosion rang out again. The third Mountain Lord resentfully said, "Bastard. You dare to play with this old man." Jiyu Change retreated behind and said, "It's just that you guys are too stupid." The ninth Mountain Lord angrily said, "HMPH, Heavenly Dear Mysterious Maiden may be strong, but she can't be a match for the three Mountain Lords. And you have to face us four." Before she could finish speaking, she was chopped into pieces. Immediately afterward, her entire body melted like a pile of minced meat. The Mountain Lords exclaimed in horror, "Ninth sister, it's the immortal slaying gourd!" Jiyu Change held the golden immortal slaying gourd in his hand, and then smiled and said, "Hee hee, now there are only 3 left, huh? Let's have a moment for the ad." Taking over Jiyu Wudi's body to fight Zhao Yang. And, surprise, surprise, the main character absolutely destroys that chickened out Zhao Yang. After a verbal beatdown, Jiyu Wudi finally gets his hands on the 9-mountain immortal seal. But instead of handing it over to his Shifu, the third Mountain Lord, he offers it to Jiyu Change. Everyone's jaws drop. Right after that, Jiyu Change launches a full-scale assault on the 9 Great Mountains. The second Mountain Lord is trying to help Zhao Yang escape when suddenly, Jiyu Wudi shows up, begging to come along. Meanwhile, outside the battlefield, Jiyu Change pulls out the Ol's immortal slaying gourd. Scene change. We're in the middle of nowhere. And a teleport gate appears. Zhao Yang and Jiyu Wudi pop out. Jiyu Wudi's like, "Phew, finally escaped." Is this the abyss of nothingness? So not far from Heavenly Deer City then, Zhao Yang is fuming on the inside, thinking, "Shifu." He remembers the second Mountain Lord's words. "I've taught you everything I can. The next part of your journey is up to you." Zhao Yang asks, "Shifu, won't you come with us?" The second Mountain Lord replies, "You have your mission, and I have mine." Zhao Yang clenches his fist and says, "I will definitely find the Great Mountain Lord, reunite with my clansmen, and avenge Shifu." Jiyu Wudi steps forward, grinning. "Don't worry, Shidi. Your senior brother will definitely help you." Zhao Yang shoves him aside, saying coldly, "Get lost, I don't even know you that well. From now on, we're strangers. Don't follow me." Jiyu Wudi protests. "How can I? I promised the second Mountain Lord I'd protect you." Scene change back at the 9 Great Mountains. The battle is raging like crazy. Jiyu Change stands tall, confidently saying, "You still want to resist?" The second Mountain Lord shouts, "His strength is unbelievable. We can't even handle him together. Where does he get all these magical artifacts?" Another Mountain Lord says, "Do you even need to ask? He must have tricked us one by one just like he tricked us all. He's here, crap, he's locked down space." The main guy swings his Xuan Yang heavenly saber and shouts, "Here, catch these babies." Holy crap, right after he says that, a terrifying blade of energy descends from the sky. The Mountain Lords are straining every muscle to block it, but it seems like they might be losing here. That blade cleaves down, right through the group. But suddenly, a blue aura appears. Jiyu Change says, "Oh, finally, everyone's gathered." The crowd shouts, "Second Mountain Lord, great! This brat is too powerful. Please, Second Mountain Lord, help us suppress him." The third Mountain Lord says with a guilty look, "It's all my fault for trusting outsiders and letting a wolf in." The second Mountain Lord says calmly, "Now isn't the time for that. We have to eliminate the enemy first." Then he turns to the main guy and continues, "For someone so young to have this kind of strength, I've never heard of it. Who exactly are you?" The main character answers, "I already told the third Mountain Lord, but I didn't expect him to be so slow. I'm from the Chengsheng Jiyu family." Jiyu Cheng. The second Mountain Lord exclaims in shock, "The Jiyu family, Jiyu Change. Could you be the young leader of the Upper Realms army?" The third Mountain Lord yells, "There are many changes, but you never said you were a Jiyu." "You liar," Jiyu Change says. "It seems you've heard some news from the outside. But what good does it do you, even if you know?" "Alright, enough chit-chat. Now that you're all gathered, I can catch you all in one go." With that, the main character pulls out his gourd, and demonic energy surges around him. The 9 Great Mountains folks panicked. "Damn, what's this aura? Is he trying to imprison us?" The second Mountain Lord said, "I'm afraid it's not that simple. That weapon, could it be a world-ending artifact?" Our MC, pulling out the 8 desolate demon halberd, looking all imposing, said, "Come on out, you essence source." Scene change. The red-faced dude suddenly went huge, roaring and slamming Tianlu Mysterious Woman downwards. He yelled, "Tianlu Mysterious Woman, no matter how strong you are, you can't fight 3 accomplished ones at once. Was it worth it?" Tianlu Mysterious Woman glanced at our MC, thinking, "I wonder how long it'll take for him to finish his business over there.
I can't hold on much longer. The red-faced guy charged again, throwing a massive punch, yelling, "It's useless to look over there, second Mountain Lord and the 4 Mountain Lords are there."
"What hope do you have?" Tianlu mysterious woman replied. "I believe in my husband." Redface got pissed and said, "Shameless hussy."
You, the Tianlu mysterious woman, actually teamed up with an upper realm guy to attack our 9 great mountains. Today I'll drain your spiritual essence dry. Right then, green tendrils of energy erupted from below, piercing through Tianlu mysterious woman, causing her immense pain.
She weakly moaned. "Hugh, husband, hurry, up!" Suddenly, Old Hat Man spoke up. "Sixth, that aura over there is abnormal." Sixth Mountain Lord replied. "Second Mountain Lord and them should be fine. It's just a quasi-emperor over there anyway."
Suddenly, a huge explosion went off, the shockwave shaking the entire surrounding space violently. Then we see Gu change, casually standing in midair, holding second Mountain Lord by the collar.
System notification. Host has broken through to Quasi-Emperor Realm, 3rd Heaven. Our MC smiled gently, saying, "Now it's your turn." The people on the other side witnessed that scene and were scared shitless. 6th Mountain Lord roared, "Second Mountain Lord, what happened to 4th Sister? Her aura is gone, damn it, I won't forgive you."
Yeah, won't forgive indeed. But it's Gu change who won't forgive them. After a bit of boasting, the 3 guys were laid out neatly on the ground, getting their essence sucked dry by our MC. System notification. Host has broken through to Quasi-Emperor Realm, 5th Heaven. Tianlu mysterious woman, after healing up a bit, thought, "He devoured the essence of 7 accomplished ones from the 9 great mountains. I'm afraid below the immortal realm no one can match him." Our MC glanced at her and said, "I didn't expect you to fight to the death for Tianlu City like this."
Tianlu mysterious woman winked and smiled.
"Does Gu Gongzi believe me now?"
Second Mountain Lord suddenly burst out laughing, saying, "Ha ha ha, how ridiculous and pathetic. You, the Tianlu mysterious woman, groveling to an upper realm demon? Are you worthy of the 8 desolate 10 domains?" Tianlu mysterious woman retorted. "When the upper realm army attacked, you closed your mountain gates, hiding like rats. What right do you have to blame me?" Second Mountain Lord continued.
Gu change, is it? No wonder you're so terrifying at such a young age. Maybe Tianlu mysterious woman is under your demonic influence too? Unbelievable, the upper realm still harbors someone like you. Our MC casually replied, "Why do you care about what the upper realm does? As for the 9 great mountains you were protecting, it's been wiped out by me. You still have time to lecture others?" Second Mountain Lord said, "Wiped out? As long as one disciple of the 9 great mountains survives, the will of the 9 great mountains will take root in the world." Gu change smiled eerily, saying, "Will? Huh. Are you talking about that Zhao Yang? You still don't understand why I killed everyone but spared you. As a remnant of the Guardian clan, why do you think I let him go?"
Second Mountain Lord exclaimed in shock. "You? How do you know? Could it be that you were behind the massacre of the Guardian clan more than 20 years ago?"
Gu change replied, "Are you crazy? Why would I bother with that? But my family did it."
Second Mountain Lord's eyes widened in disbelief. He realized he had run into a monster, and one with a powerful family behind him. "We're doomed, really doomed. Oh well, all doomed, son, where are you, haha."
Wudi had already been secretly helped by the second elder to leave the 9 great mountains. Although Xiao Yang kept looking down on Wudi and wanted to kick him out, he still shamelessly clung on, because he's basically Gu Change's dog now. Meanwhile, inside the 9 great mountains, Gu Change was socializing and hanging out with the mountain lords who were holding the upper hand, when suddenly the second mountain lord showed up. But that only made our main character even more excited. So he hauled out his 8 Desolations demon halberd and went to town. On the Heavenly Dear mysterious woman's side, she was getting beaten like a rented mule by 3 mountain lords, but on the other side, Gu Change was already smashing those mountain lords like bugs. Finished over there, he went straight to the Heavenly Dear mysterious woman's side and slapped those 3 mountain lords around like little puppies. After that, the main character revealed his reason. Keeping the second mountain lord alive was bait to lure that Zhao Yang guy in. This revelation completely shocked the old guy. Scene change. Outside, a troop of upper realm soldiers were moving out. 2 of them were chatting. "Ha ha! The 9 great mountains have all been wiped out by young Master Change. Our upper realm's morale is soaring right now," the other one said. "Yeah, but the crimson-clad demoness, who's been missing for ages, has reappeared. The war between the upper realm and the 8 desolate 10 regions is at its most intense stage. Let's hope she doesn't affect the overall situation. We don't have much manpower left to deal with her anyway." "No problem." According to the observations of the surrounding Daio lineages, she seems to have regained some sanity this time. Rumor has it she appeared on the summit of Endless Sea, summoning all the devils in the sky, and established Demon Mountain. It seems she just wants to occupy a region. After we wipe out the 8 desolate 10 regions, the great Daobao lineages can turn around and clean her up. Victory is surely ours, right?
On the warship, Lu Guanwang spoke up. "Did we really destroy the legendary 9 great mountains?" The Heavenly Phoenix Maiden beside him said, "HMPH, not bad, just as I expected. You're someone I've been paying attention to. Say that only to me, don't accidentally say it out loud.
Lu Guanwang asked, confused. Why? Why? The heavenly phoenix maiden said coldly. Isn't living better?
Behind them, Wang Ziqin spoke up.
Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, that's not cool. Brother Jun just wanted to show off a little in front of you. Why did you have to expose him? Jiang Chuchu yelled, Wang Ziqin, let go of me. Lu Guanwang, annoyed, turned around and said, doesn't the human ancestor hall have ships? Or are your kings without ships? What are you lingering here for? Wang Ziqin replied with a smile. What can I do? My Chuchu just wants to stay on the academy's ship. I wonder if she's waiting for someone. Jiang Chuchu said bitterly, I thought you weren't coming. Since you're here, I have to go back to the human ancestor hall to handle some business.
Wang Ziqin still hugged her tightly and said, Don't!
It's been so long since I saw you. Let me cherish you a bit before you go. The heavenly phoenix maiden thought, looking disgusted.
So tiring with these two crazy bitches. Scene change to a gloomy forest. Sitting on a rock, Xianfer was eating and praising. As expected, I can't live without good food. Suddenly, a woman walked over and said, Xiang'er, my little sister, you're really something. We meet again, Jiyu Xiang'er said, confused. Anyan, how is this already the third time?
What do you actually want to do? Introduction. This woman is An Yan from the reclusive immortal clan, a very powerful force, strong enough to rank among the strongest clans in the upper realm. She said with a smile, Xiang'er, my little sister, you're so heartless. Weren't we close sisters at the super absolute island relic? Have you forgotten? Who was almost turned into minced meat by a quasi-supreme realm ferocious beast that day? If I hadn't released the formation in time, you'd probably be pushing up daisies by now, Jiyu Xianye replied. I didn't need your protection, I'm fine without you, Anyan giggled and said. That's right, I almost forgot. You're the little princess of the evergreen Jiyu family. How could you lack life-saving treasures? Xianflair thought of her awful brother and pouted. My life-saving stuff isn't from him. It's already good enough if he doesn't steal from me. Anyan continued. Your brother is so impressive, I heard he recently destroyed all the 9 great mountains of the 8 desolate 10 regions. Ji-Yu Xian-Chair just oh-ed and stretched, Anyan said in surprise. Xian-Chair, my little sister. You don't seem surprised at all, that's the 9 great mountains. Even many Dao lineages of the upper realm can't compare, Xian-Chair replied indifferently. Yeah, what's so strange? That guy destroys a lot of sects. Am I supposed to be surprised every time I'd have to shorten my lifespan by many years? Anyan asked. Rumor has it Jiyu Change is incredibly mythic. What kind of person is he, exactly? Xianke replied. He's a villain, Anyan continued to ask. Tell me, why do you keep mentioning him? Anyan replied. I hear countless rumors about Jiyu Change every day, and his little sister is right next to me. Who wouldn't be curious? Besides, this time we're going to crusade against the 8 desolate 10 regions, and we'll face the geniuses over there. I'm a little worried. If something unexpected happens, I want him to help me out a little. You know, I haven't been out in the world for long, my combat experience is pitifully little. How can I be a match for those ruthless geniuses? Shanhair smiled confidently and said, So you want to cozy up to me? You can just cozy up to me directly, I'll protect you. Wouldn't that be all right? Don't worry, given our friendship I won't stand by and watch, Anyan replied with a smile. Hearing what my little sister says, I feel relieved. After saying that, she floored it and sped off. Jiyu Xianhair watched her go, then said, Da Qing, with my keen intuition, she's approaching me for a reason, Da Qing lazily replied. You're so smart, scene change. A little later. Anyan had already zoomed back to her warship. As soon as she got back, an elder said, Young miss, are you sure about this? Anyan replied. After a long investigation, I've discovered that Jiyu Xianhe is practically Jiyu Change's closest person. In some ways, she's like his weakness. As long as I build a good relationship with Jiyu Xianxie, I can naturally get into Jiyu Change's sights and approach him. The elder sighed and said, If everything goes smoothly, that's good, Jiyu Change. That guy is too dangerous. Young miss, if you want to approach him, you must be extremely careful, no slip-ups. These years have really been tough on you. The eldest young miss is gaining more and more power. Her words in the clan are already equal to the patriarch's. This old servant fears that before long, the entire An clan will fall into her hands. At that time, young miss, you'll truly be in a dilemma within the clan. Anyan said, You don't need to be so pessimistic. This time, Anji sought his own death, saving someone he shouldn't have. So what if he has hidden immortal bloodline? In the upper realm with incomplete rules, he's just a calamity. Scene changed to Jiyu Chengge. Tianlu Zhuanu had an utterly bewildered expression as she witnessed something. Oh, it turns out she was intently watching Jiyu Liang in the middle of a breakthrough. Surrounded by countless demons, Tianlu Zhuanu exclaimed fearfully, What is this person's background? This power has long surpassed the level of Dao comprehenders. After a while, Jiyu Liang opened his eyes. He said, finally stabilized my realm. How much time has passed? Tianlu Xuannu replied.
7 days. Ji Change slowly stood up and said, "Thank you for protecting me. How's the war situation outside?" Tianlu Xuannu said.
Since the Upper Realm cultivators learned that you annihilated the 9 Great Mountains, morale has soared. The 8 desolations and 10 domains have suffered repeated defeats and have now been pushed back to the Jikong Abyss. Jiyu Liang smiled with satisfaction and said,
"Looks like your position as the guide is no longer stable."
Seeing the situation, the Dao lineages will sooner or later develop a stable space passage. I've given Lin Yu half a year. Do you think he can do it? Tianlu Xuannu replied. I can't say for sure. Suddenly, a Dao flew over and called out, Master. The 2 young people suddenly turned to the side and greeted, Mistress. Tianlu Xuannu was overjoyed when she heard this and said, Mistress, I love it, Jiyu Change coldly said. She's not your mistress. Speak your business. Eta Da said. The Dharma body powerhouses from the various races and Dao lineages have descended, inviting you to discuss the grand plan to conquer the 8 desolations and 10 domains, the male lead said.
So that's what it is, Xuannu. Do you want to come with me? Tianlu Xuannu smiled and replied,
Young Master Ji can go alone. In the end, regarding the upper realm's affairs, I am still an outsider. It is inconvenient for me to participate. Ji Change said, Haha, I don't hear her feeling embarrassed when calling me husband, but now you say you are an outsider. Tianlu Xuannu smiled and replied, Young Master, don't tease me anymore. There are no outsiders here, no need to act. The young master still doesn't want my body. How dare I overstep my bounds? Unless... Jiyu Liang suddenly went serious, with an angry face said, You talk about the body all day long. You're a dignified Tianlu Xuannu. Can you maintain some integrity? What kind of person do you take Jiyu Man for?
The 2 young people smiled evilly and said, Have you heard of pure love? Seriously, this imitation of the original saying comes out of Jiyu Liang's mouth. It's so rotten he doesn't dare to steal someone, and shouts, Pure love, ha ha ha, scene change to the Jikong Abyss. Countless warships are pulling over here.
Suddenly, 5 elders appeared, disgust. At this point, what is the army hesitating for? The morale of the 8 desolations and 10 domains is currently low. Why not wipe them out in one fell swoop? One should not pursue a cornered foe, nor should one besiege an enemy without a way out. The 8 desolations and 10 domains still have quite a few old monsters who haven't appeared yet. If they fight back desperately, our losses will be significant as well. Just thinking about how I have to stay at the Emperor realm for so many years because of the 8 desolations and 10 domains. This old man can't wait to annihilate them all immediately. How about sending the younger generation to battle first? Right now, they're retreating one after another, although the old monsters can still endure it. The young prodigies have long been unable to restrain themselves. We can stay put and let our prodigies temper themselves a bit. Accumulating combat experience is not bad. Who knows, it might lure out the top-tier forces on their side. Suddenly, Jiyu Liang appeared and said, What the senior said is very reasonable. Change completely agrees. Right now they are begging for peace, so let's just let the younger generation force them onto the battlefield. If they really turtle up and dare not fight, then we'll launch a full-scale attack later. The elder smiled and said, Then we'll leave this matter to you to preside over. I believe that with you leading the younger generation of our upper realm, we will be even more motivated. But he thought, if he hadn't torn through space to come, we probably wouldn't have discovered this brat. Truly terrifying. Jiyu Change said, All right. I'll immediately send a challenge to the 8 desolations and 10 domains. I will definitely lure them to bring all of their elite forces out to be annihilated. Immediately afterward, Jiyu Change waved his hand and wrote a few words. A bunch of dogs fighting ain't. The guys from the upper realm are already rolling up on the 8 desolations and 10 domains. They're practically next door. Anyan's been trying to cozy up to Jiyu Xianxie, hoping to get close to Jiyu Change through her. Sneaky. Xianxie knows exactly what she's up to, but she's playing along for kicks. Girl's got a sense of humor. Turns out, Anyan's doing this to build up her power base. Needs some solid backing to fight for power in her clan, you know. Meanwhile, over on Jiyu Change's side, our boys meditating and leveling up. Classic. Tianlu Mystic Maiden is still hanging around, trying to get some skinship going, but Jiyu Change is like, I only have pure and innocent love to give. Yeah, right. Right then, Ada shows up to report. The Upper Realm's army has arrived at the Boundary Sea. Just what he was waiting for. Jiyu Change jumps at the chance and challenges the young hotshots of the 8 desolations and 10 domains to a brawl. Cut to Tianlu City. Jiyu Change's challenge has been delivered, and everyone's buzzing. What, a declaration of war from the Upper Realm? And they're targeting our younger generation? Are they mocking us? Do they think that just because the Upper Realm has Jiyu Change that we should be afraid? Bring it on? Even if our overall strength isn't as good, One-on-one, I fear no one? Xiao Yang's nearby, seething with jealousy. Gu change, you jerk. Scene change. Lukong mi. Gu change pipes up. How many people did my mom send from the Taichu divine sect this time? The red guy replies. Young master, there are 9 quasi-emperors, 30 supremes, and countless quasi-supremes, and below. Then, the main guy turns and asks, Where's Xianqier? I don't see her. The soldier answers. Reporting young master. Xianqier has gone to the true immortal library of the young mistress. Gu change says bitterly. Has that little brat forgotten my name? How dare she not come to see me first? Her guts are getting bigger. And with that, our hero slams the pedal to the metal and zooms off in a fit of jealousy. Jump to the upper realm's fleet of warships. Wang Zikong is grinning. Xianqier, long time no see. Big sister has a gift for you. Xianqier happily accepts it. This is Wang Ziqin, Xin replies. I know you love treasure hunting and grave robbing. This magic treasure, I just won it from Jiang Luoshen. It can help find relics and treasures. I think you'll like it, Xianqier happily said. Really? Wang Zikong forced a smile and thought, if I can't pursue her directly, I can go around in circles. Suddenly, a warship zooms past at breakneck speed. The heavenly phoenix maiden exclaims, Is that someone from the War Immortal Manor, Xianfair? Are you affiliated with the War Immortal that Gu Change killed? On the warship, a guy with a super cold face glares down, looking none too friendly. Wang Ziqin says, Oh, so impressive, Luguan Wang. Didn't you fight that little War Immortal before? Win or lose? Gu Xianfrere sadly thinks. Looks like he didn't gain any advantage. I have to work harder. I can't just rely on him forever. Suddenly, an enormous aura descends upon them. Everyone panics. What's happening? What is this? Is that emperor-level pressure? And then, a foot silently steps down, instantly forcing the War Immortal Manor ship to nosedive like they're bowing down in worship. Some frightened War Immortal Manor lackeys stammer, Why you've descended. That's Gu Change. Dramatic reveal. Quote, he appears all cool and says, What are you doing flying so high, you plastic frogs? The little War Immortal grits his teeth, thinking, It's Gu Change. He's the one who killed the previous War Immortal. Fine, I'll endure this for now. On the other side, Wang Zikong chuckled. When it comes to showing off, he's still the best. What's up with Xianjier? Is this guy always so arrogant? Cut to Tianlu City. Gu Change's challenge letter has arrived, and everyone's buzzing. This time, we absolutely have to wash away the humiliation. Let's take this chance to make sure they can't recover. I heard Gu Change is ridiculously strong. It won't be easy. But this is a battle between peers. If he participates, he definitely won't use his cultivation realm to overwhelm us. Xuan Tian, the Xuanwu clan's genius. Then what's there to be afraid of? If you guys are scared, I'll take him on. Lin Yun, you've seen him. Does Xuan Tian have a chance? TCH, why ask him? That guy's already scared shitless. Doesn't act like a man at all. Such a waste of Lin family resources. Xuan Tian stepped forward, patted Lin Yu's shoulder in consolation, and said, This is a challenge letter from the upper realm. It's our chance to turn the tables, bro. Lin, you're the heir to the Dragon Blood War God lineage. How can you be so discouraged? Lin Yu coldly brushed Xuan Tian's hand away. Then, he just silently walked away. Someone nearby sneered, I used to think you were a strong future rival, but you collapsed after losing once or twice. What weak mental fortitude, I tell you. I used to admire him, now I'm seriously disappointed. I heard he couldn't even protect the girl he liked. Alright, he suffered enough, you guys should say less. Lin Yu gritted his teeth, thinking, How can I win? There are only a few months left. Do I really have to become the eternal sinner of the 8 desolations and 10 regions to save Luo Lu? Damn it, is there really no other way? Suddenly, the young man seemed to sense something. Lin Yu followed his gaze to a purple-robed woman, thinking confusedly. The Tianlu Mysterious Maiden. No, that's not right. This aura. Could she be a personal disciple of the Tianlu Mysterious Maiden? If she knew the Tianlu Mysterious Maiden was captured by Gu Change, she'd definitely want to save her. If that's the case, why does the eternal sinner who steals the core of the formation have to be me? Cut to not far away, a group of people were shouting, Counterattack the upper realm. Capture Gu Change alive. Gu Wudi pondered. I didn't expect these young people to be so invigorated after receiving the challenge letter. Worthy of being the heavens chosen of the 8 desolations and 10 regions. They've got guts. But he spoke the truth. The chances of winning this battle aren't high. The person next to him said, There's no other way. The young cultivators of our realm have much less time to cultivate than those in the upper realm. If only we had a few hundred more years to grow, but the Tao child is already on par with us at such a young age. At that time, I hope the Tao child will lend a hand. Gu Wudi chuckled to himself. With him around, even tens of thousands of years wouldn't help. Cut to the male lead's side. The War Immortal Palace's ship, after being suppressed by Gu Change, immediately descended. Going along with the other ships, the male lead smirked to himself. Good to know. Soon after, the young man landed on Xianjier's ship.
The people on the other warships cheered. It's young Master Change, Sect Master. Can I come up for a photo? I have an image stone, Xianjie coldly said. What are you doing here?
Jiyu Chang replied. I came to visit you, and you're giving me this attitude, Xianhe still said unhappily. Who needs your visit? You're so flashy it's embarrassing me too.
The male lead continued.
I heard you're about to fight the younger generation of the 8 desolations in 10 regions. I'm so worried, so I especially came to give you 2 protective Dharma artifacts, Xianxie still nonchalantly said. I already have hundreds of Saint-Tier artifacts. You think you can fool me with a few scraps? That's what she said, but when Jiyu Change brought out the big guns, she couldn't help but peek, and once she looked, she couldn't help but drool. Jiyu Chang said, Oh, so in Xianhe's eyes, Emperor tier and quasi-Emperor tier artifacts are all trash, Sai. It's just that I'm too poor, I can't get immortal tier artifacts to give you, if you don't want them. Behind him, Wang Zikim was shocked, eyes wide open. Holy crap, those are all divine artifacts. Xianxie quickly took them, and then happily said, Bro, what do you want to eat? What do you want to drink, Jiyu? Change was visibly annoyed. Suddenly, Wang Zikim turned into a delicate little sis, and walked over saying, Jiyu Gerge, do you think you're short of Mei? I can do it too. Jiyu Change cringed, probably scared he'd have a blood pressure drop. Lol. On the side, An Yan was standing there, watching the male lead's conversation.
She chuckled to herself, thinking, That's Jiyu Change. Following Jiyu Xianhe was indeed the right choice.
Jiyu Change's challenge letter had already been sent throughout the entire 8 desolations and 10 domains. Doesn't that just make all the young prodigies here super salty?
Just as Wang Zijing was trying to get closer to Jiyu Xianhe, the warship of Little Zhantian arrived out of nowhere.
But it was even higher up than all the others.
Pissed off by that attitude, Jiyu Change appeared and yelled at Little Zihan Tian, Get your ass down here! Lin Wu was going through an incredibly rough time. Everyone looked down on him, and he didn't know what to do.
But when he met the successor of the Heavenly Dear Mysterious Woman, he decided to betray the 8 desolations and 10 domains. Jiyu Change showed up and immediately gifted Xianke some super VIP presents. I'm telling you, that girl was as obedient as a puppy in no time. At this moment, the Upper Realm army had already advanced close to the interior of the 8 desolations and 10 domains. Everyone laughed and said, Here they come. Those are the people from the 8 desolations and 10 domains up ahead. They actually dare to come out and fight. Aren't they afraid of getting beaten so badly their own mothers wouldn't recognize them? Haha, a bunch of still wet behind the ears kids dare to compete with us.
The people from the 8 desolations and 10 domains were annoyed and said, Did you hear that arrogant laughter over there? They don't even take us seriously. Don't fight with me later. Let me kill a few of them first to vent my anger, HMPH. Besides Jiyu Change, I don't put anyone else in my eyes. Suddenly, 3 experts stepped out from the void. The one in the middle spoke up, Oh ho, really now? The little brats from the upper realm really don't think much of anyone. The old woman next to him said, Although the upper realm has more abundant resources than us, the number of young prodigies is far less. The fat old man next to him also angrily said, HMPH, we can't lose in terms of momentum anyway. Let me teach them a lesson. The old man in the middle laughed and said, Good idea. It's quite far from the sea domain boundary, so at most those old fogies over there can only send down a partial Dharma body.
On this side, several young prodigies from the ship next door flew over to greet her. Xiange, little sister. I'm Qi Ling from the Vermilion Bird clan of the Upper Realm, paying my respects to the Phoenix Maiden. Jiyu Xiange asked in surprise, Sister, why are you guys here? Ye Tian looked around and spoke up. Huh, where's Jiyu Xiang? I can't see him, Xiange replied indifferently. He was just here. Why is everyone looking for him? Then everyone started discussing heatedly. That's right, how many people did your Jiyu family send this time to attack the 8 desolations and 10 domains? I don't know. Jiyu Change is in charge of all of this.
This time, the young people from the 8 desolations and 10 domains have mobilized far more than us. What's the point of having more people if the quality is shit? While they were shooting the breeze, suddenly an oppressive power pressed down on everyone. Immediately, the whole group looked to be in extreme pain, and those who were weaker directly vomited blood. The oppression grew stronger and stronger, squeezing the air out them. Lu Guanwang looked up and said, This is the power of a Tao comprehender. Then he roared, The 8 desolations and 10 domains are not following the rules.
The fat old man stepped forward and said, Young people should be a little more humble. The young prodigies from the 8 desolations and 10 domains began to get cocky, saying, Ooh, that's our old ancestor from the 8 desolations and 10 domains. Let's see if they dare to be arrogant now. Zhao Yang thought to himself, Shifu and the Mountain Lords aren't weaker than this guy either. Even if Zhu Daishan can't hold out, those Dao comprehenders shouldn't all be wiped out, right?
Suddenly, a gloomy voice rang out, bullying the small with the big. Have the 8 desolations and 10 domains fallen to this point? How sad. Xiao Yang was shocked and thought, that voice, could it be the 9 mountains immortal seal? Immediately afterward, above them, the gigantic 9 mountains immortal seal came crashing down. The fat old man exclaimed in surprise, What the hell is that? And then another, incredibly terrifying power came down. Even that leopard guy was forced to cough up blood, and then he was blasted backward. The one in the middle exclaimed in alarm, Xuan Gang, are you okay? The old woman behind him spoke up. That's the legendary treasure, the treasure that can suppress the immortal slaying gourd, the 9 mountains immortal seal. Xuan Gang exclaimed in horror. That guy's power is probably not weaker than ours. The old man with the hat reassured him. Don't worry, it's just the power of the supreme treasure 9 mountains immortal seal. He himself is only a quasi-emperor. What can he do? Standing tall like a god on the 9 mountains immortal seal, Gu Change said loudly, If you guys are going to act like this, then don't blame yours truly for fighting many against few. The upper realm people, seeing this, enthusiastically shouted, It's young Master Change. Young Master Change is mighty. On the 8 desolations and 10 domains side, the one-horned guy turned to ask, Xuan Tian, can you hold up? Xuan Tian, witnessing that scene, was so scared he pissed his pants, thinking, Hold up your grandpa's ass. Even the old ancestor can't hold up. What do you want me to hold up for? Xiao Yang thought in shock, Holy crap, it really is him. On this side, Anyan also said in astonishment, Xian Yer, are you and your brother really not possessed by someone else? This level of power at this age is really too terrifying, Xian Yer thought. Sometimes I also wonder why I can't catch up to him no matter how hard I try. Wang Zijing also thought in confusion. His progress is like a hack. Who's the transmigrator here? So those mountain lords weren't necessarily wiped out by the Gu family's army, maybe he did it himself. I've never been able to see through this guy. Even Chu Chu, someone as stubborn as her, after meeting him, didn't go looking for the factor or successor of the demonic art anymore, and her body has clearly been touched by that guy. The one in the middle spoke up. According to the challenge, the young prodigies of the 2 realms will fight here. Please don't interfere anymore, Gu Change shamelessly replied. Hey, I'm also a young person, do I look that fake? The other guy replied. It's not good for you to say that. You are already a quasi-emperor. Why bother bullying these juniors? Gu Change chuckled. Alright then, I kinda wanna see if the prodigies from the Desolate Barrens are dragons, or just some mutts, Blackhawk. Go rough 'em up. That Blackhawk dude immediately flew out to take the order, yelling, Who among you wants to go first? On the other side, some guy shouted, I remember this punk! Back when the 2 realms just started clashing, he offed quite a few of our talents. The one-horned guy figured this Blackhawk seemed strong, so he thought, better let someone else test his strength first. Xuan Tian was also silently plotting, thinking, Wants to send out strong guys to show off, huh? But if I make a move now, even if I win, I'll reveal my trump card. Blackhawk laughed loudly. What's wrong? Brought so many people, yet no one dares to step up. As soon as he finished speaking, a dude wielding a long spear charged forward, shouting arrogantly, Let me take care of you, you little nobody with a blade. My name is Lin Batian, from the northern Desolate Barrens. But before he could even finish his sentence, Blackhawk kicked him right in the face, sending his blood and teeth flying like rain. Blackhawk roared, Spear King, you're a loser under my hands. Remember that? Right after he snatched that long spear, Lin Batian got kicked so hard he flew way back, slamming straight into the warship behind him. And then, Blackhawk used Lin Batian's own spear to skewer him right through. Blackhawk smirked triumphantly, yelling. The people from the 8 Desolate Barrens exclaimed in shock, What the hell, he's seriously that strong? Xuan Gang angrily roared, What's there to be afraid of? Where's your fighting spirit? Send out someone stronger. Lin Yu whispered to Xuan Tian from the side. If you're so tough, go fight yourself. Don't just run your mouth. Right then, the one-horned guy charged forward, yelling, Let me handle this, but I demand a change of opponent. I don't want to win by some taking turns fighting crap, or you guys will just find excuses later. Gu Change smiled and said, Alright, who should go? As soon as he spoke, a whole bunch of upper realm prodigies on the warship surged forward. Holy moly, look at that lineup, it's kinda scary, Gu Change commented. Alright, you pick one yourself. The one-horned dude's face immediately fell when he saw the other side's formation. He thought in horror, Are you kidding me? These guys aren't just monsters, there are great saints, and even quasi-supreme beings. Lu Guanwang chimed in. Hey little buddy, pick me, daddy will show you what a real party is like. The 8 Desolate Barrens crowd gasped in fear. Is this the advantage of the upper realm's resources? A quasi-supreme? That's at the level of a sect lord. On our side, I'm afraid only Zhao Yunzi can confidently defeat them. The one-horned guy observed for a moment. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. He thought, looks like there are 2 Saint Realm guys. Perfect.
He pointed towards Ji Yu Xianyu and then said, "Hey you, the girl in the middle, I think you're the strongest, the most worthy opponent for me." Ji Yu Xianyu thought he was actually praising her, and she happily said, "Wow, your eyesight ain't bad, your fighting skills are really lacking, but you're pretty good at judging people." Ji Yu Change was speechless, and didn't even bother to reply. He thought, I've stuffed so many treasures into my little sister's mouth, she could casually pull out anything and wipe out that guy's entire family. The others were also completely dumbfounded. Out of everyone, he had to pick the little sister of a supermonster. The one-horned guy thought, great, their expressions aren't looking too good, seems like I chose the right one. Then he grinned smugly and said, I don't like to talk much, make your move. It was like his wish came true. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura pierced right through him. Xianhair just stood there, waving her hands around, and that was enough to mince the guy into pieces. She happily thought, hee, this primordial true martial dharma artifact is so easy to use, just waving it around randomly can kill people. Hee. The 8 desolate barons crowd was once again shocked, exclaiming, are we seeing things right? That dharma artifact is at least a quasi-emperor weapon? How can a Saint Realm person possess a weapon of that level? Xuan Gang was sweating buckets, whispering, looks like our younger generation is completely outmatched in one-on-one fights. The guy in the middle replied, in that case, our only option is to overwhelm them with numbers. Right then, he loudly declared, all right, fighting one by one is too slow, everyone, charge. Please allow a moment for a commercial break. The arrogant folks from the upper realm went, oh yeah, and charged towards the 8 desolations and 10 domains for a rumble. The prodigies from the 8 desolations and 10 domains also showed up as agreed to greet them. But what's wild is that these guys brought their parents along to fight. 3 old ancestors from the 8 desolations and 10 domains also appeared right after. Then Xuan Gang unleashed his power, crushing the upper realm folks until they were mangled. But before long, Ji Yu Change hauled his 9-mountain immortal seal and shoved it into Xuan Gang's face, leaving him gasping for air. Right after that, the contest between the two sides officially began. He Ying, Black Eagle, was the first to step onto the stage, effortlessly wiping out some prodigy from the 8 desolations and 10 domains. Another one came up to challenge him, but this dude wanted to choose an even more terrifying opponent, and this idiot actually chose Ji Yu Xianjie. The result? He was chopped into dozens of pieces. Seeing that one-on-one fights weren't working, an old ancestor from the 8 desolations and 10 domains yelled for everyone to rush them and get it over with quickly. Right as he finished speaking, Xuan Tian roared, everyone, charge! They from the upper realm have stronger resources than us. There's no shame in losing a one-on-one fight. Everyone, charge! The result is what matters most. Ji Yu Change flashed a sinister smile and said, you guys are really good at making excuses. Well then, everyone just rush them together, so they can die convinced. Immediately after, the upper realm prodigies also charged forward with a roar, and then, the two sides clashed in a melee. They flaunted their extremely domineering power, turning the battle into a blazing inferno. Lu Guanwang was always by the side of the beautiful Tian Huangnu, Heavenly Empress. The two of them darted swiftly towards the enemy. After just a few laps, countless prodigies from the 8 desolations and 10 domains had fallen. Each punch meant another dead body. On the other side, countless streams of golden aura were released. It turned out to be Zhao Zhan Tian, Little Battle Heaven, who was sticking the other guys with so many needles they looked like hedgehogs, and he coldly said, you guys really are weak. Suddenly, a ghastly green aura was unleashed from the sky with immense force. It turned out to be the transmigrated aunt, Wang Zijing. She killed someone with one kick and bragged, your geniuses from the 8 desolations and 10 domains are like tissue paper, unable to withstand a single blow. Over here, a guy was directing his fist towards Ye Liuli, shouting, dare to look down on us like that, I'll show you. But before he could show anything, he was frozen solid. The one who appeared was Ye Tian, who mocked him. Just a bunch of chickens and dogs. The old ancestors, witnessing their descendants being beaten like slaves, were furious. Xuan Yang roared, damn it, is the difference really that big? The old ancestor with the hat stepped in and said, Xuan Gang, don't make a move, if you do, he won't stand by and watch either. Ji Yu Change grinned with glee and said, looks like even with a group beatdown, you guys from the 8 desolations and 10 domains will have a hard time winning, Xuan Gang replied. Prodigies naturally have different strengths, but the 8 desolations and 10 domains aren't lacking in monstrous geniuses either. As soon as he mentioned it, Lin Wu was seen swinging his great saber fiercely. Just one slash was enough to push back countless upper realm prodigies. Everyone braced themselves and said, damn, this guy is strong. Lin Wu looked up at the protagonist and thought, I can't beat that guy, but only you, Ji Yu Change, the rest of them, I don't have anything to fear. Ji Yu Change said with an icy face and a voice transmission, Lin Wu, if you kill another upper realm person, I'll chop off one of Luluo's fingers. Don't mess around. Hearing that his lover was threatened, Lin Wu immediately turned into a little puppy. He was shocked, vaguely thinking when a woman carrying a sword charged towards him, yelling, "Die!" But Lin Wu dodged nimbly. The woman thought in horror, "Oh no, I'm done for. But it's okay." The beauty, Lin Wu's great saber, was aimed straight at her plump butt. Then, he even twirled his great saber, adding a warning mark to the woman's butt. That girl just kept screaming like she'd been smacked into next Tuesday kimochi. Seeing that, Xuan Gang was totally bewildered, blurting out, "Dude, what the heck is he doing?" The guy with the hat chimed in. "Compared to that Lin Yu guy, I think investing in our Dao child isn't a bad choice. After all, he's got supreme realm strength." Elsewhere, Qi Ling was lying on the ground, seriously wounded. Above her, Ji Yu Wudi was about to deliver the final blow, yelling, "A quasi-saint realm, nobody dares to come to this level of battlefield. Girl, you're dying of stupidity." A young man rushed in out of nowhere, shouting, "Qi Ling, are you okay?" Qi Ling replied in horror, "Run, he's a supreme." Ji Yu Wudi grinned evilly, saying, "Too late, you slowpokes. I love killing idiots who think they're heroes saving the damsel in distress." The young man screamed in fear, "Sis! Help me!" Ji Yu Wudi roared, "Even calling for your dad won't save you." Right after that, he hurled a fireball straight down at the two of them. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Ziqin was going at it hammer and tongs when he suddenly stopped, muttering, "Sounds like someone's calling." Back here, the fireball was hurtling down, but suddenly, it zipped past the two of them, who just stared blankly after it, then said, "Did he miss?" Ji Yu Wudi was completely baffled too. His eyes glazed over. Turns out, Ji Yu Change was right behind him, and at the same time, Ji Yu Wudi's whole body instantly turned purple. Ji Yu Chang glanced at him with a murderous look in his eyes. The three old geezers froze for a few seconds, not understanding WTF was going on. The guy with the hat said, "Although you guys from the upper realms absolute heaven geniuses are a bit stronger, there are quite a few who like to sneak in for the credit like that little girl. If you only rely on high-level treasures, I'm afraid she won't be of much help in a prolonged battle." Turns out he was talking about that showy dude, Ji Yu Xiaoyer, who was fighting Xiaoyang. Ji Yu Xiaoyer asked, "You alright?" Anyan, severely injured, replied, "He's got some kind of treasure on him too." "My previous attacks didn't do anything," Ji Yu Xiaoyer said. "Even the primal true martial couldn't break his defense." "It's definitely at least an emperor artifact," Anyan asked. "So what do we do now?" Xiaoyang said confidently, "You're not that high of a realm, but you possess such a precious treasure. You must be a scion of a major family in the upper realm, doted on by your elders, right? Too bad you ran into me. You're not the only one entrusted with important treasures." Ji Yu Xianfrere looked annoyed and said, "Well, let me ask you, do you have two of these?" Before she finished, she pulled out two Dharma treasures that her brother had just given her to show off. Zhao Yang exclaimed in horror, "That's the Emperor artifact of the Three Mountains Master. Seven-colored glazed lamp." Then he thought, "The Three Mountains Master has fallen, so there's Shifu." Then he asked, Are you a Ji-Yu?" Xianxer said gleefully, "Oh, am I that famous?" See, the name of Grandmaster Xianxer isn't inferior to that person at all. "It's correct to worship me," Anyan wearily thought. "They're siblings, but their IQs are so far apart." With countless treasures given to his sister, Ji Yu Change was completely reassured, only smiling mysteriously. The guy with the hat said, "Seems that little girl has an extraordinary relationship with you," Ji Yu Change asked. "What did you say?" The guy replied, "This old man was just asking casually." But Xuan Gang was a bit dense, daring to ask again, "Seems like that girl down there is important to you." Looks like the question touched the male lead's reverse scale. He didn't look too friendly when he said, "You think you can be safe and sound just because you have the boundary void abyss protecting you." Right after that, the young man pulled out the Nine Mountains Immortal Seal. The three people panicked and said, "What are you planning?" Ji Yu Cheng replied. "Naturally, it's to leave all of you here," Xuan Gang laughed. "Based on just you." Suddenly a loud shout rang out from behind. "Ambush! There's an ambush coming from behind us!" The guy with the hat exclaimed in horror, "What? Such a large-scale army, how could they have gotten behind us? This is the Boundary Void Abyss. Could it be due to the power of the Nine Mountains Immortal Seal over there?" The commander yelled, "Follow young Master Sun's orders. Kill them all." Ji Yu Change laughed wickedly. "Ha ha ha, having me is enough. Though I am strong, my bros are more." The clash between the two realms officially went down. A full-on, no-holds-barred brawl. The upper realm's prodigies seemed to have the upper hand, plowing straight through the Eight Desolations and Ten Domains talents like nothing. On the Eight Desolations and Ten Domains side, there were a couple of standouts, like Lin Yu, but Ji Yu Change threatened to turn his girlfriend into a snack, so he didn't dare to off any of the upper realm peeps. And then there's this other guy, Ji Yu Wudi, but he's basically the main character's little puppy now anyway. Seriously, one glance from the dude, and Ji Yu Wudi shuts his trap. Xiao Yang's busy duking it out with Ji Yu Shenxer, and while she's kinda squishy, She's got so much treasure that Xiao Yang can't manage to take her down just yet. Ji Change is out here soloing old monsters from the 8 Desolations and 10 Domains, and he's got his posse rolling up right behind him too. The prodigies of the 8 Desolations and 10 Domains screamed in rage, "That's so messed up, we agreed on a fair fight, but this is a trap. Esteemed supremes and protectors of the 8 Desolations and 10 Domains, fight to the death to hold back the enemy. Don't let them slaughter the younger generation. Don't panic. As long as the boundary sea hasn't dried up, their ascended beings can't cross over. We just need to stall for reinforcements." But then, bam, a gigantic, colossal avatar fist came crashing down on the 8 Desolations and 10 Domains folks, wiping out dozens with one punch. A Dharmakaya of an upper realm big shot laughed evilly. "But we can use avatars to descend. Squashing these tiny supremes is as easy as pie."
The terrified prodigies of the 8 Desolations and 10 Domains yelled, "Run! This is the upper realms conspiracy. There's a traitor among us in the 8 Desolations and 10 Domains. Otherwise, how could their army sneak around to our rear in this unbounded domain?" Xiao Yang thought bitterly. Isn't the traitor that Tianlu mysterious woman who betrayed our 8 Desolations and 10 Domains? Who'd believe me if I said that out loud?
Over here, Xuan Gang spoke up. "You guys hold him back. I'll go deal with the rest." The guy with the hat replied, "Xuan Gang, focus on the guy in front of you. That's the 9 Mountain Immortal Seal." Then he whispered, "Zhao Yunze should be on his way here."
Xuan Gang was shocked. So that's the plan. The guy with the hat continued, "The urgent matter right now is to suppress this guy immediately. Once we get rid of him, the rest will be just a matter of time."
On the other side, Ji Change sneered, "I bet you guys are secretly plotting to catch the leader to defeat his army." On the other side, the 3 old monsters of the 8 Desolations and 10 Domains charged forward and shouted, "Let's do it! Hold nothing back!"
Xuan Gang unleashed all his power, clenched his fist, and yelled, "Xuanwu shatter!"
An extremely powerful palm strike was launched, and Ji Change used the 9 Mountain Immortal Seal to block it. He still smiled calmly and said, "As expected, I can't let you guys have your way." As soon as he said that, the young man pulled a Houdini and vanished. The others panicked and chased after him, saying, "Chase after him, he's trying to escape."
In the end, he's just relying on his treasures. According to the intel from Lu Kui and Lin Yu, he also has the immortal slaying gourd. As long as we're careful of those 2 treasures, catching him is just a matter of time. Later, I'll give this arrogant brat a little surprise too. In the sky, dark clouds rolled in, and powerful wisps of aura were being unleashed downward. Anyan noticed this and said, "They've taken the fight up there," Ji Shanhir asked. "He's facing 3 ascended beings alone. Will he be all right?" Anyan replied, "Of course he will be."
Ji Xianker watched the battle above with a very worried look. After all, if her big brother kicks the bucket, who else is going to give her cool stuff? Up above, the 3 guys were still breathing down the main character's neck. Xuan Gang roared, "This brat is slippery as an eel. Think of a way to catch him." Just when they were about to grab Ji Change, the main character used the 9 Mountain Immortal Seal against them.
Xuan Gang had to strain himself to defend, and he cried out, "Ugh! I'll block the 9 Mountain Immortal Seal. You guys chase after him."
The chubby old lady laughed and said, "Rest assured, he won't get away." Immediately after that, she launched a charm attack towards Ji Change. Suddenly, a bunch of hands grabbed the main character's hand, and when they turned around, they were shocked to see a whole crowd of lovers clinging to him. While his little sister was hugging his leg tightly, Ji Change exclaimed in alarm. "Illusions," he said. The BTCH finally spoke up. "No, these are the truest emotions in your heart, my Dabo. Is to control the 7 emotions and 6 desires of others, so how do you plan to fight us?" As soon as she finished speaking, those hands turned grayish-black, and in an instant, they transformed into huge, colossal chains that tightly bound the main character.
The guy with the hat spoke up. "You really think you can fight the 3 of us alone?"
The BTCH added, "Now no matter how many magical treasures you have, it's useless. I know you were afraid of affecting your descendants, so you separated from the main army to come here. That was your biggest mistake. Next, I'll awaken the deepest fear in your mind, so you can writhe in pain and die. That's the price for your arrogance." Ji Change pretended to be terrified, pleading, "No, please don't. How can you treat me like this? You're so cruel." Dude was straight up acting like a clown, haha. The BTCH laughed sinisterly. "Hee hee hee. Enjoy the most painful death, you little son of a BTCH." But suddenly, a stream of pink aura swept past, and an extremely terrifying pressure descended. The bratch's face shrunk. Her eyes filled with fear. The other 2 guys also widened their eyes in shock. They must be so shocked. Ji Change started activating serious mode.
He revealed his true strength, his face returning to its gentle boyish state. The main character grinned wickedly.
"You said I am your fear. Now all of you trash gather over here."
The upper realm big shots were grabbing the 8 desolate 10 regions prodigies and beating them like dogs. One of them said, "Those blocking our path have been almost completely eliminated. Next." But before he could finish, 3 supersized sword auras were released from a space gate above.
They instantly pierced through the Dharma bodies of the upper realm big shots. One of them exclaimed in horror, "What, reinforcements from the 8 desolate 10 regions? I didn't expect they also have a hidden trick up their sleeve." The dude with the punchable face was none other than Zhao Yunjie, he arrogantly declared.
The shameless upper realm cultivators are plotting against the prodigy forces of the 8 desolate 10 regions. You deserve to die.
Immediately afterward, a massive fleet emerged from the space gate and started fighting with Jiyu Cheng's warships.
The 8 desolate 10 regions prodigies cheered excitedly. It's young Master Yunjie from Yun territory coming to support us. Senior Zhao Yunjie, you were once the #1 prodigy of the 8 desolate 10 regions. Awesome, we're saved. Zhao Yunjie waved his sword and shouted,
"All disciples of the 8 desolate 10 regions, listen to my command.
Quickly retreat through the space passage I've opened. I'll hold the line." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward, slashing at the upper realm prodigies like they were nothing.
Needless to say, the 8 desolate 10 regions prodigies hurriedly flew over, thanking him profusely. "Thank you, young master, for saving us. Thank you, Senior Yunjie."
Below, Lu Guanwang, witnessing the scene, looked up and said, "This person's aura is so strong, not inferior to those who have attained Tao ahead of him. Damn it, they let so many escape, what a pity."
But seemingly sensing someone was watching him, Zhao Yunjie turned his unpleasant gaze downwards. Immediately he waved his hand, and countless terrifyingly large sword auras were summoned again. The people below panicked. "Something's wrong, he's attacking us.
Everyone, get out of the way."
Just as he finished speaking, a massive sword aura blasted straight down at where they were standing. A terrifying explosion erupted. Another sword aura was released. An Yan exclaimed in horror, "This is bad, it's not over yet, Xianquer, be careful." Immediately, a supersized fireball appeared there, with overwhelming power. Zhao Yunjie coldly turned away, saying, "Their death is not a pity."
Switching scenes to Jiyu Cheng, he was sitting and absorbing the power of the 8 desolate 10 regions' old ancestors. Tianlu Xuannu stood beside him and said, "Although they haven't attained Tao for long, and can't compare to the Second Mountain Lord and the others, but to be killed so easily by you, it really amazes me."
The main character said, "Who said I killed them all? Don't slander me."
After speaking, Jiyu Cheng waved his hand and punched himself hard in the chest, to the point of vomiting blood. Tianlu Xuannu, witnessing the scene, was shocked as hell, not understanding what was happening.
Jiyu Cheng smiled eerily and said, "You have to say that I fought them fiercely, a mutual loss for both sides. In the end, I was counterattacked by their combined forces, causing me to be seriously injured, while they escaped, sneaking away from the crowd of the 8 desolate 10 regions who were getting their asses handed to them by the upper realm army. Those 3 old farts were super pissed, but they knew they had to off Jiyu Cheng ASAP. Knowing their plan all along, the male lead lured them away for some private time."
Suddenly, that fatty unleashed an illusion technique that made Jiyu Cheng see all his loved ones holding him back. Probably not having enough fun yet, the male lead put on a show, pretending to be super scared, even shedding some tears and all.
Okay, enough is enough, you little shits. That's a little too funny. Jiyu Cheng switched to serious mode real quick. Back on the battlefield, the upper realm was crushing it until this Zhao Yunjie guy showed up. Gotta admit, the dude's strong AF. He single-handedly started beating the upper realm army so badly they couldn't even breathe.
Right now, Jiyu Cheng had already taken care of those 3 old 8 desolate 10 regions geezers. But, being the overacting master he is,
Jiyu Cheng still had to fake being injured to put on a tragic performance for everyone to see.
Cut to the battlefield after Zhao Yunzie's big attack. The upper realm's geniuses couldn't handle it. The prince formed a protective barrier and asked, "Is everyone all right?" A guy with a hat weakly said, "I'm fine."
The prince thought, "According to the usual script, I shouldn't be facing a battle of this level. Just a light hit and it's already this strong. Most people probably won't make it out alive." Oh snap. Scrolling over, we see Ayan face planting with her butt in the air, offering it up for the boys. I mean, the body shape could be better, but whatever.
Suddenly, her fingers started twitching. Then, Ayan suddenly jumped up, eyes wide with fear, gasping for air. She thought in a panic, Cough, right?
Jiyu Xianquer, don't you dare have any problems." But when she looked over, Jiyu Xianquer was just sitting there all chill, with a magical artifact protecting her and a Dan standing guard. Ayan, witnessing this, thought with melancholy, emperor-level protective equipment, quasi-emperor treasure, "I think I should worry about myself first." Jiyu Xianquer asked in surprise. "Who are you?" Adan replied. "I'm here to protect Miss Jiyu Xianquer on master's orders." Xianquer confusedly asked, "Jiyu Cheng?" Then, she cracked a satisfied smile, knowing her big bro has got her back 100%. In the distance, the upper realm crowd started buzzing, saying, "That guy's strong, he can block our entire upper realm army by himself." Meanwhile, Zhao Yunjie kept on blasting away,
beating the upper realm geniuses like they were his personal punching bags. He stood there heroically like a god, shouting, "Those who cross the border must die. If you don't want to die, then don't chase me." The 8 desolate 10 regions crowd laughed gleefully, saying, "As expected of young Master Yunzhe, he can hold back a million-strong army by himself. If young Master Yunzhe were the top genius of this generation, he could definitely rival Jiyu Cheng." Then Zhao Yunzhe just led the 8 desolate 10 regions people away, all swagger.
The upper realm people could only watch and say, "Damn it, are we just going to let them retreat like that?" To take him down, the army will need to spend a lot of time, but do we have any high-level experts who can restrain him?
Suddenly a shooting star came crashing down from above, yelling, "Who said there aren't any?" Everyone exclaimed in shock. "That's young Master Change." One guy shouted in horror, "Jiyu Cheng is back." Zhao Yunzhe remained calm, glanced back and said, "Perfect timing, I was just looking for you." With that, he waved his hand, and countless sword kui flew straight towards the male lead. That eel cried out, "You killed so many of our upper realm geniuses. How could we let you get away so easily?" Prince Xin Huang said in confusion. Why isn't he using the mountain-moving immortal seal?" Jiyu Xianxie said worriedly. "He's injured." Turns out she saw the blood on the eel lord's mouth, but the dude did that himself. No one could actually hurt him. Then the two sides went straight to melee, one punching with swords, the other blocking with his bare hands. The clash of terrifying powers was like a massive explosion. Boom, boom, boom! The collision shattered the surrounding space, the powerful shockwave blasting all the surrounding battleships. Zhao Yunzhe staggered back in shock, thinking, a draw. On Jiyu Change's side, he was also knocked back. The young man gasped and said, "Cough, cough, damn it," still couldn't hold him back. This guy is seriously strong in the 8 desolations and 10 domains. Everyone flew over to comfort him. "That's not right. It's because young Master Change was already injured before fighting those 3 Dabio attainment guys." "What? Young Master Change is injured?" Our main man wipes the blood off his mouth and says, "Everyone, for our upper realm, what's a few injuries to GU? Even though some of them escaped, overall we still won. And as you can see, I have also grasped the exact route to the underworld abyss. Conquering the 8 desolations and 10 domains is only a matter of time." Everyone shouted in unison, "Long live young Master Change! Long live young Master Change!" The prince thought to himself, "Isn't this guy the classic protagonist type? Gotta find a chance to probe him to see if he has a system or something similar." Shan Gare rushed over in a panic and asked, "Jiyu Change, are you badly injured?" "Really, if you don't act, life's a waste." Jiyu Change pretended to be weak and fell into Xianxie's arms. She panicked and said, "Hey, Jiyu Change," the male lead whispered, "I'm seriously injured. Take me back to rest." "You go," Xianxie replied. "Okay." Soon after, the geniuses of the 8 desolations and 10 domains went back to rest, chatting as they left. "Now that I think about it, where did our 3 ancestors go? Look, maybe they retreated early. After all, who knows when the upper realm's reinforcements will arrive again." Speaking of which, Senior Yunzhe, you're seriously amazing. You can go toe-to-toe with Jiyu Change. That's right, I saw him coughing up blood at the end there. HMPH, that guy's just showing off with the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal. How can he compare to our young domain Lord Yunzhe? Exactly. But after the fight, Zhao Yunzhe must be seriously injured too. His mouth was bleeding, he thought. That guy could still injure me. After fighting those 3 Emperor-level guys? This dude ain't simple. Scene changed to the male lead, looking totally indifferent, meditating in his room. Xianxie spoke up. "Are you really injured or just acting?" the male lead replied. "Are you just here to annoy me?" Xianxie said. "Nonsense, I'm worried about you," Jiyu Change said. "Worried about me? Or worried about what I have? Gonna tell me to drink more hot water, huh?" Jiyu Xianxie looked annoyed and said, "Hey, you don't even bother to look at my healing pills, but my heart is what matters. If I care, you'll be happy, and if you're happy, won't the injuries heal faster?" The male lead laughed and said, "Holy crap, I didn't realize you were such a logical genius. So thick-skinned," Xianxie thought. "He's usually as radiant and dazzling as the sun, infinitely glorious, but in reality he's also very tired. He has to think about and calculate too many things." Suddenly, she reached out and touched the male lead's forehead, startling him a bit. Xianxie smiled brightly and said, "Jiyu Change, don't keep frowning like that. It's more handsome this way," the male lead asked back. "Really?" Xianxie replied. "Of course. You've always frowned since you were little. Or you're smiling." "That sinister kind of smile that gives people goosebumps," Jiyu said. "Jiyu Xianxie. Please don't badmouth me," Xianxie continued to say. "Do you still remember when you were little?" Scene changed to late at night. Jiyu Xianxie was fast asleep next to the male lead. Jiyu glanced at her secretly and then smiled faintly. Perhaps this is Jiyu most human-like moment.
I wonder what he did in modern times. Probably a super-level actor specializing in playing evil villains.
Scene change to the 8 desolations and 10 domains. Zhao Yunzhe said, "What, the Tao tablets of Senior Shuanggang and the others are all shattered?" The elder said yes, and at the same time, Yunzhe, you were on the battlefield at the time, what exactly happened? Zhao Yunzhe looked extremely flustered and said, at the same time, it definitely couldn't have been Ji Change alone. He must have set up an ambush before leading the 3 seniors to fight in the outer heavens. No wonder I didn't see any quasi-emperor level experts on the heavenly battlefield, so it was you guys. Don't panic, my father has gone to the 8 great desolations to find the masters of the 8 great desolations. The urgent matter now is to find the traitor in Tianlu City. Scene changed to Lin Yu.
He's talking to the inheritor of the Tianlu mysterious woman, she said in shock. What are you saying? You mean Shifu is the traitor who helped the upper realm break the rules of the underworld abyss? How could that be? Lin Yu said. The Tianlu mysterious woman has already fallen into Ji Change's hands. I'm afraid it's not by her own free will, I'm just a nobody. Here to remind you that Ji Change might be planning to use your Shifu to open the core formation of Tianlu City. You absolutely must not fall into his trap, the woman said in surprise. The core formation.
Lin Yu stepped forward and said loudly, what is one person's life and death compared to the overall situation? Your Shifu will understand you too.
The woman thought confusedly. The overall situation is worthless. That emotion is not what you people care about anyway.
Scene changed to Xiao Yang. Jiyu Wudi is hurriedly chasing after him. Xiao Yang finished saying, Shidi, wait for me. Aren't we going to discuss the next course of action? Where are you going? Xiao Yang replied. You've seen that guy's strength too. It doesn't make a difference whether we discuss it or not.
Right now, you and I should find a way to find the Great Mountain Lord. Only the Great Mountain Lord can avenge the 9 Great Mountains, Jiyu Wudi. And I also need to find a way to find my clansmen and fully awaken the Dharma Protector bloodline. Otherwise, it will all be too late. Then he beat the crap out of those Upper Realm Chosen Ones like they were his personal servants. After that, he escorted the Chosen Ones of the 8 Desolations and 10 Domains to escape. But the master actor, Ji Change, is back in the game. The two immediately clashed in an all-out brawl. Because he still had to act, Ji Change didn't go all out, only inflicting minor injuries on both sides. Even with just a slight clash, Zhao Yunzhe understood just how strong Ji Change was. Lin Wu is searching for the successor of the Heavenly Deer mysterious woman to persuade her to betray Heavenly Deer City. Xiao Yang is determined to find the remaining members of his clan. Scene change to the 8 Desolations White Bone Domain. A mysterious figure spoke from above. Ji Kongyuan failed. The leader of the upper realm is surnamed Ji Yu, right? It seems the final battle is about to begin. Introducing this girl, she is Ni Chang from the Bone Clan, she said. Old ancestor, why did you summon me here? The old ancestor replied. I sense the aura of the guardian lineage. They haven't been completely exterminated. Our clan's mission is not yet complete. Ni Chang said in confusion. Impossible. I personally took action before and crushed the true spirit of their clan leader. Are there still any survivors? The old ancestor said. Don't underestimate this clan. Moreover, I sense that the luck of the guardian lineage seems to be exploding and developing. Go and destroy them. Scene change to the male lead's side. On the warship, Ji Change was hosting a feast for everyone. Everyone was eating, drinking, and chatting happily. Come, let's raise a glass to young Master Change. Without fellow Change's efforts, it wouldn't have been so easy to attack Ji Kongyuan. That's right, I believe it won't be long before we can crush Heavenly Deer City and completely wipe out the 8 Desolations and 10 Domains. We are the younger generation of the ancient royal clan, paying our respects to young Master Change. Ji Change smiled and said, your aptitudes are not bad. Empress Yingtian truly has successors. Over here, An Yan spoke up. You, Shenye, quickly go and toast young Master Change. Ji Xianhe replied. They all want to curry favor with him, so there's no need for me to do that. An Yan continued. You are his younger sister, the little princess of the Ji family, so naturally, you don't need to curry favor with him. It's a pity I don't have a good older brother like that. Xianxir, what do you think? If I go and toast young Master Change, would he refuse? Xianke replied. In front of everyone, he needs to maintain his image, so he definitely won't refuse. An Yan smiled slyly and said, That's great. Xianxir glanced over and asked, Do you usually use any spiritual medicine or supplements? Holy crap. It turns out Xianxir is eyeing An Yan's chest, but damn, they are undeniably perky and full. An Yan chuckled and said, Let's not talk about that anymore. They've finished, Xianxir. How about you come with me to toast him? Introduce me too, Xianxir indifferently replied. I'm not going. You can go by yourself. An Yan stood up and said, Oh, okay then. Damn. Then Xianxir glanced at An Yan again, her eyes scrutinizing her all over. Then the little brat imagined Ji Change's girls saying, I'm your sister-in-law, Xiankare. I'm also your sister-in-law, HMPH. Xiankare has to call me sister-in-law too, HMPH. Xiankare, I might be your sister-in-law in the future. Ugh. Then that thing Asnanya jumped in and said, I want to be Xiangreer's sister-in-law too. Gosh, after thinking about it, the girl was also speechless, thinking, I see you as a friend, but you actually want to. Then Xianhare suddenly stood up and said loudly, I'll go with you. Anyan was extremely surprised to see this. Then the two of them quietly walked towards Jiyu Change. Everyone discussed, isn't she the second princess of the Hidden World An clan? I didn't expect her to be so close to the Jiyu family's little princess. Isn't the current successor of the An clan her older sister, Anji? She wants to approach Jiyu Change through Jiyu Xianshare. Anyan spoke up. Hidden World An clan. Anyan toasts Young Master Change. This time, thanks to Young Master Change, we were able to easily defeat the 8 Desolations and 10 Domains army. Jiyu Change coldly said, Hidden World An clan, so you are her subordinate. Anyan hurriedly smiled and said that she was afraid of being abrupt when paying respects to Young Master Change, so she asked Xianshir to come along. Xianshir said, She's my friend, can you treat her a little better? Jiyu Change started acting again. The young man smiled brightly and said, Oh, I didn't expect Xianwei to have friends. Xianwei bitterly said, What do you mean? Is it strange that I have friends? The male lead said, I'm really happy for you, sister, Xianwei replied. So fake. The two elders next to each other transmitted their voices. Nowadays, throughout the upper realm, the only one who dares to talk to Jiyu Change like that is probably just this one. That's right, even we old guys have to yield to him. After a while, the party ended, everyone packed up, and went their separate ways. Once everyone had left, Jiyu Change finally spoke. You sought me out for more than just a drink, I presume. Anyan panicked. Young Master Change, rest assured, I've never had any ill intentions towards Jiyu Xianhare, not even from the start. Jiyu Chang said, I know. If you had any malice towards Xian Shir, you'd be a corpse by now. Anyan was terrified by the pressure emanating from the male lead. Jiyu Change asked, Speak. What's your purpose for getting close to Xian Shir? Anyan stammered, I wanted to get to know Young Master Change through Xianyer, but I also really cherish my friendship with her. I know that my power, status, and even appearance are nothing in your eyes, but if I didn't do this, I'd never have a chance to rise up. The male lead said indifferently, This desire for progress is not bad. If my Dao heart wasn't firm, it would have crumbled long ago. But you think that just by having a relationship with Xianshare and complaining a little, I'd help you. Anyan said sadly, I really was too naive, wasn't I? Jiyu Change said, Since you know, then leave. But suddenly, the male lead saw a faint trace of luck emanating from Anyan. He pondered, the luck is very weak, but it really exists. It wasn't there before, so it only appeared after contact with me. Then he said, For Xian Yan'er's sake, I'll hear you out, Anyan happily said. Really? That's great. Actually, what I wanted to talk about is my older sister, Anji. She and I are vying for the position of family head of the An clan, but my cultivation and influence are far inferior to hers. Most importantly, recently she saved a strange man with bizarre clothing in the hidden region. After investigation, that person has the legendary hidden immortal bloodline. My sister is determined to nurture him, because that physique can even contend against true immortals. From that person's mouth, my sister learned of the enmity between him and Young Master Change. Jiyu Change thought, Down on his luck, strange clothing. Jiang Chen is in Buddha Mountain, so it must be him. I didn't see it before. But he's also a child of luck, and even has the hidden immortal physique. The male lead asked, So you're telling me this to get me to deal with your older sister? Anyan replied, I wouldn't dare say I'm using you. But isn't Young Master Change concerned about Anyanji's actions? Jiyu Change glared menacingly. Do you really think that with just a tiny hidden immortal physique he can cause trouble for me? Furthermore, with the abilities of your older sister in the An clan, would they dare offend me for the sake of someone of unknown origin? Anyan was scared out of her wits by the male lead's aura. But her plump soul remained intact. Then she quickly knelt down and said, I know that I have no value to Young Master Change right now, but if I control the An clan, then the entire An clan will be willing to obey your orders. Anyan is willing to serve as a slave by your side. Moreover, I know that my sister will soon come to the clan to extract blood for that person to cultivate. It's 3 drops of ancestral true blood, containing an extremely precious hidden immortal bloodline. I will find a way to obtain that drop of true blood and offer it to Young Master Change. Jiyu Change coldly said, Not enough. Anyan was extremely confused upon hearing this. The male lead continued, 3 drops, I want all 3. Scene changed to a later time. Jiyu Change went to Tianlu Mystic Maiden. The young man spoke up. Before long, the upper realm will attack Tianlu City.
Aren't you planning on doing anything? Tianlu Mystic Maiden said. At this point, what can I do? I only hope that when the city is breached,
young Master Ji can show mercy and reduce the bloodshed. After saying that, she immediately peeled a banana and put it in her mouth. Oh, what a pleasing sight. Then she thought, alas, even if he says sweet words now, I can't do anything. Ji changed, smiled and said, actually, as long as you show yourself to have Tianlu City surrender, based on your identity, it will definitely have a great effect. Tianlu Mystic Maiden sadly said, the northern wasteland 10 domains are not just Tianlu City. If I show myself, I'm afraid it will only make them more resentful and hateful. Ji Cheng said, then that's a real pity. I can instruct my subordinates to try to keep the lives of the people in the city. But the other Taoist sects may not listen to me. If Tianlu City suffers heavy losses, Tianlu Mystic Maiden said, young Master Ji, is your heart made of stone? After all, we have some friendship. Don't you care about my situation at all? Ji Change replied, I'm thinking for your future. After all, you'll have to appear with me before the world soon. You should carefully consider what your future identity should be. Having returned victorious, Ji Change was throwing a huge banquet for everyone. Taking advantage of the situation, Ain Han went to get to know the main character, since she also had some connection to Ji Xian Hair and also saw a lot of benefits in helping Anyan. Ji Change would help Anyan win the position of family head. Right now, Ji Change was getting cozy with the Heavenly Deer Mystic Maiden because they would be fighting side by side in Heavenly Deer City the next day. Then the scene shifts to early the next morning. Everyone was already buzzing. What? The Heavenly Deer Mystic Maiden is actually young Master Change's concubine. The Heavenly Deer Mystic Maiden, once an invincible figure of an era, with unparalleled talent and flair, and an extraordinary background, truly deserves to be with the top figure of the younger generation of the upper realm. Beside her, Wang Zijiang spoke up. The Heavenly Deer Mystic Maiden? Ah, isn't that a cultivator who's been famous for ages and legends? The Heavenly Phoenix Maiden replied, indeed, it's a rumor from the Ji family. Wang Zijiang thought for a moment and then said, he's so good that he can even make a seasoned cultivator his concubine. But the important thing is that the Heavenly Deer Mystic Maiden has faced Ji Change at least a few times, right? Who's really suffering a loss here. Hard to say. Me, though. That's not even the main point. On the other side, Ji Xianhair looked resentful and said, Heavenly Deer Mystic Maiden? Where did this woman suddenly come from? Never heard of her before, Anyan said. Yeah, this news has spread throughout the punitive expedition. It's even said that young Master Change personally admitted it. As expected of young Master Change, he even subdued a cultivator who was considered a god in Heavenly Deer City. I want to be a concubine by his side too. Why can't there be one more like me? Ji Xianhair quickly went to shake her and said loudly, hey, don't even think about it. Quickly get rid of that dangerous thought. Scene shifts to Wang Zijiang's room, she said as she walked. So it seems that the Heavenly Deer Mystic Maiden helped him find the route to the endless underworld before, as expected of Ji Girage. Suddenly, an extremely dazzling flash of light appeared before her. Wang Zijiang laughed and said, is that a summons from the immortal realm? I told you. I'm definitely the main character. Scene shifts a few months later. An upper realm warship was pulling up to fight. Someone was heard discussing, the boundary sea has dried up. All the forces of the upper realm are officially attacking the 8 desolations and 10 domains, along the route provided by the Ji family's young master, passing through the endless underworld to Heavenly Deer City. Just as they were about to arrive, everyone stopped. The Heavenly Deer Mystic Maiden stepped outside to look at Heavenly Deer City from afar. A guy as red as a fighting cock stepped out and spoke. After countless years, the upper realm will finally unify the 8 desolations and 10 domains, and this magnificent moment will be initiated by us. I wonder how the Heavenly Deer Mystic Maiden views this battle. The Heavenly Deer Mystic Maiden resentfully said, the upper realm is powerful. The northern desolations and 10 domains can't resist it. That cockfighting guy laughed and said, heh, the Heavenly Deer Mystic Maiden is indeed smart, knowing that the 8 desolations and 10 domains will fail, so she surrendered early, changing sides based on the wind. No, we should call it a wise person knows when to submit. I wonder what the people in Heavenly Deer City think, haha. The Heavenly Deer Mystic Maiden looked melancholy and speechless. After all, she used to be the one protecting this place. But now she was leading the enemy to attack Heavenly Deer City. Suddenly, Ji Change's voice was heard. Senior seems to have misunderstood one thing. The Heavenly Deer Mystic Maiden didn't surrender to the upper realm but followed me, got it. If you seniors don't understand, I can help you remember a little. The cockfighting guy was shocked. After hearing those stern words, he hurriedly said, young Master Ji is joking. The Heavenly Deer Mystic Maiden transmitted her voice. Actually, what they said isn't wrong. Is it worth offending them because of me? Ji Change replied. Since when did the Ji family get to be humiliated by them? The Heavenly Deer Mystic Maiden felt a little comforted after hearing that. After all, she was acknowledged and protected by a handsome but slightly sly guy. Scene shifts to inside the city. Everyone was shouting to each other.
Prepare for battle, prepare for battle. The Upper Realm army is attacking. Damn it, the heavenly deer mystic maiden really betrayed us. The rumors from before were indeed true. We once regarded her as the guardian deity of Heavenly Deer City, but she's so despicable. The purple-clad girl, who was the successor of the Heavenly Deer Mystic Maiden, was confused and thought, why is Shifu like this? In the back, Lin Ying was witnessing everything, and perhaps he would start his plan next. Suddenly, several powerful old men rushed forward, formed seals, and shouted loudly, burn the ancestral patterns, activate the death-defying Dharma seal to protect Heavenly Deer City. Don't worry, my great formation can resist the power of true immortals, they can't break it easily. Everyone in Heavenly Deer City cheered. Great, it's the old ancestors, they've arrived.
Right after that, a whole bunch of formation runes started covering Tianlu City. Ji Yucheng chuckled. So this is your ancestral rune setup, just some incomplete tricks, and you're not even embarrassed but proud, Tianlu Xuanziv retorted. What are you talking about? Ji Yucheng replied. Looks like you don't know.
The Northern Wilderness 10 regions used to be called the Desolate Realm countless eons ago, a place where the Upper Realm exiled criminals.
Later, when the Upper Realm split, the Desolate Realm spawned an unparalleled existence. This being took the chance to snatch a portion of the Upper Realm's fortune and distribute it to the Desolate Realm. Though this action helped the Desolate Realm escape the Upper Realm's control and become prosperous, it also caused both realms to suffer, resulting in no more immortals being born. Legend says that only when the two realms merge can the immortal gate open and the immortal path appear.
It's all about fortune, Tianlu Xuanziv said. Ji Yucheng grinned. Real or fake, we'll know soon enough.
Up above, that cocky guy shouted, so many years have passed. I wonder if Tianlu City's grand formation is still as sturdy as back then. With that, he unleashed a palm strike towards Tianlu City. A stream of molten lava came crashing down but was blocked by the outer shield. The people of Tianlu City panicked. Oh no. The Upper Realm's Saint-level cultivators are attacking the city together.
Immediately after, a whole lot of Upper Realm experts charged out, bombarding Tianlu City. The Upper Realm's experts were growing more numerous and fierce, everyone going all out with their attacks. The shield protecting Tianlu City shook continuously.
Inside, a fatty raged. Damn it, just barely holding on like this. The Grand Formation's energy will run out sooner or later. When that happens, our side's morale will definitely collapse. Another next to him agreed. That's right. We have to take the initiative and wear them down so they can't focus on breaking the formation. Hurry. As soon as he finished speaking, the experts of Tianlu City charged out together, fiercely fighting back against the Upper Realm's experts.
The battle grew increasingly intense. The two sides were going at it like crazy. Behind them, the Upper Realm's prodigies also started moving out, charging into the fray.
Ji Yuxianhe, on the other hand, looked super excited. It had probably been a very, very long time since she'd witnessed such a huge battle.
But just as she was excitedly about to join the battle,
Ji Yucheng grabbed her by the collar and dragged her back. Xianke asked, bewildered. Hey, what are you doing, Ji Yu? Change grit his teeth in exasperation. Saints and quasi-saints are battling. Just a little stray energy and you'll die?
You want to die or what?
Ji Yuxianhe replied. I'm just gonna pick up some scraps around the edges, the protagonist roared. No way. Immediately the young man tossed Xianxie to the back and said, keep an eye on her. Ji Yuxianhe whined. I'm not a kid.
Tianlu Xuangrove thought he was
really something special for this little girl. She spoke up. Aren't you going to make a move? Ji Yucheng grinned. Aren't I just looking for a sucker to beat up? On the Tianlu City side, people exclaimed in shock. Look. That's the famous Fire Old Ancestor. Fire Old Ancestor has fallen. Up above, Fire Old Ancestor had been beaten so bad by an Upper Realm expert that his shoes flew off, Zhao Yunzhe bitterly thought. Damn it. If this keeps up, our morale will plummet. Suddenly, Ji Yucheng stepped forward and said, Zhao Yunzhe, right? We meet again. I was injured last time, that's why I let you escape. If you have the guts, come fight me now. I'll even give you a hand. The people of Tianlu City grumbled. He's so arrogant, he was clearly coughing blood after our young domain lord beat him last time. Go, young domain lord, teach him a lesson.
Next to him an old man said, Yunzhe, don't be impulsive. Even your father finds this guy's aura difficult to deal with. Seeing the enemy side looking a bit scared, Ji Yucheng sneered loudly. Looks like you're all scared. The number one genius of the 8 desolate 10 regions is just a bunch of cowards. Provoked, Zhao Yunzhe's heroic spirit flared up. Father, I must accept the challenge, father, Zhao Yunzhe said. Then absorb the power of faith from the Yunzhe domain. We'll fight him. As long as we don't lose, we can maintain morale, Zhao Yunzhe said confidently. All right. I want to see just how much difference there is between him and me. The people of Tianlu City shouted. Go, young domain lord Yunzhe. This guy thinks he's all that. Show him what the top genius of the 8 desolate 10 regions is capable of. Immediately after that, Zhao Yunzhe whipped out his gear, buffed himself up, and shouted, Ji Yucheng, prepare to die. In a flash, Zhao Yunzhe broke through the shield and reached the protagonist. But whoa!
Just then, Zhao Yunze got smacked into a splatter of snow, and his arm probably had to enlist in the Penguin Army.
The experts of Tianlu City were utterly shocked by the sight. The people below were just as confused, completely frozen for 5,000 seconds, not understanding how he got hit so fast. Ji Change might be a bit of a schemer, but it depends on the situation. Now that he said he'd give him a hand, he really only used one hand. Ji Change casually pulled out the 9-mountain immortal seal. Such a powerful toy that anyone who charged at him would be smashed flat. Ji Change grinned. Hehe, looks like you can take a beating. The upper realm officially landed right next to Tianluo City. Tianluo Mystic Maiden was in a real pickle. And to top it off, some cocky dude came along to stir things up, but Ji Change, being the ever-loving protector of his little side piece, stepped up to shut him down and relentlessly smack him around. Then we finally find out why the 8 desolate 10 domains got clobbered. Turns out, merging the two realms could open the path to immortality. And, as expected, the two sides went at it. A full-blown war kicked off. Ji Xianhe, being the nosy one, also wanted to join. But our main man grabbed her by the collar, because this battle was all about the big shots, and just hanging around would be enough to get her killed. Afterward, Ji Change went to find his opponent, none other than Zhao Yunje. But after a brief exchange, Zhao Yunje got wrecked like a nobody. Ji Change can lack anything, but never treasures and sneakiness. The people of Tianluo City witnessing this were utterly shocked, saying, How can this be? Young Domain Lord Yunje was clearly at the peak of the Quasi-Emperor realm, yet he couldn't withstand a single blow. That cocky dude, witnessing this scene, was also deeply moved, thinking, that brat from the 8 desolate 10 domains has the power of faith blessing him. Even I would have a hard time capturing him, yet he was. How did this guy get so many opportunities? Zhao Yunzhen, after being smashed by our main man with the 9 mountains immortal seal, was lying there burying his feelings in the dirt, but suddenly, a drop of true blood appeared on his chest, emitting a constant glow. And then, boom! A powerful ray of light shot straight into the sky. Everyone exclaimed in horror. What's that? Is that young Master Yunje? The aura of someone becoming a Taoist? Young Domain Lord Yunje has broken through to the Emperor realm? Ji Change mused. If I'm not mistaken, that's a drop of true immortal blood. Seems like things are getting interesting. Above, Zhao Yunje underwent a complete transformation, looking quite impressive and all. He spoke, Ji Change, it seems I must thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know how long I would have had to wait to break through to the Nirvana realm. The people of Tianluo City, seeing this, were filled with renewed vigor, saying, I told you, how could young Domain Lord Yunje die so easily? Even after 6,000 years, young Domain Lord Yunje is still an invincible existence. The tide of this battle has turned. Yunje really broke through. But Ji Change still sneered, saying, seems like you've gained some confidence after breaking through, huh? You dare say such things to me? Immediately after, the main man used the 9 mountains immortal seal to smack him again. Zhao Yunje roared. Then let's try it. Then he unleashed sword energy forward, and boom cheng, the two super treasures collided, shattering the surrounding space. Everyone exclaimed in terror again. Young Domain Lord Yunje can actually contend against the 9 mountains immortal seal. Excellent, Zhao Yunje thought gleefully. Is this the power after I became a Taoist? It's truly miraculous. Luckily, the Ji Change is still only at the Quasi-Emperor realm. With my current strength, even if he activates this supreme treasure, I can still withstand it. I can fight. As if reading his mind, Ji Change said with a sinister smile, oh dear, not bad, huh? But what about these two? As soon as he finished speaking, the immortal slaying gourd flew right up to Zhao Yunje's face, scaring him so much he almost pissed himself. Immediately after, the immortal slaying gourd unleashed its power, emitting extremely powerful streams of dark aura from its mouth. It directly struck Zhao Yunje, and once again it was time to collect his remains. Zhao Yunje was completely shocked, thinking, the immortal slaying gourd, how can he have so many opportunities? Immediately after, his entire body began to shatter from within, releasing streams of light. The people of Tianluo City were in an uproar again, saying, again, gone again. This can't be. Shouldn't he have launched a counterattack? He clearly was reborn in a sea of fire, so why did he still fail so miserably? His father wailed, my son, Yunje. The woman beside him exclaimed in horror, Domain Lord, you mustn't act rashly. Immediately after, the drop of true immortal blood was sucked back by the immortal slaying gourd. Ji Change smiled gleefully, saying, looks like this is what that luck-plundering dude left behind. This Zhao Yunje is truly fortunate. The two Taoists beside him discussed. The sword intent just now was probably not weaker than ours, yet he died. Before I came I heard that he fought 3 Taoists alone. It seems it was thanks to those 2 supreme treasures. Another person wearing a hat spoke. This guy is too scary. Who knows who he'll suddenly attack later. Let's retreat to Tianluo City quickly. The people in Tianluo City fell into despair again, saying, It's over. Our top-tier forces were already fewer than the upper realm, and now even young domain Lord Yunjie has fallen in battle. At this point, who can protect Tianluo City, protect the 8 desolate 10 domains?
That's right, Tianluo Mystic Maiden. Why did you betray us? Abandon your responsibility, and surrender to the upper realm, valuing life and fearing death. Are you worthy of your master? Are you worthy of all the people of Tianluo City? Watching the geniuses of our realm fall without helping? Where is your conscience? What face do you have to face your ancestors? Come out and explain. HMPH, you're not even as good as a dog or a pig. Come out and make it clear. That purple-clad chick was totally salty, thinking we didn't see them come out to meet the invaders, and now she's blaming my Shifu. Seriously? Jiyu Chang turned back with a smirk. So, these are the cultivators of Tianluo City you wanted to protect. Looks like they're not exactly overflowing with gratitude, are they?
Tianluo Xuannu sighed. Ha, it's just a matter of different social standing, that's all. Seeing these flies dare to insult his kept woman, Jiyu Chang casually ordered, "Ade, go shut these noisy people up," Tianluo Xuannu quickly said. Jiyu Gongzi, no need for that.
The male lead, with a face of utmost seriousness, declared, "No one is allowed to judge those who belong to Jiyu Chang. They are not worthy." Immediately after, Ada, packing some serious heat, charged forward and yelled, "The Xuannu is now my master's concubine. Disrespecting her is disrespecting my master. If any of you turtles don't like it, come out and fight me." The people of Tianluo City panicked. An Emperor Realm expert, this guy is definitely with Jiyu Chang. Ugh, this is awful. We can't even badmouth a traitor. Seriously, this is too much. Deep beneath Tianluo City, a bunch of guys crawled into coffins and whispered, "Tianluo Xuannu, choosing to surrender." Looking at the big picture, it's a wise decision. Against the Upper Realm army, our 8 desolations and 10 domains stand no chance.
Surrendering early is the smart move.
That Jiyu Chang is unbelievably strong. Hard to believe someone like that would appear in this era. Tianluo City is probably doomed this time. We should plan ahead, or the Upper Realm army will notice us. Best to return to the Feng clan. Stay hidden, find some obscure minor world to lay low in for a while, and change our names when the storm passes. Suddenly, a stern voice boomed. HMPH, faking death to escape this inter-realm war?
What a bunch of cowardly old geezers. The group was shocked.
Who's there?
It's Lin Qinglong, the first Dao attainer of the 8 desolations and 10 domains. What? You're here too? Lin Qinglong replied. Why wouldn't I be here?
One of them asked. So what brings you here, senior? Lin Qinglong said. I'm here to awaken my father. The fat guy gasped. What? The Blood Dragon War God isn't dead? You have a way to get in, Lin Qinglong replied. Of course I do. With that, he quietly descended into the Blood Lake, and as he sank, an ancient, upside-down tree appeared. Lin Qinglong spoke. Father, the epoch Dao fruit is about to ripen. It's time for you to emerge. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely terrifying eye opened within the tree trunk. Whether it was a dragon's eye or a snake's eye remained unclear. Above, the upper realm experts were complaining. This damn city's protective formation is like a turtle shell. We can't break it no matter how hard we try. Look, they keep sending Davio attainers out to harass us. This is so hard. Suddenly, someone rushed over to report. Retreat, retreat. Everyone was shocked. What's wrong?
The soldier yelled. The 18th ancestor of the Jiyu family has arrived to break the formation. To avoid being caught up in it, the army is retreating 30,000 miles.
The green-robed elder stammered. Is that the one who annihilated the great elder of the Purple Palace? Immediately after, a silent footstep echoed outward. The Jiyu family's old ancestor quietly walked forward, gripping a long sword. The upper realm prodigies retreated, muttering, Look, it's the Giyu family's old ancestor. Rumor has it he's already half a step into that realm. An immortal, inside Tianluo City.
The guards were confused. What's going on? Why are they retreating? Don't let your guard down.
Suddenly, one of them shouted in alarm. Someone's approaching. It's an existence even stronger than a Dao attainer. The Jiyu family's old ancestor walked steadily toward Tianluo City.
Reaching the city, he drew the longsword in his hand.
And then, with a single move, the Jiyu family's old ancestor swung his longsword, slashing directly at Tianluo City.
This strike will probably split the city in half.
Jiyu Chang, fresh off the battle, pulled out the 9-mountain immortal seal to play around, and basically suffocated Zhao Yunjie with it. But who knew that move would indirectly activate the drop of true blood in Zhao Yunjie? And then, bam, he just broke through like it was nothing. At this point, it seemed like the fight between the two was more balanced, but only balanced enough for Zhao Yunjie to be weighed and sold. Our male lead then whipped out the gourd of decapitating immortals like, seriously, one shot, and Zhao Yunjie was sent flying out of the picture like a broken kite. The folks from Tianlu City. If we can't win, we're dipping. They scrambled into coffins pretending to be dead to escape. There, they ran into the expert Lin Xinglong, who was on his way to get his dad to come out and fight. The parents from Tianlu City haven't shown up yet, but Jiyu Cheng's family elders have arrived. Jiyu family's 18th ancestor casually strolled over and unleashed a super terrifying slash towards Tianlu City. The slash hit the protective barrier around Tianlu City and got stopped. The barrier just kept healing itself back to normal. The people of Tianlu City exclaimed in shock. It's blocked? It got blocked? If it weren't for the Tianlu City formation, how would we resist such beings when the upper realm attacks?
Lin Lang's slash could cleave the sky and split the earth, but it couldn't do anything to the defense formation of Tianlu City. He stood there looking for a long time, secretly praising in his heart. This Wind Key formation is seriously strong.
On the upper realm side, people were buzzing. World-splitting power? Is this the foundation of the Jiyu family? Even if I offered my family's heavenly emperor ancient wheel, I'm afraid it would be difficult to fight, but the problem is that even that power can't break the defensive shell. Nearby, Jiyu Change chuckled and said, although 18th ancestor didn't use his full power, the legends say this formation can stop immortals. Seems it's not just empty words. Tianlu Mysterious Maiden said, if there are more characters like that coming, I'm afraid the formation of Tianlu City. Jiyu Change interrupted and said, huh? These kinds of existences won't appear at the same time, because none of them submit to each other. Inside Tianlu City, people were chatting. As long as we rely on the Tianlu City formation to fight, stopping the upper realm isn't impossible, right? That's right, it can even stop near immortals. What's there to fear in a defensive battle? Up above, two old guys sighed and said, what a bunch of ignorant low-level cultivators. That person's actions today were probably just a probing attack. If it's combined with those who attain Dao from the upper realm, this formation will be broken, sooner or later. We should prepare early. Outside, Jiyu Cheng said. How optimistic, Tianlu Mysterious Maiden said. Maybe today was to let them see a bit of hope.
Jiyu Change then unleashed his power and shot a beam of aura forward, saying, I've always been curious. Even without me, the difference in strength between Tianlu City and the upper realm is like an abyss, so what are they relying on to dare to fight to the death? Could it be because of the origin of this death key?
Tianlu Mysterious Maiden exclaimed in shock. Death key! The male lead said, is there some secret in Tianlu City that you don't even know about? Tianlu Mysterious Maiden said in confusion. Could it be the place of rebirth? That place is indeed a bit strange, but I'm not very clear about the details. My master once said that the corpses of the top experts who fought to the death with the upper realm throughout the ages are buried inside, hoping that one day they can be revived from reincarnation. As she was speaking, a stream of glittering aura appeared. Tianlu Mysterious Maiden exclaimed in shock. What a terrifying aura. But the person who appeared was actually Jiyu Lang, he said with a smile. Am I disturbing you guys? You can't be disrespectful, or life won't respect you. Jiyu Change clasped his hands in response. Reporting to 18th Ancestor, you are indeed disturbing us. Tianlu Mysterious Maiden was completely confused, thinking, wow, he's got guts. Jiyu Lang was also surprised by the attitude of the junior. He said, little brat, you really don't give me any face. Your father wouldn't dare to talk to me like that. It doesn't seem long since the last time I met you, and in the blink of an eye, you can already fight with people who have attained Dabio. Tianlu Mysterious Maiden thought, Jiyu family's old ancestor doesn't know the inside story of him. Immediately afterward, Jiyu Lang reached out towards the male lead. The girl could only lower her head after her somewhat excessive bootlicking, but Jiyu Lang only patted his shoulder and said indifferently, everyone has secrets. Although your identity in the upper realm makes no one dare to investigate you casually, there is always a higher power out there. Remember to hide your tail well, Jiyu Change replied. 18th Ancestor, rest assured, Change will remember. Immediately afterward, Jiyu Lang noticed the fresh and beautiful Tianlu Mysterious Maiden behind him. Then he pulled Jiyu Change to the side and whispered while covering his mouth with his hand, hey, you're pretty good. That girl is someone who has attained Dadgyo after all, yet she's willingly become your concubine. Remember that girl from the Peerless Immortal Dynasty? Jiyu Change said. The news should have spread by now, right? Jiyu Lang replied. Aren't you afraid she'll lose it when she finds out? The male lead chuckled. I trust her. Scene change to the Lioness Den, aka the Peerless Immortal Dynasty. At this very moment, Mingkong is stripping off her clothes to take a bath. But the author's blocking the melons, the pervert. This author deserves a black eye, she thought angrily. Becoming strong is the most urgent thing right now, otherwise who knows how many sisters he'll find for me out there. Scene changes to the next morning, and everyone in the city is gossiping. We're screwed. Most of the powerhouses guarding Tianlu City from the northern wasteland's 10 territories have abandoned the city and ran. A young man stood up to stop them and shouted, no! If you guys leave like this, what will happen to Tianlu City? Those guys replied, Who cares about you? This daddy got news that there are traitors in the city colluding with the upper realm. This place is extremely dangerous. Many major clans have already withdrawn. You want this daddy to die here? That young man howled. With the upper realm's foreign races invading, we cultivators of the 8 desolations should be united against the enemy. How can you do such cowardly things to save your own lives? But those people ignored him and left, saying, "Stop preaching to this daddy. If you want to die, stay here. I'll find my own way to survive."
The young generation is so naive, not valuing their own lives at all. Below, Lin Yu bitterly said, "Damn it, is this the unity they show in times of crisis?"
The heavenly dear mysterious woman said. "What's even worth protecting in Tianlu City like this?" Lin Yu replied. "There are still some big shots willing to defend Tianlu City." The female lead smiled brightly, saying, "Defend it? How laughable."
She recalled a conversation she overheard between 2 old geezers. "It's still your ancestors' scheme that's brilliant. By doing this, we can retreat last, and not only will no one say anything, but we'll also leave behind a good reputation."
That's right. After all, we're only abandoning the city because we have no other choice. We're the ones who held out until the end, and really had no other way to go before falling.
Haha. The heavenly dear mysterious woman who was standing outside heard everything, and she was so shocked that her melons were shaking.
She laughed. "Is this the Tianlu City that my master wholeheartedly wanted to protect?" Suddenly, Lin Yu exclaimed, "What? They're being so fake," the woman said.
"Don't pretend either. Isn't your real purpose to save that girl from the Luch race?" Lin Yu said in confusion. How did you know?" the woman replied. "Don't treat me like an idiot," Lin Yu said thoughtfully.
"So what are you planning to do?"
Scene changes to a battle stage. An elder shouted loudly. "You've all seen the situation? Almost half of the protectors in Tianlu City have abandoned it. Some even have the ambition to spread rumors in the city that there are traitors. Nevertheless, we are willing to defend this place for Tianlu City and for the 8 desolations 10 territories. If Tianlu City is destroyed, we will probably all be buried here. But even so, we cannot let the upper realm laugh at us as cowards. We vow to fight to the death, and to live and die with Tianlu City."
Lin Yu thought bitterly. Clearly they've long intended to escape, yet they're still putting on this show to manipulate people's hearts, hoping to earn some reputation. When did the 8 desolations 10 territories become so rotten? Even without the upper realm's invasion, it would probably collapse soon.
Song Chan should have approached the core of the formation by now, right? As long as I get the core of the formation, I will leave Tianlu City and go find Jiyu Change. By then, he probably wouldn't be unforgiving to someone as insignificant as me, right?
Outside, Jiyu Change said, "At most, in half a month, Tianlu City will definitely be destroyed." "What do you feel seeing this scene?" The heavenly dear mysterious woman pondered for a moment and then said, "What I protect is the Tianlu City that my master left for me. It has nothing to do with the 8 desolations 10 territories." The male lead laughed. "How pitiful. If it weren't for me, how would you protect Tianlu City?" The heavenly dear mysterious woman replied, "I'm useless. If it weren't for you, I'd probably have turned to rubble along with it. I think my master's spirit in heaven probably wouldn't have expected that in the end, I would have to rely on a remarkable man from the upper realm to protect Tianlu City." Upon hearing those flattering words, Jiyu Change had a smug look on his face, but he looked truly wretched.
Suddenly, the heavenly dear mysterious woman pushed her melons towards him and said, "HMPH, why aren't you running now? Aren't you afraid of me?"
Jiyu Change smiled lewdly and said, "The situation is set. What's the point of us perishing together now? It's natural to go with the flow." Hearing that tone, it seems like the heavenly dear mysterious woman is about to be boiled. Haha. After 18th ancestor / Tianluo City remained unscathed. The city's defensive formation was truly sturdy. Jiyu Cheng told Tianluo Holy Maiden that the city was filled with heavy death key. While they were talking, Jiyu Lang showed up to crash the party. He advised his grandson to hide his tail better, especially when going out for foe. "Remember to wipe your mouth, or the main wife will eat you alive." Meaning, be careful with women, or your wife will catch you. Inside Tianluo City, people from the 8 desolations and 10 domains were gradually leaving because of rumors about an inside traitor.
The ones who stayed were just hypocrites. All talk and no action. Deep down, they were already planning their escape. Right now, Tianluo Holy Maiden was shamelessly flirting with the male lead, but since the situation was already set, Jiyu Change wasn't afraid of anything anymore. Scene changed to late at night. As soon as Song Chan arrived, Lin Yu hurriedly asked, "Did you bring the thing out?" Song Chan took out a box and replied, "Got it, but the central formation of Tianluo City has a total of 8 spots. With my abilities, I could only get 1, Lin Yu said in confusion. Just 1 spot. Then he thought, as long as any spot has a problem, it can cause the entire grand formation to malfunction. For Jiyu Change, it should have some impact. After thinking, he said, "No more hesitation, let's go. We can't go straight out of the city.
or the old ancestors will catch us before we even fly far. We can only use the teleportation formation, Song Chen asked. Is it safe? Lin Yu replied. Don't worry, I've already reassigned the guards here. Immediately afterward, the two hurriedly went to the place Lin Yu had prepared for their escape. But suddenly, when they arrived, they ran into that invincible ancient freak. As soon as they met, their eyes locked in a fiery stare. Lin Yu thought in fear, oh crap, I'm done for. But suddenly, Ji Wudi pretended not to see them, his eyes dull, and raised his hands like a sleepwalker. As he stepped down, he said, yeah. The elders of Tianluo City are truly immoral, actually assigning someone with an eye disease like me to guard the teleportation formation. Song Chan said in surprise. He seems to be a Dao child who ran over from the 9 Great Mountains. Lin Yu also said in confusion. This person is a bit strange, Song Chan continued. Forget it, let's leave quickly. Ji Wudi chuckled to himself. Looks like Tianluo City is about to fall. Good thing, those two Zhao Yangs are planning to leave this place too. Scene changed to early the next morning. The old ancestors of Tianluo City had gathered to discuss. No matter what, after this battle, we'll have a legitimate reason to retreat. That way, no one can blame us. We'll wait until we've recuperated and hidden ourselves for 100 years before returning. With the script from last time, as the leader, wouldn't the 8 desolations and 10 domains follow our lead in the future? Scene changed to Lin Yun and Song Chan. They had teleported out of Tianluo City. As they walked, Song Chan said, if Tianluo City loses its grand formation, I'm afraid it will collapse immediately, Lin Yu said. Things have come to this. Thinking too much is useless. Then she asked, hey, what kind of person is Ji Yu Change? Lin Yu bitterly replied. A despicable, shameless, hypocritical, cunning beast in human skin, Song Chan asked. Then why do you believe he'll keep his word? Lin Yu replied. I have no other choice, Song Chan said in shock. So you don't even have a bargaining chip? Then when the time comes, with his strength, can't he do whatever he wants with you? Suddenly, a foot quietly stepped forward. Ji Yu Change spoke. Because he also had no other choice. Lin Yu and Song Chan turned around in shock and exclaimed, Ji Yu Change, the male lead asked. Have you completed the mission I gave you? Lin Yu took out the box and said, I have completed it, according to the agreement, but the central formation of Tianluo City has 8 blocks, and I only got 1. Ji Yu Change said, only 1 block? But it's fine. Lin Yu continued, I hope you keep your word, spare Luluo, and remove the mark on me. Otherwise, I will open the box immediately, and the central formation will automatically fly back to Tianluo City. After hearing those threats, the male lead just smiled slightly and said, you should be glad you acted quickly, otherwise a genius of our clan would have taken a fancy to your beloved, planning to take her as a female slave, and I was considering whether to bestow her upon him, yet you still have the mind to bargain with me. Lin Yu was fuming, picturing his girl getting fueled by another dude. The salty young man thought, you wouldn't expect Ji Yu Change to be such an animal, all righteous on the outside, but a complete beast on the inside. Song Thin was also in disbelief, thinking, so Shinzun is... And then she imagined Tianlu Mysterious Lady being pinned down and serviced by Ji Yu Change. Yikes. Suddenly, Song Thin grabbed the box and said, wait, where's my Shizun? I want to see her first. Unexpectedly, Tianlu Mysterious Lady stepped out and said, Aijia, Zhao Thin, give it to him. You shouldn't be here. Song Thin exclaimed in surprise. Shizun. Then she ran over and burst into tears in Tianlu Mysterious Lady's arms. Shizun, I wanted to save you, so I took the central formation of Tianlu City. Tianlu Mysterious Lady said, I know, but what's done is done. Don't ever come back to the 8 desolate 10 domains. Inside the city, someone shouted. The upper realm is attacking the city again. Then let us old geezers go first. If we really can't hold on, you young'uns retreat too, the Tianjiao cried. Seniors, ancestors. Immediately, an old ancestor, shirtless, rushed up and shouted, those who have attained Dago in the 8 desolate 10 domains, follow me. Set an example for the youngsters. Over on the other side, the cocky guy looked angry and roared. They dare to attack us first. They really have a death wish. We'll show them the difference in strength, same Dajo attainment or not. Then the two sides clashed in a chaotic melee, going all out. Both sides unleashed their full power, using Dharma bodies and everything. Ji Yu Change watched the show from afar and said, these old guys are smart. They don't dare to fight me, just picking on the weak. What's so good about the land of rebirth, anyway? The Tianjiao inside Tianlu City wondered, why aren't the seniors and ancestors attacking Ji Yu Change? He's the key to this battle. The old ancestors thought, heh, what are you thinking? If we provoke that Ji Yu Change, we'll be lucky to retreat with our lives. But suddenly, a streak of fiery red magma appeared in the sky. A supersized Dharma artifact was slowly descending. The Tianlu City old ancestors exclaimed in horror, no good, it's a supreme treasure. The Heavenly Emperor, ancient wheel of Heavenly Emperor Mountain.
Crap. Retreat to Tianlu City now. Immediately, the supersized Supreme Treasure slammed towards Tianlu City. Before long, it collided with the defensive formation there.
Then a terrifying explosion rang out, the Supreme Treasure causing huge cracks in Tianlu City's defensive formation. The Tianlu City old ancestors exclaimed in horror, "What's going on? Why is the formation repairing so slowly this time? How is this possible? The Tianlu City Grand Formation should be able to hold out for much longer. Damn it, we should have retreated earlier. Why bother with face and honor? Quick, see what's wrong." The Tianjiao were also terrified. This grand formation, something's not right. It feels like it can't hold on. It's the central formation. Look, Jiyu Change has a piece of the central formation in his hand. He's destroying Tianlu City's grand formation. Jiyu Change smiled sinisterly. A 1,000-mile dike collapses from a tiny anthole.
Song Chan and Lin Yu secretly swiped a core formation that was guarding Tianlu City. Then they planned to teleport out to meet Jiyu Change. They were sneaking around when they bumped into Jiyu Wudi. Since he was on Team Jiyu Bastard, Jiyu Wudi pretended to be blind, like, nope, didn't see a thing.
And just like that, the two managed to slip out and meet up with Jiyu Change.
Right after, a fierce battle broke out between them.
Out of nowhere, a super-duper huge magic weapon, the ancient Heavenly Emperor Wheel, came crashing down from above. Everyone was shocked when the protective barrier around Tianlu City didn't recover as quickly as before, and everyone knew why. It was because Jiyu Bastard had stolen a core formation.
Right now, the folks in Tianlu City were writhing as they tried to resist, and they yelled, "This ancient Heavenly Emperor Wheel is a siege weapon, but it's not easy to power up. If we all go all out to push it back, we can hold on for a while." Boom, pow. Seriously, the power of unity is crazy. The people of Tianlu City actually managed to push back the ancient Heavenly Emperor Wheel.
That chicken calling dude was totally stunned and thought, so many cultivators joining forces, it really is extraordinary.
Right after, the ancient Heavenly Emperor Mountain completely disappeared, reduced to nothing.
The people of Tianlu City cheered, "Yes, yes." The seniors held on. As long as we keep blocking them, they probably won't have a way through for a while. But as soon as they finished speaking, a dazzling golden aura burst down from above. That thing came crashing down, directly blasting a massive hole in Tianlu City's barrier. The Tianlu City cultivators were suppressed by its aura, and were all spitting blood.
Squinting from a distance, it was Jiyu Bastard's 8 Desolations Demon Halberd. Boom, boom, boom. The 8 Desolations Demon Halberd pierced through the barrier and slammed straight into the city below, creating a terrifying explosion.
Chicken calling dude glanced up and thought bitterly. He deliberately waited for us to be evenly matched before making his move to break the formation. What deep calculations. Jiyu Change stood there proudly, posing with his spear. This time he was even more powerful, so the coolness factor shot right up. The upper realm cultivators looked at each other, baffled. That halberd is glittering with gold, but don't you feel like something's off? Now I feel like the entire Jiyu family is full of weirdness. On the Tianlu City side, when the dust settled, they saw the 8 Desolations Demon Halberd piercing through a woman.
Everyone exclaimed in shock, "The barrier is broken, we're doomed." But there was still one hothead yelling. Qing Shao of Tianlu City stood up and said, "Follow me to meet the enemy."
On the upper realm side, Ye Tian shouted, "Kill! Charge into Tianlu City, and let this bunch of exiled descendants understand who their daddy is." Immediately after, another fierce battle broke out between the prodigies of the two realms.
Xuan Tian said with a cold expression, "We meet again. I am Xuan Tian of the Xuanwu clan. State your name. Today we'll have a satisfying battle."
But it seemed like he picked a slightly tough opponent. Lu Guanwang instantly punched Xuan Tian's face, saying, "What did you say? A satisfying battle? You're too weak for that." On the other side, Wang Ziqin was moving in to intimidate someone. She said, "Surrender, and I'll spare you." That guy, even though he was beaten so badly his parents wouldn't recognize him, still stubbornly yelled, "Descendants of the 8 Desolations and 10 Domains, how can we surrender, you slut?"
But before he could finish, Wang Ziqin kicked him in the face, sending teeth and lips flying.
She snapped and yelled, "Fine. Don't surrender, but why are you making personal attacks? Looking for a beating?" Suddenly, above them, Tianlu Mystic Woman appeared and said, "Tianlu City cultivators, surrender. Don't let there be any more casualties." Everyone exclaimed in shock. Tianlu Mystic Woman, surrendering in the middle of the battle. Do you think everyone is as shameless and afraid of death as you are? The seniors from the 8 Desolations and 10 Domains who came to support haven't given up yet. How could we?
But when she looked back, she saw those old god seniors respectfully cupping their fists and saying, "We are willing to surrender, and will absolutely not resist." "That's right, young Master Change. Rest assured, Tianlu City is like an arrow at the end of its flight. We're just putting on an act anyway."
Seeing this scene, the people of Tianlu City lost all motivation to fight, and they dropped their weapons, saying, "Wait, why didn't they think about resisting from the beginning? Was everything they said and did before fake? Seriously." Jiyu Change ordered, "Men, Take them into custody for now. Everyone, rest assured, I will consider your performance later.
Down below in the land of rebirth, the disheveled man in green said, "It's over. A few days ago, I sensed an unusual and eerie aura. I thought that kid from the Giyu family had discovered this place. Plus, the Tianlu City mysterious woman already knows how to enter this place. In the end, it was unavoidable. Get ready, we can't just sit here and wait for death." Switching scenes to Giyu change above, he said loudly, "For the sake of the Tianlu City mysterious woman, I'll give you one last chance. Surrender and live, stubbornly resist and die."
Actually, your life and death are not important to me. It's just that the Tianlu City mysterious woman can't bear to see the people of Tianlu City being slaughtered. The people of Tianlu City started to panic again, saying, "Could it be that the Tianlu City mysterious woman really has her own difficulties?" Jiyu Cheng put his arm around the shoulders of the Tianlu City mysterious woman and continued, "Let's go, lead me to the land of rebirth, and we'll see." The Tianlu City mysterious woman smiled brightly. "This guy's actions aren't as cold as his words," Jiyu Cheng chuckled and said. "Why are you looking at me?" The Tianlu City mysterious woman replied. "Over time, I've also heard some news about you in the Upper Realm camp. Is Tao Cheng, from a young age, your younger sister? Isn't the person in Tao Cheng also you?" The male lead laughed and replied, "How can rumors be easily believed?" Immediately afterwards, the two flew downwards together. The Tianlu City mysterious woman said, "If the characters in the land of rebirth are awakened, they will also be a force to be reckoned with. We're just going down like this, don't we need to prepare anything?" Jiyu Cheng said confidently. "I have the Jushan Immortal Seal and the Immortal Slaying Gourd in my hands. As long as they're not immortals, what is there to fear?" Switching scenes, the two had already entered the land of rebirth. Beside Jiyu Change are two Super Dharma artifacts, like they're saying, "Anyone who messes with me will die." The male lead's expression tightened as he thought, "In this place, I can sense the aura of reincarnation again. This might be a little troublesome." But then, the male lead was shocked again, as the people below knelt down and said, "Greetings, young Master Jiyu. We are willing to surrender to the upper realm and be loyal to young Master Change." Jiyu Change said in confusion. "What's behind you?" The Tianlu City mysterious woman replied. "It's the blood pool. The aura there is the strongest." The blue-haired guy spoke up. "Regarding the secrets of this place, this old man also knows a few things. It is said that in the land of rebirth there is an era tree, spanning several eras. Although its vitality is weak, it has not yet withered." The male lead said in confusion. "The era tree. Is it the same level of divine tree as the world tree?" However, he thought, unexpectedly, it's in this place. Could this be the reason why the upper realm cannot produce immortals? The blue-haired guy continued. "Therefore, if our judgment is correct, that era tree should be in the blood pool space. Legend says that those who truly approach the era tree must reach the immortal realm. I don't know if it's true or false." Jiyu Change's eyes widened as he thought, "That's right. How did they bring it here? It seems there's something strange. Could it be that this is not a complete era tree?" The era tree is a divine object related to the fate of the entire realm. After being stolen from the upper realm, it caused the fate of the entire realm to decline, and the heavenly Tao is incomplete. The rules of this world have already broken down, making it even more difficult to bear the power of immortality. If I can refine it, wouldn't I be able to directly grasp the rules of becoming an immortal in the upper realm? Suddenly, the Tianlu City mysterious woman transmitted a message. "Hey, be careful with your expressions." Glen Yu Change heard this and felt itchy. Glancing to the side, everyone was staring blankly at the youth who was smiling evilly. The blue-haired guy cupped his hands and said, "But," the male lead said, "if you have something to say, just say it." The guy replied, "A few days ago, Lin Qinglong of the Qinglong clan, from the Lin family, entered this blood pool." Jiyu Change pondered. Lin Qinglong, Lin family, Lin Yu. Switching scenes to Lin Yu, he was thinking, I didn't expect this place to change owners so quickly. Jiyu Change thought, I said it before, the luck on his body is not just about finding an immortal slaying gourd, it's just that this guy, although he has the luck of a chosen one, only thinks about women. Picking up where we left off, the peeps from Tianlu City teamed up and managed to push back the heavenly imperial ancient wheel. But something even scarier than that just dropped. The Lord Eel's 8 desolate demon halberd, and it even punched a hole in the shield, so all those upper realm prodigies just flooded in and started attacking Tianlu City like crazy. And surprise, surprise, those upper realm young masters just beat the crap out of the Tianlu City folks, like utterly destroyed them. Right after that, the Tianlu mysterious maiden shows up and tells everyone to just surrender. And because the 8 desolate 10 regions reinforcements also threw in the towel, Tianlu City is officially toast, GG. Immediately after, Ji Yu Liang, along with the Tianlu mysterious maiden, head to the Rebirth Palace. You'd think they'd have a massive showdown, but nope, everyone there just straight up surrenders, like WTF. After some digging, Ji Change finds out that they're hiding a fortuity tree there,
which is connected to Lin Qinglong and that son of destiny, Lin Yu.
Scene change. The next morning, on a warship, we hear Lu Guanwang say, crushing Tianlu City this time, looks like conquering the 8 desolate 10 regions is basically in the bag. Wang Zijing pipes up.
Yeah, who would have thought Jiyu Dankage would be practically invincible in the upper realm already?
Let me just sneak in a question, mister. Lu Guanwang, weren't you supposed to be his rival? How do you feel about all this? Lu Guanwang, without batting an eye, goes, Jiyu Dage is a role model for all of us, sure. Wang Zijing laughs his ass off and says, congrats, your path is wide open now.
Scene change. Over to another upper realm warship.
Inside the bathroom, Yan says, are you sure you don't want to say goodbye to young Master Change? Xianjie replies, looking all bummed. No need, Yan asks. Xianjie, why have you been so down lately?
Shanker says,
he's not in the mood to say goodbye to me anyway, ouch. Then she remembers Jiyu Change, getting all cozy with the Tianlu mysterious maiden earlier. Yan suddenly pounces, all cheerful. Don't be mad, let me help Xian'er relax. But that just makes Xian'er even more bummed and angrier.
Turns out, Auntie Yan just shoved her melons right into Xian hair, and the poor girl's got nothing to compare, lol. Scene change. Back to Jiyu Change's side. Ada bows and says, Master, the True Immortal Academy and the prodigies from all the big clans have returned. The main character asks, where's Xian Air? Ada replies, Miss Xian Air, she left without saying goodbye.
Jiyu Liang chuckles and says, what a pity, she's missing out on a lot of good stuff. Smooth, Jiyu Change, real smooth. Inside, Lin Yu screams, all bitter. Jiyu Change, what else do you want me to do? You promised me you wouldn't hurt Luo after we took Tianlu City. Jiyu Change says, there's still one thing I need you to do. Once you're done, I'll naturally let you all go. Of course you can refuse, but all your previous efforts might be wasted, Lin Yu asks, all confused. You, what else do you want me to do? The main character smirks in a really low-down way and says, after Tianlu City fell, your family members were nowhere to be seen. Go find them for me.
Scene change. A month later, in a desolate place, there's a huge explosion. Turns out it's Jiyu Wudi and his crew. After taking down a demon beast, he says, Junior brother, are you okay? Zhao Yang replies, yeah, I'm fine. Jiyu Wudi jumps down and says, I didn't expect there to be a supreme realm ferocious beast here. Good thing you're okay, Zhao Yang thinks to himself. The 9 great mountains may be destroyed this time, and the 3 mountain lords' fates are unknown, but it seems to have changed Jiyu Wudi quite a bit.
Jiyu Wudi continues. Sigh, now that Tianlu City has fallen, the upper realm army is rampaging through the 8 desolate 10 regions, and the flames of war are endless, causing the ferocious beasts to run wild too.
Someone pipes up, we're just too weak. Jiyu Wudi says, it's no use talking about this now. The most important thing is to find our great mountain lord. With his unparalleled cultivation, he'll definitely have a way. Xiao Yang frantically picked up the token and said, it's reacting, Jiyu Wudi asked. Could it be that the great mountain lord's hiding place is nearby? Xiao Yang said. That's right. Jiyu Wudi laughed and said, great, it seems heaven never abandons those who persevere. Our 9 great mountains are saved. Scene change a little later. Everyone moved to a village nearby. Xiao Yang still followed the signal on the token, saying as he walked, the people here all possess a strange spirituality. They clearly look like ordinary people who have never cultivated, but their qi and blood are extremely abundant, Jiyu Wudi said. Moreover, ferocious beasts don't dare to attack this place. It seems that the great mountain lord is most likely hiding here. Suddenly, 2 young people stepped forward and said, stop. Who are you? What are you doing in our village? Shiwazi, don't be rude. Xiao Yang spoke up. Ah, sorry, we've come here to find someone, the old woman said, confused. Looking for someone, Xiao Yang asked. Do you know who the highest status person here is? The old woman said. Highest status, huh? Go behind the mountain. There's an old man with a sage-like demeanor there. People in our tribe go to him when they're sick. But you have to be careful, ferocious beasts guard the mountain, or you'll be torn to shreds. Scene change to the Whitebone Great Domain. Jiyu Change and A-Day rushed there. The male lead spoke up. The Whitebone Great Domain is indeed desolate, a stark contrast to other great domains. Ah, is Master looking for the strongest expert here? The male lead smirked and said, perhaps I don't need to search anymore. There's a group of people approaching in front. Appearing was the old ancestor of the Bone clan, truly all bones. He spoke up. Are you the young master of the Jiyu family? The male lead smirked and replied, what? Is it the temperament that's different? Or the strength? As soon as he finished speaking, Jiyu Change unleashed a powerful demonic energy. The Bone clan's old ancestor hurriedly knelt down and said, I am the old ancestor of the Bone clan, and I have been waiting for you here for a long time, young master, the male lead asked. Oh, you knew I would come, the Bone clan's old ancestor replied. I just didn't expect you to arrive so quickly.
This old one was preparing to offer the head of the Guardian clan as a gift. The whereabouts of those lucky survivors from the past have also been found, Ji Chang said. Very good. It seems that you've remained dutiful and not become arrogant over the years. Rest assured, the Ji family hasn't forgotten what we promised your clan. Rise. Tell me about the news of the escapees, the Bone Clan's old ancestor said. Recently, this old one had a feeling and performed a divination. I saw that the Guardian vein was protected by some kind of power, and I was almost backlashed. Ji Chang said, confused. Power? Even with your peak strength? You were almost backlashed? The Bone Clan's old ancestor replied. That kind of power is very mysterious, and it's not even at its peak state, but it's still much stronger than this old one. Ji Chang pondered. Is it a member of Xiao Yang's clan? But, he asked. What about the news of the survivors? The Bone Clan's old ancestor replied. According to news from Yi Chang, there's a high probability they're in the Western Sheng Great Domain. Scene changed to the Western Sheng Great Domain people in Qinan City were talking. Did you know that Tianlu City has fallen? Sing, I heard the news a few days ago. It said that the powerhouses of our sect either surrendered or fled. What can small characters like us do in this situation? The Luo mansion is still holding a wedding for the young master, Luo Feng, the idiot. Shh! Do you not want to live? You dare to talk about this so carelessly? That's one of the three great families of Qinan City. Luo Yingying is my goddess. A flower stuck in a pile of dung. I've long wanted to curse. But it's her own choice. It's because my goddess is pure and kind, and she was rescued and adopted by the Luo family after being alone in the wilderness when she was young. To repay their kindness, how could she refuse the Luo family? Isn't that repaying kindness with enmity? Scene changed to a room. An old man's voice said, Miss, you really don't have to do this. You're just an adopted daughter of the Luco family, and you have outstanding talent. The Luco family wouldn't force you to this extent. If you do this, won't you ruin the rest of your life? That Luco Feng may be a good person, but he's still an idiot. Introducing the fresh, four-lunged beauty, Luo Yingying, another fresh catch, hey hey. She said, my mind is made up. There's no need to say more. I'm carrying too much on my shoulders. Marrying Luo Feng is also an explanation for my adoptive parents, and it's not a bad choice for me. So what if he's an idiot? If my future husband were a normal person, it would be even more troublesome. If he discovered my secret, my revenge plan would be ruined. Tomorrow is the wedding day, but I don't know why I feel uneasy. Is it because the upper realm broke through Tianlu City? The old man said, Miss, rest assured, with this old servant here, nothing will happen to this wedding. Luo Yingying sighed and said, Alas, it's a pity that I've been carefully hiding myself for many years and still haven't found any clues about the enemy who destroyed my clan back then, and my younger brother who escaped with my father that year. Now I know that my father died in battle, but my younger brother's whereabouts are unknown, the old man said. Young master is blessed and will definitely be safe and sound. Luo Yingying straightened her chest and said, Perhaps this wedding will become an opportunity. Picking up where we left off, after stomping Tianlu City into the ground, the Upper Realm army all turned tail and headed back. Ji Yuxian cheers, sulking, because her brother's been adding new hotties to his collection, wherever he goes. Meanwhile, our hero is stocking up on goodies for his little sidekick, promising her tasty treats if she gets back early. Xiao Yang and Ji Yu Wudi are braving all sorts of crap together, trying to find the Great Mountain Master. They stumbled upon a village where the locals pointed them to some mysterious old geezer, super powerful, but getting to him is seriously dangerous. Ji Chang is heading into Bone Clan territory. The moment he arrives, the guy politely lets the Bone Clan ancestor know who's boss around here. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a brand new, well-endowed babe to feast our eyes on. She's about to be hitched off to some duller. Scene change to Crimson South City, Yan Manor. An elder pipes up. Bone Clan Fairy, these are the women I've been scouting in Crimson South City for the past 20 years. The best match for your requirements, the Bone Clan woman asks. Which one stands out? The young dude next to her says, That would be Luo Ying of the Luo family. The elder nods. Ah, yes, quite right. The adopted daughter of the Luo family is truly exceptional in the younger generation. While they're chatting, Ji Chang and the Bone Clan ancestors stroll in, freaking them out. Our boy says, A lead on the remnants of that lineage from 20 years ago? The Bone Clan ancestor says, Yi Chang? This is young Master Change of the Ji family. The other two gasp. What? The guy who crushed Deer Heaven City is the famous Ji family young master. Yi Chang clasps her hands and says, Greetings, young master, Ji Chang asks. You're Yi Chang, not bad, no arrogance, no timidity, and efficient, you're really good. Though he thinks, too bad some of them got away initially, but escaping is also good, otherwise Xiao Yang wouldn't have become the pawn of destiny. Then he continues, You used the blood essence of their lineage as a guide, tracing them step by step, right? The Bone Clan ancestor smirks to himself. Indeed, for Yi Chang to be valued by you, if she could stay by your side, then my clan. Yi Chang may be cold, but she's still better than a big dumb idiot, right? Then Ji Change turns to the side and asks, "Who is this Luo Ying you mentioned?" The young man respectfully clasps his hands.
Reporting to young master, Yi and Luo Ying, the adopted daughter of the Luo family, once cultivated together at the academy. She is over 20, acts coldly, solitary, but has extraordinary talent. I believe the cultivation she displays is still concealing something.
Our protagonist muses, over 20, huh? Solitary with no support, outstanding talent, and an adopted daughter, fits the bill pretty well. But if it's just Luo Ying, why did the bone ancestor almost get a backlash when he tried to deduce her fate?
The young man continues. Tonight, the Luo mansion is hosting a wedding banquet for the idiot young master of the Luo clan, Luo Feng. He's about to marry Luo Ying. This guy thinks, if I could ruin this wedding. Ji Change's eyes widen in shock, thinking, an idiot young master? Is this related to the idiot hero steals wife trope? Then our boy asks, what's your name? The young man replies,
reporting to young master, my name is Yan Ming.
Suddenly, our protagonist steps forward and pats his shoulder, saying seriously, little bro Yan Ming, do you want to get married? If I'm not mistaken, you've got a thing for Luo Ying. How can you stand seeing her marry a moron?
Then he thinks, usually, some idiot or useless person has the ability to hide their identity or memories, and they all need an opportunity to awaken. Perhaps this wedding is that opportunity.
Yan Ming says sadly,
I won't hide it from you, my lord. I'm naturally unhappy, but Luo Ying has never paid any attention to me. Ji Chang says, if that's the case, I'll give you a chance. Tomorrow, when the Luo family ties the knot, you go and snatch the bride. How about it? Yan Ming freezes. Ah, young master you mean? Our protagonist says. Don't worry, I'll go with you. I won't let you get a reputation for being illegitimate.
Yan Ming happily says,
thank you, young master. Scene changed to Zhao Yang. He and his buddy are getting chased by huge monsters. The girl in the pink dress shouts in terror, what kind of monsters are these? Is the great mountain master really here? As soon as she finishes speaking, she's grabbed by one of the monsters.
She cries in fear, help! Save me, Xiaoyang, help me!
Ji Wudi turns back and says, junior brother, don't panic. These are all supreme level monsters. We can't worry about them now.
Xiaoyang grinds his teeth and says, I know.
Then he glances back at the pink-clad hottie, slowly being stuffed into the monster's mouth.
Scene changed to a desolate place a while later.
The two guys running for their lives suddenly stop. Up ahead, there's this old dude just chilling there. Ji Wudi says, little bro, don't tell me he's... Xiaoyang pulls out this jade pendant and replies, no doubt about it. Then they both kneel down and shout, disciple Ji Wudi, disciple Xiaoyang, pay respects to the great mountain lord. The great mountain lord finally speaks up. HMPH, lucky you guys could even find this place. Xiaoyang cries out.
The upper realm is invading. The 9 great mountains have been destroyed, and the 9 mountain immortal seal is gone too. Shifu, the second mountain lord, is also. Tianluo city has fallen, and now the 8 desolations and 10 domains are leaderless. We beg the great mountain lord to come out of seclusion. Please, great mountain lord, come out. The great mountain lord sighs, alas, illusion and reality, reality and illusion. When will I ever reach that stage? Xiaoyang wails. Great mountain lord, the upper realm is frantically invading the 8 desolations and 10 domains. Please, come out of seclusion and take charge. The great mountain lord stands up and says, all right, I suppose it's time to see some old friends again. Xiaoyang and Ji Wudi are totally lost, like, huh. The great mountain lord says, let's go. Xiaoyang is horrified and says go. But there are tons of scary monsters outside the mountain. The great mountain lord says, don't you want to know the origin of your bloodline? I'll take you to find your clansmen. With that, the great mountain lord pokes his finger forward, and the space around them starts swirling and changing. Ji Wudi cries out in terror, changing the heavens and the earth. Scene change again, and the 3 of them are now standing in the middle of a vast desert. Ji Wudi exclaims, divine skill. Xiaoyang says happily, with the great mountain lord making a move, wouldn't getting rid of Ji Change be a piece of cake? Ji Wudi, hearing this, is a little confused. Scene shifts to the Luo family mansion, where a wedding between a beauty and a simpleton is taking place. People are chattering, congratulations to the Luo family head, congrats to Luo Feng for marrying Miss Luo Ying, what a blessing, cheers all around. The Luo family head is beaming and clasps his hands together. Thank you all for coming today. I, Luo, am deeply grateful. It's really unfair to Ying Gerir.
Luo Ying says, uncle is too polite. Everyone raised Ying Gerir for 20 years, and I've watched Luo Feng grow up too. Luo Feng just stands there next to her, grinning idiotically. Hey, wedding. Luo Ying continues. How could I bear to see him all alone? The Luo family head sighs sadly. If only Luo Feng's strange illness could be cured, then you two would be a perfect match. I've searched for miracle doctors across the regions for years, but I can't find the cause at all.
Suddenly, Luo Feng's eyes widen, and a brilliant flash of light passes through them.
Luo Feng thinks, so this life I'm called Luo Feng? Seems like after that battle my divine soul really shattered, and it's taken this long to recover. The price for failing in that battle for the heavens was steep indeed. I am the Feng ancestor from the immortal palace, wielding the four supreme rules: earth, water, fire, and wind.
My cultivation back then surpassed the ordinary immortal realm,
but in the cataclysmic disaster thousands of years ago, I was no different from others in the immortal realm. The 8,000 continents were destroyed, the immortal palace collapsed, and the vast upper realm was shattered into countless pieces, almost causing the collapse of all realms. I was fortunate to survive, escaping the collapse of the immortal palace at that time. With all the immortals perished, the world could hardly withstand the power beyond the immortal realm. Many in the immortal realm fled to another world, and established themselves there, calling it the immortal world. I seized the opportunity to steal the epoch tree that was almost destroyed during the upper realm's great calamity. Then I gathered some surviving remnant immortals from that time, trying to seize the power of the heavenly Dapio. Sadly, we still failed in the end. I nearly died.
With only a breath left, I escaped to the desolate realm that had separated from the upper realm, and I named this place the 8 Desolations and 10 Domains.
However, we did manage to steal a portion of the heavenly Tao's rules, merging it into the nearly depleted epoch tree. Therefore, I am the ancestor of this entire northern desolate 10 domains. Fortunately, I prepared many contingency plans. Even after falling, I can still be reborn, although my current strength is insufficient. If you just give me time, I can break through the shackles of the rules of this heaven and earth through the epoch tree, and re-establish the immortal position. It won't be easy for the upper realm to find the epoch tree. By then, if the upper realm no longer has immortals, what do I have to fear? Luo Ying looks at Luo Feng spacing out, wondering if she is just imagining things.
Luo Feng glances at her and thinks,
a descendant of Ning'er. Now that I think about it, she really does resemble Ning'er, my wife in that life. Is this heaven's way of making it up to me?
Suddenly, someone shouts.
The young city lord of the Yan family, Yan Ming, has arrived. Gu Change had arrived at the Bone Clan. Here, the male lead overheard information about an outstanding girl named Luo Yingying.
She was preparing to marry an idiot, and coincidentally, Yan Ming liked Luo Yingying, so Ji Lun invited him to just straight up snatch the bride.
On Xiaoyang's side, after searching for days with Ji Wudi, they finally found the Grand Mountain Lord, who also agreed to return and save the 9 great mountains. As Luo Yingying's wedding was underway, Luo Feng was being possessed by Feng Zhu. After the collapse of the immortal palace, he was the one who escaped and established the 8 desolate 10 domains. Right now, Luo Feng was gleefully thinking about getting a sweet and tender wife, but unexpectedly, Yan Ming arrived.
Everyone immediately started gossiping. Yan Ming, why is he here? Yan Ming used to cultivate with Ms. Luo Yingying at the Myriad Dao Academy, and they were even senior and junior siblings. It seems like he has feelings for Ms. Luo Yingying, but he was rejected.
Plus, there's a sedan chair stopped outside the door. I'm afraid he's here to cause trouble. Luo Feng chuckled softly, thinking, he really doesn't know how to live, daring to snatch a wife right in front of me. Luo Yingying glanced at him, bewildered, wondering if that expression was one of disdain.
How dare he? The Luo family head spoke up. Young city lord Yan Ming, what brings you here? Yan Ming interrupted him. I'm here to see the Luo family head. No need for useless words. Do you think an idiot from the Luo family is worthy of my junior sister Luo Yingying?
Everyone started buzzing again. He's here to snatch the bride. Even if the Yan clan is stronger than the Luo clan, they can't be this overbearing, right?
Yan Ming laughed arrogantly. Today, I'm here to save my junior sister from suffering. If the Luo clan knows what's good for you, hand over junior sister Luo Yingying to me today.
The Luo family head angrily pointed and said, Yan Ming, you can't be serious, right? The Luo clan in Crimson South City has some face, after all. Aren't you going too far? Yan Ming replied, your Luo clan is forcing my junior sister to marry an idiot. I despise your despicable actions, and naturally have to take action to help my junior sister. What's the problem? You think I can just sit back and watch you push my junior sister into a pit of fire? No way. And about the wedding? He continued, don't say I'm not giving your Luo clan any face. I've found a suitable person for Luo Feng. This girl has a beautiful appearance and understands etiquette. For your Luo Feng, they can be considered a match made in heaven. But when the veil was lifted, it turned out to be another idiot girl. Her face was indeed stunning, but she's up for grabs by everyone. Ha ha. The people there immediately roared in anger. This is clearly Yan Ming trying to humiliate the Luo clan. The Luo family head was even more furious. Yan Ming, even your father wouldn't dare to bully my Luo clan so casually, yet you dare to be so audacious.
Yan Ming laughed and replied, what status does your small Luo clan have that you don't know? You're just enjoying some benefits based on junior sister Luo Yingying's identity in the Myriad Dao Academy. My father gives you some face, and you dare to act all high and mighty. Suddenly, Luo Yingying shouted,
Enough, I've told you many times, I'm not interested in you. Stop having illusions. Marrying Luo Feng is my own choice. My father and the others never forced me.
Seeing the catch before him, Yan Ming was shocked, thinking, so beautiful. With such an appearance, so what if I can't win her heart?
But behind them, Feng Zhu in Luo Feng's body was starting to look unhappy. He just got to come back and get married to a beautiful wife. But someone is already trying to crash the party. How could he not be pissed?
Yan Ming continued, Junior sister, what are you saying? If they are threatening you, blink, and senior brother will take you away. Senior brother can't bear to see you walk into a dead end. If you really insist, then don't blame senior brother for taking action. Luo Yingying coldly snorted, HMPH, isn't young city lord threatening me right now?
Don't forget, my master is still here today. Everyone started buzzing. That's right, the 7th elder of the Myriad Dao Academy is Miss Luo Yingying's master. Her master is a supreme being. The 7th elder stood up and heavily tapped the cane in his hand on the floor, then said, Yan Ming, Ying Ye's affairs are her own decision. I won't allow you to cause trouble here. Luo Yingying clasped her hands and said, Sorry for the trouble, master. Yan Ming said in fear. What does the 7th elder mean by that? Do you also want to stop me? I advise you not to interfere.
Hearing those words, the 7th elder became extremely furious and shouted, Impudent! Is the Yan clan's education for you to speak to me like this? As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his power, and waves of aura surrounded and pressed down.
Yan Ming said confidently, I'll say it again, my friend, but out of other people's business. Or you might just be asking for trouble. The 7th elder thought, the Yan clan only has a quasi-emperor ancestor in closed-door cultivation. Who else in Scarlet South City can pressure me? He then said, Because you're the young master of the Yan clan, I won't kill you, but I will cripple your cultivation.
Suddenly, Jiyu Liang appeared and said, I think they're in love. Why do you have to interfere? I can't stand it anymore. Why not help this star-crossed couple? Yan Ming smiled brightly and said, Young master, please be the judge. My junior sister Luo Ying and I are in love, but they're not only deliberately trying to separate us, but now they're forcing her to marry an idiot. It's too much, I beg you to help me.
The 7th elder said in confusion, Do you recognize this person? The Luo clan head cupped his fist and replied, 7th elder? This old man has never met him. Judging by his clothes, he doesn't look like a local. Luo Feng pondered. Looks like this guy is Yan Ming's backer, and he's quite young. Everyone started buzzing. Who is this young man, daring to interfere in the feud between the Yan and Luo families? He doesn't seem like any of the geniuses in Scarlet South City. Ji Yu Cheng walked over to Yan Ming and said, Miss Luo Ying has a kind heart, and young master Yan Ming is also a pure character. I think you two are a perfect match. I think you all should stop interfering.
Suddenly, the 7th elder went crazy and roared, You're twisting the truth, and can't tell right from wrong. I see you're no good either. If you and Yan Ming are in cahoots, then I must eliminate you.
Immediately after that, he burst out with power, and the pressure made everyone present unable to stand firm. Everyone exclaimed in horror, What? This is the pressure of a quasi-supreme. Looks like the 7th elder is really angry.
Suddenly, Agadash shouted loudly,
How dare you disrespect my master? As soon as he heard that, the 7th elder was so scared that he peed his pants, and the Luko family was also frightened out of their wits. Adara's dharmic body appeared, his face furious as he roared, You want to die? The 7th elder exclaimed in terror. What? Could it be the domain lord has descended? Is he a quasi-emperor? But before he could finish speaking, the 7th elder was blasted apart by Aday's pressure, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Luo Ying witnessed this scene and was shocked. She screamed, Master Yu! Everyone exclaimed in horror. The 7th elder, the supreme elder of Myriad Dao Academy, was turned to dust by a roar. Quasi-emperor. He just now seemed to call that young man master.
Ji Yu Lun raised his chin and said loudly, Da, how rude. We're here as guests. How can you roar someone to death? Get down here now, Yan Ming thought in horror. The fall of a supreme is like trampling an ant to death.
Immediately after that, Aday lumbered out. Ji Yu Change smiled and said, I think there shouldn't be any problems now, right everyone? Luo Feng was still standing quietly there to observe the situation. Ji Yu Cheng also looked at him intently and thought, This Luo Feng is indeed good at forbearance. I wonder what identity he's hiding. Let me see. As soon as he looked at Luo Feng, he saw that his whole body was emitting the aura of the Child of Destiny. But this one must be the great-granddaddy of the Child of Destiny. Ji Yu Lun, seeing this, drooled greedily and thought, Look at that, 7-colored luck. The luck of the star realm. Immediately after that, Ji Yu Lun realized that he was being too greedy. He then smiled and said, Grandpa, if you all have no objections, quickly save Miss Luo Ying.
Yan Ming immediately said, Okay, quickly take junior sister Luo Ying away. Luo Ying, after witnessing her master being blown away with one roar, was trembling and collapsing to the floor, her eyes filled with fear and anger.
Then Luo Ying roared, Luo Feng, I know you're not an idiot anymore. Are you just going to stand there and watch me get taken away by them?
The Luo clan head turned around in surprise and said,
Feng Henger, you, Luo Feng, no longer in his foolish state, said seriously, Dad, step aside.
I'll take care of this next.
Then he stepped forward heroically to shield everyone. He even smiled confidently. Let's see how long this guy can smile. But the progenitor of the 8 desolate 10 domains is scary, haha.
Yan Ming, after being egged on by Jiyu Changzhi, actually went and tried to snatch the bride from the Luo family. Talk about being manipulated.
Everyone was absolutely furious about it. Seriously, who does that? And get this, Yan Ming even brought some airhead girl to replace Luo Feng's bride. Can you believe the audacity? Luo Ying was super pissed too. She got her master, the 7th elder, to step in and help. Time to get some backup. The 7th elder is at the Supreme Realm, so you know he's about to lay down the smack talk. While he's busy yelling, Ji Yu Lun strolls in, and after asking around and finding out nobody knows who the heck the main character is, the 7th elder starts chewing out Ji Yu Change even harder. But yelling at just anyone is fine, but yelling at Ji Yu Lun is a huge mistake. Adan just let out a single growl, and that was enough to make the 7th elder explode into a million pieces. Ji Yu Change, being the schemer he is, takes the opportunity to check out if this time's crop is fresh, and boy oh boy is he drooling. This time's crop is freaking rainbow colored. Just when things were getting really tense, Feng Zhu, inside Luo Feng's body, suddenly stands up tall and says, Leave everything here to me. Showtime. Everyone was shocked and started whispering, Is Luo Feng healed? After being a total goofball for over 20 years, he's suddenly normal.
The Luo family head was so excited he almost cried. Feng'er, your illness is cured, Luo Feng replied with a bright smile. For the past 20 years, I've been in a daze, as if in a big dream. I'm awake now.
The Lu Pingle family head was so happy he almost cried, It's good to be awake, it's good to be awake. Then he thought to himself, I don't know why, but now Feng'er has an aura that suggests he can do anything. What happened today? A blessing in disguise? Who knows? Everyone started whispering again. Is Luo Feng really awake? Looking at him, he seems very confident about today's matter, but the other party is prepared.
Luo Feng smiled confidently and said,
Luo Ying and I are engaged. What reason do you have to rob her? Ji Yu Change glanced to the side and said, What are you waiting for? Yan Ming shouted. Quickly, take her away. Immediately, a few lackeys rushed towards Luo Feng, but Luo Feng stood still. He thought to himself with a slightly annoyed expression,
No one has dared to be so arrogant in front of me for so many years.
After thinking, he raised his hand, and a powerful aura instantly erupted. And then Luo Feng shouted, Get lost! With a wave of his hand, that blue aura was released, knocking the 2 subordinates backward. Yan Ming was shocked to witness the scene and exclaimed, Luo Feng, what do you want to do? Do you dare to stop us? Luo Feng replied calmly, I and Luo Ying are engaged. Your actions are probably not in accordance with the rules. Yan Ming immediately turned to the side and said, Do you know who the young master next to me is? You dare to resist. You are courting death.
Luo Feng smiled confidently and said, HMPH, you are as stupid as a pig, do you believe it? As long as I want, from now on, the Yan family and the young master beside you cannot protect you. Then he thought, could he be bigger than me? The ancestor of the 8 desolate 10 domains? The Feng Zhu of the immortal palace?
Luo Ying was even more surprised to see her foolish husband suddenly change. His aura, I only see, in the high-ranking Taoist. Does he have any secrets that I don't know? Yan Ming shouted angrily, Nonsense, I can ignore my Yan family being humiliated, but you dare to say disrespectful words to the young master. You are too outrageous. Ji Liang smiled inwardly and thought, Is this adding fuel to the fire? Are you afraid I won't deal with him? But this kind of bragging is a bit similar to an old acquaintance in the Tianlan world. Thinking about it, is this guy's strong luck related to the bloodline of Xiaoyang and Lin Yu? Then, Ji Yu Change glanced to the side and said, Then you go? Yan Ming was shocked and said, Young master? Ji Yu Lun replied, Go, I'll protect you, what are you afraid of? After thinking for a while, Yan Ming nodded and said, Okay, Luo Feng, take this move, Yan style 18 fists. Immediately after that, he roared and stepped on the gas to speed up. Countless illusions of fist techniques were released along with him,
but as soon as he arrived, he was immediately knocked backwards. It's true that useless people often date beautiful women.
Luo Feng stared and said, Disrespecting me will be punished accordingly. Everyone was once again surprised and said, This Yan Ming can be compared to a quasi-saint. Are the subordinates not the same? Why is this aura so immeasurably deep?
Luo Feng thought.
If this guy has any discernment, he should know better than to back down, otherwise I don't mind making him regret it. Luo Ying was extremely shocked and thought, the imprint of the ancestor, Luo Feng. How does he have the imprint of the ancestor?
Anyway, having the strength of the ancestor, we are finally safe.
Ji Change piped up, all nonchalant. An epical mark, oh so that's what it is, Luo Feng. Freaking out, blurted, you actually recognize this? The male lead thought to himself, all sneaky-like, so you're the one who jacked the Upper Realm's epoch tree all those years ago. Luo Feng, ears burning, stammered, what? Who? Who the heck are you? Our hero just smirked and said, my identity. Take a wild guess if you like, but grab him and take him away. Luo Feng scoffed. Grab him, with that quasi-emperor next to you. But then, out of nowhere, a space portal ripped open above them, and a gigantic skeletal hand reached down, ready to smack.
Luo Feng threw his arms up, trying to make a barrier to block it.
Everyone gasped. What? This soul-shaking power? Could it be a Dao Comprehension Realm cultivator?
Luo Feng. Straining to hold on, Luo Feng thought, this is the ultimate power of someone who attained the Dao.
Crap. He couldn't handle the pressure, and coughed up a lung.
Luo Ying and the Luo family patriarch got yeeted backward too.
Luo Ying screamed, Luo Feng, how? How is this possible? Luo Feng, gasping, managed. You're definitely not from this world, the male lead thought. Using the bone ancestor's hand to injure him. Hopefully this world's destiny won't backfire on me too much, huh? But with my current luck, it should be enough, right? Then the skeletal hand slowly dragged Luo Feng away while everyone watched. Helpless, Luo Ying shrieked. He can control this kind of power. Just, who are you? Ji Change grinned, all smug. Oh my bad, I haven't introduced myself yet, have I? But you've probably heard my name before, right? I'm Ji Change. The male lead, hearing the name, was shook. You, the leader of the Upper Realm. The one who killed the young master of the Yunzhe Grand Domain.
Luo Ying, panicked, yelled, why are you here? What has our Luo family done to offend you?
Ji Chang said, I came looking for you. Luo Feng was just a happy little accident. Luo Ying stammered, looking for me? I've never even met you.
The male lead muttered, of course he's here for you, that fish that got away over 20 years ago.
Luo Ying's eyes bugged out. Is it you? Ji Change strode over and grabbed her by the throat, then grinned like a psycho. Let's just say it is, Luo Ying choked. I'll kill you. Kill me. That jerk Ji Change sneered. With them. Then he waved his hand.
Yi Chang popped up next to him, casually dropping another person. It was one of Luo Ying's underlings, but his eyes were blank and lifeless, not a good sign. Ji Change continued. These Supreme Realm cannon fodder are all the power you've accumulated over 20 years. Are you seriously trying to get revenge? Yi Chang landed smoothly and said, young master, it's taken care of. The male lead replied, all right, let's bounce. Poof. Ji Chang and his crew vanished, along with the bride and groom of the day, Luo Feng and Luo Ying. The Luo family patriarch cried after them, Fengge, Yingge. Once the male lead was gone, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, finally. Who knew there was a Dao Comprehension Realm expert here? When did a small city like Qinan City have so many powerful cultivators? Not to mention, Ji Change is already super strong. Scene changed to Zhao Yang, looking dreamy, flying off with his buddies. Zhao Yang asked, Great Mountain Lord, where are my clan members? The Great Mountain Lord answered, in Qinan City. Zhao Yang grinned to himself. I'm finally going to see my clan members soon. HMPH, Ji Change, just you wait, I'll crush you under my feet. Picking up where we left off, Ji Change rolls up to the Luo family with Yan Ming to snatch the bride. And then Luo Feng steps up like, yo, chill out everyone, I got this.
And wouldn't you know it, he actually did have it? This dude goes from zero to hero and unleashes the power of the Wind Ancestor, leaving Yan Ming's crew gasping for air. That's when Ji Change finally figures out where Luo Feng's power is coming from.
Right after that, Yi Chang shows up and nabs Luo Feng.
Luo Ying also recognizes Ji Change as the guy who, along with the Ji family, massacred her family 20 years ago. But it's too late, they both get hauled off. Meanwhile, Zhao Yang is all excited, tagging along with the Great Mountain Lord, convinced that this time they're gonna take down Ji Chang. Scene change. A little later, someone in the Luo family is like, what? They were taken away.
Turns out, it's Zhao Yang and his posse. He keeps grilling them. Who the heck took them? The Luo family head replies. A whole bunch of people, even quasi-emperors. There were even people from the Bone clan. The leader was named Ji Chang. Great lords, please help our Luo clan get justice.
Zhao Yang is flabbergasted. Ji Chang, it's him.
He was definitely involved in what happened to our clan back then.
He kept the Lu family around, is it? To tell us that person is in his hands? How did he know we were coming? Could Ji Change's deduction skills really be this OP? Jiyu Wudi turns around, looking a bit bewildered but shouts with conviction, "It must be!"
Xiao Yang continues. Great Mountain Lord, what should we do now? The Great Mountain Lord speaks up. This is the remaining aura of the wind ancestor. It seems he miscalculated.
But he thinks, could he be refining the epoch imprint to reincarnate using some secret art? Did someone find out about this? To restore his peak cultivation, the method to transcend the immortal realm is still on him, so we have to save Luo Feng. The Great Mountain Lord says, "Looks like we can only go to those great clans now." Xiao Yang is confused. Great clans? The Great Mountain Lord replies, "Back then, they were the Wind Ancestors' most reliable allies. Gathering them might give us some fighting chance." But he thinks, if the Wind Ancestor was confident enough to entrust the Epoch Tree to them, he must have left a contingency plan. Scene change to our main man. He's locked up Luo Feng and Luo Ying in a secret spot. And damn, Luo Ying's looking fine as hell. The main character walks up and says, "Spill everything you know." Luo Feng, eyes red with fury, grits his teeth and says, "You're just a young punk. Do you even know who I am? You think you can get anything out of me?" Jiyu Change just glares at him, and his demonic energy erupts.
I bet even the Wind Ancestor would pee his pants.
Scene cuts outside to the two hotties guarding the door. The Heavenly Deer Mystic Woman says, "You've really been his spy in the 8 Desolations and 10 Domains for years. I can't believe someone with your personality would take orders from someone like him."
Yi Chang calmly replies, I also didn't expect you to be the first one in the 8 Desolations and 10 Domains to surrender.
The Heavenly Deer Mystic Woman says bitterly, "You and I have our own hardships," Yi Chang retorts. "Isn't your hardship all about chasing after beauty?" The Heavenly Deer Mystic Woman is speechless, because that hits a little too close to home. Suddenly, Jiyu Change comes out and asks, "You guys know each other?" And they both say in unison, "We don't." Adon clasps his hands and says, "Lord, Bian Lin Yu has sent word that the location of the War God Dragon Blood Clan has been confirmed. Our main character commands. Then gather the troops. Prepare to set out." The Heavenly Deer Mystic Woman asks quietly, "Did he tell you everything inside?" Jiyu Change smirks and replies, "Yep. He seems to have lost his mind." Inside, Luo Feng is absolutely terrified. Stammering, That aura. Could it be the person who destroyed the Immortal Palace back then?" Scene cuts to a city in the 8 Desolations and 10 Domains, and someone says excitedly, "In half a month, at the latest, our clan's new formation is almost complete. Protecting our people and ensuring their development for millions of years won't be a problem. This place might be desolate and unsuitable for cultivation, but now that the ancestors have brought out the treasure, counterattacking the upper realm won't be impossible in the future." Another guy chuckled. "That's right, with that treasure, it's only a matter of time before the ancestors reach that realm." Inside the city, a girl watched from afar and said, "Lin Yu, senior brother, does this mean we really can only stay here from now on, unable to leave even half a step?" Lin Yu replied, "Actually, it's not bad here. At least we won't be annihilated by the upper realm like other clans." Another guy standing next to her, sounding annoyed, said, "Right, where was Lin Yu when Tianlu City was destroyed?" The girl angrily yelled, "Lu Ren, what are you saying?" Lu Ren continued, "Yuan Care, don't forget, we couldn't find him when we retreated back then." Yuan Care then grabbed Lin Yu's hand and said, "Lin Yu, senior brother, don't worry, Yuan Fear believes in you. From now on, Yuan Fear will always be by your side, Lin Yu, senior brother." Lin Yu, looking melancholic, thought, "Too bad you're not Lu Luo." Suddenly, many fiery red lightning bolts struck from the sky, and people in the city panicked, shouting, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Who the hell leaked our clan's location?" Lin Yu, shocked, thought, Jiyu Change. Is he here this fast? Yuan Care also said in confusion, "What? How did the upper realm find this place?" Several elders exclaimed in horror. "That's the Jiyu family's warship from the upper realm? It's Jiyu Change." High above, many warships slowly descended. Jiyu Change stood imposingly, laughing. "You Lin Clan rats, I'll butcher you all and make Lin Clan dog meat stew." Cut to a strange place, where a bloody red aura emanated continuously. Inside, a voice came from the Epoch Tree. "They found us in such a short time. Looks like there's an internal traitor." Lin Qinglong clasped his hands and said, "Father, will this upper realm army attack affect your plans?" The Lin family head said, "They're chasing us at such a crucial moment. I'm afraid their target is the Epoch Tree. The Epoch fruit still needs time to ripen. No matter what, you must hold them back at all costs." Cut to Lin City, where Yi Chang was smashing his way through, causing the Lin clan to be unable to resist. They could only scream in fear, it's a Dao comprehender." A giant blue dragon shot up from below, roaring loudly, "This is outrageous." Immediately afterward, the two sides engaged in close combat. The giant dragon's head was shattered, and Yi Chang was knocked back. Lin Qinglong landed and spoke. "Bone ancestor of the Bone Clan, and Yi Cheng, How dare you betray the 8 desolate 10 domains? Yi Chang said indifferently. My clan originally came from the upper realm. How could there be any betrayal? Ji Yuchang asked. Is this a peak stage Tao comprehender? Bone Ancestor said. Young master, I'm afraid Yi Chang is no match for him. Should I make a move? Ji Yuchang. Don't rush, this isn't the biggest fish yet. Bone Ancestor thought in shock. Could it be he's waiting for the Dragonblood War God's true form? Lin Xinglong said. So you're the spies, how did you find this place? Ji Yuchang laughed. You should ask Lin Ying, senior brother. Lin Xinglong angrily roared. You're a traitor who bites the hand that feeds you, Lu Shanren said frantically. Lin Yu, you really are a traitor. Lin Yu said in extreme fear. Ji Yuchang, you didn't keep your word. But before he could finish speaking, Lin Xinglong flew towards him and said, all the clan's efforts in nurturing you have been wasted. You deserve to die. With that, he swung his hand and struck Lin Yu hard, sending him flying like a bird. With just one strike, Lin Yu lost a whopping 7,800 points of Shi luck. He dizzily thought, am I about to die? Lin Xinglong stood imposingly and said loudly, everyone swear to protect the family with their lives. Traitors will meet such an end. Ji Yuchang smiled kindly, thinking with affection. Look at these cute little rats. So the Duan Xiaoyang gang and that mountain dude already hit up the Luo family, but they were too late. Ji Yuchang had already yoinked the people, so they're hot on his tail. The MC locked them up in some secret spot, all to squeeze info out fight of them. Luo Feng, after catching a whiff of Ji Yuchang's demonic power, was shaking like a leaf. Scared SHT less. The Lin clan bounced to a hidden location, building up defensive formations, waiting for their chance to rise again. But surprise, surprise, Ji Yuchang rolled up with his crew and dug up their graves right then and there. Lin Xinglong finally showed his face. When he found out Lin Yu was the snitch who gave away their location, he wasted no time in offing him. And just like that, the battle between the two sides officially kicked off. After someone yelled charge, the two sides went ham at each other. But it looks like the Upper Realm squad is way more savage. They're completely overwhelming the Lin clan. Yi Chang jumped into a one-on-one with Lin Xinglong. She shouted, don't resist, it's pointless. Look at your clan members, either fighting or surrendering. Just obediently surrender now. Maybe you'll have a sliver of hope to live. Lin Xinglong, completely enraged, roared back, you're messing with my clan's morale. I'll kill you first, then Ji Yuchang. Old Ji Yu from Ji Yu family chimed in from the side. Young master, this Lin Xinglong is one of the first to achieve Tao in the 8 desolate 10 domains. I'm afraid Yi Chang won't last long, Ji Yuchang casually said, then put some pressure on him. The young master glanced back and ordered, Ji Yu family Tao achievers, go help Yi Chang and beat him to death. The two behind him immediately cupped their hands and said, yes, young master, the MC continued loudly. You, Lin Jiang, listen up. He can't hold on much longer. Surrender and live, resist and die. As soon as he finished speaking, a gigantic Dharma body appeared and grabbed the ancient dragon by the neck. Everyone who witnessed that scene exclaimed in terror, even Lin Xinglong can't handle it. Why hasn't the ancestor taken action yet? But on this side, Lin Xinglong was being held tightly by two people, his hands tied up. He angrily said, as long as my father is here, the Lin family will not be destroyed. Those who have sacrificed for the clan will be remembered forever. Anyone who dares to surrender, I'll kill them first. After saying that, Lin Xinglong unleashed his power to push back the two people. Yi Chang exclaimed in shock. He's burning his essence blood. Lin Xinglong said with a cold face, I'll sacrifice you first. As soon as he finished speaking, he released chains to capture Yi Chang, and then from the space, a blue dragon claw emerged, ready to crush her. Yi Chang was terrified by the sight, but a clean slash sound rang out. Lin Xinglong looked down in shock, only to see one of his arms severed. It was none other than Ji Yuchang, the youth who used a long-range move to save the beauty. The MC smirked. Not bad for someone who reached the Emperor realm, but you can only cut off one arm. Seize this opportunity to capture him. Don't let him recover. Several Lin clan elders gasped in shock. It's that damn gourd that kills immortals again. What's the point of fighting to the death like this for us? Ji Yuchang said loudly. Are you surrendering or not? Before he could finish speaking, the other side shouted in unison, yes, we surrender. Hurry, hurry, we surrender, we surrender. Lin Xinglong went ballistic and screamed. You're all just cowards who are afraid of death. Don't you even care about your ancestors anymore? I'll kill you all. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was wrapped up by bone chains and couldn't move at all. Ada, all fired up, charged forward, shouting, you should die first. Immediately after that, wham, 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 Aga rushed forward, stabbing straight through Lin Qinyu's body. Didn't matter how tough he was, he got ganged up on until he died. Ha ha ha, the Lin clan people exclaimed in terror. Old ancestor Qinglong, why hasn't the ancestor appeared yet? Has he abandoned us already? Ji Yuchang laughed and said, your lives are just tools for him to buy time. Now that you've surrendered, don't have any unnecessary thoughts. Immediately after that, the Lin clan members gave up. Except for fighting, they would only give their lives. Suddenly, below the cliff, Lin Yu's fortune value panel appeared, and his fortune value was constantly being deducted, leaving only 530 points. Gu Change thought, HMPH, trying to run away. Looks like he's decided to abandon the Lu clan girl.
Down below, Lin Yu was running for his life. After being slapped by Lin Qingyu, he was seriously injured. While running, he said, "Luluo, don't blame me, I have to survive first, then find a chance to avenge you and me." Suddenly, Gu Change appeared in front and said, "Lin Wu bro, where you headed? Don't need your woman anymore."
Lin Wu angrily roared, "Gu Change, why are you chasing me to the ends of the earth? To you, I'm just an ant, and now I'm not even worth exploiting anymore, right? Why can't you just let me go? Your clan is so powerful I can never get revenge on you anyway." Gu Change, spare me, I have nothing left. What do you gain from killing me? The protagonist grinned and said, Hey, you still have your life, you know? Lin Wu was so angry he spat blood and yelled, "Damn your 18 generations of ancestors, you shameless scumbag. You don't keep your word. You're worse than pigs and dogs." But before he could finish, the system popped up. Killed the son of destiny, Lin Wu. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a heavenly Dao treasure chest.
Suddenly, in the distance, a fiery red aura exploded straight into the sky.
Gu Change thought, it's erupting. Is this caused by the fruit of the epoch tree? The Lin family's old ancestor can't hold back anymore, planning to forcefully break through to that step. Gotta hurry. If he really reaches that level, things will get tricky. Immediately after, Gu Change and his crew arrived at the epoch tree. And sure enough, a fruit had appeared on the epoch tree.
The protagonist said, "So that's how it is, the fruit of the epoch tree isn't ripe yet. Seems like I interrupted your good deed," the Lin family patriarch replied. "A bunch of useless trash, couldn't even stall for a bit longer," Gu Change said. "Your son already sacrificed himself, are you still blaming him?" The Lin family patriarch replied, "Just half a step away. What a pity, you ruined my entire plan. You truly deserve to die, you mangy cur." With that, he glared at the protagonist with murderous intent. Yi Cheng immediately rushed out to stand in front of Gu Change. But the Lin family patriarch rushed over and sent Yi Cheng tumbling head over heels. He coldly snorted, "Overestimating yourself." Immediately after, he unleashed his power straight forward, but Old Bones stepped forward to block him. The Lin family patriarch angrily said, "Ancestor of the Bone Clan, I didn't expect even you to help the wicked forsake righteousness." Old Gu smiled and said, "Looks like you still can't overcome that obstacle." Gu Cheng swiftly passed by and said, "Hold him back." The Lin family patriarch laughed and said, "So what if you get closer? The epoch tree isn't something you can covet." But suddenly, a mini sapling appeared from the protagonist's body. Gu Change thought, epoch tree sapling. Didn't expect it to create resonance on its own. Immediately after, the epoch tree sapling moved towards the epoch tree. It continuously absorbed the power of the epoch tree. In just a flash, the epoch tree sapling had grown a lot. On the side, the Lin family patriarch and Old Bone were still fiercely battling. He cried out in shock, his face full of terror. That is, no way. Then he charged straight towards the protagonist, but Old Bone immediately stood in his way and said, "Don't even think about disturbing young master." The Lin family patriarch angrily roared, "Old Bone, you think the title of Blood Dragon War God is just for show? Blood Dragon true form? Get lost." And then, with one strike, he sent Old Bone flying backwards. Then the Lin family patriarch transformed into a super huge red dragon. He roared, "Stop right there for this old man." Gu Change picked up a leaf and thought, this is the rule of the epoch tree. Truly powerful enough to excite people. Then the protagonist glanced back and said, "Hey, wanna try it with me?"
Picking up where we left off, thanks to Lin Yu snitching, Gu Change led his army to attack the Lin clan. Lin Qinglong tried his best to fight back, but ended up getting turned into a penguin by our main villain. And then Adai finished him off with a single stab. Ouch! Lin Yu, after being used up and no longer having any value, was also brutally eliminated by Gu Change. Cold, man, cold. Right after, the main villain and his crew headed towards the epoch tree. The Lin clan head rushed in, trying to snatch everything for himself, but no dice. Gu Change then showed up, merged with the epoch tree, and a mini epoch tree popped out. Seeing something fishy, the Lin clan head transformed into a freaking huge, red-hot dragon and charged at our main villain. The Lin clan head roared, "We've been planning this for years. How could we be defeated by you?" But before he could finish, Gu Change waved his hand, and a surge of energy absorbed from the baby epoch tree gathered. The Lin clan head instantly freaked out, yelling, "No way, seriously." The Lin clan head was all mysterious and powerful looking, and then bam, gone in an instant. Crazy, right? Seeing all this, Yi Cheng gasped in horror. Such immense power of rules. Even Bone Ancestor was totally panicking, thinking he'd vanish into thin air. Even though this blood dragon war god is almost out of juice, who, in the current 8 desolations and 10 domains, can withstand power at this level. Immediately after, the main villain approached Yi Chang and pulled something out. Yi Chang said in confusion, "Young master, what are you going to do?" As soon as she finished speaking, the blue energy surged straight into the valley between her 2 melons. Yi Chang exclaimed, "Kimochi," and then her whole body lifted up, looking like she was totally enjoying it. After a while, Yi Chang landed and said, "Everything has been restored." Ji Yuchang smiled and ordered, "You guys go deal with the remaining members of the Lin family first. Leave the Dao attainment one for me. Once I'm done collecting the epoch tree, we'll leave this place." Scene changed to a few days later. Great Mountain Master led Zhao Yang and another person to Lin City, but the place had already been obliterated into dust by Ji Yuchang and his gang. Xiao Yang exclaimed in shock, "Great Mountain Master, this," the Great Mountain Master said, "this Ji Yuchang is truly terrifying. Looks like searching house by house won't work. I wonder if the news of my emergence has spread." Cut to Tanlu City, where people were gossiping. The Lin clan's blood dragon war god family has been wiped out. Yeah, I heard even the Lin clan's ancestor didn't escape. HMPH. They acted all righteous back then, but turned around and abandoned Tianlu Heaven. They deserve this ending. Now the forces of the 8 desolations and 10 domains are either dead, surrendered, or probably just scared out of their minds. Switching to the main villain's side, he's curled up in a cocoon, absorbing power. Looks like the process is done. The outer shell is starting to crack. Ji Yuchang mused, "Although I can be invincible in this world thanks to the power of the epoch tree, I can't let my own strength fall behind. Let's see what this box from Lin Yu can open." The system announces, "Congratulations to the host for receiving the martial arts order, capable of deducing and mastering all the world's cultivation methods and divine powers." As soon as he received the reward, the main villain cursed in annoyance. "Damn it, what kind of trash is this? Truly useless. Since the epoch tree has fallen into my hands, my trip to the 8 desolations and 10 domains should come to an end." So the young man turned and said, "Adai, send out my order. Invite the leaders of the major clans of the 8 desolations and 10 domains to discuss peace talks. Say that Ji Yuchang is merciful and cares about the cultivators and people of the 8 desolations, doesn't want to create more slaughter, and to maintain peace between the 2 worlds in the future. I'll host a banquet in Tianlu City in half a month. If anyone doesn't show up, they're totally dissing me. Oh, and the news about the 9-peak second master being in my hands? Yeah, that's out too." Cut to another place, where people are chattering like crazy. A conspiracy. This is totally Ji Yuchang's scheme. "I'm afraid this flower nectar thing is fake, and wiping us out is the real deal. If we accept, we might die, but if we don't, we're definitely goners. Gotta say, this kid's got scary power, and some serious tricks up his sleeve. This edict's out, we got no choice. Even the Dragon Blood War god got taken down by him. What are we supposed to do?" Heard there's some 9 Peaks stuff in his message too. Right now 9 Peaks is basically gone, except for the Great Peak Master, but he's like a ghost. Even enlightened folks can't find him. Suddenly, a spatial vortex opens up in the sky, and the Great Peak Master's voice booms. "Looks like I gotta crash this Hongmin banquet. Everyone below is shocked. So powerful." Ji Yuwudi's also confused. So many Emperor Realm powerhouses, Xiao Yang thinks. Such terrifying power. And Ji Yuchang scared him witless all by himself. My state of mind is not even comparable to Great Peak Master. Now's the time to get all the top dogs from the 8 desolations and 10 domains together and rescue Peak Ancestor. This timing's perfect for me. Down below, everyone's all like, "Blind old man, could you be?" Awesome. We thought that news was fake. No wonder Ji Yuchang was spreading those rumors, so you really did emerge. The Great Peak Master lands and says, "I know all about what's going down in the 8 desolations and 10 domains. Since Ji Yuchang is planning a nasty Hongmin banquet, there's no way I'm going to say no. Are you all willing to come with me on this trip?" Hearing that, the cultivators from the 8 desolations are pumped and shout, "The Great Peak Master of 9 Peaks' reputation, these young'uns don't know, but how could we forget?" Now that the Great Peak Master said that, we'll charge into Tianlu City, even if it's a dragon's den or a tiger's lair. We're ready to follow the Great Peak Master. Xiao Yang's grinning. "Sweet. We're totally going to get our revenge this time." Ji Wudi chimes in, "For sure." Cut to the male lead side, someone saying, "Young Master Change, we're super busy with our own stuff, and you're suddenly asking us to cooperate. This is..." "Yeah." "Young Master Change, I'm attacking the wild ice plains." The male lead speaks up. "In half a month, the clans from the 8 desolations and 10 domains will all be here. Wouldn't it be better to catch them all at once?" "Why are you guys complaining about this little thing? I get that you want to get some credit, but my plan can't fail." "Mister," Fighting Cock says, "Young Master Change has got a point, but how can you be sure they'll all show up?" An elder chimes in. "Yeah, right. They're not idiots. Why would they walk into a trap?" Ji Change chuckles and says calmly, You guys don't need to be so impatient. Wouldn't it be easier to find that thing after we deal with these tough guys? Hearing that, they all shut their traps, probably because he hit a nerve, so no one argues. The male lead continues. You guys don't need to worry about them not coming either. The Nine Peaks Second Master and the Bloodguard folks are all in my hands. They'll definitely come to rescue their own people. Feng Zhu roars angrily. That bastard Ji Yu. What are you planning now? Then he thinks, Ji Yu Change only has a bit of that aura. How could he be the one who destroyed the Immortal Palace back then? Our strength is worlds apart. I'm just scaring myself. Ji Yu Change glances back and smiles. Don't you want to see your old friends again? Feng Zhu's confused. Old friends? What do you mean? The male lead turns to Luo Ying and continues. Oh, and your little brother will be seeing you soon too. Luo Ying freaks out. Little brother? Do you know where my little brother is? An elder clasps his hands and says, Looks like young Master Changes had everything in hand for a while now. We were worrying for nothing. The male lead replies, Then you guys go get ready. With that, Ji Yu Change waves his hand and orders the others to leave. When everyone's leaving, two elders slow down to chat. Old Man Doobie says, You think Ji Yu Change knows that's the Era Tree, so why isn't he even batting an eye? Could he have already gotten it? Mr. Fighting Cock replies, You're thinking too much. Tianlu City was just broken not long ago. If it was that easy to get, those old monsters from the upper realm would have been searching for it over countless lifetimes. Who are you kidding? Cut to Tianlu City. Ji Yu Change says, I'm gonna throw this big party in Tianlu City. You got a problem with that? The Tianlu mysterious woman replies, Wherever Ji Yu Gongzi wants to throw it, go for it. Why ask me? The male lead glances at her and says, Mad. The Tianlu mysterious woman replies, Whether I'm mad or not isn't something Gongzi Ji Yu cares about. Why bother asking? Ji Yu Change chuckles casually. I don't like hearing that. Makes it sound like we're strangers. The Tianlu mysterious woman says, I'd like to take things a step further with Gongzi Ji Yu. Too bad I can feel that you don't have me in your heart. Check it out. Help me take a closer look. Is something wrong? The sun's too bright. This poor monk can't see anything.
Because he had to pour all his strength into the Qi origin tree, the Lin family patriarch got yeeted into oblivion by Ji Yu Change with a single move. Talk about a bad day. Right after that, our boy Ji Yu Change sent his Bone Tribe minions to mop up the small fry, while keeping the ascended beings around for a little snack time, wink wink. Ji Yu Change then commanded all the heads of the major clans in the 8 Desolations and 10 Domains to come to Tianluo City for a peace talk. Yeah, right. The folks in the 8 Desolations and 10 Domains were, like, super freaked out. Go, and you die. Don't go, and you also die. What a pickle. But when the Grand Mountain Lord showed up, they suddenly got a sliver of confidence, thinking they could pull a fast one. Delusional much. Meanwhile, Ji Yu Change was already in Tianluo City, cooking up a master plan to scoop up the whole damn 8 Desolations and 10 Domains in one go. It's a trap. Cut to half a month later, at the back gate of Tianluo City, a whole fleet of warships slowly rolled up. One grumpy old dude sighed dramatically and went, Tianluo City ain't what it used to be. Ever since the Tianluo City's holy maiden surrendered to Ji Yu Change, even though she's still technically in charge, she ain't got nothing to do with us anymore. So don't expect that traitor to help us. Tread carefully, everyone. Another guy glanced over and snickered. Oh look, it's the people from the Yunzhe domain. Oh my god. Qingyue Fairy, Zhao Yunzhe's fiancée, is here too. A female prodigy from the 8 Desolations and 10 Domains. I heard she and Zhao Yunzhe were madly in love. Such a waste. Cue dramatic music. Over there, the Zhao family patriarch sighed. Aish, if I hadn't let Yunzhe participate in that battle, how could my son have died? I failed you, my children. King Yue Fairy chirped up. Uncle, don't blame yourself. For Yunzhe, being able to fight to the very end for the Yunzhe domain is a pretty good ending. Zhao, family patriarch, you two should have been a heavenly couple. It's all that damn Ji Yu Change's fault. Are you really willing to do this? Qingyue looked all sad and said, at this point, whether it's for Yunzhe or the Yunzhe domain or the whole damn world, Qingyue has no other choice. Dramatic. At the city gate, 2 guards yelled, Leaders of the 8 Desolations and 10 Domains, dismount and walk into the hall. Hearing that, some folks got all salty and grumbled. What's Ji Yu Change playing at? Is he trying to humiliate us? TCH, winner takes all. We can only do as he says. And so, everyone trudged inside, muttering as they went. After a few months away, everything's changed, they said. Xiaoyang piped up. I wonder how my senior sister and master are doing. Ji Yu Wudi chimed in to reassure him. Don't worry, they're definitely safe and sound. Famous last words. As they went deeper, the crowd got more shocked. So many pre-Emperor realm experts. HMPH. This is a real trap. As soon as they arrived, one of them shouted, Young Master Change, we've come as you requested. I hope you'll keep your promise. Ji Yu Change smoothly replied, Everyone, relax. Now that you're here, please, Take a seat first. Xiao Yang, remembering how his Shijie Suyun was killed by the protagonist, thought bitterly to himself, Tianluo Holy Maiden, Jiyu Changge, I will kill you all to avenge Shijie. Then, he yelled, Jiyu Changge, where are my Shifu and my Shiji? Jiyu Changge looked all confused and asked, Huh? Who are you? Xiao Yang roared. I am Xiao Yang. The others started whispering, a disciple following the Grand Mountain Lord. Is this kid trying to get us all killed? Among everyone here, who doesn't have a higher status than him, why is a junior even talking? Jiyu Wudi went up to calm him down. Junior brother, don't be so impulsive. Offending Jiyu Change right now isn't a smart move. Seeing that, the Grand Mountain Lord could only sigh helplessly. Jiyu Change smiled and said, Since that's the case, good. Let everyone see the sincerity of this Jiyu ominous music intensifies. As soon as he saw the people, Xiao Yang's eyes widened and he blurted out, Shiji, is that you? Up above, soldiers dragged out Luo Ying and the second Mountain Lord, Dun Dun Duun. The two were super shocked to see Xiao Yang, and they were speechless. The great elder, sitting quietly, thought, I can't sense the Feng ancestor's aura. Looks like this Jiyu guy is holding back a move on purpose. Xiao Yang suddenly roared, Jiyu Changge, release my master, and my Shiji. Jiyu Wudi quickly stopped him. Little junior brother, don't say any more. If Jiyu Changge said the Ming Oath is successful, then he will release the second Mountain Lord and your Shiji. By you saying this, it will only make things more difficult. The Grand Mountain Lord spoke up. Xiao Yang, step back. Xiao Yang still wanted to speak. Great Mountain Lord. But the Great Mountain Lord then shouted, Shut up! Then he turned and said, Young Master Change. What exactly is this peace treaty you speak of? The protagonist mused. This is the Grand Mountain Lord of the 9 Great Mountains. His appearance is ordinary, but the crushing aura inside completely surpasses the Blood Dragon War God. Jiyu Change, after thinking it through, casually smiled and said, It's simple. From today onward, the Northern Wilderness 10 territories will become tributaries of the Upper Realm, honoring the Upper Realm as their master, and periodically offering tribute of certain resources. The moment those words left his mouth, everyone was buzzing again. What, Jiyu Change? You're going too far. Doing that is no different from surrendering to the Upper Realm and becoming slaves. What's the difference? You talk about a peace agreement, but these are clearly outrageous terms. Sorry, but we can hardly comply. Jiyu Change pretended to be angry and said loudly, Looks like you guys don't appreciate my goodwill. Do you really think you're qualified to negotiate terms with me? The people from the Northern Wilderness 10 territories immediately flew into a rage, saying, You're so arrogant. The Great Mountain Lord spoke up. Isn't there a better way to reconcile? But he was thinking, Feng Zhu hasn't been found yet. Now is not the time to act. Jiyu Changji stood up and said, What more do you want? At this point, you don't have a choice. The people from the Northern Wilderness 10 territories angrily said, What do you want to do? If you want us to surrender, just say it. Why even talk about a peace agreement? As soon as he finished speaking, many Dao Attainment Realm experts flew over, surrounding the banquet platform. Everyone exclaimed in shock. Their Dao Attainment Realm experts from the Upper Realm were surrounded. They really want to wipe us out. Our main guy continued, Do you really think you can rely on some agreement to make me withdraw my troops? Does such a good thing exist in this world? The Great Mountain Lord quietly stepped forward and said, You're right. The Upper Realm has spent so much effort breaking into the Northern Wilderness. 10 territories? How could they easily withdraw their troops for nothing? If the Northern Wilderness 10 territories becomes a dependent lower realm of the Upper Realm, it could alleviate some disasters and reduce many unnecessary casualties. Everyone gasped in surprise. Great Mountain Lord, what are you saying? Great Mountain Lord is also not wrong, you traitor. The Great Mountain Lord continued, Everyone, at this point, we must also choose carefully, right? The main guy smiled and said, Mantian, it seems that you are a smart person. The Great Mountain Lord replied, We will consider what young Master Jiyu said about the peace agreement, but I hope you give us 3 days. 3 days later in this hall, we will give you an answer. What do you think? Jiyu Change smiled triumphantly and said, Okay, but during these 3 days, you are not allowed to leave Tianlu City. If I find anyone intending to leave, don't blame me for being merciless. King Yue transmitted her voice. Uncle, let's do it. The Zhao clan's patriarch face became firm and said, All right, but it will be hard on you then. Scene changes to the Parliament Hall where Jiyu Change spoke up. The banquet is over. Does the Yunzhi Territory Lord have other things to say? The Yunzhi Territory Lord said, Young Master Change, this matter requires privacy, the main guy thought. If I remember correctly, this is Xiao Yunzi's father, the young man said. Tianlu, mysterious lady, is my own, so there is no need to be embarrassed. The Yunzhi Territory Lord immediately smiled obsequiously and said, I heard that there are many beautiful women beside young Master Change. You must care about beauty. Chingye is the most recognized talented beauty of Yunzhe Great Territory for many years, so Chingye immediately spoke up. Chingye pays her respects to young Master Change. The Tianlu mysterious lady thought, offering his daughter to gain glory. Ji Change looked bewildered and said loudly, has my reputation for being a lek spread throughout the northern wilderness? 10 territories? The Tianlu mysterious lady was speechless. Who in this world can be better than Ji Change? The Yunzhe Territory Lord continued, our Yunzhe Great Territory will definitely cooperate to the best of our ability with this peace agreement established by young Master Chang without any ulterior motives. Ji Yukong said, as far as I know, isn't the most talented beauty of Yunzhe Great Territory very close to your son, Zhao Yunzhe? Qingye spoke up, not hiding anything from young Master Chang'e. Qingye is indeed on good terms with Yunzhe, but the two are just friends, not going beyond the limits. Qingye is still a virgin. Ji Cheng then showed a vile smile and said, then Yunzhe Territory Lord, please step down first, I have some things to do. The Yunzhe Territory Lord cupped his hands and said, of course, of course. Qingye thought, as expected, he's a degenerate. Ji Change glanced at her up and down and then said, I haven't tried a quasi-emperor realm woman yet. Your figure isn't bad, but if I kill Zhao Yunzhe, are you really not going to avenge him? Qingwei replied, with my strength, how can I avenge him? This is originally impossible, young Master Change. You're worrying too much. Currently, the Northern Wilderness 10 territories is in a precarious situation. Qingyue is like a drifting leaf, only wanting to find someone to rely on. After saying that, she then went forward to grope Jiu Cheng-jae. The main guy smiled evilly and said, oh, so eager. Then I won't be polite. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiu Chej transformed into Bruce Lee. The young man threw a kick straight at Qingye's abdomen, causing her to vomit blood immediately. What a violent young man. The Tianlu mysterious lady was shocked when she witnessed that scene, not thinking that Ji Change was so rude.
The entire force of the 8 desolate 10 regions had followed the great mountain lord to Ji Change's Hongmen banquet. After a period of extremely tense negotiations, the two sides agreed to make an official decision in 3 days. As soon as the banquet ended, the Zhao family head led Qingyue Fairy to introduce her to Ji Lun. With his natural thirst for women, Ji Lun and Qingyue immediately got entangled. But right at the climax, Ji Cheng kicked Qingyue and sent her flying. After that sky-shattering kick, Qingyue Fairy landed face down right in front of the audience. She weakly said, how could you have found out? The male lead nonchalantly replied, it's simple, I killed your lover. Could you possibly not hate me for that? You wanted to assassinate me with just a piece of broken immortal token. How naive. Immediately afterwards, Ji Lun broke her hand, and a broken card flew out from her arm. Qingyue angrily screamed, Ji Change, you've done so many evil deeds, you're completely devoid of conscience. Heavenly law has reincarnation. Sooner or later you'll get your retribution. Ji Change smirked and said, I don't know if I'll get retribution, but the billions of living beings in the Yunzhe Great Region behind you will suffer for you, suffer hardships they shouldn't have to bear. You are the sinner. I will let you live to see that day. Qingyue cried out, I'll bear it all myself. What's the point of targeting others? What's the big deal of blaming other people? The male lead nonchalantly replied, yeah, just consider that I am not a good person. Hey. Hearing those words made Qingyu even more enraged. She erupted in resentment and roared, Ji Change, you won't die peacefully. I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Switching scenes to the outside, Tianlu mysterious woman asked, how did you see through Qingyue Fairy's assassination attempt? Ji Change replied with a blank face, oh, I didn't see through it. Tianlu mysterious woman said emotionally, you didn't see through it. Then you suddenly took action. What if you made a mistake? The male lead smiled and replied, if I made a mistake, so be it. What can she do to me? If she dares to defy me, I will smash her mouth. Switching scenes to the group of people from the 8 desolate 10 regions, they were discussing in confusion. What? Qingyue Fairy assassinated Ji Change. We barely exchanged for an opportunity to ease up in 3 days. Damn it, she wants to harm us, I said. How could the Yunzhe Great Region so easily let go of hatred? So this plan was already arranged, I want to say. Before this matter involves us, let's take a step ahead and capture the Yunzhe Region Lord and offer him to Ji Cheng. The Yunzhe Region Lord at this time was also screaming in confusion. Qingyue clearly told me that, for the sake of the Yunzhe Great Region, she would sacrifice herself, endure humiliation, and seek complete preservation, and wanted to win over Ji Change. Isn't doing this now a disaster? Switching the scene to the Great Mountain Lord, Xiao Yang spoke. Great Mountain Lord, the Yunzhe Region Lord requests an audience. The Great Mountain Lord calmly replied, don't worry about meddling in other people's business. In 3 days we must find a way to find out where the second mountain lord and his people are being held. This is our last chance.
Ji Wudi spoke. Great Mountain Lord, at the eye I put into Tianlu City, it seems there are clues, the Great Mountain Lord asked. At the eye, Ji Wudi replied, not hiding it from the Great Mountain Lord. When Xiaoyang and I escaped from Tianlu City to find people, I controlled some people beforehand, and always kept them in the city, Xiaoyang said happily. So that's why you didn't go with me before. It turns out you arranged these things, the Great Mountain Lord said. Tell me, I hope you can give this old man a surprise, Ji Wudi said. In the southwest corner of Tianlu City, there seem to be fluctuations in the formation. The guards there look much weaker, but in reality there are many strong cultivators, secretly taking turns guarding, Xiaoyang said.
You mean that Jiyu Chang is deliberately doing this to cover people's eyes? Jiyu Wudi said. It must be so. The Great Mountain Lord pondered for a while and then asked, could this be a trap? Jiyu Wudi turned to say, what do you think, junior brother? Xiaoyang loudly replied. I feel that we must go and take a look no matter what. Moreover, with the strength of the Great Mountain Lord, if he wants to leave, that Jiyu Change won't be able to stop him. This matter concerns my elder sister and master. Even if it is a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, I must go. Conversely, if you are afraid, Ji Wudi immediately said, what are you saying, little junior brother? I am also a part of the 9 great mountains, and I am also not assured to let you go. Xiaoyang tightly grasped Ji Wudi's hand and said, oh, senior brother, Ji Wudi said with a firm face. Junior brother, no need to say more. The Great Mountain Lord spoke. Then let's go tomorrow night. Then he thought, that's right. I'm not as weak as that Feng Zhu who was reborn. Why should I be afraid of that Jiyu Change? Switching the scene to the dungeon, Feng Zhu's reincarnation now looks like a zombie, completely dried up. There was a voice of bone ancestor saying, young master, if these prays are important, why not set up a plan? Jiyu Change said, no, that old man's deduction technique is probably better than mine, and you don't have any real things to lure him, do you? Bone ancestor said, well, young master, rest assured, this dungeon has been arranged with an inescapable net, engraved with rune formations, spatial taboos. No one who breaks in can escape, the male lead asked. You've also prepared everything, Yin Chang said. Everything is waiting for orders. On the side, Luo Ying shouted loudly, Jiyu Change, you have grown so strong, why do you have to chase us to the end? Now, who in the 8 desolate 10 regions dares to go against you? I beg you to let my younger brother go. Jiyu Change chuckled in a totally wicked way. Well, let me tell you a secret then. I have a thing for cutting weeds at the root, you know. Hey. Scene change to late at night. Over Tianlu City, a wisp of green aura was swirling in the sky. Before diving down towards a few guards on patrol, De Shanzhu said, as expected, there's an array here to cover their ears and eyes. Zhao Yang piped up. Great Mountain Master, these guards, De Shanzhu nonchalantly replied, ants. Then he flicked his fingers, and all the guards were down for the count in a blink. Xiao Yang exclaimed happily, saying it so casually. These are all supreme experts, Ji Wudi thought worriedly. This Great Mountain Master, young master, can't possibly be a match for him, right? Scene changed to our main character's side. Domain Lord Yun Zhe had arrived, kneeling down hurriedly. Young Master Change, the Qingyue Fairy's assassination attempt really had nothing to do with me. My clan is willing to submit and serve the Chengsheng Jiyu family from now on. Jiyu Change smirked. You surrendered quick, huh? Then, our main character's lustful eyes lit up, and he thought, finally took the bait. Scene change. Same time, at the dungeon, corpses were strewn all over the deep underground passage. Da Shanzhu strolled in, waving his hand, giving the guards zero chance to resist. Xiaoyang scanned the scene and cried out, Sister, Master. Da Shanzhu urged, move faster. The array here is weakened. Gotta avoid any unexpected delays. Luo Ying looked incredibly shocked. It's too late. Shanzhu shouted with all his might. Run! Da Shanzhu glanced at Feng Zhu Shuangzhi, drained dry. His expression then turned to terror. Not good. This place is a trap. As soon as he spoke, a circle of array formation appeared beneath their feet. Instantly engulfing the 3 of them, Zhao Yang shouted in horror, Great Mountain Master, we've been tricked. A moment later, the 3 were teleported to a desert, surrounded by our main character's subordinates. Da Shanzhu exclaimed. A space of absolute prohibition, Jiyu Change said. Great Mountain Master is quite knowledgeable. We've been waiting for you here for a while. De Shanzhu asked, how did you figure out our movements? Could it be that these 2 are your pawns? Zhao Yang quickly defended himself. Great Mountain Master, he killed my whole family. I wish I could tear him apart. It can't be me. As soon as he finished speaking, he was struck hard in the back by Jiyu Wudi. Jiyu Wudi laughed sinisterly. You idiot! If it's not you, then it must be me, right? HMPH. I've put up with you for so long. If I wasn't worried about ruining young master's plan, I would have killed you already. Senior and junior brothers,
My ass.
After being ambushed, Zhao Yang was seriously injured, and he shouted bitterly, "Ji Wudi, you beast! All the 9 great mountains training on you has been wasted."
Dai Shanzhu waved his hand. It seems I miscalculated. Ji Wudi was now scared. This old freak.
He immediately jumped back and said, "Great Mountain Master, be smart and don't try to resist. With so many accomplished cultivators here, you won't escape," Zhao Yang howled. "Great Mountain Master, kill this traitor."
But as soon as he spoke, he felt his body being drawn by something. Over on the side, Luo Ying was experiencing something similar, and the second mountain master could only sigh. Ji Change muttered to himself, "How ruthless."
Turns out that Dai Shanzhu had grabbed the Xiao siblings by the necks. Xiao Yang asked in horror, "Great Mountain Master, I'm Xiao Yang. Why?"
Dai Shanzhu said coldly, "I'll borrow your siblings' bloodlines to use. After all, I can't fight everyone on my own." When Qingyue Fairy was being all flirty and stuff, Ji Change just straight up punted her. Serves her right for trying to assassinate the good guy. The heads of the most powerful families in the 8 Desolations and 10 Domains got wind of this and freaked out, like, where did this super troublemaker come from out of nowhere? The Zhao family head immediately went to the male lead to clear things up, and basically offered unconditional surrender right then and there.
Meanwhile, thanks to Ji Wudi's sneaky instigation, the Great Mountain Lord led Zhao Yang and another dude into a secret dungeon,
where the second mountain lords were being held captive. But as soon as they got there, they realized it was a trap set by Ji Change. What a twist. And the traitor, none other than Ji Wudi. He beat Zhao Yang so badly his insides turned out, but even that was nothing compared to the Great Mountain Lord, who grabbed the Luo Ying siblings, planning to use their guardian blood to fight back. Talk about desperate. Right now, the Great Mountain Lord's got Zhao Yang by the scruff of his neck. This guy's luck stat is plummeting, fast. He thought bitterly, damn it, all these upper-class guys are just beasts. Then he glanced over at his sister. The Great Mountain Lord grinned creepily and said, "Relax, I'm not going to kill you. Just borrowing a bit of power. No need to get so worked up." But suddenly, from above, a red-clad girl raised her bow and shouted, "Don't let him do it!" The Great Mountain Lord sighed. Well, if they're not going to wait for me, I can't be blamed for it. Just as the girl's arrow flew down, the Great Mountain Lord conveniently grabbed Ji Luing to block it. Savage move. And then, thwack, 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 tears flowed, game over. A deafening explosion rang out, the energy lighting up the entire sky. All that remained of Luo Ying was a delicate little shoe. Aw man, she didn't even get to do anything before kicking the bucket. What a waste. After draining their power, the Great Mountain Lord dropped Zhao Yang to the ground. He just lay there, staring up at the scene of his sister getting blown to bits. Ouch. The young man was filled with utter resentment. No, she was my only family, you damned bastards. The Great Mountain Lord just chuckled and said, "Ji Change, you're really clever, aren't you? Step-by-step planning, step-by-step setting traps. But did you really think that gathering so many established foundation cultivators would guarantee you victory against this old man? You're still so young and naive." As soon as he finished speaking, the Great Mountain Lord waved his hands to both sides. In an instant, the phantom images of the mountain lords of the 9 great mountains appeared around him. Ji Change wasn't surprised at all. He just smirked and said, "So this is the master of the 9 great mountains. Such terrifying divine abilities. No wonder you're the Great Mountain Lord. This kind of divine ability would normally be unbeatable. Too bad. In front of me, it's just child's play. Brothers, get him." The Great Mountain Lord also shouted loudly, "Come on and get some." As soon as he finished speaking, the great battle began. The forces of both sides charged into each other, going all out. Explosions rang out continuously, and even the heavens and earth trembled. Suddenly, a phantom image of a braised carp with pickles opened its mouth and charged straight toward the Great Mountain Lord. What the heck? But he dodged it easily and said, "It's been a while since I came out of the mountains. So many people dare to attack this old man now. How outrageous." A pink-clad girl rushed over from somewhere and shouted, "Then let me try!" The Great Mountain Lord just smiled eerily. Immediately afterward, his entire body began to mutate. Uh-oh. Just as the girl rushed up to slash, she saw nothing. She said in a panic, "Did he escape into space?" "That's not right. My blade can tear space. Even if he escaped into space, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape." Suddenly, her eyes became extremely horrified as she saw something. In her pupils appeared the phantom image of the Great Mountain Lord. He raised his hand, casually flicked off his middle finger, and said coldly, "You ignorant fool, get lost." As soon as he finished speaking, the Great Mountain Lord flicked her forehead affectionately, but it seemed like he played a little too hard. That flick shattered her skull. Nearby, Ji Change's subordinates were struggling to fight the phantom images of the mountain lords of the 9 great mountains. The Great Mountain Lord stepped on the gas and zoomed past, stabbing anyone he passed. The established foundation cultivators on Ji Change's side couldn't resist at all. But, as they say, walk late at night and you're bound to meet a ghost. A massive, oversized skull staff came flying out of nowhere, whacking right into the Great Mountain Master. Along with a loud shout, "Fakes! Fakes! Turns out it's Bone Ancestor. He laughed, saying, "Where do you think you're flying off to, little worm?"
Getting smacked in the face kinda hurt, and the great mountain master went ballistic.
"Ah, you dog, peak accomplished being. You think you can rely on just that? Rain down." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and unleashed his one-finger strike. A supersized, powerful fist blasted forward. But as a seasoned player, Bone Ancestor cast his spread hand move. Definitely beats rock with paper. In the distance, the guy in green said, "They're going at it over there. Should we go help?" The chicken-faced guy replied, "So we can risk our lives while that GU Change watches from the sidelines. The toughest bone is best left for him to gnaw on himself." And sure enough, GU Change started gnawing right away. Something supersized came flying from the side toward the Great Mountain Master, who was slightly surprised and said, "9 Mountain Immortal Seal." After saying that, he waved his hand and transformed into his Dharma body, using his hand to block the 9 Mountain Immortal Seal. Wowzers, the Great Mountain Master might look old and frail, but his footwork is surprisingly impressive. With 2 massive forces pressing down, he was still standing strong, and the ground around him had already exploded.
The great mountain master shouted, "HMPH, HMPH, you can't do anything to this old man with just these childish tricks."
GU Change slowly rode his gourd and appeared, saying, "Heh, looks like I have to use all my treasures to take the Great Mountain Master's life." The Great Mountain Master glanced over, shocked, and said, "Immortal Slaying Gourd." GU Change coldly said, "That's right, my friend. It's very suitable for slaying an immortal like you." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura was released from the Immortal Slaying Gourd. It rushed straight toward the Great Mountain Master's Dharma body, instantly chopping it to bits.
After his Dharma body was destroyed, the Great Mountain Master coughed up blood. He stepped backward and exclaimed, "Damn it. If the rules here weren't incomplete, this thing wouldn't even be able to hurt me." Suddenly, GU Change's voice roared, "Stop bragging, old man, I'll smash your mouth." As soon as he finished speaking, GU Change began charging the Immortal Slaying Gourd. Seeing this, the Great Mountain Master released layers of defensive formations.
But with a sneeze, the Immortal Slaying Gourd lived up to its name. It released its aura, shattering those defensive formations, charging forward without anything being able to stop it.
The Great Mountain Master was once again severely injured, and he helplessly said, "Your methods are truly terrifying, young man. This old man has fallen into your trap. I can't beat you."
Wait for later. But before he could finish, 3 bone needles pierced straight into him. The Great Mountain Master cried out in shock, "What is this?" Yi Chang appeared behind him and said, "This is the treasure of our Bone Clan, the bone-locking nail." The Great Mountain Master was even more shocked and said, "Your stealth technique is so good that even this old man didn't notice you." Yi Chang replied, "You were severely injured. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to get close to you, let alone control you." GU Change quietly walked forward and said, "Great Mountain Master, of course I had to plan everything out to deal with you. Now tell me again, who's the newbie?" The Great Mountain Master sighed helplessly. "I never thought that this old man, who has roamed for countless years, would die at the hands of a junior today." GU Change coldly transmitted his voice, "Junior, you old fart. HMPH, who's the junior is not even sure, you little punk." Hearing these words, the Great Mountain Master was extremely shocked and shouted, "What? You? What do you mean by this?" GU Change coldly replied, "Explaining to a dead man is useless. What's the point of knowing after you're dead?" Switching the scene, the illusionary figures of the 9 Great Mountain Masters who were fighting fiercely suddenly disintegrated. Disappearing in an instant, GU Change's group said in shock, "Gone. They're gone. Damn, it ended so quickly over there." Switching to the next day, a massive vortex of clouds appeared in the sky above the 8 desolate 10 regions, and a voice boomed, "Bah!" The Great Mountain Master broke the agreement, secretly trying to rescue the second Mountain Master's group, and was captured and killed by GU Change in the dungeon. The family heads of the 8 desolate 10 regions buzzed with discussion. What? The strange phenomena that appeared last night were because the Great Mountain Master passed away? Even he acted on his own accord? Isn't this trying to kill us? What do we do now? GU Change won't cook us into glue, will he? Quickly go petition GU Change. We are willing to serve the upper realm as our master, and surrender immediately. Switching to a scene later, GU Lun sat arrogantly on the chair, and the family heads of the 8 desolate 10 regions bowed their heads in salute, saying, "Young Master Change, regarding this peace agreement, we have discussed it for the past 3 days. We can understand your good intentions, so we have unanimously decided to sign this peace agreement to end this great war early." GU Change stood up and smiled brightly, saying, "It seems that everyone is intelligent. I have always liked intelligent people. I will soon leave the 8 desolate 10 regions in the future. If you have anything to report or discuss, go to Tianlu City to find the Tianlu Mysterious Maiden. From now on, she will be my spokesperson in the 8 desolate 10 regions." Hearing these words, the Tianlu Mysterious Maiden was so moved that her face turned red, thinking, "He trusts me so much." Ji Yu Lun turned his head, smiled, and transmitted his voice. "How is it? Isn't the pretty woman good?" The Tianlu mysterious maiden shyly nodded in agreement. The male lead turned to the side and continued. "The Ji clan will wash away their identity as a criminal clan starting today. Prepare yourselves, and in 2 days follow me back to the upper realm to receive your titles." Ji ancestor happily clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, young master." Switching to a desolate place, the system announced. Host has broken through to the peak quasi-emperor realm. Ji changed thought. The origin of this great mountain master is indeed greater than a normal accomplished being. The system announced again. Killed Super VIP Destiny's Child Luo Feng, the Wind Ancestor Identity, received the Epical Remnant Seal. Killed Destiny's Child Zhao Yang, received the Summoning Altar. The male lead looked at the 2 rewards and thought, Epical Remnant Seal? Not bad. The reason why Luo Feng could survive in the Chaos War was because the Epical Seal he condensed played a significant role. As for this summoning bloodline of the Protector, that great mountain master directly absorbed power from Zhao Yang's siblings, so he could only summon protectors of the bloodline. But mine can summon the ancestors of the Ji family, right? The matter of the 8 desolate 10 regions has ended. It's time to return to the upper realm. I heard that Ming Kong has been preparing to take over the Immortal Dynasty recently. I wonder if she misses me. In a desperate situation, the great mountain lord drained the power of the Zhao Yang siblings to obtain the Guardian's bloodline. After that, he summoned the mountain lords from the 9 great mountains to fight Ji Change's side. A battle that shook the heavens and earth broke out. Despite his old age, he wasn't weak at all. The great mountain lord single-handedly fought against the Bone Ancestor and Ji Change. But when the male lead used his chop the immortal gourd thingy, he sliced up the great mountain lord like he was nothing. Thought the great mountain lord was a big deal, but he's just like a cockroach in Ji Change's eyes. Upon receiving news that the great mountain lord was killed by the male lead, the 8 desolate 10 domains immediately surrendered. Scene changes to the Peerless Immortal Dynasty. Inside the main hall, many people are respectfully shouting, "Peerless Immortal Dynasty respectfully welcomes Empress Mingkong to ascend the throne." "Welcome the Empress to ascend the throne," Mingkong speaks. "Rise. I believe you have all seen the fate of those who opposed my ascension. I hope everyone will be a little smarter." Damn, the author's art got a glow up after the eye surgery, huh? Each curve is perfect, bouncy and round. Makes you want to surrender just by looking at it, brothers. No licking the screen. One person clasps his hands and speaks. "Your Majesty, can preparations for the marriage between you and the young master of the Ji family begin?" Suddenly, a powerful aura appeared out of nowhere, and a domineering voice echoed from within. Ming Kong, have you really grown up?" The officials panicked and said, Isn't this old ancestor Yui Sheng coming out of seclusion?" Appearing was a guy wearing a black mask. With a not-so-friendly expression, he continued, "Ming Kong is already engaged to that Ji family brat. Why do you still want to ascend the throne, now that you are the head of the Peerless Immortal Dynasty? Are you marrying him, or is he marrying you?" Ming Kong hesitated for a moment before replying, "Of course, I'm marrying him," old ancestor Yu Shang said loudly. "So now you plan to use the entire Peerless Immortal Dynasty as a dowry to offer to that Ji Change brat?" Ming Kong replied. "Old ancestor Yu Shang, my marriage with Ji Change has been arranged since childhood, and this position is also one that I achieved through my own abilities." "What do you mean by saying that now?" old ancestor Yu Shang said. "Either cancel the engagement, or," Ming Kong replied. "Old ancestor Yue Shang, you have just come out of seclusion, so there are some things you don't know. Not to be rude, but with Change's current strength and reputation, he doesn't need to covet our Peerless Immortal Dynasty. Don't be confused." But suddenly, old ancestor Yue Shang erupted with power and roared, "Impudent! The Peerless Immortal Dynasty is the #1 immortal dynasty in the upper realm today, existing since before the Forbidden Era. Before I went into seclusion, Gi Change was just a brat. What could he have accomplished in just a few decades?" Despite being pressured by old ancestor Yu Shang's power, Ming Kong still smiled confidently and said, "It seems that old ancestor Yu Shang doesn't understand him well. I must sit in this position, and I must marry this man." Old ancestor Yu Shang said even more angrily, "HMPH, what if I don't agree?" Everyone there exclaimed in horror, "Look, old ancestor Yu Shang is going to attack. That old man has already achieved Dao." But the 2-hour drama has just begun. A hand reached out from within the space and placed it on old ancestor Yu Shang's shoulder. The cold voice of the Eel Lord said, "You don't agree? Then why don't you just go die?" Immediately afterwards, the male lead erupted with power, and with just a light press of his hand, he made old ancestor Yu Shang vomit blood, and obediently kneel down. Ming Kong exclaimed in surprise. "Change, you're back," the male lead replied calmly. "Yeah, the northern desolate 10 domains have all surrendered." Everyone started whispering, "Young Master Change, what? Heavenly Deer City just fell not long ago. How could it be so fast?
Ji Yu Cheng glanced back at old ancestor Yu Sheng and smiled slightly, saying, I shouldn't interfere in your family affairs, but there are bad guys who don't want you to marry me. I can't stand this. Ming Kong's ascension to the throne will also be the best decision for the peerless immortal dynasty.
Then the male lead approached the beauty and grinned, saying, Your Majesty, please sit.
Seeing this, Ming Kong was also stunned. Never seen an eel as obedient as this one. Ji Yu Change bowed and shouted, Welcome Empress Ming Kong to ascend the throne. Long live the Empress. Long live, long live. Ming Kong was even more stunned after hearing this, not understanding what Ji Yu Change was up to. But suddenly below, the officials all knelt down and shouted along, Long live the Empress. Long live, long live. As for old ancestor Yue Shang, no need to say, he must have been silenced from the beatdown. Scene change a while later. The two lovebirds are strolling together, discussing matters. There are still no clues about the heaven-sustaining sword. Maybe they have to wait a while longer. No hurry. The Immortal Palace secret vault doesn't need to be rushed at this time, Ming Kong asked. Have all the upper realm armies returned?
Ji Yu Change replied. Yeah, they're behind. I missed you too much, so I came back first, Ming Kong said calmly. Because you missed me, you got another concubine over there. The male lead is just one identity, Ming Kong asked unhappily. What identity is fine? Why does it have to be a concubine? Ji Yu Change glanced at the beauty, thinking, someone's jealous. Right after, the male lead launched into a full-blown, Oscar-worthy performance, raising his hand and swearing, Ming Kong, I swear on my Dao heart, from beginning to end I haven't touched her. Seriously, he's pulling out that tattered Dao heart for oaths again? This time I believe Ji Yu Change, cause who'd dare touch the heavenly dear mystic maiden? No way, haha. But Ji Yu Change figured this move probably wouldn't fool her. Thinking that, Ji Yu Change went all out. He activated his Sharingan eyes, raised both hands, and shouted, Even if my demonic heart is forfeit, I truly haven't touched her. Perhaps sensing the male lead's genuine, fake, sincerity, Ming Kong seemed appeased. A satisfied smile gracing her lips. Immediately, Ming Kong opened the door and said, Come in. Like a dog craving milk, Ji Yu Change, all smiles, said, Yes, Your Majesty. And we all know what happened next. Our Manhwa author doesn't dwell. Skipping ahead a few days to the Purple Zenith Pill sect. The women there were super excited to see Ji Yu Change, saying, The Purple Zenith Pill sect welcomes young Master Change. The male lead grinned and said, Sect leader Zion, long time no see, you're becoming more and more beautiful. Sect leader Zion, looking shy, replied,
How can I compare to young Master Change? Your reputation in the 8 desolations and 10 domains has spread throughout the upper realm.
Then she turned to the side and said, Qiuhan asks about you every day. Qiuhan shyly chimed in, Young Master, has the matter in the northern desolate 10 domains ended? Ji Yu Change smiled broadly and replied, Yes, as soon as I returned I came to see you immediately. I haven't even gone home yet.
The crowd immediately started whispering, Young Master Change really cares about junior sister Qiuhan. She's so lucky. Seriously, just a few sweet words are enough to make Qiuhan so touched she's about to burst into tears. Maybe even lay an egg too. Right after, she threw herself into the male lead's arms. Ji Yu Change said in a warm voice, It seems you've been doing well, nearly stepping into the saint realm. I'm relieved. Qiuhan sobbed and asked, Can young master stay a few more days this time? Ji Yu Change replied, I'll stay with you for a few more days. Qiuhan was overjoyed and exclaimed, That's great, but all this lovey-dovey stuff so early in the morning is too much.
The women there rolled their eyes, saying, You two should go talk in private, please be mindful. After all, we're all single. Scene changed to late at night. At a small manor, Ji Yu Change was sitting there enjoying a plate of stir-fried offal with cucumber. Qiuhan asked, Young Master, how does it taste? The male lead asked. You made this yourself, Qiuhan replied. Qiuhan's cooking skills aren't very good. I'm afraid I've made young master laugh. Ji Yu Change chuckled and asked, Oh right, have you learned the Purple Zenith Immortal Pill refining formula? Qiuhan looked sad and said, Young master, Qiuhan has disappointed you. Ji Yu Change put down his chopsticks upon hearing this and sighed, But damn, gotta give it to the author, that ass is nicely drawn. Suddenly, Ji Yu Change wrapped his arms around the beauty's waist and pulled her towards.
Qiuhan sat perfectly in Ji Yu Change's lap. Those legs could carry a mountain, haha.
Ji Yu Change smiled casually and said, It's okay, I know you've tried your best, just keep working hard, and you'll get there. Qiuhan was deeply moved, thinking, Young master is always so gentle and kind. It's enough if we can meet like this occasionally. Then she said, Young master, let me tell you about my time at the Purple Zenith Pill sect. But just a moment later, a resounding, Ah!
echoed throughout the night. Scene change a few days later at the Chang family.
Ji Yu Change flew there and said, "Is Xianfor home?" A woman respectfully replied, "Lord, Miss Xianfor said she went out for secluded cultivation." Ji Yu Change said wearily, "Where did that kid run off to again? Her strength hasn't improved much, but she acts like she's so busy." Then Ji Yu Change asked, "Have there been any major upheavals in the upper realm recently?" Maid replied, "The red-robed demonic woman has established a force called Demon Mountain. Many undying great sects came to encircle and annihilate it, and it was almost completely wiped out. Few escaped." The male lead thought, "It seems she's recovered quite a bit of her sanity and is much more lucid." Maid continued, "Also, the calamity of absolute yin is spreading everywhere, and Saintess Chuchu of the Human Ancestor Hall is leading people to resist at the risk of their lives." Ji Yu Change thought, "Should I give that stubborn woman some emperor artifacts?" That maid continued, "Also, the heir to demonic arts who has been hiding for so long has appeared, suddenly attacking the heir of the War Immortal Palace. In that battle, the heir of the War Immortal Palace nearly lost his life." Ji Yu Change suddenly stopped upon hearing that information. The young man smiled slyly and said, "Oh, the heir to demonic arts." Then he thought, "Su Qingge, I didn't expect her to grow up so quickly."
Yu Mingkong was about to become empress when a big shot from her clan showed up to stop her. He figured that since Mingkong was going to get married soon, she should ditch the unparalleled immortal dynasty.
But Mingkong was like, "Nah, I'm keeping the dynasty, and my scumbag hubby Ji Yu Change is getting it too."
This made the big shot totally lose it. He unleashed his power to threaten Mingkong.
But before he could even finish his rant, Ji Yu Change showed up and shut him down hard.
Afterwards, thanks to his silver tongue, Ji Yu Change got off scot-free with Mingkong, even getting rewarded with 500 rounds, wink wink. Still not satisfied, I guess. Ji Yu Change went to Lin Qiuhan's place for another 500 rounds. Only then did he casually swing by Xianker and found out Su Qingge was flexing her muscles. Scene change over to the Chaos Star domain. Two dudes are chatting.
The wide-sleeved dude asks, "Yo, what's the deal with this? Things were going smooth, then suddenly the queen's all gloomy. Seriously, is the author obsessed with boobs or what? Why add a beard to a goddess with a perfect pair? Jeez."
The amphibian dude sighs, "Sigh, women, am I right?" Scene change inside the grand hall. Just a reminder, this is Su Qingyuan, Su Qingjae's younger sis. They're switching places because they look so alike, she mutters. "This whole Chaos Star domain is in my hands now. Too bad it's just a tiny speck compared to the upper realm. They could wipe it out with a flick of a finger."
I wonder how long I can be the queen of the Chaos Star domain. Maybe it's all just making a wedding dress for someone else. Suddenly, Su Qingge appears, saying, "What are you mumbling about?" Su Qingyuan panics, "Sis, why are you here? Aren't you back at the Jia family?"
Su Qingge replies,
"Yeah, I ran into some stuff, so I came to see you. It's time we switched back." Hearing about switching back, Su Qingyuan's face changes. She's clearly not happy about it. She steps down and asks, "Are you in some kind of trouble?"
Su Qingyuan says, "No trouble. Just want to switch back. Mom's doing better now. You don't have to keep pretending anymore." Su Qingyuan suddenly laughs, "Haha, I get it.
You're done with everything you needed to do? So you're taking back what's yours, huh?"
Su Qingye looks annoyed. "Qingyuan, what do you mean?" Su Qingyuan retorts, "What do I mean? I've worked my butt off managing this massive Chaos Star domain, ruling millions of miles of territory, struggling to get the young master to like me. He's just starting to treat me better, and you want to snatch it all away with a few words?
You think it's that easy? Su Qing snaps. Su Qingyuan, "You. But all of this is fake. You're not me, and I'm not you. If this gets exposed, have you thought about the consequences?"
Su Qingyuan gives an eerie smile. "That's why, as long as you disappear, there will only be one Su Qingjae in this world, right?"
As soon as she says that, she unleashes her power. A dark circle floats above, and the surroundings fill with dark energy. Su Qingjae says grimly, "Looks like you've been planning to kill me for a long time now." Then she chuckles. "To replace me? You've really put in the effort, Ji Qingyuan. Don't you have any sisterly love at all?"
Su Qingyuan retorts, "I didn't want to activate this trap, but you just had to try and steal everything from me. Don't you know what all this means to me? If you had just stayed put as Ji Qingyuan, none of this would have happened."
I've been so worried lately that one day the young master would suddenly find out I'm not the real Su Qingjae, that he'd dump me without hesitation. What was I supposed to do? I had no choice. As she finishes speaking, Su Qingyuan activates the formation. From within, dark fog launches all sorts of weapons towards Su Qingge.
Su Qingge gets pissed, her eyes turning demonic, and yells, "You've really disappointed me."
Right after, boom boom boom, a massive explosion erupts from the hall, and powerful energy surges outward. On the floor, the weapons are reduced to dust. Su Qingyuan witnesses the scene and cries out in shock, "No way! How could you have overcome the power?"
Su Qingge looked incredibly angry, demonic energy flaring all over her body, and shouted, If you stop now, I might still give you a chance.
But it wasn't that simple. Su Qingyuan waved her hand, and countless golden chains were unleashed. She giggled. Sister, did you think I only had that much up my sleeve? This grand hall is a magical artifact. Before she could even finish her sentence, Su Qing floored the gas pedal and roared. Beyond redemption. No hope for you. If that's all the strength you have, you think you can kill me. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Qingye immediately charged forward and punched her little sister straight in the chest.
Su Qingyuan didn't have a chance to resist. She was beaten until she spat blood, her eyes rolling back in her head. Su Qingyuan was mercilessly grabbed by the throat, and she gasped. No, impossible. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Su Qingye gritted her teeth and said, If you are so stubborn, don't blame me. Suddenly, from outside the door, Ji Yu Lun's voice called out, Qingye, Qingye, I'm here. The two of them looked towards the door with incredibly bewildered expressions, thinking, Young master, why are you here? Immediately after that, Ji Yu Change opened the door and said, Oh, Qingye's younger sister is here too. After fighting like cats and dogs, they were now like buddies with arms around each other. Smiling sweetly, Su Qingyuan said, Young master, why did you come here? The male lead smiled calmly and said, You two sisters have a great relationship, referring to the fact that they're pretending to be so close now after just trying to kill each other. After so many days apart, Su Qingye was eager to get to the male lead. She looked at Ji Yu Chained with longing in her eyes and said, Young mas. But unexpectedly, Su Qingyuan cut in, rushing up and saying, Young master, you came so suddenly without warning, I could have gone out of the city to welcome you. The male lead replied, I just wanted to surprise you. Oops, am I interrupting anything? Su Qingyuan then pressed her big round boobs into the male lead's arm and said, We don't have anything going on.
Suddenly, Su Qingye's expression became flustered, as if she had just thought of something. She quickly clasped her hands and said, Qingyuan pays respects to young master Change. The male lead smiled and replied, No need to be so polite. Looking closely, you two really look identical. Even if you swapped identities, I don't think anyone would notice, huh?
Hearing those words, Su Qingyuan was slightly startled, and she lowered her head in terror.
Ji Yu Change then put his arm around her shoulder and continued,
Right, Change. Have you heard anything about the excitement in the upper realm recently?
Su Qingyuan asked. Excitement? The male lead replied, Sigh, I've only been back for a few days, and quite a few top figures from the major sects have come to me, wanting me to keep an eye out for the whereabouts of that demonic art inheritor.
Su Qingyuan exclaimed. What? The demonic art inheritor has appeared again?
Ji Yu Chang said, That's right, last time he escaped from my grasp many times, I thought he wouldn't dare to show his face again, but this time he made a mistake, attacking the successor of the War Immortal Palace, without success, and instead his appearance was seen during the battle. Su Qingyuan smiled and said, So the War Immortal Palace will quickly find the real demonic art inheritor, right? Then young master can easily eliminate him.
Suddenly, the person hidden inside Su Qing's body appeared and said, Don't be reckless. If your real identity is revealed, he won't let you off. Now that the two of you have swapped identities, keeping some distance from him is the best course of action.
But Su Qing remembered when she eliminated the War Immortal. She frowned and thought, When exactly did I reveal my face? The mysterious person said. Perhaps that golden-eyed guy could see through your true face, but failing to kill him was truly your mistake.
Su Qing transmitted her voice and said, What should I do in the future? Run away, or find a place to hide, or change my appearance? The mysterious person replied, If you have to, go to Demonic Mountain and rely on that person. She will protect you. Over there, Ji Yu Change continued. I told you about the Jing family's matter before. What have you been thinking? Su Qingyuan replied. If young master is willing to help our sisters, we will naturally agree. Su Qingje confusedly asked about the Jing family's matter.
Ji Yu Cheng smiled and said, Qingje said the two of you want to be your own bosses, so I will naturally help you. Su Qingyuan smiled sinisterly and said, Qingyuan, why don't you quickly thank young master?
Su Qingge thought. So the young master wants to control the Ji family. Thinking about it, it made sense. The Ji family, after all, once had a figure like the ancestor of mankind. Ji Qingyuan's identity is not as good as Jin Yaoxing, and her strength is far inferior, so it's inevitable that she has to do this.
So Su Qingge clasped her hands and said, Since young master Change is willing to help the two of us, Qingyuan will definitely try her best. Ji Yu Change smiled and said, Very good. I'm just an outsider after all. It's mainly up to you guys.
Suddenly, Su Qingyuan pulled the male lead away and said with a bright smile, All right, I'll go down to rest with young master and have Qingge take care of you. The male lead smiled and said, Qingge is very clingy now.
After that, the youth thought, HMPH, Su Qingje likes to change.
Seeing the scene of that asshole going to fool around with the person who swapped identities with her, Su Qingge was very upset, so angry that tears welled up in her eyes. The mysterious person spoke up. For your own benefit, I advise you to forget about him. You don't want to be killed by his own hands, do you? Haha. Su Qingge went to her sister to ask for a switch back of their identities.
But Su Qingyuan, who now had status and that six-pack abs heartthrob, refused straight up.
So a free-for-all broke out between the two sisters
To fight over the guy, and Su Qingge was totally winning. Out of nowhere, Ji Change walked in, and they both instantly switched to friendly mode. There, the male lead intentionally revealed that someone from the Zan Tianfu had seen the face of the demonic art inheritor. This shocked Su Qing quite a bit, but not as much as seeing that jerk getting all lovey-dovey with the girl impersonating her.
Cut to the reclusive Ji family, where two guards were chatting away.
Heard that this time, young Miss Chu Yue returned with news that our ancestor isn't dead. I wonder if it's true. Feels like it's 80 or 90% true. Or else the elders wouldn't be meeting so often. Our ancestor did great things for the upper realm back in the day. He's the founding father of the family. If he's here, the Ji family can definitely regain its former glory.
That's right, our ancestor was known as the most talented person in the upper realm after the age of taboo, not losing out to the sun is shining brightly Ji Change of today. The upper realm big shots can't even solve the absolute yin heaven problem. Now, if our ancestor was alive, wouldn't it be a piece of cake?
Suddenly, one of them gasped and widened his eyes, saying,
"Someone's coming."
Appearing above was a super huge warship. Slowly approaching, the two guys yelled, "Who is it?"
It's young Miss Qingyuan. Su Qingje stood at the bow of the ship and shouted, "Go report to the family head. Tell him that young Master Chengge has arrived." Su Qingyuan grinned and said, "This is where my sister lived. It's my first time here." Su Qing was speechless when she heard that, not knowing what to say. The mysterious person mocked, "Haha, you can't beat her. This little sister is a much better actress than you." Su Qingyuan looked at the family below and thought with a smile, "Ji family. Didn't expect I'd be back so soon. I'm no longer a useless pawn for you guys to mold as you please."
Ji Change thought to himself, the Ji family's ancestor? Seems like I heard this unbelievable news. I remember his name was Ji Shengchu, and he was once a founding father. If we're going by seniority, Jiang Chu is still a junior to him. The Jing family's ambitions aren't small. They're probably going to team up with the upper realm Daoyo lineages to save their ancestor. If he's around, my plan to control the Jina family might just fall apart.
In that case, he might have to die then. After thinking that, the male lead flashed an evil and wicked smile. Every place he goes, he destroys the family of others.
Whoa. Cut to a scene later. Ji Hao, the family head of the Ji family, personally came to greet them. He said happily, "Young Master Cheng doesn't mind traveling thousands of miles to our Ji family. It truly makes our Ji family overjoyed." The male lead replied. Cheng greets family head Ji Hao.
Ji Hao said, "Qingyuan,
same goes for you. Young Master Cheng is coming to visit our family. Why didn't you inform your uncle earlier? It caught me off guard." Ji Cheng smiled and said, "Family head Ji is too kind. Cheng is only here to accompany Qing to meet her birth mother." Family head Ji probably knows about the relationship between Qingge and Qingyuan.
Ji Hao awkwardly replied, "So that's how it is. This girl Qingge is Qingyuan's older sister? Similar. Too similar. The two of you really look like you were cast from the same mold."
"Oh, she really looks like Qingyuan. Both are heaven-sent beauties."
Su Qingyuan thought to herself, "HMPH. This attitude, it's like you're seeing me for the first time." Family head Ji, the male lead asked.
"I wonder if family head Ji can lead us to meet the person now," Ji Hao replied. "What are you saying, young Master Change? I'll take you there right now." Su Qingyuan happily thought, "Things that I had to spend effort on and use all sorts of tricks to achieve are just a word for the young master. How can I not cherish him?" The Ji family crowd also came out to watch, and everyone started discussing. "That's him! That's young Master Change! He's the one who conquered the 8 desolations and 10 domains. The number 1 in the upper realm? I never thought I'd have the chance to be so close to someone like that in my life. I wonder if I have a chance. You're so bold, aren't you? The Empress of the Peerless Immortal Dynasty just ascended to the throne. Are you planning to offer yourself up to her for punishment?"
Chu Yue was also standing not far away, thinking, "Why is he here? Just to see Aunt Jin Shu? No, I have to tell my brother." Cut to a room. Ji Xiaoxing was sitting inside, cultivating, he thought. Very good. At this rate, breaking through to Quasi-Supreme is just a matter of time. Suddenly, Chu Yu pushed the door open and shouted, "Brother, brother!" Ji Xiaoxing calmly said, "Chu Yu, how many times have I told you? You're a princess of the Ji family. You need to be calm when something happens. You still need to maintain your manners." Chu Yu panicked and said, "Ji Yu Chang is here." As soon as those words left his mouth, Ji Xiaoxing flopped to the ground like a sack of potatoes, clearly shell-shocked. He looked utterly terrified and stammered. What? Cheng Shuyu responded. "It's Ji Yu Cheng, duh. Are you saying Ji Yu Cheng came to the Ji family just to get his sister Ji Qing back?" Ji Xiaoxing pondered.
Hard to say, really. Ji Change is a deep one. The kind who'll eat you whole and not even spit out the bones. This ain't that simple, you know. But our immediate priority is rescuing the ancestor trapped in Kun Mountain. As for Ji Change, best to avoid him if we can, and definitely don't get involved.
Oh, and that other guy. Lay low for a while. I threw him under the bus to avoid offending Ji Change, and you went and got all cozy with him. Shu Yu blushed and said, "You mean Jiang Chen? So you knew all along?"
But I think he's alright. And he's the successor of the Divine Origin Master. If it weren't for his help at Kun Mountain, I wouldn't have heard the ancestors' call. Besides, we're always careful when we meet, and he's disguised himself too. If you hadn't exposed him last time, Ji Change wouldn't have found him so easily. Ji Zhaoxing retorted. Blame me? Don't forget, he and Ji Change are enemies. As a Ji family princess, you have to put the family's interests first. Besides,
don't you know how scary Ji Change is? One slip-up and we're all doomed. Shu Yu giggled. All right, I get it. Ji Zhaoxing frowned. Oh, my naive little sister. You can use him, but don't get attached. He's no good guy either.
Cut to another location. Ji Shui looked at Su Qingge in front of her, tears welling up in her eyes. You're Qing.
Su Qingyuan quickly replied. Look closely, Mom, it's me. Standing to the side, the mysterious figure snickered. Oh my, it turns out even your own mother can't tell you two apart? I don't know if that's good luck or a tragedy. Senge, Su Qingyuan replied. What does it matter? I'm lucky enough to see my mother again in this life. Jing Shui burst into tears, hugging Su Qingyuan tightly. Wah, Qingge, my Qingge. I'm so sorry I failed you. You've suffered so much all these years. Standing on the side, Jihao also wiped his tears, sobbing as he did so. What a moving reunion. They have been through a lot all these years.
Even Ji Change, who's basically an Oscar-winning actor, was a little shocked by his crying. Damn youth. Did this old guy learn his lines or something? He cries so well. Aren't you all to blame for what happened all these years?
Soon, the youth spoke up. By the way, clan head Ji, I heard that the Ji family's ancestor, Senior Ji Sheng, is not dead but imprisoned. Is this true or false? Ji Hao was surprised to think. The news spread so fast. Then he said calmly.
In fact, we only learned about this recently. The ancestor is imprisoned in the dangerous Kun Mountain. The Ji family is now discussing whether to unite with external Dao Tong to help the ancestor.
Ji Yu Chung said. So it is Kun Mountain, the legendary Mountain of Kings.
It is said that a fairy king fell there, and the remaining fairy energy and coercion have turned the surrounding area into a forbidden zone.
Senior Ji Sheng made great contributions to the upper realm in the past, protecting millions of creatures, and his reputation is resounding. Chang admires him very much. If the Ji family has a plan to save Senior, please let Chang know. Chang is willing to contribute a little. Ji Hao smiled and asked, Are these words of the young master true?
The male lead looked to the side and continued. Moreover, he is also the ancestor of Qingge, so it is reasonable to help him in terms of both love and reason, Ji Hao thought to himself. I didn't expect such a character to still know how to cherish beauty. Then, to ensure that there are no mistakes, we must offer Ji Qingyuan to him. Exchanging two girls for the eternal prosperity of the Ji family is too worthwhile.
Cut to the holy mountain of Kunshan, where countless warships are approaching. Everyone in the city discussed. Have you heard the wind? The ancestor of the reclusive Ji family, Ji Shengchu, is still alive. Is he trapped in this Kunshan mountain? How many years ago was that ancestor? No wonder so many forces have gathered here recently.
I think that soon, the immortal great sects and supreme Dao Tong of the upper world will gather here. However, since ancient times, countless monks have been turned into ashes under its restrictions in search of the Fairy King's opportunity in Kunshan. I don't think there will be good results this time. You don't know that. It is said that young Master Change will help this time. Young Master Change? Since when has he had a good relationship with the Ji family?
It is said that young Master Change admires Ji Shengchu very much and believes that rescuing him is a great merit to the current upper realm. If the two ancestors coexist in the future, why worry that the upper realm will not be peaceful? Look, those are the people from Tianmen Shattering Knife.
Are they here to cause trouble because they have a big feud with the Ji family? Cut to inside the warship. An old man in gray said, Sect leader, are we still avenging our revenge in Kunshan? The clan leader roared angrily. What kind of revenge are you taking? Didn't you hear them say that Ji Change will participate? What revenge are you taking?
Below, everyone was enthusiastically discussing. Look, that's the ship of the Hidden An clan. And there's also Lu Guanwang of the True Immortal Academy, the Heavenly Empress. Liu brother is so amazing, so many big people. The last time I followed my master to attack Tianlu City, I met them once. Suddenly the bald guy turned around and asked in surprise, Brother Liang, what's wrong? The other guy stammered, Ji-Yu, that's Ji Change's sister. Ji Xianxer, that's who he was talking about. If we can catch her eye and become Ji Change's brother-in-law, even if we had several lives, it wouldn't be enough to die. On the other side, revealing his true nature, he said shyly, "It's a pity that young Master Change doesn't like men, otherwise I would have seduced him and fallen."
Jiyu Xianfrere walked and thought, Jiyu Change wants to help. Can he be so kind? Is he really that kind? Only a dog would believe that. Jiyu Cheng, along with Su Qingge and her sister, returned to the Jie family, signaling a huge storm for this place.
Here we also have Ji Xiaoxing and her brother, who are still secretly messing around with Jiang Chen. Thanks to the main character's presence, Su Qingge and her sister are having an easier time in their own family.
Along with that, the Jin family also benefited a lot. Hostile forces of this level don't dare to come and mess around, just because there's a big, blazing eel inside. Scene changes to the stone gambling den, where a guard grabs a guy by the collar, kicks him flying out the door, and yells, "Get lost! You have no spirit stones, what are you gambling for? Dare to cause trouble on the territory of the Myriad Dao Business Alliance? Are you tired of living? Haven't you asked around to see who protects this place?" Next to them, Xiao Ruoyin also appeared here. As a reminder, this beauty is from planet Tianlan, and got here through a space vortex. A modern person like Jiyu Change, but from another planet, and Jiang Chen's chance.
She asked, "Senior sister, what forces are behind this Myriad Dao Business Alliance, after all? How can they be so capable?"
The woman replied, "I only know that the force behind them is very large, very complex, and no force dares to provoke them easily, but I don't know exactly what force it is."
Scene changes to a room, inside which appears a beautiful foot, wearing a glowing treasure. So fancy. Turns out it's the big lunged fox girl, Yin Mei. She looked at the two bracelets on her feet, and then asked, "Has he arrived yet?" The woman next to her replied, "Yes, miss. Young Master Change has arrived in Kundiao City."
"Miss, is it appropriate to wear quasi-immortal artifacts on your feet like this?"
Yin Mei didn't care, because this stuff was given by Jiyu Lun. She chuckled and said, "I'll go over there first, let me know right away if you have any information." Scene shifts to inside the stone gambling den. Everyone is gathered around a young man, you can tell it's Jiang Chen, and behind him is Master Perdue wearing a hat. The front desk lady said, "This young brother, you want to use 300,000 spirit stones to open this shop's best stone? Have you thought about it carefully?" As soon as the words fell, everyone started talking. Where did this idiot come from? Does he think he can cut out good stuff just by choosing the biggest one?
That's right. Even Elder Mo shook his head when he looked at this stone.
Master Perdue transmitted his voice, saying, "Benefactor Jiang Chen, 300,000. Don't misjudge." Jiang Chen replied calmly, "Of course." But he thought to himself, this period of time, my connection with the Chi spirit of the creation immortal pearl is becoming more and more familiar, you could say, that this stone gambling den was set up for me. Immediately afterwards, the young man reached out straight towards that stone. Everyone talked again. These 300,000 spirit stones are definitely gone. These two young men don't know how hard it is to earn spirit stones. But Jiang Chen's face was still extremely confident as he shouted, "Open!" As soon as he finished speaking, the stone suddenly broke open, and a blood-red aura radiated brilliantly from within, appearing in the shape of a tree root. Everyone exclaimed in shock, "What? This blood-red ginseng is a Blood King ginseng, at least 100,000 years old." Blood King ginseng, this kid is really lucky. Trading 300,000 spirit stones for a Blood King ginseng is really a profit. Jiang Chen took the blood ginseng and smiled slightly. Looks like my luck is not bad. Suddenly, Xiao Ruoyin's voice said, "Someone cut out Blood King ginseng." Hearing those familiar sounds, Jiang Chen wondered, "Is that Ruoyin's voice?" Xiao Ruoyin stepped forward and said, "Excuse me, did this fellow Taoist cut out this Blood King ginseng? Everyone talked about it. Which sect is this person from? Seems to be from Dao Heaven Immortal Palace." Because Jiang Chen changed his appearance, Xiao Ruoyin couldn't recognize the acquaintance. She saw Jiang Chen didn't answer and kept calling, "Young master, what's wrong?" At this time, Jiang Chen suddenly woke up. He said, "Oh, if the immortal wants to use it, I'll give it to you." Master Perdue thought to himself, sighing, "This Jiang Chen is really a girl crazy." Xiao Ruoyin smiled and replied, "I appreciate your kindness, but I can still take out the spirit stones to buy a Blood King ginseng." Jiang Chen quickly said, "Oh, that's not what I meant." The woman next to her folded her arms with a look of contempt and said, "Trisk, this is just a toad wanting to eat swan meat. I advise you to look at yourself. Give up on this heart. Ruoyin junior sister is young Master Change's person." Zhao Ruoyin blushed and said, "Senior sister, don't talk nonsense. If young Master Ji hears it, people will laugh." Everyone was in an uproar again. Another person of young Master Change. This Jiang Chen had a very angry expression, thinking, "It's that damn Jiyu Change again. Why are you so lucky? Won't you let anyone go?" Understanding Jiang Chen's feelings, Master Perdue transmitted his voice and said, "Benefactor Jiang Chen, Don't forget the purpose of this trip. The God Stone Convention, the Yuan stone that accidentally caused the destruction of the return to the West Holy Land, is the most important thing.
But he grinned and said, if this young lady wants this Blood King ginseng, how about buying it for 1,000,000 spirit stones? What do you think?
Before he finished speaking, the girl in orange shouted loudly, 1,000,000 spirit stones, you stinky monk. Even if this Blood King ginseng is extremely rare, I'm afraid it's not worth 1,000,000, is it? Purdue Master replied. Oh, so you can't afford it.
Just then, someone stepped forward and said, if this young lady knows young Master Change, then this Blood King ginseng will be bought by this old wealthy one. But this thing is not yet useful to this old wealthy one's current cultivation. How about borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha and giving it to the young lady as a gift? It can also form a good relationship.
The crowd there whispered, Old dog Wu, you're smart. If this matter can catch the eye of young Master Change, then what is 1,000,000 spirit stones?
Xiao Ruoyin heard this and thought in confusion. Just the reputation of the young master has made these people like this. If he really came here, I don't know what kind of big waves it would stir up. If I could really become his person.
Then Jiang Qian felt even more pain, having his opportunity snatched away, and even being praised for his love rival in front of him. I frowned more than a dog's butt. I thought, how can I make this Jiyu Change disappear completely? He's like a huge, invisible mountain about to suffocate me.
The scene shifts to Yin Mei's room. Jiyu Cheng was leisurely lying here, being taken care of by the beauty. The young man said, how have you been lately? Do you like the quasi-emperor aura? Yin Mei smiled and replied, I like it. Thanks to the blessing of the young master, everything is going smoothly. Then she glanced to the side and asked, young master, who is this young lady? Jiyu Change replied, oh, she is Miss Ji Qingyuan, of the Ji family, Qingyuan. What do you think is the percentage of success this time for your Ji family to rescue the ancestor? Su Qingge replied, if we can get the help of young Master Change, the probability will be very high.
Hearing those words, Jiyu Chang glanced at her slightly, then smiled with satisfaction, thinking, the answer is flawless. Su Qingje is the true demonic art inheritor, and Jiang Chen is the demonic art inheritor I personally created. If the two of them are together, then it will definitely become very lively next.
Suddenly, a maid ran in to report. Miss, a servant has come to report that a strange person has appeared in our Shangmeng gambling stone shop.
Yin Mei said in surprise.
A strange person? The girl replied. That's right, that person has a normal appearance. But not only did he open a valuable Blood King ginseng, but he also opened other rare and exotic treasures, one after another, without any mistakes. He may be a divine origin master. The Divine Stone Conference is approaching, and he has attracted many forces to win him over.
Hearing those words, Jiyu Change excitedly jumped up and said, a divine origin master, normal appearance. But Jiyu thought, in the Taishu divine tomb, many great sect leaders were killed, and the disaster is still on his head. 8 parts of him have changed his appearance, the girl continued. That's right, that person also had some relationship with Immortal Xiao Ruoyin of the Dao Tian Immortal Palace. The male lead thought, Dao Tian Immortal Palace, Xiao Ruoyin. It's been a long time since I've seen this Fate High Priestess, perhaps this trip to Kunshan, but Jiyu stepped forward and said, it's time to meet her. Su Qingge stood beside her with a sad face, thinking, why another person? Where did this Xiao Ruoyin come from? The young master is dying. The scene shifts to late at night. Jiyu Cheng has found Xiao Ruoyin's place.
As soon as he arrived, the girls happily greeted him. Senior brother Change, why are you here? The male lead replied, I'm here to find Ruoyin. Where is she? The girl replied, she seemed to have gone to rest just now. Let us go call her. The male lead, forget it, I won't disturb her rest anymore, we'll talk tomorrow. But damn it, I wonder if this body is juicy or not. Ruyin Li, in a thin sleeping gown, heard the voice of the handsome guy, and immediately got up and said, this is the young master's voice. Outside, the 3 people were still talking. Young Master Change, can you tell us about the people in the 8 desolate 10 domains? That's right, our strength is low, and we can't participate in the war of the 8 desolate 10 domains.
We can only hear some legends of people.
It's just that the time today is not early. In just a moment, Zhao Ruoyin rushed out in a panic and called, young master, don't bother. Jiyu Cheng smiled and said,
it seems I'm not too late. The 2 girls laughed teasingly and said, junior sister, you should put on some clothes even if you're in a hurry, right?
Xiao Ruoyin looked back in a panic. But that's not true. It's not that urgent, is it? Haha, Jiyu Change thought to himself,
Wang Zhu is right. This Miss Xiao is indeed a bit of a green tea. But from another perspective, it seems that this woman is very clear about what she needs. That is the easiest person to grasp. On the contrary, emotions are the most difficult to solve.
The scene shifts a moment later, and the 2 are walking together, Zhao Ruoyin said. The young master came to see me in the middle of the night, which really makes Ruoyin feel flattered. In fact, you only need to send someone to tell me, and Ruoyin will come to see you herself. Ji Yu Change smiled and said, haha, it's just that I suddenly heard information about you, and I thought I had time, so I came to see how you've been lately. It's not a big deal. Xiao Ruoyin shyly said, young master, you not only helped me out of trouble but also gave me resources to help me cultivate, and let me enter the Daotian Immortal Palace, with a master in the quasi-supreme realm. I have what I have today entirely thanks to you, and now you still care about me so much. It really makes me have nothing to repay you, and I don't know how to repay your kindness. If you don't mind, Ruoyin is willing to offer herself. The fat is already at the mouth, but Ji Yu Change is still Ji Yu the slippery eel. The young man looked displeased and said loudly, what? Do you think that I helped you because I wanted you to repay me? In your heart, am I the kind of person who asks for repayment when helping someone? Those words of yours really break Gaia's heart. Zhao Ruoyin quickly waved her hand and said, no, Ruoyin didn't mean that.
Jiang Chen, after days of hiding away to cultivate, has finally come down the mountain and is ready to make his move.
First stop, Yin Mei's gambling den for spirit stones.
He basically just glanced at some rocks and nailed it, picking out a ridiculously valuable blood ginseng. Like beginner's luck on steroids. Turns out Xiao Ruoyin was also there. Since Jiang Chen was disguised, she didn't recognize him and tried to buy the blood ginseng from him. Word of this got back to Ji Yu Chang super fast. The moment he heard it, the dude knew it was that little scallion, Jiang Chen. That night, the main guy paid Xiao Ruoyin a visit. Even though he got a free meal delivered to his doorstep, he still got to do his acting shtick, you know.
Meanwhile, Ji Yu Change, the slippery eel, was accusing Zhao Ruoyin of helping others just to get something back, which freaked her the heck out.
Suddenly, the main dude reached out and gently tapped Zhao Ruoyin's forehead. Then, with a cryptic smile, he said, haha, just kidding with you, don't be so tense.
Then, the dude turned and started walking away, asking, Ruoyin, what do you think is the reason I keep helping you like this? Zhao Ruoyin replied, isn't it because young master always feels sorry for the pitiful people of this world? Ji Yu Change chuckled, saying, how many pitiful people do you think there are in this world? It's just that I feel you're different from other girls. Or maybe it's because you're a bit more naive, Zhao Ruoyin thought. Is it because I'm a transmigrator? Then, her expression turned a little sad, and her eyes lowered, avoiding his gaze. The main dude continued, oh, right. I heard you met a divine origin master today, Zhao Ruoyin replied. Yes, that's right, but that person was a bit strange. What do you mean by asking about that, young master? The main dude replied. The Divine Stone Convention is coming up, and I also want some extra help.
Xiao Ruoyin happily said, I'm not familiar with that Divine Origin Master, but if young master needs it, I can help recruit him. Ruoyin can't keep receiving young master's grace without doing anything. I also want to contribute a little. Ji Yu Change narrowed his eyes with a smile upon hearing this, saying, then I will wait for good news from you. Suddenly, Xiao Ruoyin spoke in a soft, shy tone, saying,
young master, can you stay tonight? As soon as she finished speaking, she hugged the main dude tightly and continued, Ruoyin doesn't have any evil intentions or other expectations. I just want to serve you for one night.
Ji Yu Change thought with a smile. So the ultimate goal of all that talking was to sleep with me. She just got a little help and already knows how to latch on. Compared to Wang Ziqin, who is also a transmigrator, she is much smarter. Xiao Ruoyin looked up with pleading eyes and said, just one night, okay? If young master finds it troublesome, it's fine too. The main dude replied, you've said that much. If I refuse, wouldn't I be letting you down? Xiao Ruoyin happily said, that's great. And so, that night there were another 500 rounds. She was just freshly opened last chapter, and this chapter she's already been eaten by Ji Yu Eel, haha. Cut to the next morning. At a small pavilion, Chu Yue had arrived and she spoke up. Jiang Chen, now that you're openly showing off your divine powers like this, aren't you afraid of being exposed? Don't you know how dangerous your situation is? Jiang Chen calmly replied, afraid of what? As long as you don't betray me, who will know who I am? Chu Yue said. Stop it, actually. I came to find you to say that I won't see you anymore. Jiang Chen asked with a look of confusion. Why? Chu Yue replied. Brother, I've been paying attention to you for a long time. Jiang Chen stood up in a panic and said, what? Since when? Chu Yu replied. I don't know exactly, but the last time Ji Yu Change came to my house you warned me. Take care of yourself. I have to go back early. It would be troublesome if my brother finds out. Jiang Chen frowned and said, it seems that I was indeed negligent. Then he thought, Ji Xiaoxing is not like Ji Chuyue, he is a two-faced person. I must be more careful in the future. Great Master Perdue spoke up. The Ji family's daughter is truly kind. Coming to inform Jiang Shichu, Jiang Chen said, you're comfortable now, but if I'm exposed you won't be able to avoid being implicated. What should I do now? Give up? Great Master Perdue replied with a smile. Coincidentally, the Jin family is planning to attack Kun Mountain. The Divine Stone Convention only happens once every 10,000 years. Jiang Shihu, are you willing to leave at this time? Jiang Chen said with a determined expression. Of course I'm not willing. I still have to find a way to inform Ruo Yin and tell her to be wary of Jiyu Chang.
Speak of the devil. Chu Yu had just stepped out of the door when she saw Xiao Ruoyin standing there waiting. And so, the two brushed past each other, Xiao Ruoyin thought. As expected, he's a divine origin master. Many people are coming to recruit him. But who could refuse young Master Shu's invitation?
As soon as she stepped inside, Xiao Ruoyin exclaimed, "Are you the young master from the gemstone gambling den?" Jiang Chen, looking annoyed, replied, "Seriously, I told you I'm not joining any factions."
But turning back, he was actually quite moved, thinking,
"It's Ruoyin." Seeing the flag waving, Jiang Chen immediately went over and asked solicitously, "Miss, is there something you need?" Xiao Ruoyin replied, "I've come this time indeed with something to discuss."
Jiang Chen asked, "Is there something you're not feeling well about, miss?" Xiao Ruoyin smiled, her eyes crinkling, and said, "Oh, young master, please don't laugh, but I was a little careless during cultivation yesterday, and I tweaked my ankle a bit. Oh crap, must have been those 500 rounds with Jiyu Change yesterday. My legs are all wobbly, haha."
Jiang Chen, ever so naive, thought,
"You can tweak yourself during cultivation. Must be from sitting in meditation for too long, causing qi and blood to stagnate."
Then the young man pulled up a chair and said, "Miss, please, have a seat and let's talk." Xiao Ruoyin smiled shyly and said, "Thank you, young master, how thoughtful." Then she thought, why does he feel so familiar?
Scene changed to a small alley in the city, where Jiyu Xianker was holding a sword, threatening a group of people. "Speak, why are you following me? Who sent you?" One of them said, "Miss Xianker, young Master Change sent us to protect you. Yes, Kunshan City is chaotic right now, and he's afraid you might be in danger." Jiyu Xianker was slightly taken aback and asked, "Jiyu Change is here too. Where is he?" The guy replied, "He's at Tianyin Mei's place." Hearing this, the girl looked annoyed, thinking, HMPH, as soon as he gets here he runs straight to that vixen, and he says he's worried about me. Scene changed to Jiang Chen. Xiao Ruoyin asked, "What do you think, young master?"
Jiang Chen clenched his fist slightly and said, "You've come to persuade me to join Jiyu Change's side? If that's all, I'm afraid I can't do as you wish." Xiao Ruoyin tried to persuade him. "I know you have the divine inscriptionist inheritance, young master, so you have a bit of pride, but you should know young Master Gu's status in the upper realm. He treats his subordinates very well. Being able to work for him is an honor." Suddenly, Jiang Chen angrily shouted, "Enough, Ruoyin! Don't be a fool anymore. Look at who I am."
Immediately after, he reached up and peeled off the mask on his face, and in an instant, a handsome, radiant face appeared, truly the protagonist, looking so cool. "Haha, Xiao Ruoyin!" In shock, exclaimed Jiang Chen.
"How are you a divine inscriptionist? Why are you here? And what was that appearance you had before?" Jiang Chen said angrily, HMPH. "All thanks to Jiyu Change." Xiao Ruoyin said in confusion, "Young master,
didn't he say he would arrange everything for you all?"
Jiang Chen sneered.
"Arrange? It was all a lie. From the moment he released us from prison, he had a scheme. He secretly tampered with the talent testing steels. Only you measured up to the talent requirements, and we didn't, so he sent us away. Then his people led us to a deserted mountain and launched a brutal attack," Xiao Ruoyin said in confusion. "Impossible. Young Master Ji Yu isn't that kind of person."
Jiang Chen angrily turned back and shouted, "Wang Ning, Niu Tian, they're all dead. Jiyu Change would never treat you well for no reason."
"He's approaching you with an agenda. He's a hypocritical, venomous dragon lord. Don't be fooled anymore. Wake up." At this point, Xiao Ruoyin was completely bewildered. She thought back to the sweet moments with gentle Jiyu Change, and then envisioned Jiyu Change as sinister and cruel, just like what Jiang Chen said. Then, she stammered, "Perhaps young master has his own difficulties, which he can't express." Hearing those words, Jiang Chen was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out. Jiyu Change went to find Xiao Ruoyin to subtly inquire about finding the divine source master.
She immediately agreed to try to persuade Jiang Chen,
and the next day, the two of them met again. Because Jiang Chen was disguised, Xiao Ruoyin didn't recognize him.
She still tried to persuade Jiang Chen to come under Jiyu Chang's command,
but Jiang Chen removed his mask, and then accused Jiyu Change of his evil deeds. Although heartbroken, Xiao Ruoyin still believed that the male lead had his own reasons.
Hearing Xiao Ruoyin say that, Jiang Chen went crazy, yelling, "What are you saying? Are you heartless enough to watch the Nikyu field folks die with their eyes unclosed? Jiyu Change is a great villain who killed them. He's our enemy. Have you lost your mind? Can't you be a little more sober? Ruoyin, leave with me. Let's find a secluded place to cultivate, and when we succeed, we'll go find Jiyu Change and take revenge." Xiao Ruoyin sighed and replied, "If you don't want to die, then quickly give up the idea of going against the young master. He's definitely not someone you can deal with. As for the Niu field folks, I think the young master must have had unavoidable reasons. I'll investigate thoroughly. After all, in my impression, the young master isn't someone who indiscriminately slaughters innocents." Jiang Chen was shocked and said, You believe Jiyu Chang'e and not me." Xiao Ruoyin coldly turned away and said, "Leave, go somewhere no one can find you. Don't worry, I won't reveal your whereabouts to the young master.
Even after saying everything, the flag-bearer still didn't believe him. Jiang Chen was so heartbroken that he vomited blood. The young man clutched his chest in pain and said,
Ruo Yin, how have you become like this? Xiao Ruo Yin replied. Jiang Chen, I don't want you to go down a path to death, remember what I said? Then she quietly left, leaving Jiang Chen standing there in great pain. Suddenly, Master Perdue stepped forward to comfort him. Jiang benefactor, just let it go, your fate is over. Jiang Chen shook off his hand and angrily yelled, Shut up, what do you know? What does an old bald donkey like you know about love?
The mysterious person inside Jiang Chen's body transmitted a voice. Jiang Chen.
The owner is just temporarily confused, bewitched by that Ji-Yu change. Little god, you can't ignore her.
Outside, Xiao Ruo Yin was also extremely melancholy. She wandered aimlessly, thinking she understood that the young master couldn't have gotten to where he is today if he was a gentle and kind person. She had been too naive before, but she could only pretend not to know about Jiang Chen's matter, and couldn't tell the young master. As for seeking revenge on the young master, everything she had now was given by the young master. Seeking revenge on the young master was no different from seeking death.
Switching scenes to that jerk who broke up the couple, as soon as she saw the male lead, Yin Mei chirped, Master, you're back, Ji-Yu Chang said. Just call me young master. How's the Divine Stone Assembly coming along in 3 days?
Yin Mei replied. It's almost done. According to your arrangement, those immortal fetus divine stones are also auction items arranged in this assembly. The male lead smiled and praised. Very good. After the Divine Stone Assembly, the Ji family and the remaining forces will jointly attack Kun Mountain, which is a rare good thing for the entire upper realm. How about the An clan in seclusion? Yin Mei replied. As you thought, they are also actively searching for the Divine Source Master everywhere. It seems they are very interested in that immortal fetus.
Ji-Yu Chang smiled sinisterly, thinking, Immortal fetus. If I remember correctly, a few days ago, New Field went together with the young lady of the An clan. If my prediction is correct, the people of the An clan will eventually find Jiang Chen, and may even perform a scene of old acquaintances reuniting.
Then the young man continued. That's right. I asked you to help me keep an eye on that girl Xianjie. What's she been doing these days?
Yin Mei chuckled and replied.
It's funny to say, my people were discovered by Miss Xianjie, and she warned us not to have people follow her anymore, and that she would come to you to settle the score later. Ji-Yu Chang sighed and said, She's still as itchy for a beating as ever. Where is she now?
Yin Mei replied.
Miss Xian Fair is at the stone gambling workshop, and her origin technique seems to be very superb. She doesn't seem to have lost in the past few days. The male lead was quite shocked and asked, She even knows how to gamble on stones. How come a brother like me doesn't know? Does she have this talent? Just don't let her lose herself. Switching scenes to the stone gambling shop, Ji-Yu Xianxie's face was extremely determined as she looked at the stone in front of her, and the shop assistant said, Miss Xianxie, this raw stone comes from deep inside Kun Mountain. It's worth 15 million spirit stones. Do you want to cut it too?
Everyone there started to talk excitedly. This raw stone is worth 15 million. It's really an astronomical price. Standing next to her, the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden transmitted her voice. Although Xianxie's origin technique isn't bad, it's not foolproof. Should we advise her? Lu Guanwang replied. Don't worry, the Ji-Yu family is rich. They can't spend it all even if they try. Over here, Xianxie transmitted a voice and asked, Da Qing, what do you think? Only to see Da Qing with a determined face pointing straight ahead, and then shouting, Cheap, cheap, translated as, keep fighting. Xianhe then pointed and shouted loudly, Then cut both of these raw stones for me. The shop assistant panicked and said, Miss Xianhe, this devil blood raw stone is worth 5 million spirit stones. Xianhe then shouted loudly, Cut, put it on Ji-Yu Change's tab. The shop assistant was so startled that he stuttered, This, Miss Xianhe, we wouldn't dare to ask for it. Everyone there also noisily said, Ha ha, that's right, Miss Xiangor, who would dare to ask young Master Change for a debt? That's right, isn't this writing a blank check? Xiangor angrily shouted. Then I'll go ask my brother myself, is that okay? Hurry up and cut it. As soon as the words left his mouth, the stone was cut open. In an instant, a powerful aura burst forth from within, and a golden, glowing object shot out. Everyone was in an uproar again. Such strong sword intent. This is a page of Sword Manual, Immortal Scripture. An elder beside her spoke up. Young miss, these are hidden immortal texts, Enji said. To think that the Kun Mountain Stone contains the hidden immortal legacy of our clan. As soon as it came out, the hidden immortal texts flew around randomly. Jian Kor, frustrated, yelled, My treasure, people exclaimed. It has its own consciousness. It's a spirit. Xianbir hurriedly chased after it, saying, Something I spent 15 million spirit stones to cut. You think you can run, a woman said. Isn't 15 million spirit stones change young master's allowance?
At the Chao Inn, Niu Tian with his red coxcomb spoke up. How did something from the hidden immortal clan end up in Kun Mountain? Anji said. I'm not too sure either. That's also why we came to Kunwu City, Niu Tian asked. So, should we snatch it? Anji replied. Regardless, it's an ancestral artifact. In short, we can't let it fall into the hands of outsiders. Anyone else would be easy, but that's Ji Change's little sister. Niu Tian, with a murderous look on his face, said, all the better. He's killed so many of my comrades, it's only reasonable for me to kill his little sister. And Ji said, we're in Kunwu City. If you act recklessly, I won't be able to protect you. Be mindful of your actions, Niu Tian replied. Yeah, I know. As soon as he said that, the young man stepped forward. The crowd there exclaimed in surprise. What does this person from the An clan want to do? Could he be planning to snatch it? Impossible. Who would dare? On this side, after a while, Xianxie was about to catch up with the hidden immortal texts, but unexpectedly, just as she was about to touch it, it suddenly flew away. After a moment, it flew into Niu Tian's hand. Everyone was in an uproar again. Look, it's actively flying towards him. What's going on? Could this really be something from the hidden immortal clan? Niu Tian grinned, thinking, my hidden immortal bloodline can resonate with it. If this sword scripture can belong to me, it'll definitely allow me to reach a new level.
Xianxie rushed over, yelling, give it back to me, this is something I cut out.
But Niu Tian waved his hand, sending the little girl flying backwards, and said, young Miss Ji, don't be in such a hurry. And Ji stepped forward and said, young Miss Xianxie, this item is closely related to an ancestor of our An clan. I think you and everyone else have seen it.
It flew into the hands of our clansmen on its own, Xianxie angrily said. What do you mean?
And Ji replied, this is a relic belonging to our An clan's ancestor. With your status and standing, you wouldn't do something like seize the artifacts of another clan, would you? So why not let it return to its rightful owner? As long as you say the word, our An clan is willing to spend a large sum of money to buy it back. Our An clan will remember this kindness forever. Of course, if you really want it, I can return it to you. Everyone discussed among themselves. This is digging a pit for the little princess of the Jiu family. If she doesn't agree, she'll be seen as arrogant and overbearing, seizing the ancestral artifacts of another clan. This eldest daughter of the An clan is really cunning. This is going to be a good show. Xianhe, with a displeased expression, replied. But this is something I cut out. If you're saying it should return to its rightful owner, then you should return it to me. And Ji replied. But this really is a relic of our clan's ancestor.
Xianxie interrupted, saying, so you're planning to snatch it?
Anxi calmly replied. I wouldn't dare. How would I have the guts to snatch something from young Miss Xianxie? If you're bothered by it, how about this? We'll help you translate the texts on it. Otherwise, even if you get it, you won't be able to read them. What do you think?
The crowd chimed in. Wow, this is a win-win situation, isn't it?
That's right. As expected of the An clan's heiress, Xianxie thought to herself, why do I feel like something's off? The tense atmosphere was broken by a stern voice. There's no need for that. Even if she can't read it, it's still Xianxie's. Even if she doesn't want it, throwing it into a pit of fire is still her business. Since when is it your turn to make decisions for her? Everyone exclaimed in shock. It's Change young master. He also came to Kunwu City. As expected, the person Jiu Bro cares about the most is Xianxie little sister. Then everyone cupped their hands in greeting. Greetings, Change young master. The male lead replied. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite.
Seeing Jiu Cheng, Niu Tian's murderous intent exploded, thinking, damn it, I'll get you sooner or later. Anji transmitted a message.
I didn't know Jiu Change would come. Don't act rashly.
Then she cupped her hands and said, greetings, Change young master. Over there, the two siblings started bickering again. Ouch, stop rubbing my head. Why did you come here? If I hadn't come, your stuff would probably have been tricked away by someone else already. Xianxie grumbled, no way. People are right here. She can't fool me. Jiu Change gave her a look of disdain and said, you only know how to brag in front of me. Xianhe retorted. What's with that expression? Am I really less intelligent and talented than you? The male lead said, so what do you think? Isn't he new? Seems like you're not doing so hot out there.
And Ji was getting annoyed listening to the siblings bickering. Damn, she's stacked, bros, ain't she?
Some people nearby whispered, looks like young Master Change wants to show off his power to the heir of the An clan. After all, the rumors of young Master Change protecting his sister aren't unfounded.
Immediately after, Jiu Change unleashed his killing intent and said, all right, let me see who wants to snatch something from my Xianquer. And Ji quickly replied, Change, young master, you've misunderstood. How would I dare to steal something from Miss Xian's? I was just thinking about how she can't read the text on it, so I was going to help translate it for her. After all, this is a relic left behind by the ancestors of the four clans. Aside from the An clan, very few clans can read the text on it. Moreover, if it weren't for my clan members acting just now, this page would have probably flown away long ago. The male lead stepped forward and said, "Hearing what you're saying, we should thank you," Anji replied. "I wouldn't dare." Ji Change continued, "I see you scheming and struggling every day. Why don't I just help you get liberated?" As soon as he finished speaking, the male lead coldly raised his hand, and a sharp energy was released from his palm. An clan elder exclaimed in shock, "Miss, be careful." Immediately after, he instantly moved to block in front of Anji, simultaneously blocking the male lead's killing move. And then, boom boom boom, a terrifying explosion rang out, and soup splashed everywhere from inside the room. In the distance, two Taoist figures floated in the air, talking. A Taoist realm fluctuation appeared in Kunwu City. "Who's fighting at this time? Hold on, let's go take a look," someone exclaimed. The defensive formation of the Tunishi workshop has been broken through. Young Master Change is indeed as strong as the rumors say. When the smoke cleared, all we could see was the arm and hat of the An clan elder. A slap sending him flying is for real. Serves him right for being noisy. And Ji, after that slap from the male lead, was also severely injured and collapsed on the ground. Ji Change said, "Looks like your Deo protector took the hit for you. No need to thank me, just be more careful next time. This page is that treasure. Are you going to hand it over yourself, or do I have to crush you to death and take it? You red-nosed bastard." Niu Tian was so scared he peed his pants after hearing that. Suddenly, the hidden immortal text flew out of Niu Tian's hand. Perhaps sensing the male lead's malice, it darted away as if trying to escape, but Ji Change waved his hand, and several chains shot out, binding it. The male lead said, "Want to run? If you won't listen, then your sentience is no longer needed." Just as he finished speaking, a figure of a woman emerged from inside the hidden immortal text, then was crushed by the male lead's power. In an instant, boom! The hidden immortal text's sentience was blown to pieces. Shanper angrily yelled, "Brother, why did you erase its sentience? Isn't that a loss for us?" The male lead calmly replied, "What's the point of keeping it if it doesn't listen?" The two started arguing again. "Okay, you can give the treasure back to me now. Can you even read the words on it?" "Nope." The two Luguan Wang said to each other, bored. As expected, the person Ji Gerge dotes on the most is Xianjie. Don't you also have someone you dote on? After a while of arguing, the male lead stuffed the hidden immortal text into his clothes and said, "I'll help you study it first. Oh, and I'm reminding you, don't glare at me. I haven't even settled the score with you for putting your debts on my tab." Shan Hare replied, "You have to remember to give that back to me." Suddenly, a terrifying power pressed down on the area, and everyone exclaimed in shock, "This pressure! A Taoist realm expert? What, is it someone from the An clan or?" Outside, an old man loudly said, "Anji, what happened? Who beat you up like this?" Anji stammered, "Uncle Ancestor." The old ancestor was still quite imposing at this time. He even louder said, "Why are you stammering? Speak. Who dares to hit you? I'll beat him until he doesn't see the sun tomorrow." Then Ji Yulun stepped out and said, "Oh, is that so, senior? It's been a long time since the battle in Tianlu City." Hearing the name of Ji Yulun, the An clan's ancestor immediately reverted to a frightened puppy state. He rapidly descended, pointing at Anji while scolding, "What trouble have you caused now? How dare you provoke young Master Change to the point he had to teach you a lesson?" "You're so clueless," Anji retorted. "He didn't exactly cause any big trouble. She wanted to steal my little sister's things, so I just taught her a little lesson." And Ji quickly said, "Uncle Ancestor, please forgive me. Jir knows she was wrong, and she's already received a fitting punishment." The An clan's ancestor chuckled. "Just a misunderstanding, young Master Change. Please don't take it to heart." Ji Change glanced back and said, "Xian Care, see what Senior An thinks." And Ji immediately cupped her hands and said, "It was my fault earlier. I hope Miss Xianfir can be generous and forgive my previous offense." Our male lead thought, "A woman who knows when to yield, how cunning." Shancher nonchalantly said, Forget it. I didn't lose anything anyway." Everyone around was shocked, saying, "Did you see that? Don't mess with that little ancestor in the future. Who knew Anji was so adaptable? No wonder she's the An clan's heir." Suddenly, the shop assistant raised her hand and said, Miss Xiangare, should we cut this primal stone open?" Xiangare pointed towards our male lead and confidently said, "Of course we'll cut it. Isn't the one paying the bill here?" Ji Change was taken aback and hummed in confusion. Xianyer immediately said, Do I look like I have spirit stones to you?" Ji Change said. "That's 5 million spirit stones," Xianyer replied. "Dai Ching said it's worth it." Ji Change thought in surprise. "So that's how it is. Looks like this isn't just a simple, silly bird." Then, with a swoosh sound, the crimson stone was opened, revealing a glowing egg inside. Everyone started discussing again. An egg? This egg has an unknown origin, but it's probably related to the Blood Ghost Lake. Judging by my old eyes, even if there's a creature inside, its talent probably isn't strong.
The emergence fluctuations are too weak, even far weaker than the descendants of some great ferocious beasts. It won't be strong at all, Shan Care sadly said.
Uh-oh, Dai Ching, looks like you're not so accurate this time. Good thing we spent Jiyu Chang's spirit stones. Jiyu Chang smiled and said, Shanhar, I can pay, but you have to agree to let me borrow this silly bird for 3 days.
Dai Ching immediately went into crazy dog mode like its owner, and started squawking, cheep cheep cheep, roughly translated as, damn you Jiyu Change, think I'm stupid, believe it or not I'll pluck your feathers and roast you.
Anji and Niu Tian tried to bully Jiyu Chang's little sister, but they failed. As a result, Jiyu Change taught them a lesson they wouldn't forget. But deep down, they were still bitter and held a grudge. It was also from this that Jiyu Change discovered something unexpected. The silly bird that his little sister treasured like gold was not as dumb as it seemed. Jiyu Change glanced at the bird with a sharp look, then smiled faintly. Lend me that silly bird for 3 days. Returning to the sect, Anji bowed his head and confessed. Granduncle Guangba died on the spot when Jiyu Chang killed him while trying to save me, but luckily, he didn't seem to recognize Niu Tian. Niu Tian resentfully added, he wouldn't remember small fries like me anyway, but are we just gonna let Jiyu Change run wild? In the upper realm these days, can he really do whatever he wants? How arrogant.
Hearing this, the old man who had been silent spoke up, you don't need to say anymore. Jiyu Change is, after all, just a young man who doesn't understand forbearance. He's currently too reckless and has too many enemies. He has disrupted the ancient stability of the upper realm. Even if we don't interfere, there will be forces that can't stand it anymore.
And Ji smirked upon hearing this. Granduncle is right. Although Jiyu Change has powerful strength, and the Jiyu family has immense power, if he becomes the target of everyone's attacks, he's screwed. Granduncle said, I heard that Ayan has been a little restless lately. And Ji immediately reassured him. Don't worry, Granduncle. Although Ayan has been quite patient these years, she's still just a greenhorn. She won't be a match for me. He added, be careful in your work. When I was in the 8 desolate 10 regions, I saw that girl seem to be quite close to Jiyu Xian. This old man doesn't believe she has no ulterior motives. And Ji was shocked. His eyes widened in disbelief.
Jiyu Xian, Xier. Could it be that she wants to borrow power from outside the family to deal with me?
But that's just wishful thinking. Once I get that drop of immortal true blood imprint and fully awaken Niu Tian's bloodline, the other old ancestors will naturally side with me. The old man replied. That's for sure. As long as you have an absolute advantage to suppress Ayan, those old fogies won't say much more. After speaking, he also disappeared. Immediately afterward, a guard rushed in, panicked, to report. Reporting to the Great Miss, there's a young man outside claiming to be your friend, requesting an audience. And Ji frowned in surprise. Claiming to be my friend, the guard continued. He also said he's a divine origin master who can solve the young Miss's urgent needs. Upon hearing this, Anji and Niu Tian immediately exchanged glances, their eyes clearly flashing with the same thought. This might be a sweet deal, Anji muttered. A divine origin master, how timely. Let's go see who this guy is. Without further discussion, they immediately proceeded to the main hall. As soon as they saw each other, the guest politely bowed and said calmly, I have come uninvited and disturbed Miss Anne. I hope Miss Anne can forgive me. And Ji glanced at him, maintaining a cold expression. This young master might have the wrong person. We've never met before. The man smiled slightly, replying meaningfully, I and Miss Anne share a common enemy, and the enemy of my enemy is definitely a friend, right? The statement caused Anji to pause slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. A common enemy. Before she could ask further, the man suddenly turned and looked directly at Niu Tian, his eyes as sharp as lightning, and unexpectedly exclaimed in surprise, you're Niu Tian. Niu Tian turned pale, his heart pounding. Who are you? How do you know my name? Without answering, the man gently removed the disguise on his face, revealing his true face, which struck Niu Tian like a bolt of lightning. I'm Jiang Chen. Niu Tian stood frozen for a few seconds, then his eyes reddened and he stammered with emotion. You're a Chen. Are you the divine origin master who caused a sensation in Kunwu City recently? Anji stood aside silently, but her heart was filled with intense curiosity, secretly eavesdropping. At that moment, the two brothers, their eyes glistening with tears and their hands trembling, ran towards each other and embraced tightly. Niu Tian choked. You're not dead? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and asked, You're not dead either? They both choked with emotion. That's great, it's good to be alive. Then tears streamed down like rain. the brothers embracing each other in the courtyard under An Shi's astonished gaze, and choked out, "I never thought there would be a day to meet you again. I always thought you had been killed by that Jiyu change, and always wanted to avenge you. Good brother. I also thought you had been killed by Jiyu change, and always planned to avenge you." After embracing for a long time, they finally let go. Niu Tian regained his composure, and turned to Anji, saying, "Great miss, the divine origin master we've been trying to win over is the person before you. His name is Jiang Chen, my close brother." Anji's eyes lit up upon hearing this. So brother Jiang Chen and Niu Tian have such a close relationship. That's really great. It just so happens that we can discuss the matter of the Divine Stone Assembly in 3 days. Time flies. And 3 days later, the Divine Stone Assembly arrived. Many people from all directions gathered here to participate.
It was a vast, circular plaza located between cliffs, surrounded on all sides by towering mountains, creating a mysterious atmosphere. At the entrance,
one person, upon seeing the vague figure of someone entering, gasped, "Is that the eldest princess of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty? I didn't expect the always humble Great Yu Immortal Dynasty to send people here." A girl standing nearby added in surprise, "That's right, the person next to her must be the eldest princess's twin brother." It said that he had the strength to suppress his peers at the age of 13, and is also known as the Little Emperor.
Following their gaze was a beautiful young woman entering, with a hot figure, a tiny waist, and a graceful, powerful gait, with an extremely cold expression and sharp eyes. She was Yu Qia. Beside her was Yu Ming, walking with his arms crossed, looking at the surrounding scenery boredly. "Older sister, this Divine Stone Assembly is too boring. What's so good about coming here?" Their appearance surprised everyone. The discussions buzzed. It said that the first-generation emperor of the Great Yu cut out the Great Yu Immortal Scripture from a piece of origin stone, creating the prosperous Great Yu Immortal Dynasty that lasted for several eras. No wonder the always humble Great Yu would also come to participate in this Divine Stone Assembly. Yu Qia said, "Father said that the missing page of the Great Yu Immortal Scripture is likely related to this Divine Stone Assembly. No matter what, we must pay special attention," Yu Ming replied boredly. "Even the ancestors couldn't find the missing page of the Great Yu Immortal Scripture. What can we do?" Then his eyes lit up, and he turned to tease his older sister. "How about I help older sister find a husband later? What do you think of that Jiyu change, a top genius among top geniuses? If older sister combines with him, you'll have a lot of children and grandchildren." But before he could finish speaking, Yu Qia interrupted with a look. "Speak carefully. If young Master Change hears these words, where will I hide my face?" Yu Qia Ming could only force a smile. "My dear sister, you're probably just used to being low-key, but don't think I don't know how strong you are. Those Lu Guan Wangs and Little Saint Kings, they're not even worthy of your notice. Girl, face it, there's always someone better out there. I'm telling you, bro. You better watch what you say when you're out and about, or you'll get into trouble." But Yu Ming wasn't giving up. He kept pushing. Could it be that sis is actually interested in that dumb kid from the Tuoba family? As far as I can see, all he knows how to do is swing a sword. Before Yu Ming could say another word, she snapped, "Shut your mouth!" Just then, a powerful azure-blue aura started to emanate from the center of the assembly. Seeing this, the crowd erupted in discussion. "That aura, it's the aura of the Lifespring Jade, no doubt about it. Someone cut out the Lifespring Jade, and wouldn't you know it, the one everyone was talking about was Jiyu Change's little sister." Jiyu Shanjir, holding her prize in her hand, smugly said, "I told you there was good stuff in here. You didn't believe me. A bet's a bet. I won. Now you owe me a favor." Jiyu Change replied, "I was careless. Looks like my little sister is quite lucky." Jiyu Shanjir grinned mischievously. "Lucky, this is my strength, got it." Hearing this, Jiyu Change pointed to the little bird as a reminder. "Then you better not go back on your promise to me," Shanjir retorted casually. "I'm not like you, you shameless thing." Jiyu Change turned his head and waved his hand nonchalantly. "Yin Mei, settle the accounts." The girl immediately responded with a yes, like a perfectly trained machine. A long-haired guy standing nearby, eyes wide, muttered, "The Yin Mei Celestial Maiden is following young Master Change? I remember her former fiancé was Bai Lai of the White Tiger Gang Metal Clan." A spiky-haired youth sitting next to him chimed in with a nod. "You still remember him? The grass on his grave is probably up to your waist by now." "Heard he was wiped out by some fake demonic art cultivator, died before he could even yawn." Su Qingge frowned slightly upon hearing this. "That's strange. Before the ancient immortal continent opened, it seemed like Heavenly Emperor Mountain didn't participate in the Myriad Taoist feast. If Bai Lai's death wasn't caused by Ying Cheng, and it wasn't me, then could there really be a third demonic art imposter?" At this time, Xianxia clasped her hands and pleaded, "Hey, Mr. Jiyu, are you going to cut stones or what?" Jiyu Change glanced ahead, his gaze seemingly piercing through the void, and replied casually, Judging by the time, it's about time to compete for the 7 great godly stones.
Little Saint King was startled. Brother Gu, are you planning on cutting the 7 great godly stones today too? The heavenly demon monarch chimed in. I heard there's one stone that's been acting up lately. They say the ancestor of the Wangxi Holy Land brought it out from Kun Mountain. Ji Chang's looked up at the sky, his expression slightly serious. The legendary anomalous stone. If I get the chance, it might be worth cutting to see what's inside.
Yu Chia stepped forward from behind and couldn't help but ask, Young Master Change, are you saying that you know of some secret within? Without waiting for him to answer, she bowed. Chia greets Young Master Change. I didn't expect you to be interested in godly stones as well. May I ask if you have any connection to the great Yu immortal dynasty?
Ji Change looked at her strangely, as if wondering who she was.
Fortunately, Yin Mei quickly whispered in his ear. She's the eldest princess of the great Yu immortal dynasty, Yu Chia.
After hearing this, he nodded in acknowledgement. Princess, you're too kind. I'm just a bit curious about what's hidden inside that stone. Yu Ming, standing behind, looked at his sister with admiration. So cool. Chia, however, maintained her dignified demeanor. Please forgive my rudeness, young master. Ji Change snickered inwardly. If I knew, I definitely wouldn't tell you, Chia regretted internally. I really misspoke. This young master Change's aura is too overwhelming. Even I feel a little suffocated.
Yu Ming leaned in and teased through voice transmission. Sis, your flirting skills are too rusty. How are you going to win over your god if you keep up this dignified act? Yu Chia replied. The remnants of the great Yu immortal scripture might be related to that stone. Yu Ming was taken aback.
Really? Suddenly, a voice echoed from above. The godly stones are about to appear. Everyone prepare yourselves.
As soon as the words fell, a thick purple energy surged, enveloping the entire area.
The curious onlookers exclaimed, What's the first of the 7 great godly stones? Someone recognized it. This demonic energy? It's the void demon stone among the 7 great godly stones. Legend says it originates from the heavenly demon cloud tomb, the resting place of the most powerful great demons in the myriad realms. But it contains a chillingly evil demonic energy. Anyone with an unstable Dalio heart who gets too close risks falling into illusions.
Sure enough, a young man with horns on his head, upon seeing the stone, imagined he was embracing the beautiful Ying Yu, and rushed forward with a foolish grin.
Ying Yu opened her eyes in shock, her pupils turning purple, lost in an illusion of Ji Change holding her in his arms. The heavenly demon monarch standing aside smiled. Let me try, someone's heart has been moved. Someone spoke up.
That's right. If you're talking about who the void demon stone might resonate with the most, it's probably you, heavenly demon monarch.
She reached out, creating a vortex toward the stone. But it didn't budge.
Everyone was stunned.
What? Even the heavenly demon monarch is helpless. She glared at her hand as if she wanted to scream, unable to believe it. Ji Change stood beside her, a smirk on his face, an expression of both satisfaction and I knew it all along. A sycophant shouted, Young Master Change can do anything. The atmosphere heated up. At this moment, he slowly reached out, creating a vortex toward the stone. But it didn't move either. The air froze. Someone cried out in disbelief. Even young Master Change failed. He paused slightly, coughing softly. Ahem. It seems I'm just lacking a bit of fate, Jiu Xiandare beside him lamented. Even you couldn't do it, brother. Too bad. He frowned, glancing at the little bird perched on Xianshare's shoulder, a cunning glint in his eyes. HMPH, could this stupid bird be a descendant of some ancient great demon? Anything that hangs around the child of fortune is bound to have an extraordinary background. Just then, a group of people entered from the main gate, their aura resounding as if thunder followed them. The crowd immediately buzzed. Some pointed. Others discussed. What's going on? Boom. There was a commotion. People from the reclusive Ang clan, the eldest young lady Anji, has actually come? I thought she wouldn't attend the Godly Stone Assembly this time.
A bright-eyed youth stared unblinkingly.
Why? Beside him, a spiky-haired guy said, What mountain did you just crawl out of? A few days ago at the Earthstone Pavilion, Anji messed with Jiu Xianjie and almost got a lesson she'd never forget from Jiu Change. That's what everyone's saying. Before he could finish, an old man standing behind him stroked his beard and glared. Did you see it with your own eyes? You're talking like you were the tea pourer at the scene.
But those words couldn't extinguish the wave of curiosity spreading like wildfire. Everyone clamored to look at the white, silk-clad woman slowly entering. Behind her was a man with a calm demeanor, his sharp eyes seemingly hiding a myriad of secrets. It's that mysterious divine origin master from a few days ago. Is he on Anji's side too? Someone blurted out, Isn't that little war immortal on her right? He was heavily injured. How is he okay now? Looks like the injury wasn't as serious as rumored. Or a powerful expert healed him. Before the chatter could die down, everyone's eyes shifted in unison. Su Qingge, who had been quietly standing beside, suddenly turned pale, Her lips trembled slightly, but she couldn't utter a word. A thought like a cold blade cut through her mind. It's him, this is bad. A faint sound echoed in her mind. It seemed to be a warning from her instinct. The mysterious voice said, "Run while you still can."
But it was too late. As soon as the An family members saw Ji Yu Chang and his group, they bowed in unison. Their attitude of respect was almost terrifying. "Greetings, fellow Taoist seniors." The little holy king tilted his head slightly and asked with a smile,
"Little war immortal, is your injury healed?"
The guy bowed and replied politely, "Thank you for your concern. I'm all better now." At this moment, Ji Yu Chang's eyes quietly swept across the crowd, like an invisible blade cutting across each person. That gaze wasn't as sharp as a sword, but it made those caught in it feel like they were standing before an abyss. His eyes stopped on Su Qingge, the one who had been trying to avoid him since the beginning, but the more she avoided, the more she looked like a trembling prey in the hands of a hunter. He curled his lips slightly and smiled faintly.
Su Qing's tricks are still too immature.
The little war immortal had just bowed to Ji Yu Change, and before he could finish his sentence, his eyes froze. The expression on his face instantly hardened as if he had seen something beyond his imagination. He stood frozen in the noisy space, his heart shaking violently. A demonic art successor is next to Ji Yu Change. Who is she?
This unusual appearance didn't escape the notice of others.
The heavenly demon monarch and the group of immortal empresses looked at each other, revealing obvious suspicion. Why is this guy suddenly using some kind of eye technique in the middle of the square and staring like that? Ji Yu Change also realized that the gaze wasn't aimed at him, but was piercing through him, fixed directly behind him. He immediately lowered his voice, his tone as cold and sharp as a sword. "What is it? Why are you looking at me? Or do you want to avenge the previous war immortal of your mansion?" The words caused the atmosphere to freeze. The little war immortal maintained his clasped hands. A polite smile plastered on his face as if nothing had happened, but his heart was trembling like a leaf. He quickly replied, his voice soft.
"Young Master Change misunderstood. I just remembered some old things and was distracted for a moment. If there was anything impolite, I hope young Master will forgive me." In reality, he was assessing the situation extremely carefully. The relationship between that woman and Ji Yu Change was still unclear. He couldn't risk acting rashly. If he made one wrong move, there might be no turning back.
But Ji Yu Change didn't let him off so easily. He tilted his head, narrowing his eyes with a faint smile. "Oh, so it's due to haunting memories. Or perhaps Taoist brother was injured too badly before and hasn't fully recovered yet. You should be careful." His words were as light as the breeze but as sharp as a blade, almost causing the little war immortal to bite his tongue. He maintained his composure, smiling back. "Thank you for your concern, young master. Perhaps that is the reason."
Those around them who heard the less than friendly conversation began to feel an unusual atmosphere spreading. A bearded man wearing a bamboo hat squinted and asked softly, "Is there something fishy between these two?" The long-bearded old man next to him stroked his beard and pondered. I'm afraid it's not just because of the death of the previous war immortal. There's probably something else hidden in this matter." A young Taoist cultivator standing nearby couldn't hide his gossipy expression, his eyes looking back and forth, as if waiting to see a big show. On the other side, Ji Yu Change turned to look at Su Qingge, his voice suddenly turning icy, making her jump. "Qingyuan, that little war immortal was staring at you just now. Have you two met before?" Su Qingge kept her head lowered, her whole body seemingly pressed down by his gaze. After a moment she reluctantly spoke, her voice trembling slightly but still maintaining etiquette. "Reporting to young Master Ji Yu, Qingyuan has never met the little war immortal before. As for why he looked at me like that, I don't know either." His gaze suddenly swept over, as sharp as if it had been soaked in 300 years of poisonous water, spitting out a sarcastic sentence. "If just mistaking someone can cause him to reveal that Golden Cross pupil technique, then it seems that the sect's signature divine power is only so-so, all bark and no bite." Suddenly, a cold warning voice from the mysterious figure echoed in Qingji's mind. Just now, the little war immortal's face was as twisted as if he had eaten expired spiritual pills. He definitely recognized your true face. You better behave, don't let Ji Yu Change suspect anything, otherwise prepare to choose a nice grave. And Ji, who was standing beside, finally managed to squeeze in a word, her face still confused as if she had just woken up from a nightmare of being swallowed alive by a blanket. "Hey, are you okay? Did you get possessed or something?" The little war immortal didn't answer, but narrowed his eyes at Anji and suddenly asked back, his voice full of suspicion, as if he was beginning to piece things together. "Who was the woman standing next to Ji Yu Change just now?"
Anji shrugged, her face indifferent. "Probably his maid or something? What's so scary about that?"
Hearing this, the little war immortal's face instantly tightened like a bowstring, his eyes hardened, and his eyebrows twitched.
"A maid! That's even worse. If he even knows the identity of his maid so clearly, then isn't everything in Ji Yuchang's hands? He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried, his mind spinning but still unable to understand. If that demonic art successor didn't have a backer, how could she have escaped from his hands so many times, and still be hiding right under his nose, and still be alive? If it wasn't because she had a powerful deity supporting her, then it was because he was mentally deficient. Thinking of this, his face darkened, and he secretly made up his mind. After the Divine Stone Assembly, he must report this matter to the mansion. Maybe he'll even get a promotion and a raise. At that moment, amidst the noisy discussions of everyone, a stone was enveloped in a bizarre blue light, emitting a glow. But in reality, it was Jiang Chen secretly using his divine origin technique to split the stone in half. Exclamations of admiration rose like a tsunami. Someone shouted, "Returning origin divine wood, it really is a divine object." Niu Tian was the loudest, jumping up and down. "Oh my god, another divine object. Awesome, that's Jiang Chen. No wonder he's the hottest divine origin master in the cultivation world lately." The crowd began to cheer and applaud. Jiang Chen just smiled lightly, his mind already planning several steps ahead. This was the only chance he had to suppress and ride on Ji Yuchang's head. He had to seize the opportunity to build fame, build connections, so that he wouldn't be alone in the middle of the road when fighting later. The little holy king standing beside glanced at him, muttering in his heart, "This person's Q method is different from traditional divine origin masters. This kind of accurate prediction without probing is like some kind of magical talent, like opening your eyes and seeing the treasure in the stone's belly." The young man standing next to him swallowed hard, nodding as if he had encountered a genius. Heavens, if this talent was used in a casino, he would definitely be kicked out of the city. In the distance, Ji Yuchang stood with his arms crossed, his expression neither happy nor sad. He thought to himself, "Good, keep standing out. The higher you climb, the harder you fall. When the time comes, I'll just wait to hear the crack." At this moment, the entire square suddenly lit up with a sacred blue light, shining straight into the sky, as if announcing to the entire immortal realm that the halo of the main storyline had appeared. "You background characters better watch out." The crowd began to swarm like a broken hive, clamoring to speak. One of the 7 great divine stones, the 7-aperture divine stone, was finally brought out for auction, immediately causing the atmosphere to reek of intense competition. As soon as the stone was presented, the entire square gasped, its appearance flawless, its light flowing like a dream. It really was top-notch stuff. Someone muttered, as if reciting a scripture. 7-aperture divine stone. It is rumored that an unparalleled creature is gestating within it. If it really comes into being, it can not only achieve great success, but also create the heavens and the earth. A bored fellow Taoist explained further. "This thing has been sealed under the city-founding weapon of Kunwu City since ancient times, absorbing imperial luck day and night. Each drop of spiritual energy within it is enough to build a 3-generation business. If it hatches, the creature inside is probably unimaginable." Immediately after, the auction coordinator, an old man wearing a sparkling Taoist robe, stepped forward and said, "I believe everyone has heard of the 7-aperture divine stone. If you want to open this immortal womb, please take out 100 immortal essences to exchange for it." This sentence was like a bolt of lightning in broad daylight, causing the entire place to fall silent for exactly 3 seconds, then immediately exploded. "What the heck? 100 immortal essences? Seriously? Oh my god, 100 immortal essences is enough for a great sect to nurture 3 generations of those who achieve the Dako. Immortal essence is the essence of immortal spirit turned into. Do you think it's easy to find?" The heavenly demon monarch in the distance also raised his eyebrows, as if he had heard something strange, really wanting to see who was crazy enough to pour their entire fortune into an unknown fetus. And she turned to ask Jiang Chen softly, her face still calm, "Can you see the object inside this immortal womb?" Jiang Chen nodded, his eyes flashing as if he held a peerless secret. "The value inside cannot be measured with a mortal mind. No matter how much you spend, just cutting out a piece of true Dabo is enough to profit for a lifetime." Those sitting outside just knew to look up and sigh. 100 immortal essences is more expensive than robbing a saint's Dao companion. Robbery. This is daylight robbery. Jiang Chen ignored the noise and spoke calmly, his voice firm. "The object inside might even be the origin of the immortal Dao." The little war immortal next to him gritted his teeth softly, regretting to the point of distorting his mouth. Damn it, 100 immortal essences, even selling the entire gang wouldn't be enough to gather.